Once, on Mount Diguan, a moment came when a young guy was forced to leave his village and go on a long journey. He tried to shout to his old people, but his mentors never went out to hold him, so he said goodbye and decided to leave. The protagonist walked along his native path and went to the gate, which he crossed. He will leave the house in which he lived for many years. Chao Yue Piao, a military genius, was opposed to our hero Chu Ming left, and the sage Qing Shouchun was convinced that the boy was already ready for this. The alchemist Gen Bu Tin, the pupil of the guy, said that his boy was smart since childhood, and 7 girls are already aware of everything, so let him act according to plan. When the main character walked along the path with a backpack on his shoulders to go on the adventure, the sages hoped that he would not return. The guy smiled because he knew that the mentors were worried about him, but just did not want to tell him about it. Chu Ming turned around to say something to the mentors in the end, but they sharply closed the gate, not wanting to talk to the guy. The young man laughed when he heard that the sage screamed that they had been all for almost 100 years, and they behaved like little girls. To say goodbye, Chu Ming knelt down and thanked them for their education, promising the pupils not to let them down. When the guy had already entered the train, he was glad that he was given a good ticket to Jiangzhou because he even has a sleeping place. Chu Ming passed by a pretty girl sitting in his place, and she noticed that the young man had turned his attention to her. The gaze of Chu Mina angered the young lady. She shouted at him, indignant that he dared to stare at her body, but the hero simply passed by, advising the girl to engage in his health because melancholy leads to clogging of channels and pain. The girl was surprised at the stranger's abilities because yesterday, the doctors took a lot of time at the examination to make her diagnosis. The modern high-speed train started. The protagonist at high speed rushed to the Chinese city of Jiangzhou towards adventures. He was delighted when he saw his sleeping place in the car, because it was even the best of his room. Before leaving, the Dr. Shen Hu told the guy that after the descent from the Mount Chu, the mine will have to get acquainted with the 7 mentors. The doctor handed the young man a wooden plate, saying that it was a talisman with which they could recognize each other. And the first mentor is in Jinzhou. The main character was not to this idea. He was indignant, answering the brilliant doctor that he was good here, and he did not want to go down from the mountains. Chu Ming opened his mouth from shock when the elderly Dr. Shen Hu took out a book and said that he had found it in the guy's room a few days ago. The hero demanded that the doctor return this book to him, making excuses that the ancient traditions of Hus simply became interesting to him. Having lost his balance, Chu Ming collapsed to the floor, and the old man told him that each of the 7 mentors is an incredible beauty, much better than a girl from this book. These words of Shen Hu aroused genuine interest in a guy. He already presented how to meet with beautiful and slender mentors. From the excitement, Chmin went from the nose. He shouted that tomorrow he would go to the city to find Sisters Nasters. Sitting on a bunk on the train, the protagonist recalled this moment when he had not even suspected how it all could turn out. He climbed into the pocket of his backpack because the guy became interested in how much money was given to him by mentors to Shifu. On the eve of the doctor gave him an envelope, warning that this was money for the first time. And when he finds the first mentor, she would take all expenses for herself. Chu Minez licked his lips in anticipation. He opened the envelope because he was eager to find out how much money they put him. There was 500 wen inside. The hero was sure that now a luxurious life was waiting for him because he did not spend even 20 wen a month on the mountain. When Chu Ming examined his large bills, someone knocked on the door of the wagon. The young man thought that this was his fellow traveler. A girl with purple hair went inside, waved his hand, and said that the next day they would go together. Seeing a beautiful lady, Chu Ming blushed with embarrassment. He thought that all the girls in the outside world are so pretty, the protagonist could not look away from the charming fellow traveler. He finally realized what a love attraction that was written about on the forums. After that, an elderly man with a long beard entered the car and the fellow traveler introduced our hero to our hero as his grandfather. The mood of Chu Min was immediately darkened. He realized that this was a bummer, because he would not be left alone with a beautiful stranger. Grandfather came closer to the young man, waved his hand and greeted our hero while he was already sitting on his bed. Chu Ming drew attention to the voice of his grandfather. He was somehow hoarse, and the guy suggested that the old man had problems with the chest. The hero asked the master if he felt any pain in his heart over the past few years. The question of Chu Mina outraged the fellow traveler. She shouted at Chmina so that he stopped talking nonsense, because everything is fine with her grandfather. Grandfather shouted Chu Mina with a wary gaze. He decided that this was another derivative who was thinking only about receiving profitable ties. The hero lay down on the pillow and thought about the fact that this old man could have heart failure because the human voice comes from his chest. The fellow traveler began to climb the stairs to take the upper bed. The grandfather allowed the granddaughter to take that place, and Chu Min was still immersed in thought. The girl was dressed in a short skirt, which allowed the main character without difficulty enjoying the view of her beautiful figure. When the main character drew attention to a stranger climbing the stairs, he blushed with embarrassment because of the appearance of her body. At that moment, unexpectedly, grandfather became ill. A gray-haired man closed his eyes and grabbed his heart, coughing loudly. Chu Ming got up, worried about his grandfather, and the granddaughter began to go down to help him until his grandfather stopped coughing. The worried granddaughter asked if he should bring water, and his grandfather, continuing to cough, said that he was suffocating. The girl laid an elderly man on the bed and asked him to lie down a little while he figures out how to help him. The fellow traveler immediately ran out of the carriage and called the conductor, which stood outside. She shouted that the doctor was required. The conductor was confused. She froze, frightened by Mr. Yu, who became ill and could not quickly respond to the request. The girl screamed to shut up and run for help. The conductor rushed away, promising to find the doctor through the loudspeaker. The granddaughter returned to the car and crouched in front of her grandfather. She took his hand and asked him to hold on, saying that help was already on the way. China was tormented by doubts. On the one hand, he could cure the old man, but on the other hand, he was ordered not to help everyone in a row. The guy often saw the news how they condemn people who help people because strangers cannot be touched and therefore doubted. Grandfather was still lying on the bed at that time and coughing without stopping. Now his cough became quieter, but he was also bad. Chu Mina defeated doubts. He recalled the words of his mentors that it was also necessary to be a responsive person. While the saddened girl was sitting over her grandfather, Chu Ming already wanted to tell her that she could help the old man, but he was interrupted. A conductor entered the car. She brought with her a doctor that she found among passengers. He was a tall guy in a suit and glasses. The girl was glad that the doctor came to the rescue, and our hero, judging by the face, was not enthusiastic about his appearance. The young doctor went into the car without any words, straightened his glasses and asked his granddaughter that with the sick. The young lady said that her grandfather suffers from innate heart defect, but before this disease did not show itself. Looking around, an unfamiliar doctor said that there are no tools on the train, so he cannot diagnose the old man. The girl was outraged when the guy said that she would need to examine his grandfather when they reached the next station. But he stood his ground, claiming that he could not make a diagnosis without examination, and this is impossible without the latest equipment. The indignant granddaughter told the stranger that there was no such equipment on the train to diagnose her grandfather. The doctor replied that he could not make diagnoses without examinations because he is not a charlatan, but the deputy director of the municipal hospital Jiangzhou. The main character did not understand what examination the doctor was talking about and concluded that this guy did not want to help initially. Everyone was frightened when the grandfather lying on a bunk began to cough very loudly. An elderly man was clearly choked. Chu Mines was worried because he saw that the symptoms are aggravated, and this old man would not clearly last long. The girl began to beg an unfamiliar doctor to do at least something to save her grandfather. But the deputy head of the municipal hospital indifferently left the car, saying that without equipment it would not help them. Outside, the conductor with a shudder smile on her face asked Dr. Zhang if the doctor knew that girl and her grandfather. In secret, she told him that the patient is the same grandfather Yu, from whom the whole city of Jiangzhou shakes. Dr. Jiang was afraid when he heard who the sick grandfather turned out to be. He asked the conductor if she was sure. The conductor replied that she was sure because the names were written on tickets, and said that for the doctor this is a great opportunity to show his skills. Having straightened his glasses, he thanked the conductor, promising to reward it in full if, after helping the old man, he manages to take a high position. Dr. Jiang entered the car again and apologized to the girl. He stated that now he needed to make a heart massage to an old man. The doctor put his hands on the old man and ordered him to hold on, and the girl did not understand why the doctor's attitude had changed so sharply. The hero, from the words of the doctor of the heart and light resuscitation, knew that this was not the case when it was necessary to do the heart of the heart, that he was frightened. He screamed at Jiang, ordering it to stop the resuscitation because it is not a sudden cardiac arrest but ordinary exhaustion. Jiang stopped, but was at a loss, answering that he had to come up with how to wake his grandfather because he lost consciousness. The doctor contemptuously pointed his finger at China and asked who he was, once dares to doubt his decision. The main character answered the doctor, which is a follower of traditional Chinese medicine. This caused a laughter of a modern doctor, and he asked if there are really followers of treatment, which misleads. The deputy director of the hospital asked Chumina, does he really think that the outdated method can better determine the diagnosis than an experienced doctor? The indignant Chu Ming shouted that the old man could not stand it and kill his grandfather if he continues to do heart massage. Dr. Jiang's self-confidence disappeared. He now did not know how to do next because the guy's words were quite reasonable. The doctor realized that it was enough for him to try because the old man is not so important as to save him. Jiang went to his granddaughter and asked Mrs. Yu not to worry and promised the girl to find a way to save her grandfather. The deputy director of the hospital straightened his glasses, realizing that the girl would be grateful to him, even if the old man wakes up for a short time. But the girl was interested in something else. The Dr. Jiang turned to her by name, and she did not understand where he knew it. The young lady showed quick wit and immediately realized that most likely this conductor told him everything when they were outside. After Mrs. Yu looked at her fellow traveler, he, unlike a modern doctor, knew the name of either her or her girlfriend. The girl remembered that this fellow traveler managed to describe the old man's illness without any examinations and instruments. She made a decision to whom it is better to trust in this situation, so she turned to Dr. Jian and asked him to wait. Zhang tried to convince her, saying that doubts were useless because the life of a person is at stake. But Yu went to Chu Min. With hope in her eyes, Yu looked at our hero and asked if his words were true that he could help her grandfather. The young man replied that he would try to help the old man, however. If everything is done as that doctor says, his grandfather will live for no more than 3 days. The guy understood that Dr. Jianu also knew this. So he looked at the doctor with a smile and asked if he said correctly. Madame Yu was in horror when she heard that her grandfather would live for 3 days and asked Chu Mina if it was true. Chu means her, saying that one session of acupuncture normalizes blood flow, and this would remove the manifestations of the disease for 3 whole months. Nadezhda settled in Mrs. Yu's heart. She listened to Chu Mina and asked if he had just told her the truth. The conductor and Dr. Jiang tried to convince the girl to listen to the deputy director of the municipal hospital, not a charlatan. She reproached the doctor of replacing arrogance to respect when the conductor told him who her family actually was. Dr. Jiang and the conductor were shamed by the lady when she recalled that before, that the doctor said that she could not make a diagnosis without equipment. The girl decided to trust our main character. She went up to him and suddenly took his hands in her. Madame Yu looked at China Mina with pleading eyes and asked the guy to help her grandfather. The guy blushed because of the girl's actions. He mentally admired the fact that she was not naive, although it looks younger than him. The main character liked the fellow traveler also that she was not afraid to reveal her status and ask Chu Mina for help. Chu Ming smiled because he was fascinated by her. For him, the girl was a cutie in contrast because she was distinguished by an extraordinary inner world. But it was impossible to pull time, so our hero became serious, stretched his hands and agreed to help cure grandfather. Dr. Zhang and the conductor were still opposed to Chu Ming to treat the old man because he looked no more than 20 years old. But the girl did not pay attention to the arguments of Jiang and the conductor. She stood near our hero while he got something out of his backpack. Chu Ming took out a cover from a backpack, saying that he was a master of acupuncture, and in the mountains often trained on wild boars. Mrs. Yu and the conductor were shocked when Chu Min told them that he once returned to life giving birth to a wild boar. Dr. Jiang thought that Chu Min was just a village who wants to take his triumph, equating pigs to people. Jiang stood aside and grinned, wanting to see how our hero was going to help the old man, and knowing that the Yu family would not spare the guy if something happens. The main character began to tear a shirt on the old man to conduct a session of acupuncture and asked him to tolerate. Chu Ming warned the old man and his granddaughter that this method of acupuncture is very painful. Grabbing a long and sharp needle in his hand, the guy waved to prick the grandfather's body at the right point. The main character grabbed a needle, one after another, and deftly threw them into a grandfather lying on a bunk, doing it very quickly. The movements of Chu Mina were dexterous and lightning fast. He quickly pierced Mr. Yu's body at the right points. The old man lay motionless. Then the guy took another needle between his fingers and shouted that this was the last, warning his grandfather and the rest. When Chu Min inserted the last needle into the old man's body, everything around was illuminated by bright blue light. The guy had not yet had time to remove his hand, as Grandfather Yu immediately opened his eyes wide and began to cough and scream. The old man woke up, but after the procedure he bent over the floor and began to spit on the floor a lot of blood. His body trembled. The granddaughter asked the old man whether he had everything. and the conductor was horrified to see that the old man had blood from his mouth. Dr. Jiang laughed when he saw the traditional methods of medicine of our hero, and saying that after such a grandfather he would go to the grave. But the main character was confident in his abilities. He looked at the doctor with a smile and moved him, asking a man to have patience. The deputy director of the municipal hospital was outraged. He screamed at Chu Mina, asking how he dares to dare to him. Dr. Jiang could not believe his eyes. He was unpleasantly surprised when he saw that Mr. Yu's condition had changed. The representative of modern medicine did not understand how possible, because after acupuncture the old man came to his senses. Chu Ming sat down in front of the old man and explained to him that later his condition was normalized, and advised to carry medicines with him. The hero told the old man that he would later pull out the needles from his body, and Mr. Yu sincerely thanked the guy for his help. Grandfather drew attention to Dr. Jiang and the conductor who stood opposite and asked who it was. The conductor and the doctor began to sneak the respected grandfather in the city. The doctor introduced himself in front of him as Jiang Boguan. The old man was surprised when Jiang Boguan stated that he had come here because this conductor asked him to cure his grandfather. He smiled and asked the deputy director of the hospital, as it turned out that as a result, our main character cured him. The conductor and the doctor became embarrassed. They began to make excuses that this happened by chance, and Jiang invited his grandfather to go to their hospital. The doctor was upset when Mr. Yu, not paying attention to him, asked Chu Mina if he should go to the hospital. Dr. Jiang was annoyed. He was angry that his grandfather was asking questions not to him, but to this charlatan when there is a real doctor in the carriage. Cleaning the needles after the procedure, the protagonist said that he believes that the old man does not need to go to the hospital. Jiang Boguan twisted his mouth. He was desperate when Mr. Yu listened to Chu Mina and said that he would not go to the hospital. The conductor carefully approached Jiang, trembling with anger, and invited him to leave because it makes no sense to stay here. The doctor shouted to leave, and he needed to stay because the angry doctor wanted to know something else. Chu Ming invited his grandfather to help get the needles out of his body and promised that it would be quickly and painlessly. Mr. Yu was not opposed. He allowed the main character to pull the needles out of his chest after the procedure. The old man did not have time to blink an eye, as Chu Ming informed Mr. Yu that he had already pulled all the needles from his body. Grandfather was speechless. He opened his mouth and stared inquiringly at the protagonist, not expecting it to be so fast. The main character hid all his needles into the cover, and Mr. Yu was surprised at how this guy managed to do it so quickly. He asked his granddaughter to convey to Chu Min his business card in order to take a guy to eat deliciously upon arrival in Zhangzhou. Madame Yu handed our hero a card with the contacts of her grandfather and once again embarrassedly thanked him for his help. Chu Ming became embarrassed. He replied that he should not thank him, and offered to go somewhere together in the city at his expense. Smiling, the guy said that he heard that in the outside world there is a place where they serve a good fried cyplex, and offered to go there. The Yu family laughed, touched by the guy's offer, because grandfather was already old for such a children's menu. Jiang again burst into the carriage and shouted, demanding from Chu Min to show his doctor's diploma. Otherwise, the man will call the police. He was outraged, screaming that pseudo-Rachi treat people without a license, and if homeless people suffer, then no one was responsible for them. Crossing his arms over his chest, Chu Ming asked the man not to wave his hands here, because the police would reach him. Screaming, the doctor warned that healing without a license was punishable by a prison for up to 10 years, and showed Chi Minu that he was already ready to call the police. All those present were frightened, trying to maintain balance and not fall when the train began to slow down. Chu Means and the fellow traveler did not understand what happened when a train was announced through the loudspeaker. Two young representatives of law enforcement agencies entered the car and announced a scheduled audit. Dr. Jiang was glad that they came. He introduced himself and pointed a finger at our hero, saying that he was a doctor working without a license. But the police seemed more interested in Jiang Boguan. They looked at the doctor with contemptuous glances. Jiang Boguan healed and sweated when they became interested in the police, and the main character began to laugh aside. Suddenly, representatives of the law enforcement agencies detained Dr. Jiang. Putting on their handcuffs, the police shouted that Jiang was suspected of cooperation with unscrupulous pharmaceutical companies. The guys took Jiang in the department, and the hero was not surprised at this, because the art of contemplating qi did not fail him yet. Mrs. Yu remembered that earlier, Chu Ming hinted that the doctors would be arrested and asked him from where he knew this. The main character sat on the bed, scratched his head, smiled awkwardly, and answered the girl that he had just guessed. He did not want to spread, because the technique of 7 masters has magical power, and he came here exclusively on behalf of… The girl crouched nearby and asked the guy to predict what awaits her in the future. Since he knows how to predict the future, Mr. Yu, watching the hero, saw that this young man was full of secrets, but not arrogant and does not commit rash acts. When the fellow traveler was sitting nearby, Chu Ming blushed with embarrassment. He noticed that the girl smells delicious, not at all like a boar. The main character realized that the old man from his favorite book did not deceive him, because from this novel in the mountains he learned a lot about the girls. Chu Ming puzzled the lady when he said that he would not look into the future, but advised her to avoid people in green clothes. But Yu wanted to know more. She asked whether it was true that people practicing traditional medicine can see the fate of a person. The main character was too embarrassed due to the fact that she was sitting close. He fenced himself with his palms and said that the truth could not. The old man asked Lin Lin not to be so annoying, and asked the protagonist if there was a way to cure his disease. Chu Ming replied that grandfather needs to drink the medicines that the guy would recommend to him for 3 months, and then the disease will retreat. Mr. Yu was amazed. He suffers from this ailment from birth, and now he is told about such a simple treatment. The hero asked the old man to wait and climbed into his backpack. Lin Lin became interesting what he again wants to get out of there. The guy took out a large brush and several sheets of paper to write a prescription of drugs to combat the old man's disease. Lin Lin was dumbfounded because she did not suspect that in our time, there are still people who write with a brush, not a pen. The girl carefully looked at how Chu Ming writes with a brush and suggested that it was inconvenient to use such a tool for writing. The guy said that the senior mentor always told him that the brush was the legacy of Confucianism, but admitted that pens and pencils are more convenient. He began to blow on paper to dry the ink and said that it is impossible to neglect traditions. Otherwise, it would not be possible to restore them later. The girl was fascinated by a new acquaintance because in the city you will not meet such strange and extraordinary guys. Chu Ming handed over to his grandfather a paper with a prescription and stated that his disease is hereditary, so his relatives should also take this medicine. Grandfather was surprised. He asked the young man how he found out that this disease was inherited. The hero explained that he made such a conclusion because his family members, like him, must work hard, and the aneurysm of the heart arises due to intellectual work. Grandfather first heard something similar from a young man, because usually people think that people occupying high posts do nothing. Being a captain, Mr. Yu is trying to manage the ship and go with the flow, knowing that he can lose everything by making the slightest mistake. Grandfather knew about all the disadvantages of his high position, and about the fact that you can suffer much if you do something wrong. The old man folded his hands together and loudly thanked Chu Mina for his help, although he did not know how useful the guy would be useful. The main character laid his palms in the hands of the old man and wished Mr. Yu to always stay healthy. After Mr. Yu turned to his granddaughter Lin Lin and asked her to pick up his business card from Chu Min, the girl went to the guy and put her palm, demanding to return her grandfather's business card, which she had just given to him. The main character took out a business card, but did not understand why these strange people first gave it to him, and now they were taking it. Chu Ming did not argue and immediately handed the business card to Mr. Yu, his granddaughter Lin Lin, although he found this request strange. The girl took a business card between her fingers and showed her to her grandfather, making it clear that she took the card from the protagonist. Instead, Mr. Yu suggested adding each other on a social network to facilitate the connection between them. Lin Lin took out her modern smartphone to add the main character's contact to it and contact him at any time. After that, the girl went to the guy and smiled. She wanted to offer him to exchange contacts. Mrs. Yu showed a guy on a QR code to scan him from his smartphone, thereby adding her contact for himself. But the hero scratched the back of his head with bewilderment. For him, this code was new, and he did not know what it means to scan. The girl became embarrassed due to the fact that such elementary things were unknown to the guy, but Chu Min still did not understand what the code is. The protagonist climbed into the pocket of his pants with his hand to get his phone from there and figure out everything. Lin Lin was surprised when Chu Ming stared at his button phone. She had not seen such old devices for a long time, but the guy was delighted with his phone. He said that the mentor gave him to him, and now all the information in the world is available to him. Lin Lin was taken aback and thought that the boy had an ugly life because she did not understand how this phone could be called a treasure. The girl asked if the guy had a social network, but it seemed to Chu Min that she said the word authority and began to reason on another topic. Yu family became embarrassed because of the behavior of our hero when the boy asked in surprise if there were any social networks on the phone. Grandfather asked his granddaughter not to embarrass the young man and simply exchanged the phone numbers, and she agreed. Fortunately, our hero had a phone number, Lin Lin wrote him in his phone, and Suzu Min acted similarly. When everything was ready, the girl, rejoiced, told Chu Min that now she has his phone number. She promised him to call when they would be in the city, and asked him to contact her if he wants to eat fried cyplex. The protagonist's eyes shone with happiness. He folded his palms together in gratitude and agreed with her. The old man, watching from the side, thought that it was very interesting to spend time with this guy, although early to write him down in the grooms. Grandfather became restless for her granddaughter, Lin Lin. The girl is often in danger because of the Van family, who is closely watching her. An elderly man did not understand how to be if the Van family wants to marry his granddaughter for his own benefit. Mr. Yu sighed heavily, looked at Lin Lin, and decided that it was necessary to solve problems as they arrived. The main character drew attention to his grandfather and was surprised that the old man had some sad face. The guy thought that his grandfather was not good again. So he asked Mr. Yu whether he was worried about something. Grandfather laughed and replied that these were just trifles, and said that he was very glad that he had met our main character today. Chu Ming smiled and asked the old man not to worry about anything, and promised that everything would come true, which his grandfather would not wish. These words were very encouraging and inspired by Mr. Yu. He smiled broadly, his eyes shone again with joy. An elderly man folded his palms together in gratitude and said thanks to Chu Min for warm and inspiring words. Lin Lin was annoyed when Chu Ming again asked her to avoid people in green clothes. Otherwise, she could not be overcome by trouble. The girl crossed her arms over her chest and back. She asked why the hero suddenly decided so, and stated that he confused something. Soon, our hero and his fellow travelers arrived at Jiangzhou Station and left the station building. The guy helped Lin Lin to carry a suitcase. Chu Ming complained that her suitcase was too heavy, turned around and asked Lin Lin whether it was her luggage. Lin Lin replied that this was definitely her luggage, and she was glad that there was a person who helps her to drag him, and grandfather thanked him for his help. Bearing a suitcase, Chu Ming said that this is nonsense because it weighs no more than 3 bamboo trunks, and passers-by were surprised at its strength. The girl went forward and began to look for her friend, who promised to meet them, complaining that she still had not appeared. A modern road car drove up to the station at high speed, where Lin Lin's friend was sitting. The vehicle abruptly stopped right in front of Chu Mine and its fellow travelers who stood on the road. The stranger got out of the car. The girl was dressed in green high-heeled sandals because there was summer outside. The red-haired beauty elegantly straightened her hat and appeared in front of the heroes, like her shoes. The dress was also green. It was the best friend of Lin Lin named Zhu Ying. She smiled and asked the girl if she had already been waiting for her. However, Lin Lin was not glad to see her best friend. She was horrified when she saw what the girl was dressed in. Mrs. Yu looked scared at the protagonist and asked if his prediction could somehow correct. Chu Ming replied that there was one way, but he doubted whether Tsu would be embarrassed to change right now, removing the green outfit. Lin Lin blushed with embarrassment and opened his mouth wide from shock when she heard such a proposal from the protagonist. Zhu In raised one eyebrow and looked at her friend puzzled. She did not understand why she was so responded to her. The girl looked scared at her best friend and asked our hero if this is really the only way to change. Chu Ming replied that the only problem is a green dress, and it would be better to suck in now so as not to cause trouble. Lin Lin and the main character began to talk sweetly at close range, and her friend not far noticed. The red-haired girl did not understand what kind of guy it was because usually her best friend keeps young people at a distance. Looking at Chu Mina, Zi-In concluded that she was in front of her another bastard who wants to deceive her naive girlfriend. The main character immediately did not like the red-haired lady. She stared at China, not looking away. Lin Lin ran to her girlfriend and said that she needed to tell her something, and Kai-In answered that she also needed to do this. Zhu-In could not allow that guy to deceive her girlfriend, so she immediately spoke about our main character. But Mrs. Yu interrupted her. She grabbed her friend's hands and screamed, asking the girl to change immediately. The red-haired girlfriend blushed with embarrassment. She looked dumbfounded at Lin Lin because the request was unexpected. Lin Lin began to beg his best friend to do this, and said that she knew that there will always be a beautiful outfit in her trunk. Zhu-In was still embarrassed. She straightened her hat and sighed heavily, not understanding why her friend asks her to do this. The girl went to the car and opened the trunk, agreeing to change clothes, but on the condition that the liner would go with her. Mrs. Yu was delighted that her friend agreed to change the outfit, and was not opposed in return to go with her. The CYUCYUS In drove aside and parked in a secluded place where the girl could change without extra eyes. Removing the dress, Zhu turned an embarrassed glance at her friend and asked Lin Lin, what was connecting her with that guy? Mrs. Yu asked who was talking about. And at that moment, the green dress of her best friend flew right in her face. Instead of a bun, in a short dress, and irritably replied that Lin Lin said so that there was a whole crowd of guys. When the red-haired girl looked out the window, she was surprised because the guy with whom her girlfriend spoke evaporated somewhere. The girl was puzzled. She asked the heroine where our Chu-Ming disappeared, who had just stood near the old man Yu. Lin Lin also looked out the window and noticed the loss, and explained to the best girlfriend that she met that guy on the train. In addition to the dress, the Z-In began to pull the black stockings, and said Lin Lin, so that she would be more careful with that unreliable stranger. Dressing, the red-haired girl told her girlfriend that often the most inconspicuous guys turn out to be scammers. She got angry when she saw a frustrated face of Lin Lin, who was saddened by the fact that Chu-Ming left without saying goodbye. The main character decided to leave because the mentor told him that a worthy person should not watch how others change. He built a route on the phone and decided to do his own affairs, about to go to the apartment on the outskirts that the mentor prepared for him. A yellow car abruptly stopped in front of the guy. A bearded man inside turned out to be a taxi driver and suggested that Chi ride. The navigator on the phone of Chu said that before the apartment he would have to overcome almost 14 kilometers, which surprised him. The cunning taxi driver understood that it would be difficult for an unknown person to get there, and was going to be lucky with the roundabout ways with the counter turned on. The main character looked at the taxi driver dumbfounded when the man began to insist so that Malaya jumped into his car. The blue-haired guy did not want to go by taxi. He smiled and politely answered the man that there was no need for this. Wanting to convince Chu Mina, the taxi driver asked the young man whether he was going to walk more than 10 kilometers. The protagonist, prepared to rush away, finally told the unscrupulous driver that this was a trifle for him. The guy rested his hands on the asphalt to prepare to run, and said that in the mountains he overcame much long distances. Having crushed, the protagonist rushed forward concentratedly. He was going to get to the apartment as soon as possible. The taxi driver stuck his head out of the window and looked after the guy. Surprised that Chu-Ming rushed forward at a very high speed, the bearded man was sweating with fright. He did not understand what the hell was happening here, because Chu-Min moved incredibly quickly. The main character continued to run along the streets of the Chinese city, parallel to hold the phone in his hand so as not to go astray. The young man rushed quickly, like the wind. He dumbfounded ordinary passers by because he ran very quickly, bypassing everyone around. After a short run, the hero found himself in the back of the city of Jinzhou. It was the outskirts with the poorest houses. The navigator in the phone of Chu Mina said that he arrived at the Shunhan residential complex and asked not to forget to pay fines for speeding. When the main character received a notification, he stopped abruptly, lifting one leg up, and saw a sign in front of him. The guy drew attention to the tablet that hung on the house. He read that the Hunsha residential complex was written there. Nearby was an old man in a white t-shirt who smoked a cigarette, and he corrected the guy, saying that the complex was called Hunshan. An elderly local resident explained to the chief hero that he simply had half a word on a plate, so he read incorrectly. Chu-Min thanked his grandfather for the hint and went away. The grandmother, who read the newspaper nearby, looked at him in surprise. The old people, looking at the young man, concluded that this is another young man from the village who came to the city to work. Grandfather said that the center was on the center by bus, concluding that now the young people are more persistent, nor that they are in their years. The main character climbed the steps, which led to the front door of the house where a small apartment was specially rented for him. The guy remembered the words of his mentor, who said that for him an apartment with counters and a free fast internet. At this time, Chu-Ming climbed up the wooden staircase to find the dwelling that the sage rented for him. He also recalled the mentor's complaints that the maximum internet speed in the mountains is 200 kilobytes, which is why it is even impossible to watch the film. The guy was in anticipation. He was eager to try to use a quick internet that he never had. Having risen to the 6th floor, the main character finally found the desired apartment. On top of the plate, the house number was indicated. Grabbing the strap of the backpack, the guy looked up and read what was written on the plate, concluding that this is the apartment that he needed. The protagonist had no keys, so the young man, before entering, knocked on the door so that someone would open him. At this moment, he remembered the words of the mentor about the water meters and electricity. Having no idea what kind of device it was, the door opened. On the threshold stood a long-haired pretty girl who held a cigarette in her hand and looked at the hero. When the main character saw a stranger, he immediately lowered his eyes to look at her figure. because of which his heart was beating more often. The guy immediately blushed with embarrassment and looked away. He introduced himself as Chu Ming, who came about renting an apartment. Seeing the young man's reaction to her beauty, the girl introduced herself as Qin Yan and told our hero that he was a lesser. Qin Yan went inside and said that he could use the living room and kitchen at any time, but not dry things on the terrace. There will not be only one to live in the Chu Ming apartment, therefore, going up to the balcony where linen was already dried. Qin Yan said that he could use this place on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. The main character immediately drew attention to the female underwear, which is dried on the ropes on the balcony. Everywhere, women's clothing was hung, which brought Chu Mina into a real shock. He stared at it all, opening his mouth wide. Xinjiang got angry when she saw what the new resident of the apartment was looking at, and asked Chu Mina what he was stared at. The hero became embarrassed because of the remark of the lesser. He bent embarrassedly and looked at the girl, not becoming directly responding. Because of the embarrassment, Chu Ming could not continue the conversation, so he went to his room, warning the girl about it. The main character entered his new room, but he opened his mouth in surprise when he saw that he was waiting there. Chu Ming was taken aback. He rounded his eyes from shock because the room was not like a place that he expected to see, and all because a large pink bed was waiting for him inside, on which women's clothing and underwear were scattered. From awkwardness, the guy became red as a tomato, and he even had blood from his nose when the lesser said that this was her room. Without looking for the girl in the eye, the guy apologized loudly and immediately ran away, opening the door to the next room, which already belongs to him. The cigarette holding in his hand, Qin Yang was surprised when the main character abruptly ran away and slammed the door behind him. The boy's behavior aroused interest in the girl. She smiled when she released cigarette smoke from her mouth. The lesser thought that not every day you would see a neat boy, and thought that he looked good, albeit closed. She stared inquiringly at the young man, when unexpectedly the main character opened the door and looked at the girl. The protagonist smiled awkwardly and blushed. Embarrassed, asked the lessor, "What a Wi-Fi password in this apartment?" The girl removed a cigarette from her mouth and dictated to the guy a set of 9 digits, which would give Chi access to the internet. Seeing a smile on the girl's face, the main character stood motionless for a long time and looked at her face. There was a blush on his cheeks. The lessor of Qin Yang also did not interrupt visual contact. She looked at the young man with a slight smile on her face. An awkward silence hung between the guy and the girl. They looked at each other for some time, and Chu Ming felt awkward. The main character found the courage in a quiet voice to say thanks to the girl, and then disappeared, running back into his room. The landlord continued to smile. She noticed that the new resident of her apartment was very sweet when she was embarrassed. After that, without documenting to the end, a girl named Qin Yang put out a cigarette on an ashtray to do other things. She understood that such guys were not destined to be with her, so she went to her bedroom to be alone. When it was already dark on the street, Chu Ming was lying in his bed. The day was not easy, but he was glad that he had settled down in the city. Remembering the girls whom he met today, he realized that in the city they are even more beautiful than described in books. The guy climbed into his pocket, where a wooden amulet lay, which on the eve of the journey handed a mine his mentor. Chu Ming stared at the sign with the hieroglyphs, and he suddenly became interested in learning about the 7th older sister. The protagonist owned the art of fortune-telling, and he decided to apply these skills to find out what kind of person the 7th older sister is. The plate evaporated, and the guy sat in a meditative pose, closing his eyes. His body began to radiate bright blue light. Dissatisfaction appeared on the face of Chu Mina. He could not find out something sensible about his sister, which annoyed him. Closing his eyes, the guy saw in front of him only a lot of flying bills and coins. He concluded that his sister is a businessman. The young man was so tense that he even sweated. He could not understand why he could not see his older sister in his head. To use the art of fortune-telling, the young man squeezed the pillows of the thumb and middle fingers together. But suddenly he felt a sharp pain. Taking around in the bed from side to side, he shouted that the 7 masters joined forces to hide the strength of the 7th elder sister from his eyes. However, he found out that she was a business person, so he took out a phone to look on the internet and find tips about his sister. Having rummaged on the internet, Chu Ming was only upset even more, because all the people he found were very old. The guy collapsed onto the bed and sighed heavily, realizing that he could not use the short way, and he will have to find another. The protagonist rounded his eyes from fright when he heard a loud mutter, which came from his digestive tract. The young man was about to get out of bed and find to eat, because the last time the boy ate in his village, The guy carefully left the room and suggested that her neighbor was not at home. He behaved neatly, because now he lives with a girl. The main character slowly stepped around the living room to go to the kitchen and find something edible. Much in this apartment for the guy was new. He drew attention to the gas stove, knowing that it was, but never before using it. Earlier on his phone, our hero saw how to use a gas stove, but still felt not quite confident. The young man turned the handle of the stove to light it. He used such a device for the first time, so he did not know if it would work out. However, doubts did not materialize. With a slight movement of the hand of Chu, the mine managed to light the plate. The burner began to burn with blue fire. This greatly delighted the protagonist. A smile shone on his face when he saw that he managed to cope with the gas stove. It is time to cook dinner. For this, Chu Mines poured water into a large pan to boil it on the stove. In the mountains, he was a real master of brewing noodles. So in just 4 steps, he managed to cook a delicious and hearty dish. As a result, there was a bowl with aromatic hot noodles on the table. Additionally, the main character added a fried egg and herbs there. Sitting in front of a bowl of food, the guy had his eyes shone with joy. This was the first meal not in the mountains. He closed his palms together before starting. Chumin began to gobble up hot noodles with the help of a stick of food. From happiness and pleasure, the guy closed his eyes and blushed. The main character enjoyed his own prepared food, not paying attention to anything. Fragrant steam came from the bowl, but something began to alarm him. The guy was distracted from food and looked around. He noticed how quietly in the apartment. The smile evaporated from the face of our hero. The guy became sad and dreary, because such silence greatly oppressed him. The hero sadly recalled his former life in the mountains. There, in the village, it was never so quiet and lonely. Chu Ming began to miss his old mentors. Earlier, they constantly got together at the same table and laughed. But there was no time to miss, because behind him the hero heard some kind of noise. He turned around and noticed that someone was opening the door. Hearing that someone was opening the front door with his key, the guy thought that her beautiful mistress had returned to the apartment. Partly Chu Ming was right. Her mistress entered the apartment, but she was very drunk, and her friend brought. The stranger was frightened when she saw the guy in the house. She screamed, asking who he was and what Qin Yan was doing in the house. The question was taken by surprise of our hero. He got up from the couch and scratched his head before answering the stranger. In a disconnect due to alcohol, Qin Yan collapsed right on the floor, and the stranger ran away, screaming that she had nothing to do with it. The main character was in shock. He looked with rounded eyes after thinking, is he really so similar to a bad person? Standing Qin Yan, who was lying on the floor, the hero did not understand whether to take the girl on the bed, and felt a pungent smell of wine from her. But when Chu Ming was better listened to the smell emanating from the girl, a shock arose on his face. Because it was something worse than wine. The guy immediately knelt down near Qin Yan and tried to raise her, holding his head to check her condition. The girl was almost unconscious. She sweated, and her cheeks were red, and Chu Ming realized that she was poisoned by substances. The hero was outraged to the limit. He did not understand who could be so cruel to pump the girl with strong medicines. After a moment, Qin Yan began to show signs of life. She opened her mouth wide and lifted her head up, coughing heavily. After Qin Yan bent over the floor and began, coughing, spitting all the contents onto the carpet, which was in her stomach. Together with the liquid, the girl spilled a small white tablet, which she took before she turned off. The protagonist, to check how they crammed her new friend, reached out to take this pill in his hand. Having carefully examined the tablet, Chu Ming was amazed that Qin Yan was forced to take such a large dose of a strong medicine. The girl was very bad. Her whole body trembled, but she found the strength to ask for help and call a doctor by number 120. She collapsed again to the floor, and Chu Ming was afraid that it was already too late, because the tablet led to the scattering of qi of the kidneys. With sadness in his face and voice, the main character stated that the girl was left to live no more than 10 minutes. All these words were heard by the trembling Qin Yan. Her eyes began to be filled with tears when she realized that he was no longer a tenant. Qin Yan, lying on the carpet, was horrified, as if she was paralyzed. She understood that she could not move, and did not want to die. Earlier in the club, some guys made her drink wine with a pill, threatening that this bar would be closed for her if she does not do it. The girl began to cry, not understanding why she was prepared for such torment, because she dreamed of just living well. She also felt herself in childhood when her mother admitted to her that the girl was just a tool for pumping money from her father. Standing Qin Yan, the main character understood that her salvation could bring him a lot of trouble, but the mentors also taught him to another. Chu Ming remembered the words of his old people that doctors should be kind, so he repeated them loudly. The young man decided to help the girl avoid death in such a young age and grabbed Qin Yan by the wrist to check the pulse. The guy asked the girl lying on the carpet to stop panic and stated that he had the opportunity to save Qin Yan. For the girl, this was a surprise. She could not believe that such a simple one, a guy could help her in this situation. The hero learned that the girl's pulse is still relatively pure, so it is enough to remove the poison from the body so that everything is getting along. Qin Yan screamed with fright, asking what Chu Mines was going to do when the hero apologized and began to take off her clothes. The girl sobbed with disappointment and helplessness. She concluded that all men are really the same. But our hero was not going to do something bad with her. Contrary to her expectation, he took out a cover where the needles were stored for treatment. Having prepared tools for acupuncture, the protagonist said that the most urgent task is now the removal of toxins. But he immediately realized that the acupuncture in this situation was not enough. So he took out and looked at the scalpel to carry out the procedure. The main character decided to make a cut on the girl's body to release toxins from her body, and grabbed a scalpel. The guy put a scalpel to Xin Yan's stomach and asked her to wait a bit until he finishes the procedure. When Chu Ming made a cut with a scalpel on his stomach, Qin Yan screamed from a sudden sharp pain piercing her body. A few drops of blood were poured with a stream from the cut on the girl's stomach. All toxins left the body with them. Immediately after this, Chu Ming took a needle and a thread to sew the wound near the navel Qin Yan. On this, the procedure ended. Then the protagonist treated a surgical tool with a rag to clean it from blood toxins. Qin Yan was at a loss when a smiling Chu Ming told her that everything was in order with her, and she only needed to relax for a couple of days. The girl raised herself and looked at her wound. She was at a loss, not understanding what Chu Ming had just done. To help Xin Yan to get to the bed, the main character deftly grabbed a fragile girl in his arms. The guy told the embarrassed girl that this was just an operation to remove the toxin source. Qin Yan was dumbfounded. From awkwardness, she blushed. The thought flashed in her head that Chu Min was true a good person. The protagonist silently suffered the mistress of the apartment in her bedroom, easily holding the girl on her hands. Having laid Qin Yan on the sofa, he asked the girl to relax a bit while he would fit in the living room. The girl dutifully lay on the couch. She could not choose words to answer our hero, because she was embarrassed. Suddenly, they knocked on the door. Outside, the scream of a girl claiming that she brought her brother Hayao to see Qin Yan. Qin Yan was furious. She realized that brother Kiao dared to come to her apartment. The girl was clearly not glad to see him. The main character did not yet understand what was happening, so he pointed his finger at the door and asked Qin Yan whether he should open him. The guy was already approaching the door, saying that it seems to him that her friend came, who brought her home the day before. He stopped abruptly and was alert when Qin Yan shouted so that he did not dare to open, because those bastards came. Clutching his teeth with rage, the angry Qin Yan explained to Chu, "What, these are those people who harm her today?" Qin Yan earned a living for a long time, working as a small bar who controls a small bar near her house. Today, the girl, as usual, went to open the bar in the evening and started work. She not only controlled the bar but also poured drinks. But today, her friend Jiang Qian brought to her bar the notorious villain whom the girl met nearby. A guy with a large golden chain on his neck went to the bar, behind which Qin Yan stood, and laid a lot of bills on it. Qin Yan awkwardly smiled at the new client. At that time, she just poured an alcoholic drink for another guest. Brother Hao screamed, ordering him to give him a glass of the strongest drink that is in the bar, and the woman Qin Yan asked to present him the most expensive alcohol. Qin Yan knew that this guy had a disgusting reputation, but she needed to conduct business, so she agreed to give him alcohol. Jiang Qian alerted Qin Yan when she went to the girl and said, grinning that she had some business for her. The girl suggested Qin Yan to quickly earn money, and the essence of the work was to spend the night with Hao's brother. Qin Yan immediately began to wave her hands, refusing the offer because she sold only alcohol, not her body. Jiang Qian's behavior of her friend was very angry. She thought that Qin Yan was arrogant, since he considers himself such an important person. Brother Hao, observing from the side, saw that Qin Yan refuses to spend the night with him, so he was very angry. The guy had a potent medicine with him. He knew that only one tablet was enough to drive a girl crazy. Without a twinge of conscience, Brother Hao added as many as 2 tablets of medicine to a glass of wine, until no one has seen. Brother Hao frightened the owner of the bar when he came up to her and began to threaten the consequences if she did not respect him. The villain handed a glass of wine a frightened girl and told her to drink it, and then pretend that nothing had happened. He shocked Qin Yan and left her no choice when he said that if she did not drink this wine, her bar will be closed today. Qin Yan was angry with her brother Hao and her friend, to whom she belonged well, but she harms her like this. The girl had no choice, so she pulled out a glass of wine from her brother Hao and shouted that she agreed to drink him. She understood that the use of this alcohol would turn into great consequences for her, so her hand trembled very much. Brother Hao smiled angrily, watching Qin Yan in one gulp drinks a glass of wine. The guy rejoiced from his victory. Sitting on the couch in front of Chu Min, the girl admitted that she trusted her friend and helped her, and did not expect such betrayal. She was taken aback when she saw in front of her the contented face of Chu Min, who chewed the watermelon, and asked if he listened to her at all. The guy said that he had found a watermelon in the refrigerator, and asked if he should call the police or open the door to the villains. Qin Yan was trembling, but she got up from the sofa and asked Chu Mina to open the door. She wanted to look into the eyes of unscrupulous traitors. The owner of the apartment complained about weakness in her legs and asked if the guy could go with her to help her. She opened her mouth in surprise and blushed when, without further ado, the main character immediately approached her to support. The guy took Qin Yan so that she would not collapse to the floor and agreed to go with her and open the door to the villains together. On the threshold stood his brother Hao and her friend. An angry guy made a claim to Qin Yan. Why she opened the door for so long? Chu Ming took everything to the phone, and Qin Yan asked his brother Hao how he had enough arrogance and come to her home. Zhang Qian pointed a finger at our hero and shouted that this guy stole things from Qin Yan's house and asked why he was still here. The guy was outraged. He stated that he did not steal anything and warned of responsibility if they did not prove anything. Zhang Qian, pretending to be caring, asked her friend to approach her, promising that she and her brother Hao would help her. But Qin Yan stood at Chu Min, saying that it was her boyfriend, and he already knows that they poured her medicine and they already called the police. The girl in a turquoise dress screamed that they were carrying nonsense. She did not want to admit that they pumped Qin Yan. Brother Hao was at a loss. He looked at Qin Yan and did not understand how a girl could be awake after such a dose of medicine. Qin Yan asked Chu Mina faster to say something to the villains, otherwise they simply would not leave her housing. The guy asked the mistress of the apartment if these are people who harmed the girl, and she confirmed it. The girl looked inquiringly at Chu Mina when he said that they were bad people in front of them, and he would teach them a lesson. Chu Ming went out of the threshold of the apartment and greeted his brother Hao, the same as the villain, who is the guy of the housewife of the house. Qin Yan was at a loss. She did not understand why Chu Ming greeted people who were trying to harm her. The main character shook his hand to the villain, and he said that Chu Ming made a profitable deal, meeting this girl. Chu Ming, smiling, said Hao that his girlfriend was tried to poison with pills. He had not yet found out who did it. Brother Hao tensed strongly. He did not expect that Chu Ming would behave so friendly and pretend that he did not know who the culprit of all this. Jiang Qin also felt uneasy when Chu Min thanked the girl for bringing Qin Yan back home. For Jiang Qin, it was news that her friend had a guy, and she did not understand when Qin Yan managed to get them. She hid an evil smirk, realizing that this guy is just a child who can only smile. Chu Min said that video surveillance was installed in the Qin Yan bar, so they will find out who the pest is when they check the cameras. The guy warned that he would transfer all the information to the police when he finds out who exactly this was with his girlfriend. At this moment, Zhang Qin and brother Hao tightened greatly. They even forgot that there was observation in the bar. They needed to get rid of cameras. Hao turned sharply and said that he still has business, so he leaves, and Zhang Qin asked to wait for her. The villain abruptly stopped halfway when the new guy Qin Yan called out to his brother Chaos to tell him something else. Trying to hide the rage and irritation of Hao turned around and asked what he wanted from him, and ordered to speak faster. Smiling, Chu Ming told the guy that men could not rely only on their lower body. The protagonist continued to confidently tease the villain with a gold chain, crushing on his weaknesses. This greatly hurt his brother Hao for the living. The guy could no longer hide his rage in relation to the guy, and shouted at him loudly, but he decided to turn around and leave, mentally threatening them to take revenge when he destroys the surveillance cameras in the bar. Clutching his teeth with anger, brother Hao looked at enemies for the last time and mentally promised them to turn their life into a nightmare. Hugging Qin Yan, Chu Ming asked if she wanted him to go to the bar and return the data from the cameras before they do it. Qin Yan replied that it was useless because Hao will be released in any case in a couple of months, because he is too powerful. Then Chu Ming suggested that the girl had not eaten today, and invited the hostess of the apartment to prepare a delicious noodles for her. The girl laughed loudly and agreed, saying that she had not eaten noodles for her for a long time. prepared by other people for her. The main character asked the mistress of the apartment not to laugh, otherwise fresh seams on her stomach could be dispersed. Brother Hao still returned to the girl's bar and took out a memory card from the camera. Soon he broke it to 2 parts to destroy the data. The villain rejoiced because now no one can get anything from this memory card, and its restoration is impossible. Jiang Qin, lying behind the bed, touched the guy's back of his head and asked him not to worry about it. The reddened Jiang Qin looked at her brother Hao, promising a guy to rid him of anger inside him. The girl dissolved in love for his brother Hao when the guy came closer to her and held out his hand to touch her shoulder. Having licked his lips, brother Hao hugged the girl by the waist and admitted that he was feeling very angry today. A few seconds passed. The puzzled Jiang Qin sat near his brother Hao, who was exhausted on the bed, spreading his arms to the sides. Jiang Qin was very scared. She began to back, not understanding what was happening, and why brother Hao is like this today. Brother Hao was also very outraged. Yesterday he was fine, and today he unexpectedly is not capable of intimacy with girls. At that moment, he remembered a recent conversation with Chu Min. Then, our hero told him that men should not rely only on the lower part of his body. The thought flashed through his brother Hao that maybe that guy Chu Ming did something with him that deprived him of male power. The guy was furious. He began to beat the head of the bed with his fist, very angry with the protagonist. At this time, Qin Yan finally started food. Chu Ming prepared hot and fragrant noodles for her. Qin Yan said that the food smells very tasty, and when he tried the first piece, she shone with pleasure. Chu Min was eager to find out if the girl liked his noodles in taste, and he asked Qin Yan, like her ramen. The owner of the apartment showed a thumb up and answered the guy that she had not eaten such a delicious noodles for a long time. The puzzled main character asked Qin Yan, "Is there really no one at home who could cook delicious food to the girl?" The girl did not answer, but only shook her head in agreement and opened her mouth to eat more noodles. There were many questions in Chu Min's head, on which he had no answers. He looked at Qin Yan with sadness and bewilderment. Looking aside, the girl decided to admit the young man that she no longer had a family. She tried to hide sadness. Having straightened her hair, Qin Yan said that her father passed away very early, and her mother escaped after his death, so she grew up in an orphanage. The main character admitted to the girl that he was also an orphan, but said that he did not understand what it means escaped. Qin Yan, laughing, said that her mother married her dad only for the sake of money and property, and later she managed to take it away from him. When she was completely baby, her mother gave her to the orphanage and took her all the property of the family to marry another man. The main character became very sad for the girl. He thought that she was even more unhappy because he at least had mentors. Qin Yan said that she should not regret her and said that she spent many years to build her house and open a bar. The girl was attacked by drowsiness, but she told Chu Min that she did not rely on anyone and lives well enough. Qin Yan lay her head right on the table and closed her eyes, and before falling asleep she whispered that she was strong and independent. Before she finally cut down, the mistress of the apartment admitted to Chu that she was afraid of something. Chu Min understood that due to lost blood, Qin Yan was now feeling strong fatigue. Although all toxins were removed from the body, he could not allow Qin Yan to sleep sitting, so he quietly took the girl in his arms to take it to the bedroom. In the head of the protagonist, the desire to protect this fragile girl woke up. He mentally promised her to prevent Qin Yan an offense for those villains. The guy was taken aback when he saw that the girl's body began to radiate golden light. Her cheeks also gained a golden blush. Chu Ming perfectly understood that an ordinary person could not have such an ability to self-healing. This is the physiology of ruin. The guy carefully laid the girl on the bed, holding her head while she was emitting white steam and golden glow, recovering. He remembered the words of the great master about the rare daughter of Ruyan, who is a good pair for double improvement. The hero knew that if you practice double improvement, taking yin and complementing yang, his skills would improve twice as fast. However, another master told him that double improvement was a boring, complex, and irritating thing in the world. Putting his hand on his heart, Chu Ming admitted to himself that as soon as Qin Yan hugged, her heartbeat accelerated and did not understand why. He began to clap himself with his palms over his face, ordering himself not to think so much because ahead is the foundation of the sect and the promotion of teaching. The guy came out of Qin Yan's bedrooms. Now he wanted to think only about how to find his 7th older sister as soon as possible. Chu Min slammed the door behind him and left the girl alone with him. She was still sleeping, and her cheeks were golden, which spoke of cure. However, hearing a loud sound, the girl woke up. She opened her eyes sharply, but so far she remained motionless. All Qin Yan's thoughts were about our main character. She was very impressed that Chu Ming carried her to the bedroom, but did not touch her. She first met such a boy in her life. Before she saw only men in the bar who wanted to eat her alive, the girl was lying in bed, thinking only about Chu Ming. She did not understand why all her thoughts about him, because it was just an accidental meeting. The cruel voice in her head was reminded by Qin Yan that she was not worthy of such a pure guy, and asked her to remember this always. The next morning came. Chu Ming rubbed his eyes when he was awakened by the girl's voice, asking if he wanted to have breakfast. Qin Yan said that today her turn is to treat the guy with breakfast, and stated that she had already prepared a surprise for Chu Mina. The main character was surprised. He looked at the girl with rounded eyes when she suddenly mentioned some kind of surprise. When Chu Ming left the room, on the kitchen table, he was already waiting for the promised breakfast in the form of several delicious dishes. They both sat down at the table, and when the guy looked at the food, he told the girl that the presentation of breakfast is really good. Qin Yan, smiling sweetly, asked the protagonist now to try her food that she had prepared. The main character tried food, and honestly admitted to the girl that there was nothing special in the dish. The girl laughed and admitted to Chu that she completely does not know how to cook, so she bought this food below in the store. Having looked at the behavior of Qin Yan, Chu Ming realized that she was in a good mood, which means she almost recovered by the physiology of Ruan. The guy decided to remind the girl what she told him about some kind of surprise, and asked what she had in mind then. Chu Ming was in shock when Qin Yan suddenly approached and said that after yesterday, she knew that the guy is an unusual person. She promised the guy that he would definitely make a name in this city and become famous at the expense of his abilities. The girl said that she wanted to be friends with him, and in order to show sincerity, he would free him 6 months from the rent. The protagonist's eyes shone with happiness. He smiled broadly when he was offered to live here for 6 months for free. With the joy of Chu Ming was traced, he understood that for 6 months he would save about 2,000 yuan, and he had never seen such a lot of money. Qin Yan became embarrassed due to the reaction of Chimina to her surprise. She did not expect the guy to shine with happiness. They sharply looked at the door when someone began to knock on her loudly and scream, insulting Qin Yan to open her. The main character immediately got up from his chair and asked him to leave this matter to him, because in his voice behind the door, he recognized his brother Hao. Qin Yan tried to stop him, because yesterday they had already dealt with him, and she did not understand that Hao still needed. The guy admitted to the girl that yesterday, through the handshake, he managed to deprive Hao of his male power, and he would still continue to come, so it is worth intervening now. The girl was in shock. She asked the protagonist whether he pumped up his brother Hao with some medicines yesterday. The protagonist admitted that he did it with Hao, because he and the rest were terribly acted with Qin Yan. The owner of the apartment was covered with a blush due to embarrassment, and looked down when she saw that Chu Ming stood up for her. Our young hero went to the door and opened it. He saw his brother Hao in black trousers and napulated shoes in front of him, but Hao did not come alone. Behind him stood a whole gang of hooligans, and the guy from the threshold began to scream at Chu Mina, asking what he did yesterday. The main character began to whistle and look around, saying that he does not understand what his brother Hao is talking about now. The guy with a golden chain came up and grabbed our hero by the t-shirt, screaming so that he would not pretend to be a fool. The bully held Chu Mina tightly by the t-shirt and looked into his eyes, shouting that he knew very well what he did to him. Chu Minese indignantly removed Hao and stated that he had no evidence and perhaps the guy just accidentally destroyed himself somewhere. The protagonist said that this is illegal to blame someone, and he has the right to sue Hay for blackmail if he demands something. Hao was furious but could not answer anything, because he understood that it was impossible to get evidence now. Boss, standing behind, asked the boss not to worry, and it was better to beat Chu Mina well, and then he would be honest. Hao burst the vessels in his eyes with anger. He answered Gromala that he was right, and said to Chu that he would beat him until he was confessed. Brother Hao gave the team to his strong hooligans to attach to Chu Mina. Our hero stood calmly and motionless. Strong guys were ready to attack Chu Mina, but he remained calm. He concentrated on the battle. The legs of our hero surrounded the stripes of bright magic light. He possessed special combat skills that would help him defeat enemies. The holy warrior Chao Yuzpiao, his mentor, previously taught him these skills, which he came in handy at this critical moment. But Qin Yan was against a fight. She had already dialed an emergency number and screamed so that everyone was stopping because she was calling the police. The girl attracted the attention of everyone smashed, who burst into her apartment. The hooligans froze for a short while. The protagonist sighed and irritably. He wanted to test his strength, and he did not like that Qin Yan called the cops. Qin Yan stepped forward and shouted to his brother Hao that they were counting, and if he leaves now, she would just leave his act in the past. But Hao was not going to leave. He asked Qin Yan if she really considers herself important. She managed to open her own bar. A guy with a large golden chain on his neck was tuned to a fight, with a wide smile on his face. Hao waved his hand. The girl opened her mouth wide and froze with fright when Hao waved and shouted that she remembered that she would forever remain a woman of easy behavior. But the protagonist did not let the villain hit the mistress of the apartment. He became lightning speed between his brother Qiao and Qin Yan. Hao did not manage to quickly react to the actions of our hero, so he simply stood, opening his mouth wide when his hand was already at his face. Brother Hao skewed his whole face when Chu Ming, using magical abilities, hit the villain with his palm on the cheek. The blow was impressive, so the guy in a black suit flew back, becoming completely helpless. The hooligans opened their eyes wide and stared at the Hao, who flew right above them. In the end, Hao collapsed on the floor and hit his head against the wall, all his assistants stunned at this picture. The hooligans were angry with the protagonist. One of them swung a pipe, and the bald guy came closer and began to threaten Chu Min. However, the threats of villains did not act on our hero. He remained calm and confident in his abilities. The bully, which stood the closest to him, he decided to attack with a blow to the side. For this, Chu Ming jumped up. After that, he immediately began the next thug, a red-haired guy with a scar on his face. He decided to hit his stomach. The protagonist dealt with all the villains with lightning speed. At the next moment, he flew up to a guy with a green tie. A man in a strict suit of Chu Ming decided to hit in the face. He managed to neutralize this guy with one blow. None of the Hao gang could continue the fight. They were all lying on the floor, and Qin Yan warned Chu Mina that he could now have trouble. But the protagonist was not to stop. He sharply answered the girl that he did not care whether Hao was a local snake or even a dragon. The frightened and helpless Hao sat on the floor when Chu Min approached him and stated that he should teach the lesson to the man who offended his friend. Hao began to back, clinging to the wall. He trembled with fear and shouted to Chu Min so that he would not approach him, otherwise his father would kill his son's offender. The threats of Brother Hao did not act on the protagonist. The guy came up and hit the villain's chest with his foot. Clutching the soul of a trembling villain to the wall, Chu Ming asked the guy why he was calling his daddy at that age. Chu Mines held 2 needles in his hand, realizing that it would not be enough to beat the chaos, and he should teach him a special lesson. After that, the main character threw 2 sharp needles right into the villain. He wanted to get into specific 2 points to harm him. A guy with a golden chain on his neck grins in pain when 2 needles hit certain points on his body. Brother Hao flooded with tears and shouted he was so painful that the guy began to call for help and beg him to save him. Chu Minese used the technology of acupuncture of the great master against him. Sometimes they are more effective than the kung fu of his 6th mentor. A contented smile disappeared from the face of the protagonist, and he was frightened when he heard the loud cry of his friend Qin Yan. It turned out that the Brito-headed Thunder woke up and grabbed Qin Yan. He put a gun to her head, ordering Qi to fix what he did with Hao. An enraged, bald, healthy man, holding Qin Yan hostage, shouted, ordering our hero to do this quickly. The protagonist did nothing. He just stood and stared at the big man, pondering what he should go on. In this situation, Chu had nothing left to do, except to approach and get long needles from the body of his brother Hao. Brother Hao took a breath after what happened to him, and the bald, healthy man asked boss if he was all right. The main villain managed to get to his feet and answer that everything was fine with him. He was tense, because the methods of Chimina are not easy. Hao asked Chumina what he did with him, because now he had a strange pain. But he could only laugh. Having shown Hao his needles, the main character replied that there is nothing special, just a traditional acupuncture. The guy was dumbfounded when his brother Hao suddenly invited him to join him, being impressed by his skills. Chu Ming thought that Hao just went crazy because the hero had just beaten him to half to death, and now they want to recruit him. Hao promised the guy a sea of money and women if he hangs out with him because his father leads the fish business on this street. The main character was outraged. He asked Hao how he was going to pay for the fact that he offended his girlfriend yesterday. The guy in a leopard shirt smiled and asked why Chi liked such girls, because she was nothing of herself. He went up and put his hand on the shoulder of Chmina, saying that he has many girls, and our hero will be able to choose any. Chu Ming shook his hand. Hao from his shoulder and replied that he was not in the mood, asked Hao to leave with his people and no longer show up. Hao did not leave attempts to annoy Qin Yan. He told her that now the girl would have to drink a penalty glass of wine. The skin-headed big man continued to hold the muzzle of a gun at the Qinyan temple. He screamed to her to follow him. Brother Hao grinned and told the main character that since he did not agree to be in his team, then he would have to act differently. Leaving Chu Mina behind, Brother Hao said that our hero can only stand and watch his woman suffers. However, the main character did not feel fear. He released his friend Qin Yan with them because everything went according to his plan. The guy followed his brother Hao and his Smitriers, who kept Qin Yan hostage. He knew that they did not want witnesses. The protagonist calmly followed his brother Hao and his friends, without taking any action yet. When everyone entered the household of the house, Chu Ming closed the door behind him and pulled the handle to stay alone with them. Hao gave an order to go behind the thugs and settled the case with Qin Yan and do it in front of her boyfriend. The villain warned the hero that if he dares to take a step, he would kill Qin Yan, and he wants Chu to look with his own eyes to humiliate the girl. Brother Hao was surprised when he saw that our hero was not just not afraid of him, but stands and laughs right into the eyes of the villain. Chu Ming asked the villain what he would be afraid of, if it is true that people are not faster than a bullet in an open field. The hooligans bounced back and opened their mouths in surprise when Chu Ming suddenly broke off. In a split second, the main character, whose eyes radiated red light, rushed past them and was already on his way to his friend. An incredibly fast guy after a moment appeared in front of his girlfriend. Qin Yan was still hostage. A skin-headed bully with tattoos was noticeably angry when he saw in front of him a mine. Who dared to come here? The big man wanted to say something to our hero, but did not have time to say 2 words, as Chu Ming grabbed him by the wrist. The protagonist removed the hand of the bald guy in which he held the gun, and directed it up, after which the shot rang out. A shaved-headed, dumbfounded bully stared at his hand and screamed in pain because he received a dislocation after the capture of Chu Ming. But he did not succeed in getting off with a dislocation of wrists, because after a moment the big man received a fist in the chest. The attack of our hero was so powerful that the bully in tattoos immediately lost his balance and hit his whole body on the floor. The bald, healthy man opened his mouth wide and shouted when, due to a blow to the chest, he hit the head of the tile. Chu Ming asked the young lady to sit a little while he was sorting out, and Qin Yan warned him that he was a threat behind him. Having jumped, the guys of his brother Hao were already ready to attack Chu Ming from the back, but the hero remained calm and did nothing. The main character looked to the side and grinned, telling the offenders that they were slower than a boar on the mountain. Chu Minis grabbed a guy with a green tie behind his wrist who held a long pipe in his hand as a weapon. The hooligans twisted their faces and shouted when the main character managed to simultaneously squeeze their wrists, causing them to hellish pain. After Chu, Ming shouted so that they fell silent because they screamed too loudly and clung to the guy's throat with both hands. Brother Hao was trembling with fear. He did not understand how this could happen, because the skills of our hero went beyond military training. The villain realized that the time to make his legs, because it was impossible to fight with such a monster, he wanted to call for the help of his father. A guy with a golden chain on his neck ran to the exit of the apartment and grabbed his hand behind the door hand. And then he had a problem. The main character stood behind and silently watched how his brother Hao pulls the handle, trying to escape. But nothing came of him. Chu Means, twisting the keys on his finger, said Hao that as soon as they entered the apartment, the guy locked the door so he would not get out. Brother Hao was discouraged. He fell into a hopeless situation, standing on his legs trembling with fear between a locked door and an angry Chu Mine. Min came closer and with a grin on his face asked Hao why he was now silent if he had been so cool before. Hao collapsed to Chu Min and began to beg not to kill him, promising that Qin Yan compensates everything with his money. Having knocked his head in front of our hero, the villain, squinting with fear, shouted, admitting to his wrongness. Chu Min understood that he now has a good opportunity to make these villains no longer bother Qin Yan. The main character had to be distracted when someone began to knock on the door. The man outside asked whether Mr. Chu was at home. Passing by Hao, he kicked him with his foot. Chu Ming did not know who could look for him in this city because no one knew that he was here. The guy went to the door but did not open to the stranger. Instead, he was warily asked who was there. When Chu Ming nevertheless opened, he saw a man in a business suit in front of him, behind which a whole crowd of guards stood. The protagonist fell silent for a while and froze. When this respected man called him by name, he also called Mr. Chu Ming confirmed that it was he, but did not understand who this person is opposite, assuming that it could be an accomplice of Brother Hao. The man was in white gloves, and before introducing himself to our hero, he took off one of them. The stranger held out his hand and said that his name is Yu Chuanmin. and then thanked the young man for the salvation of his father on the train. Yu Chuanmin became embarrassed when the protagonist did not understand what a man was in question about the salvation of a man on the train. But the brother of Hao, who was sitting on the floor in the apartment, realized who was standing in front of him and began to shout to Mr. Yu why he was here. The main character turned around and looked at the bully, who began to shout something to the second young master from the Yu family. Yu Chuanmin entered the apartment and turned to his brother Hao, telling the guy that he had come here to talk to him. Hao was at a loss because he did not understand why the representative of one of the most influential families of the city came to Chu Min. A friendly smile arose on Chuanmin's face when he asked Chu Mina whether it was convenient for him to talk now. The young gentleman asked Chu Mina if he needed his help to resolve any unpleasant questions. Hao understood that it was all over, and even if he is now killed, his father would not take revenge on the death of his son to the Yu family. Finally, Chu Ming understood who was standing in front of him and suggested that this man is a member of the grandfather's family from the train. The main character held out his hand and asked his grandfather's son whether everything is in order with him now, and whether the old man is taking medicine. Chu Ming and Yu Chuanmin firmly shook hands on each other in greeting before talking about grandfather's health. Chuanmin praised Chu Mina for outstanding medical skills and stated that even the best doctors of the city say that it was a miracle, that his father is in order. The frightened Hao was still sitting on the floor, not understanding what was happening when he heard that Chu Ming even saved Mr. Yu. Yu Chuanmin waved his head slightly, giving a signal to his bodyguards without words, and the guards in unison accepted his order. The young gentleman explained to Chu Mia that this was a small tribute to his family for our hero for his devotion. Chu minis were presented by the guards, one of which was packed in large bills, and in the other lay a gift sparkling gold. When our hero saw this, he was speechless and opened his mouth wide, and the curious Qin Yan looked out of the apartment. The girl was at a loss when she saw such guests in her apartment, suggesting that Chu Min's an influential person. She remembered how sincerely the guy was happy today when she announced that she would save him from rent for 6 months. The girl was amazed when she realized that Chu Ming simply pretended to be glad to make Qin Yan happy. Qin Yan grabbed her head and blushed. She did not understand why the main character wanted to make her happy. The embarrassed girl suggested that perhaps Chu Ming was interested in her, and therefore wanted to please her. The dumbfounded Chu Mines, meanwhile, looked at his gifts. He knew that the old people had their eyes to climb if he took it to the mountains. The guy remembered an instructive conversation with Chow Yuepao. The mentor then said that easily earned money and women are two things that should be avoided. Then Chu Ming scratched his head, saying that these are obviously two things that every man wishes the most. Chow Yuepao hit Chu Mina's palm on the head and shouted that the young man was saying nonsense, doubting the teachings of the sixth master. The main character grabbed his head, his eyes filled with tears due to a sharp pain. He accused the master of excessively serious. The military genius of Chow Yuepao himself was frightened and regretted the deed. He felt sorry for the boy, whom he had just hit. The master laid his hand on the shoulder of Chu Mina and repeated that the guy should never touch what should not be touched on. Having refreshed this instructive dialogue with Chow Yuepao in memory, the main character folded his hands at the same time before giving an answer to the young Mr. Yu. The main character told Chuanmin that he could not accept a gift because he, as a kind-hearted doctor, himself decided to save the old man. Chuanmin was not very surprised at such an answer, because earlier Lin told him that Chun Min would definitely not accept the gift. The day before, Yu Chuanmin had a conversation in their mansion. The niece told uncle that Chun Ming would not accept such expensive gifts. Lin told uncle that Chun Ming would not disappear secretly at the station if he had evil intentions. Then, Yu Chuanmin answered his niece that this was only because our hero is still familiar with them as personalities. The man stated that he knew where the benefactor lives, so he could not afford to do with him impolite, and Lin tried to stop him. The girl became embarrassed. She fell silent when her second uncle stopped and asked her niece what she still wants to say. She handed her uncle a small box and asked her uncle to hand her Ming if the guy refuses to accept his gift. Now Chuanmin praised Mr. Chu for righteousness and said that he would not force him to accept gifts if he refuses. Two guards in dark glasses closed suitcases in which there was a whole mountain of money and a gold smartphone for our hero. Hao was dumbfounded by the Chu Min, so simply abandoned the 7-digit sum and the last model of the best phone. After the young Mr. Yu clapped his hands to give a signal to the bodyguards to present another gift to the main character. A guard came forward. In one hand, he held a small cardboard box in which there was a present from Linny. The main character immediately modestly replied that he did not think that this was necessary if Mr. Yu wants to present some other gift. Chuanmin explained to the young man that in his hand now a small gift from Lin, which he asked to transfer to Chumin. Chumin opened his mouth in surprise when he remembered the girl whom he met on the train. And now she wants to give him something. Qin Yan, who overheard a conversation from the apartment, was indignant because Lin Lin looks like a female name. Looking at a small box, Chu Ming thought that it did not seem that this is a valuable item, so he did not violate the teachings of the sixth master. Taking the box in his hands, the protagonist warned the young master that he would first see what was there, and then he would make a decision. The guy was amazed to the core. He exclaimed in surprise and stared at the gift from Lin Lin with round eyes. The young master himself became interested in the box, since the reaction of Chun Mina is more bright than on a suitcase with money. The protagonist's eyes shone with happiness, because inside, he found a coupon for as many as 3 free lunch in a fast food restaurant. The amazed Chu Ming began to continue to scour in the box to understand whether there was any other gift from Lin Lin. Inside, the guy found a small note from a girl and a modern phone to replace his old button. In this note, Lin Lin wrote that it was her old phone, where a social network has already been installed, and if he does not need it, he can hand him over for processing. Chuanmin suspected that Chu Min would definitely abandon this old phone from his niece, since he even abandoned the gold. Such a gift of our hero pleased. He put the phone in his pocket and told the young master that he would accept him. Yu Chuanmin was discouraged by the decision of the protagonist. The behavior of the guy seemed absolutely illogical to him. Happy Chu Ming showed the thumb up and asked Chuanmin to give the girl that he really liked the gifts. Yu was at a loss. Our hero was incomprehensible to him, but he knew that this guy appreciates his friendship more than money. The young gentleman stared at his brother Hao and realized exactly how he could express the gratitude of Chu Min for his help. Yu Chuanmin told our hero that he was going to leave and invited the young man to help him take out the garbage. The protagonist guessed what it was about, so he turned back, where his brother Hao, trembling with fear, was on his knees. Hao understood that it was all over. The guy was horrified, realizing that he was doomed if he could not cope with the situation now. The guy was then covered with piercing horror, lying behind the hooligans lying behind, realizing that they were waiting for further. Brother Hao gritted his teeth with all his might. He now needed to overcome himself in order to get alive from this situation. The guy put his forehead to the floor and shouted, begging the generous Mr. Chu to spare him, because he has 80 old mothers. Chuanmin and Chu Ming silently listened to the pleas of Brother Hao and nonsense that he had a huge family who would die without him. The main character asked the young master to forget about it and said that he himself would cope with these guys. Yu Chuanmin agreed not to intervene in this and said that he was leaving, and Chu Ming said goodbye to the guest. Leaving the threshold of the house of Chu Mina, the young master smiled. The boy seemed to the man a real talent. Chuanmin understood that Chu Mina's medical skills and how a guy could pacify so many people without injuries struck his imagination. Wiping his hands with a napkin, Chuanmin concluded that the main character was much stronger than his father told him. The young master understood that such talent should not be missed, and his plans would be destroyed if his older brother got Chu Mina. Meanwhile, all the hooligans bowed deeply in front of Chu Min and thanked the master for not killing them. Qin considered it simply incredible how the brother of Hao, who behaved too arrogantly, now fell in front of Chu Min. Chu Mines looked at the villains with a contemptuous look and asked, "Did Mr. Yu seem so frightening?" Brother Hao told Chu Min that the young Master Yu only looks polite, and in the criminal world he is known by a different name. Hao admitted to the main character that in some circles the young Mr. Yu is called an elegant devil. He said that all the dirty work behind the scenes of the family, Yu, does Chuanmin, and Hao, will definitely die if he does not let him go. The main character understood that he could now use local snakes in the form of Hao and the company in his favor, if there was nothing to do. Looking at Hao from top to bottom, Chu Ming asked the villain if he was ready to provide him with a service, since our hero saved him today. A glimmer of hope appeared in Hao's brother. He replied that he was ready to provide not just one, but as much as 200 of Chu's services. Our hero told the hooligans that from that moment they are forbidden to create problems in the Qin Yan bar, and to everyone else too. Putting his hand on the heart, Hao promised that no one would dare to go to the Qin sister and arrange troubles there. The protagonist had another request. He asked his brother Hao to help collect him information about all famous women Jiangzhou. Brother Hao widened his eyes and mouth in surprise. It was not clear to him why our hero asked him to collect data about women. Hao looked at Qin Yan and thought that Mr. Chu minds a little cruel since he plays such games with a girl. Ming explained that he needs data about girls up to 25 years old, and their appearance should be outstanding. The hooligans got up and smiled sweetly at their new boss, agreeing to get all the necessary information for him. The main character waved his hand and allowed his brother Chow and his hooligans, in this case, freely leave the apartment. Brother Hao and his friends, still smiling with a smiling, hunched over in front of their master and agreed to leave the house. When Hao finally left the apartment, he sat down, leaned against the door and breathed a sigh of relief, glad that he had got out. The shaving, headed guy helped his boss and asked his brother Hao if they were really going to obey Mina. The question of the bald youth caused surprise and the anger of his brother Hao. The inconsistency of the friend greatly angered the guy. Enraged, Hao hit his friend's face with all his strength, screaming to come to his senses. Because even the second master of the Yu family respects China, Hao shouted that over time, Mr. Chu would become a great boss, and they need to stay nearby, so that later he would also rise high. The guy with a large gold chain shouted that in the future, he was going to crush the entire fish business of the second ring road for himself. After all the fierce events in the apartment, the main character set to clean. With the help of a broom, he removed garbage from the carpet. Ming was not worried about anything, and calmly cleaned, whistling some kind of melody while his girlfriend was saddened. Yan was very worried that Ming was looking for young girls, and she was already 26, and he could not fall in love with such an old woman. The main character had thoughts about something else. The guy was glad that now he would help him find the seventh older sister. Ming knew that, according to information from the Great Master, the seventh sister is a couple of years older than him, so finding her would not be a problem. The guy smiled, holding the broom, because everything went according to his plan, and he even mentally called himself a true genius. Yan understood that in the future it would be difficult to find such a guy as Ming, because he is not only experienced in medicine, but also has connections. All the girl's thoughts were about whether it was possible for Ming to become her boyfriend. Yan blushed from these thoughts. Looking at Mina, the hostess of the apartment understood that she would not have to worry about anything in life if this happened. Having bitten his lower lip, Yan decided that she no longer wants to be a helpless victim that can be oppressed. It was already dark on the street. The actions were still unfolding in the apartment where our hero and his new girlfriend now lived. Leaving the shower, Ming, wrapped in a towel, wiped his wet head, and then said that he had already finished washing. Hearing that the bathroom is already freed, Yan left her room and straightened her hair behind his ear. Ming has already mastered a new mobile phone. He did not pay attention to Yan because he was only interested in whether the guys had already found some kind of information. Having received a message from Zhu Hao, the main character admitted that a modern smartphone is a really useful thing. The main character was distracted from the screen of the phone and stared at the door leading to the bathroom when he heard her slammed. At this time, the mistress of Yan's apartment was inside. She took a hot shower after not easy for several days. Ming became awkwardly awkward because he came to the realization that he first lives under the same roof with a girl. The guy closed his eyes and began to mentally repeat to himself that the doctors had a good heart, and after 100 years they would all be just a handful of forest. When 10 minutes passed, the main character was very surprised, staring at the bathroom door when someone called him. Ming went to the door that leads to the living room, and thought who could call him if he and the mistress in the apartment. The guy was taken aback when he recognized the voice of his friend Yan. The girl asked Ming to open her door. The protagonist did not understand what this could mean, because just his girlfriend received a bath, and now she decided to go to him. The guy doubted whether it was worth opening the door to his girlfriend. He stared at the door in dismay and blushed. Drops of sweat appeared on his face. With a trembling hand, Ming grabbed the door handle, exhaled, and ordered himself to calm down, suggesting that Yan needed something. The main character found the courage to open the door and appear before Yan. He asked the girl if something happened. Yan, wrapped in a towel after the shower, stood embarrassedly in front of our hero, looking away. In her hand, she held a bottle of wine. When Ming saw the girl, he opened his mouth wide with amazement and rounded his eyes. The guy was noticeably scared. The girl, without permission, entered the room of Mina and passed by, and then asked the guy if he considered her too old. Ming did not understand why she was asking this, and replied that she was young and beautiful, and also advised me not to drink because she underwent surgery. Yan's eyes were filled with tears. She asked why Ming was looking for girls' information about girls under 25 years old. The puzzled Ming scratched his head because he did not expect such a question from the girl, and replied that there were other reasons for this. When the girl heard the answer to her question, she was not good. Qin Yan's legs began to sink. She barely stood. The mistress of the apartment was spinning in her head. She began to faint, so she could not hold the bottle of wine, and she fell to the floor. Noticing that Qin Yan became bad, Chu Ming shouted so that she was careful, ran up and hugged her hand behind her so that she would not fall. When the protagonist helped his friend, they met their eyes. Their faces were close to each other, because of which both were reddened with embarrassment. Chu Ming looked into the eyes of Qin Yan for some time, holding the girl by the waist with his hand so that she would not lose her balance. Qin Yan looked at our hero in love and asked if he really thinks that she was beautiful. Hand on the heart, the guy replied that he really considers her beautiful and apologized if his words offended her. The main character tried to control himself because he remembered that he was a doctor, but the pleasant smell of a girl did not get out of his head. Qin Yan was embarrassed, but after listening to the guy, she found the courage to ask the hero a question that for a long time did not give her rest. Chu Ming spread his arms to the sides and was discouraged when Qin Yan suddenly took off the towel and asked if he wanted to become her boyfriend. The main character felt terribly awkward because of this reckless act of the girl. He opened his mouth and eyes wide, being horrified. The guy wanted to grab Qin Yan's towel to help the girl cover herself. His face blushed due to embarrassment. But Qin Yan did not allow our hero to do this. She grabbed him by the wrist in order to stop the guy. The girl smiled sweetly, looking at Chu Mina, and said that she should not do this, and she does not mind that the towel fell. The perplexed Chu Ming replied that if everything continues, something irreparable can happen that Qin Yan will cause the pain. Qin Yan closed her eyes and answered the main character that she had already made a decision, so she was not against it. The main character remained standing with an outstretched hand. He froze, not understanding what to do next and how to restrain himself. But he remembered the words of his mentor that, having made a choice, a person should be responsible to the end. In childhood, when Chu Min walked through the forest with his master, they saw a boar lying on the ground which seemed to be dying. Then an elderly mentor asked the protagonist if the boy wants to save this animal so that it survives. The main character cried, putting his palms on the body of Kabanika, and said that his current medical skills could not save the animal. In response to this long-haired, gray-haired master, the boy asked the boy if he wanted to throw a boar here. Refusing to save her, Chu Ming replied that he was taught that the doctors are kind, so he would not leave her, but would try to save the animal. A mentor with a black hat on his head said that since the boy made his choice, he remains to act. The protagonist took control of emotions and put his palms in front of Kabanika. He focused on the salvation of the animal. Soon, when the operation ended, the boy was broken. His eyes filled horror and incessant tears. Our hero could not be saved. The animal died, unable to withstand the operation carried out by Chu Ming. Chu Ming was crushed. He sat on the ground, mourning the loss. But the mentor told him that it was his choice to save the animal. A sobbing boy replied that he was feeling very guilty, and if he had not done the operation, the pig would have lived a little more. The master knelt down and comforted the boy, but said that, having made a choice, the guy should be responsible to the end. The mentor said that if the hero takes the path of a doctor, in the future in his life there will be more than this painful choice. When the protagonist remembered this episode from childhood and the words of the master, something moved in his head, and Chu Ming changed his mind. Chu Ming realized that using such a defenseless woman as Qin Yan for his own purposes, this is not the choice that he needed. The guy realized that the girl made such a decision only because he saw today how outstanding people relate to him. Therefore, Chu Ming raised a towel from the floor, which Qin Yan threw off himself, and decided to transfer it to the girl to refuse her. All this time, the girl stood in front of him with her eyes closed. She felt strange because the hero still did not touch her. Chu Ming explained to the dumbfounded girl that she hopes that she could respect herself, and he will help her if she has problems because they are friends. The main character appeared with happiness when he mentioned that, in addition, Qin Yan gave him a free rent for 6 months. After hearing Chu Mina, Qin Yan stared at the young man with dumbfounded eyes. She did not know what to answer. The girl pursed her lips, trying not to cry, but her eyes were already treacherously poured with tears. Qin Yan could not stand the overwhelming emotions and sobbed. Rushing into the arms of a faithful friend, his words impressed her. It was already dark on the street, but the sobs of the hostess of the apartment were heard for a long time throughout the street. After the girl calmed down, the guy managed to put her to sleep. Now she rested peacefully in her bed. Standing by the bed Qin Yan, Chu Ming realized that after everything that happened, they should definitely become real friends. When the guy received a notification on his new phone, He took it out and stared at the screen with shocked eyes. It turned out that Yu Lin called him, the girl who gave him this phone, and he was surprised why she was doing it so late. Leaving his girlfriend's room, the guy went out and answered the call when he picked up the phone. He said uncertainly with Lin Lin. Lin Lin asked Chu Mina if the phone she gave, and he replied that he was much better than his old. The girl asked our hero why Chu Ming still did not accept her application as a friend on a social network. Chu Min became embarrassed, and he explained to the girl that he just had not yet figured out how to use this phone. She laughed and asked Chu Mina to get acquainted with the phone as soon as possible, and invited him to lunch tomorrow. The protagonist invited Lin Lin to go to a free dinner lunch that this girl gave him. Yu Lin answered the guy that she would drop after him tomorrow, but this time she herself would decide that they would eat for lunch. When the protagonist said goodbye to Lin, agreeing with her conditions, the girl hung up and her expression changed a lot. She was wondering why exactly the second uncle gave gifts Chu Min if his grandfather knows that he was very different from her father. Lin suggested that her grandfather wants to return to the post of head of the family since his health improved. Various thoughts did not leave her head. To be in such a large and influential family, even for her, was very troublesome. There was night in Zhengzhou, but the main character still did not sleep, working on the search for the seventh elder sister. Hao had already sent him information about the girls of the city. She looked at their photos, commenting on the appearance of applicants. The guy said that Hao quickly coped with his task and found so much information, but he could not understand who his sister was. Also, the hero was haunted by the fact that Lin invited him to dinner after her uncle came to him with gifts. The protagonist remembered their first meeting on the train and how they talked, so the guy crept in suspicions. Chu Min understood that this young girl is very smart, so Lin could not have any goal. The protagonist complained of being lying in his bed, that his life became very troublesome after descent from the mountain. Looking at another photo of the girl on the phone, Chu Ming said that it seems that it would not be easy to create a sect under the mountain. When the guy, flipping through the numerous photos of young girls, came across something special, a shock arose on his face. The protagonist was speechless. He stared at the phone and immediately jumped out of bed when one of the girls attracted his attention. On the screen, there was a photograph of a girl with red hair. She stood by a car and was dressed in a business suit. However, the attention of Chu Mina was attracted by one interesting detail, namely a bracelet on the hand of a girl with the symbol of the seventh sister. The main character rejoiced. He was incredibly glad that he managed to find his seventh older sister in the photo so quickly. But the guy was immediately upset because he did not know how to find her, and how to determine the place in which the sister stands in the photograph. Chuman decided to call his brother Chaos in the middle of the night and asked the local snake how and where he found this red-haired girl. Fortunately, Hao had not slept yet. He played mahjong with his comrades, so he answered the call and asked Mr. Chu what happened. Our hero told the guy that he was interested in a girl in one of the photos, and Hao asked him to send him a picture. Hao was distracted from the game and stared at his phone. The indignant girl asked him what he was doing, because now his move. The protagonist patiently remained in touch. Hao shouted at the other end of the wire on his friends so that they waited. The guy, playing in parallel in mahjong, said that his brother accidentally found this photo on the internet, so he does not know anything about him. The answer of his brother Hao caused anger at Chumin. The protagonist accused the guy of behaving carelessly towards him. Hao jumped up and began to make excuses loudly, saying that he would put his life on a stake, guaranteeing that in the photo, a girl from Jiangzhou, a friend sitting opposite, smoking, smiled, saying that it was a rarity to see such an expression on her brother Hao. The main character calmed down a little because he knew for sure that his seventh older sister was in Jiangzhou. But anger immediately prevailed again. The guy threw the phone on the bed and shouted, asking where to look for her now. The tired Chu Ming collapsed onto the bed and reminded himself that he had come to this city only for the sake of searching for the seventh older sister. He shone with joy when the idea arose in his head to ask the Lin about everything, because she knows where all the elite places of the city. The mood of Chu Mina improved because, moreover, Lin could know his sister, given her level of intelligence. The following actions unfolded the next day. Early in the morning, our hero and his friend were in her apartment. Qinyan woke up and opened her eyes. She immediately felt some delicious smell coming from the living room. To check how it smells so appetizing, the girl got up and put on slippers before leaving the bedroom. Chuming turned his head when he suddenly saw Qinyan in front of him, who asked the guy how it smells so tasty. The guy invited the girl to try the porridge that he had just prepared. A whole pot of hot food stood in the kitchen. They sat down at the table, and Qin Yan praised the young man again for how his food smells delicious, and said that his future wife would be very lucky. Chu Ming replied that cooking is very simple. You just need to maintain the temperature and add everything you want. Qin Yan drew attention to the ongoing signal of the car outside. She got up and wanted to check who it was. The girl looked out and saw a gorgeous car outside. She screamed, "Qi Min," that a very fashionable girl was sitting inside. The main character realized who exactly came here. The guy was shocked because he completely forgot that Lin should take him today. Chu Ming himself went out onto the balcony and leaned his palm to his forehead, saying that he himself wanted to see who had come here. His assumptions were true, because Lin was stood below, seeing the guy. She screamed that she came to pick him up. The guy choked and spat out the porridge from his mouth when he saw that Yu Lin Lin was really standing below. The main character immediately ran out of the apartment, shouting to his friend on the go to leave the dishes in the kitchen, and then he would wash her. The owner of the apartment was saddened by what had happened. She lowered his sad gaze down after Chu Ming ran out of the house. Holding a bowl with fragrant hot porridge in her hands, Qin Yan suggested that they may really not have one world. Chu Ming went outside. Lin Lin was sitting inside the yellow convertible. She invited the guy to conduct a tour of the city. The girl took off the dark glasses, winked and said that their city was the first great city of the southwestern region of China. After some time, Chu Ming and his acquaintance were already racing around the city on a sports car. The guy was noticeably scary. The main character closed his eyes and shouted with fear. He repeated the line that the speed of her car was too high. But the line was fun. She asked the guy why he lived so far, namely outside the 4th transport ring. Chu Ming replied that this was the house that the masters found for him, and he was quite comfortable, although he is far away. The girl invited Qi to stop with her because the area where he is now too far from the city center. The young man politely refused. He knew that he had come here not to walk around the city, but to look for an older sister and open a sect. Chu Min was uncomfortable. He knew how smart this girl was, so he suspected that she was looking for her benefit from him. The girl did not instruct him to stop at her, but asked today to just have fun, and she would cover all the costs. Lin Lin was not going to reduce speed. On the contrary, she pressed the gas pedal to rush through the city even faster. When they arrived at the destination, the sports yellow convertible Yulin Lin finally stopped. Outside the building stood a doorman who worked there. He was taken aback and scared when the car abruptly stopped near him. The first of the car was his mistress. Lin Lin was dressed in black boots. Despite the fact that it was hot outside, the girl casually threw the keys to the Switzer and ordered him to park her car. The frightened guy agreed. Chuman was embarrassed due to the fact that he managed to open the door of the convertible. The master in the mountains did not teach such things. Lin Lin saw that the guy had difficulties and helped him, clicking on a round button under a car radio. She told Cho Ming that he was not the first to open the door of this car, because it is not easy. The guy left the car and embarrassedly scratched his head, thanking the girl, and admitted that he had already wanted to jump out of the car. The protagonist was at a loss when Lin Lin suggested that the guy go inside and first change clothes. Chumin stomped in place, so Madame Yu grabbed the young man by the hand and ran, pulling him along. Yu brought a dumbfounded guy to the best shopping center of the city and began to list expensive brands, asking that Chu, I liked Min more. The young man was at a loss because all the brands, which the girl called, was unfamiliar to him. The embarrassed Chu Ming answered the girl that he believes that the things that are now on him look good enough. Lin Lin stopped and told our hero that this means that he did not have a clear idea of his appearance. The girl wanted to help our hero treat, so she took his hand again to lead him. With a smile on her face, she looked at Chu Mina and asked him to let her choose clothes for him today. The girl's act aroused embarrassed by the guy. He tired a Lin 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 with wide eyes, all reddened. They approached one of the men's clothing stores and the protagonist admitted that this place looks old-fashioned. Then they went to another store where youth and stylish clothes were sold, and Chu Ming replied that it was too fashionable. The guy puzzled Lin Lin. She did not know what to offer him because not a single store liked Chi Min. The girl shone again with joy when an idea appeared in her head. What can you dress up a guy? Soon, Chu Ming was already standing in the middle of the store in a new outfit. It had a black t-shirt, a white shirt and shorts. The main character told Lin Lin that this option is pretty good, and she agreed with him. A polite conductor came up to them and said that this clothing seemed to be created for Chu Mina and asked if she liked it. But in fact, she was evil because the client looked poor, and she knew that he could hardly afford it. The saleswoman stood with a stretched smile, but in fact she felt irritation, suspecting that Chu Ming would not buy an outfit. Having carefully examined his new clothes, the main character asked the girl how much she costs. She explained that clothes from a limited collection, so it would cost him almost 8,000 yuan. The girl tried to hide anger at the guy, smiling with a smiling, because she knew that this client would not buy anything. For our hero, this set of clothes is very expensive, but he tried to keep a smile on his face when he heard the price. The cost of clothing shocked the guy, because on the mountain he and all his mentors did not spend so much money even in a year. The saleswoman and Chu Mines opened their mouths in surprise when Lin Lin came up and stated that she would pay for clothes. The store employee politely offered to go to the checkout, but she herself did not understand what the girl found in this poor man, since she even pays for him. Lin Lin went to the checkout and showed a QR code on her smartphone to pay for the purchase using it. The saleswoman once again smiled broadly by the client when Yu asked the girl to pack all the purchased clothes. When Lin Lin and Chu Ming left the store, the guy asked her how she had just paid for clothes with the help of a phone. She asked if the guy still hadn't figured out the phone and asked to study him more closely. The girl asked Chu Mina to look at her balance on the social network, saying that she put a little money for him there. The guy immediately took out his phone and went into the social network. For him, it was new that there could be a cash balance. The protagonist was at a loss when he saw numbers on his balance sheet. He began to list them aloud. Chu Ming stared closer to the phone screen with rounded eyes when he saw how much money he had on his balance. The young man, who could not believe his eyes, shouted to the entire shopping center, asking, "Was there really 100,000 yuan?" Lin Lin laughed when the dumbfounded Chu Ming asked whether it was money or just numbers. The girl explained that this was real money, and reminded that she had just used her phone to buy him clothes. The main character handed his phone to her and replied that he could not accept an unfair wealth. Yu was disagreeable, saying that this was not an unfair wealth, but gratitude for saving her life that day. She reminded Chu Mine that that day, he asked the girl to stay away from people in green clothes. When the girl was returning home from the train, a serious car accident occurred in the city, but she was not injured. She told the young man that her friend then changed into another dress, helped her actually avoid disaster. Lin Lin told Chu Ming that on the day when she and her friend were returning home, they fell into a serious accident. A friend who was driving looked out of the window and asked the second driver whether he bought his rights. From the window of the car that crashed into the girls, a man who covered his face with glasses and a black hat looked out. Suddenly, the culprit of the accident instructed the girl a gun. He did not answer the indignation of his girlfriend, Lin Lin. The red-haired girl was very scared. She saw that the man had a gun in her hands. She froze out of fear. The driver was trembling with fear. Lin Lin asked her best friend who it was, but she replied that she had no idea. A man holding a gun in his hand drew attention to the fact that the girl was dressed in a black dress. He immediately removed the gun and said that he seemed to be mistaken because he was informed that the target should be dressed in green. The hired killer immediately left the scene of the accident, and so the girls were saved, because on the eve of her friend, Lin Lin changed. A friend breathed a sigh of relief. She realized that everything would end badly if she had no spare clothes with herself. The girl rushed into the arms of a shocked Line. She thanked her friend for saving her life today. Lin Lin was shocked. The realization came to her that that guy Chu Ming really could predict the future. Now she told him that that person was never found. Although the police and resources of her family were mobilized, the main character immediately suggested that the girl wants him to find information about that hired killer. She replied that if they did not find the one who is behind this, her friend Yin will be in danger, and she could not stand aside. The main character agreed to help the girl. He folded together the thumb and ring fingers to try to see something. Closing his eyes, Chu Ming began to read the spell about the fact that, remaining between the two strengths, this would bring many problems and disasters. Lin Lin was fascinated by what the guy was doing, suspecting that this was a secret Chinese art of fortune-telling. The girl looked scared at Chu Mina when he stopped meditation and said that he was clear. The guy said that the matter has nothing to do with her, and one cannot forcibly intervene there in order to avoid the consequences. But she still wanted to help her best friend, although she realized that now there was no decision. Chu Min apologized and said that he could not do anything, because now he could only analyze energy. The worried Linen reacted to this with understanding, and concluded that it was necessary to pay a great price in order to find out something. She decided to close the topic and took the protagonist by the arm to continue their walk around the city. Chu Ming was delighted when Lin Lin invited a young man to go to a restaurant to have lunch, but the guy knew what he decided not to tell the girl, because he saw that her best friend had a dark side. The main character concluded that you should not use fortune-telling frivolously, recognizing that the fate of a city person can be difficult. The guys finally arrived at the restaurant. At the entrance, they were met by a polite employee in a traditional Chinese outfit. Our hero was in shock when he saw how the restaurant looked like and how they were met by a whole team of employees. It became embarrassed that this institution looks too expensive, and he thought that there was even more expensive there than his clothes. Lin Lin asked him not to worry about anything, because today she treats him, and said that she would disrespect it. The main character was not going to refuse. He was glad to enjoy delicious food in the company of a new friend. Inside, they sat down at a large table. Lin Lin told the waitress that they would order a portion of each dish from the menu. The restaurant employee politely warned that there were too many dishes and there are only 2 of them, so they would not eat so much. The protagonist hit the table indignantly, screaming that the waitress was looking down on him, and stated that he would eat everything. The guy has always been a professional costive when he lived in the mountains. He independently ate more than half of the wild boar. Lin Lin once again told the waitress that they are going to order all the dishes presented. Chumin told his friend that she was very generous and asked if she had a rich family. The girl laughed and did not answer this question, asking Chu Mina how he thinks. The main character quoted his master and suggested that the girlfriend of the girlfriend should have 2 million. Mrs. Yu laughed out loud when she heard it and shouted that it was mixing her to death, and Chu Ming repeated his question. Lin Lin replied that they had much more money than he thinks and said that the guy's medicine helped her whole family. Since Chu Ming helped to facilitate the genetic diseases of the family members, Lin Lin said that they were ready to fulfill the 3 requests of the guy. Chu Min thanked her for this, and he himself was at a loss because he did not understand these people at all. But Lin Lin did not just offer this help to the guy. She knew that he would pay in full for these 3 requests. The girl looked at the chin with a sweet smile on her face, and she herself thought that she would definitely remind him of her existence in the future. When Chu Ming and Lin Lin sat in the restaurant hall, unfamiliar girl and guy walked behind the closed door. It was a slender girl with purple hair who walked along with her tall and sports guy. There was a window in the door leading to the restaurant hall, and looking there, the stranger noticed that someone was sitting there. She began to secretly watch the Lin Lin because it was her 3rd brother's bride, and now she had lunch with another man. The girl was outraged because of the behavior of Lin Lin. She said that this was a clear insult to her family. The guy did not understand what was happening. He smiled and asked his precious princess what happened. The 6th daughter of the Van Zian family told him that someone was neglecting her family and offered to go and figure it out. Xian broke the door with her foot and burst into the room of the restaurant where the guys had lunch. She screamed that the Lin is very brave. She went to her and accused her of flirting with the guys. Although she was going to marry her brother, Lin Lin silently looked at the girl. She was annoyed that the capricious younger princess of the Van family interrupted her. She understood that she could not conflict with her, because the Van family controls many key supplies for her family. The girl could not allow her to do with the Van family to be connected with Chu Min. She lowered her bewildered gaze down. Lin Lin smiled and told Tixian that this young man was just her friend and they simply had lunch together. Chu Mines noticed that the Van family is not from the small ones, otherwise Linen would not endure insults in his address. However, Xian stood on her own. She asked who did not know that Lin Lin belongs to her brother and will become his wife. She went to Lin Lin and asked if the girl really likes such a type of useless guys as this young man. Mrs. Yu asked if she really thinks that everyone, like Xian, is also looking for friends to use them. The protagonist was at a loss when he heard these words, because for him, it was a new product that you could use friends. The sixth daughter of the Van family screamed, pointing a finger at our hero so that he would immediately leave here. The main character was very upset when the girl ordered him to leave, and he felt a little miserable. Lin Lin asked why her friend should leave and told Xian that her comrade should not be indicated. Xian was furious. She screamed that her older brother was interested in Lin Lin, which was a good argument. Yu found the courage to disagree and said that the girl takes what she wanted. She stood up sharply and asked Xian if she wanted to say that the Van family still marries the calculation of the old feudal lords. Xian was surprised that Lin Lin dared to argue with her and began to threaten that her friend's teeth would be on the ground today. The sixth daughter of the Van family nodded to her strong guy, and he went up to her, looking at our protagonist. Wrapping his fists, the guy laughed and said that he could squeeze such a person like Chu Min in his hand. The big man grabbed our hero by the t-shirt and screamed the baby so that he would get up. But Chu Ming did not move, and silent. Without responding to the bully, the main character with a deft movement of his hand crashed through the face of the guy Xian. A bump appeared on the guy's face. He began to cry and tremble with pain and fear. Complaining about how he painfully When asked to the hero about what he did to him, the angry Chu Ming answered him that he had just given a slap in the face. Xian's guy was ready to fight again. He asked how Chu Ming dared to use hidden blows and attacked him with his fist. The young man only managed to swing, because after a moment our hero grabbed the guy by the wrist. The bully could not move. He was horrified, because Chu Ming, who grabbed his hand, squeezed it so strongly that there was lightning around. The guy did not understand what was happening. He could not move not only with his hand, but with his whole body. He was struck by a strong grip of Qin. The protagonist told the healthy man that he had a lack of renal energy of yin after he examined his hand. Xian's boyfriend got angry even more. He shouted that Chu Ming was carrying nonsense and waved his second fist. But the bully did not have time to do anything, because after a moment he received another slap in the face from our hero. The blow was impressive, although it was a simple slap in the face. The big man flew back, unable to hold balance. The young man cried out in pain when he flew back and landed with his whole body right on the floor, hitting his back. Chu Min told the worried Xian that he wants to translate to her, which means a shortage of yin in the kidneys of her young man. The guy explained in detail the sixth daughter of the Van family, in what condition his boyfriend's health is, bringing an analogy with a gun. Xian was surprised because everything that Chu Ming said was true, and recently her boyfriend is really like that. The young man screamed his little princess so that she would not listen to the stupid things of Chu Min. Previously, Chu Ming analyzed the pulse path of that guy and suggested Xian to see what was on her young man on the phone. The sixth daughter of the Van family asked our hero if he was sure of what he was talking about now. The main character invited the girl to check her boyfriend's phone and make sure if this is true or not. The young man, Xian, trembled with fear when she went up to him and demanded to give her his phone. The guy shouted that he would not give her his phone, jumped up and ran away from the hall, not looking around. The dumbfounded Chu Mines and Lin Lin looked at how the angry Xian ran after her boyfriend, demanding to give her a phone. When they were left alone, Mrs. Yu laughed, saying that our hero was very interesting, which surprised the guy. The main character sat down at the table again and replied that he was not very interesting. Just the couple that interrupted them was funny. The waitress looked carefully into the hall and asked the guests if they could already submit ordered dishes. Lin Lin and Chu Ming in unison replied that it was possible. They were happy to finally begin to have long-awaited dinner. When an abundance of mouth-watering dishes appeared on the table, the protagonist's eyes shone with happiness, and drooling flowed from his mouth. While the hero ate a large fried leg, Lin Lin told him that the guy should not interfere with her business with Van. Chu Ming reminded her that he was her friend, and said that the master told him that he should always be defending his friends. A smile shone on the face of the protagonist, because the food served was very tasty. He opened his mouth to bite off a piece of legs. Lin was amazed. In front of her was the first friend who dares to resist the sake of her family of Van. Chu Ming praised an unusually delicious pork leg, saying that it is softer and likes fish to taste. The girl explained that this is a leg of high-quality fish meat crushed into powder. The main character was dumbfounded. He stared at the girl when he heard about fish meat, turned into a pork leg. But Lin Lin was more interested in whether the Chinese doctors really can diagnose human health by pulse. The guy confirmed the assumptions of the girl and said that in fact to do it is quite simple. The inspired Lin Lin looked at Chu Mina with my cute eyes and asked if he could teach her such an art. The protagonist agreed to do this, saying that Linen could treat people like this in 10 years of study. Mrs. Yu was upset and screamed. Did Cho Ming say that it was very simple? And now he claims about 10 years. Chu Ming said that this business requires long-term practice, and modern people are mostly restless and impatient. Lin Lin was disfigured this idea, and she told a friend that she would not study then, and suggested that he just lunch. The guy admitted that he came here not only to eat, but also to ask his girlfriend about the service, and climbed into the pocket of his pants. Madame Yu said that she would consider it with mutual help between friends, if it does not require the intervention of her family forces. Chu Ming showed Lin Lin photo, which depicts his 7th older sister, and asked if she knew where it was done. The girl stared at the smartphone screen with rounded eyes and screamed, suggesting that it was the lower floor of the HSL building. She said that every girl in the city knows this building, because it is a headquarters of a cosmetic company. The protagonist has improved the mood, he asked. Perhaps the liner is known and the girl who is depicted in this photo. Lin Lin suspected something and asked why he was looking for her, because he and this girl could not have anything in common. Chu Ming immediately boldly admitted to his friend that the girl in the photo is his 7th older sister. The shocked Madame Yu cried, "Is his older sister's executive director of the cosmetic company?" It was news for our hero. He scratched his head and said that the position of executive director sounds impressive. The young man immediately got up, not wanting to pull for a minute, and asked if Lin Lin could help him find this girl. She said that before her father collaborated with the company of this girl. But they did not know the Lin Lin. But she is ready to try. On the same day, Lin Lin was already carrying his new friend in his convertible. They intended to find his sister. Chu Ming asked the girl that she knew about his older sister and whether she could tell him something about her. Lin Lin asked in response why he, as the younger brother of this girl, does not know the details of her life. The guy said that his sister went down the mountain and left when he was little, so he does not even know her name. Yu listened to the guy and concluded that the mountain mentioned by him is the real place of the stealing tigers and hiding dragons. Lin Lin told a friend that his sister's name is Ji Hanxuan. She is a talented and famous girl in the city who became famous not so long ago. According to the girl, Ji Hanxuan is a universal genius who is good in everything, from negotiations to advertising and marketing. Mrs. Yu told Chu Min that HSL was previously an unknown company, which in 2 years became one of the best in the city. The main character, listening to his girlfriend's stories, smiled, feeling pride in his wonderful older sister. Lin Lin also said that his sister was only 23 years old, which means she became the director at 21. The girl admitted that, in fact, Ji Hanxuan is her idol, so she knows so well about her biography. Submitted to dreams, Lin Lin said that she would like to become the same woman as Ji, to be a young boss at a young age. The young man decided to support his friend, saying that he believes that she could become the same because she is very smart. Lin Lin replied that everything could be as he said if she had not been born in the Yu family. The girl invited the young man not to discuss this anymore and warned that soon they would come to their place. A few minutes later, the young Madame Yu, a sports yellow convertible, stopped at the company's headquarters. When they got out of the car and Chun Min looked around, the girl told him that they were near the HSL headquarters. Lin Lin was surprised when the main character immediately invited her to go faster inside, because the guy was eager to find her sister. The guy shone with pride in his sister when he looked at the building where she was working, because this place looked amazing. Yu tried to stop Chu Mina. She knew that random people would not allow such a large company. The girl was right. Near the entrance of Chu Mina stopped 2 guards in dark glasses, asking him to show an employee's certificate. The main character did not understand what was required of him, but then he drew attention to the passerby who had a certificate on his neck. Chu Min sincerely admitted to the guards that he had no certificate. The guy looked annoyed. The guard replied that he was very sorry, but the entrance to strangers, when visiting are not planned, is prohibited to HSL. Then the young man asked to help him contact the man, saying that her name was Ji Hanxuan, and she is his older sister. The guards stared at the protagonist. Judging by their faces, they certainly did not believe that the guy was the brother of the director of the company. Employees began to openly laugh into the guy's face and mock his words that Ji Hanxuan was his sister. The hero was outraged that they wanted to let him in. He insisted that his sister be called here to make sure everything. The guards replied that the guy should leave as soon as possible, and if Ji Hanxuan will go to such people every time, she will not have time to work. One of the company employees took out the phone to report about this situation to the general director Zhang. A man with a mustache called the general director, and the boss asked the subordinate what happened. At the other end of the wire, the general director of the cosmetic company Zhang was sitting. A man with long hair listened to his subordinate. They reported to him that a man appeared at the entrance, and according to his mood, it seems that he was going to create problems for the director of Ji. Zhang Ji, who was sitting in his office and studying the documents, advised the subordinate to simply drive away the guy. The employee said that Zhang Ji called because it was connected with the director of Ji, and the man praised him for this. Ji ordered the subordinate to monitor if something else is connected with Hanxuan, and this was where their conversation ended. A man with a mustache thought that sooner or later the work of the captain of the security service would become him, gradually establishing relations with Ji. Sitting in the office, Ji turned to Ji, who was not there, saying that no one would dare to touch his adored flower. Zhang Ji held a photograph in which Ji Hanxuan was depicted. The man looked at the photo for a long time. After the company general, the company kissed a photo with a girl and said that she would only belong to him. The main character once again tried to convince the guards that he was not lying, and stated that he would stand here until his sister came out. The guards allowed the guy to stand here as much as they wanted, but they were forbidden to cross the company's threshold. But the man with a mustache was against. He ran ahead and shouted so that Chu Ming left here, and such a poor man did not place next to HSL. One of the guards was extremely surprised by the behavior of his colleague. The guy did not understand what was found on the man. A man with a mustache could not afford to stay here because if Z notices this, he would accuse him of ineffective work. Chu-ming got angry with the man. He said that he was still not going to leave and asked why he was biting people like a mad dog. An employee of the company could not stand anger and hit the slap in the face of Chu-min, screaming how the guy dares him to dare. Marking remained on the face of the protagonist. Chu-ming tried to maintain his composure after he was hit. A man with a mustache began to knead his fists and scream at the young man, ordering to leave here, otherwise he would hit again. Lin intervened in the situation. The indignant girl came up and asked the man why he beats people. Lin was frightened when she saw that the main character squeezed a fist to give an answer to that impudent security guard of the company. An evil smile appeared on the guy's face. His eyes found a red light, and he stated that it was they who took the first step. Madame Yu was horrified. She stared at Chu-mina with rounded eyes, not understanding why the guy smiles. After a moment, the offender of our hero received the first blow. An angry Chu-ming crashed a man directly into the Kadak. The chopped Chu-ming could no longer restrain anger, although he knew that the doctor should be merciful, but his patience burst. The main character grabbed a man with a mustache behind his shirt. He screamed his colleagues to attack because Chu-ming was going to fight. The guards were ready to repulse the negligent guy, because outsiders cannot mock their colleague. The man began to provoke Chu-mina, asking him to hit him, and warned him that then a dozen his brothers would destroy him in response. The main character obeyed a man. After a moment, Chu-ming once again hit an employee of the company's security. The young man was no longer stopped. He attacked a man with a mustache, throwing a guard on the floor. Chu-ming, having waved his fist, screamed violently that he had not heard such a request yet, but he would enjoy it. The protagonist began to apply numerous blows with his fist on the face of a helpless guard, not stopping. The rest of the company's guards ran from the back to the guy. They were ready to repulse, according to them, a child who was looking for death. Chu-ming looked aside by a fierce gaze when he noticed that the rest of the security officers were ready to attack him. One of the guards did not have time to attack the guy, as he had already received a leading blow directly in his face. Chu-ming even unfolded. The boy began to beat the entire team of the guards in turn. The next employee also received a blow in the face. All the guys in dark glasses were weaker than our hero. The third employee was also successfully attacked by Chu-min. The protagonist was not to stop. He pounded all the guards who met in his path. His eyes shone in red light. Another security officer received a strong fist in the face. Chu-mina's hand radiated bright purple light. The angry Chu-ming remembered the words of his master that when you hit someone, you beat in the face, and when you insult, you curse the whole family. Lin was fascinated by the skills of the protagonist. She thought that this guy was looking for the best reason for the fight. The girl laid her hand on her heart and froze when she realized that there was something special in this young man. Mrs. Yu came to the conclusion that Chu-mina is distinguished by his wild nature, that which the guys who live in cities do not have. The guy successfully dealt with all the offenders. The guards were lying on the asphalt and could no longer repulse Chu-min. But the main character did not want to end the fight on this. He looked at one of the employees and ordered him to get up and fight. However, the guards decided to better pretend to be dead, because they do not earn so much to fight to death. Chu-mines and his friend were distracted when some black car stopped near the entrance to the company's building. From there came a girl with pigtails, an employee of the company. She straightened her glasses and asked those present what had happened. A battered man with a mustache screamed at Chen's assistant, saying that they were beaten, and asked her to call the police. Chen's employee was dumbfounded. She looked at our hero and asked if he was really beaten all of them. The protagonist turned around and pierced the girl with a cruel gaze, asking if she is part of this company. The assistant Chen became so scary when the guy turned to her that the girl screamed with horror and flinched. She decided to urgently call for help. With trembling hands, she took out the phone and in a panic tried to call the police. In the car that parked near the company's building, the assistant Chen was not alone. Another girl came out from there. The assistant told his boss that someone was creating problems at the entrance to their company, and he beat all the guards. Ji Shanhuan got out of the car. She crossed her arms over her chest and looked what happened near the company's building. The executive director asked the assistant how many people came here, since more than 10 guards were injured. Ji Shanhuang was surprised when her assistant Chen said in a frightened voice that only one person did it. Lin shone with happiness when she saw her idol Ji Hanxuan in front of her, and China called. The main character approached a girl named Shanhuan and asked if she was his 7th older sister. The guy's question was surprised by the executive director. She raised one eyebrow in surprise and stared silently at the stranger. There was silence between the main character and Ji Shanhuan. The girl, crossing her arms over her chest, looked incredulously at the guy. Assistant Chen was shocked by such a strange turn of events. She did not believe that her boss could have such a younger brother. Ji Shanhuang, to make sure that this was her brother, asked Chu Mina if he had any evidence. The dumbfounded assistant Chen with her mouth opened during the conversation of her boss with the alleged brother. The protagonist had evidence that could be provided, so he climbed into his pants pocket with his hand. The guy was horrified when he did not find his wooden token in his pocket, suggesting that he had lost it during a fight. Chu Ming looked at the pocket of his trousers and saw that they had a huge hole through which the token could fall out. Ji Shanhuang said that in this case she calls the police and accused the protagonist of abduction of her younger brother. Chu Min had tears in his eyes because of a hopeless position. Moreover, he did not understand how he could abduct himself. Fortunately, Lin Lin ran to the rescue. She screamed to her friend that a wooden token fell in a car. The girl threw the token of Chu Min. The happy guy caught him and thanked his girlfriend for his help. The main character demonstrated a small wooden sign with the hieroglyph of his seventh older sister to look. Executive Director Ji Shanhuan stared at a wooden token with shocked eyes. This little thing was familiar to her. Assistant Chen approached his leader and carefully asked if she should call the police now. Instead, Ji sent an assistant to do work and said that she wanted to discuss something alone with Chu Mine on the top floor. The girl was dumbfounded because she worked with the mistress for 3 years, but has never been to the boss's personal office. Then the assistant Chen suggested that this strange young man really could be Ji's younger brother. The protagonist was noticeably surprised when Ji Shanhuan passed him and ordered the guy to follow her. Assistant Chen asked the leader how to do with beaten security officers then. Without turning around, the executive director ordered his assistant to dismiss all the guards of their company. The assistant agreed to fulfill the order of the boss, and Ji Shanhuang went to the entrance to the building with her brother. Security officers began to recover after beating. Someone already managed to kneel, and some were still lying on the ground. Lin was shocked that Ji fired more than 10 people, because usually she was calm and does not act impulsively. You realize that Sect Chu Mina is a reality, and it seems that his relationship with his sister is much higher than he described. The imagination of Lin played out. She stood and imagined how her friend Chu Ming would communicate with her beloved idol. The girl was very happy for our hero. She thought if Chu Min would receive all the favor of heaven today. The man with a mustache woke up and began to call Mr. Zhang to press him, because he was fired unfairly. A security officer informed the general director Zhang Ji on the phone that something serious happened. The director was in shock when he found out that his close one was fired, and Ji Shanhuan invited that guy to his office. Ji was furious due to the fact that he was working in the company and was never in the office of his lover, and that mysterious young man was let out just like that. The general director was so angry that he threw his phone directly on the floor, which is why he crashed to smithereens. Zhang Ji intended to definitely find out what kind of person it was and accused Ji of playing some games with him. At this time, Chu Ming and his older sister climbed the 46th floor. A door to a luxurious office opened in front of them. Ji Shanhuang said that here they could talk calmly. It was spacious inside. The office consisted of several levels. Chu Ming was in shock when he saw where his sister was working. The girl told him that this was her personal space. The amazed young man said that this room is like a garden, because the guys surrounded many large plants. Ji Shanhuang went to the table to treat the guest with a drink and asked his younger brother he drinks sweet or bitter coffee. The guy answered his sister that he prefers a little sweet coffee, and at that time he could not take his eyes off the interior. In fact, Chu Ming never drank coffee. He saw him only on the internet, and the master told him that he could be used as a medicine. Ji Shanhuan understood that for her brother it was a new product, so she smiled and offered to add more sugar there. The girl handed the brother a cup with a hot and aromatic drink. Chu Min thanked her older sister. The main character immediately took the first sip. He always wondered what kind of coffee tastes, because he had never tried it. The guy grimaced and thought that he was bitter, given the fact that his sister put a lot of sugar there. Ji Shanhuan caused awkwardness of the guy when she went to her brother and asked if it's hard to live on the mountain now. The main character answered his elder sister that he was not at all difficult, and he was happy there, because he was taught by 7 masters. A smile appeared on the face of the executive director of the HSL when she heard her younger brother's answer. Chu Ming was dumbfounded when a smile from the girl's face disappeared sharply, and she grabbed the t-shirt to look at his shoulder. Due to the awkwardness of the cheek of our hero, he blushed. He scaredly shouted to his older sister, not understanding what she was doing. The older sister of the guy was not enough evidence in the form of a token, so she needed to inspect her brother. Ji Henshuan remembered from childhood that her younger brother Chu has a mole in the form of an 8 on her shoulder, which means that he is one of them. The girl remembered the episode from childhood, when Chu Ming was completely baby and sobbed. Then his birthday was on his shoulder. The main character closed his eyes. He was terribly embarrassed because his sister for some reason takes his clothes. Ji Henshuan almost burst into tears with happiness when she became convinced with her own eyes that marked on her shoulder. The girl gently hugged her brother when she finally became convinced that he was really he, and admitted that she had been waiting for him for a very long time. The main character opened his mouth from surprise when he found out that all this time his older sister lived in anticipation of a meeting with him. For Chu Mina, this was quite strange, because the masters concealed the aura of the older sister. And now she says this. The guy remembered how he was engaged in meditation on the first night in the city to find out something about his sister, and it was very difficult for him. Ji Shanhuang saw the reaction of his younger brother and clarified whether it was true that the guy still knew nothing. The girl suggested that Chi put her hand on her pulse to read all the necessary information that was hidden from him. Chu Means tensed. He wondered if there really is something hidden in the pulse of his older sister Ji Shanhuan. After the brother and sister sat at the table, the main character took Ji Shanhuan's hand to study her, listening to the girl's pulse. Having learned everything, the guy was worried. He did not understand how possible, and asked his sister if the mentors of the mountain knew about it. The sister nodded and said that the masters know about her absolutely cold body, and only our hero is able to cure her illness. In the head of the protagonist appeared the image of his mentor, a brilliant doctor who looked at China with a mockery. The guy was angry with his master. He did not understand how he could cure his sister, even if his old man, a brilliant doctor, could not do anything. Ji Shanhuang asked the younger brother Chu Mina, does he also think, like a master, that it is difficult to cure her disease? Chu Ming knew that in Chinese traditional medicine, the lack of heaven and the lack of land are two extremely complex in the treatment of the disease. Therefore, he answered his sister that heavenly shortcomings are congenital defects, and it is important to take medicines every day. Ji Shanhuang said that the master gave her a medicine to suppress the symptoms, but did not say how to completely cure the disease. The girl asked her brother not to be shy to say when Chu Ming admitted that he knew how to cure the disease, but it is very difficult. The main character blushed, embarrassed, and looked away, asking her older sister if the girl has someone. Ji admitted that she has no one so far, because she has been engaged in practice, study, and then work in the company all her life. Chu Min said that the only method of treatment is a joint practice of improving with a person who has yan-positive energy. Ji Shanhuang blushed. She was very tired that a joint improvement is the only way to deal with her disease. The brother confirmed that this kind of practice of joint improvement is needed to exchange life force and treatment. The girl was dumbfounded. She really did not like the prospect of kissing with some person, even for treatment. The main character specified that it is necessary to do this twice a day for half an hour for 6 months to see good results. The guy was surprised that even such an influential person like his older sister blushes and trembles when he thinks about this. Ji Shanhuang told the younger brother that half a year of such practice is for her for too long. Putting a finger to the chin, the girl asked Chu Min if there was some way to reduce the duration of the course. When Chu Ming heard this question, it was so unexpected for him that the young man spat out coffee from his mouth. Ji asked her brother what was the matter, and the guy said that he thought that she would ask about something else, and it really could be reduced. He explained that this needs closer contact for the exchange of hidden vital energy and balance, yan and yin. Shanhuang was not opposed because the master informed her that she had only a year to live, so it was impossible to hesitate. The guy knew that children with an absolutely cold body did not survive at all, and made a conclusion that the masters tried well so that his sister lived for so long. Ji Shanhuan got up and told her younger brother that he should have a rest, and said that she would find a suitable person for procedures. Leaving, the girl thanked Chu Mina for the advice and said that she would give him her things to store him when her health worsens. The protagonist replied that things did not matter, and suggested first cure the disease of the older sister. When Chu Ming asked the girl whether she was ready to go this path, she turned around and in a sad voice asked if she had a choice. The guy admitted that she was very comfortable to communicate with his older sister and said that he had a suitable person. Ji Shanhuan was delighted when she heard it. She said that she was ready to offer this person a high price for help. Chu Min was embarrassed, but he admitted that a suitable person for her is a girl. but there is no need to spend money. The older sister of our hero was delighted when she heard that she would practice a joint improvement with a girl. For the protagonist, it was a pleasant surprise that his older sister was so traditional and appreciates her chastity. Ji Shan Huang answered the younger brother that chastity was responsibility before the future, and she has its own boundaries. The girl responsibly told Chumin that she would never use her body for a profit. The main character was not surprised. He knew that all his older sisters were so good, and he liked the position of the girl. Chuming promised to ask that girl if she agreed to help her sister, and asked Ji to leave his phone number or add him on a social network. Upon learning that the younger brother was using a smartphone, Ji Shanhuang concluded that Chu Min quickly adapted to city life. The protagonist was surprised when he saw that on the social network his older sister was signed as I Rise Above the Top. The guy pressed the button to add Jai Shanhuan as friends and thought that she was really a real workaholic, judging by her nickname. In the end, Chu Ming said that he would leave first, and again contacts his sister when he agreed to meet with Jin Yan. Ji Shanhuang asked his brother why he did not ask her why the masters asked him to come to her. The question was puzzled by Chu Mina, because now he was already sure that he was sent here to treat his sister's illness. The sister replied that this was not entirely true, because her task is also to convey to her brother the assignments from their sect of 7 saints. For the protagonist, this was a surprise when the elder sister told him that the mission of the 7 saints sect belonged to him. The guy opened his mouth in surprise. He was confused when Ji Shanhuang told him such news. It was true that their sect has such a name, because it was based on 7 masters, including a holy doctor, holy predictor, and others. They also included the holy hexagrams, the holy in the arts, the holy warrior, the holy alchemist, and the holy Tao. According to the 7 mentors of our hero, once long ago, all 7 masters were omnipotent and famous. Then they gathered together to organize 7 saints at the top of grief, which was currently dilapidated. Chu Ming thought that the masters invented that they were once omnipotent, because there were not even a decent gate in their village. The main character folded his hands together, making their branded gesture, and asked his sister to announce the task for him from the masters. Ji Hanshuan agreed to tell everything to the younger brother and asked Chu Mina to listen to her now carefully. The girl activated the bracelet that she wore on her hand. He turned into a small portal, from which a twisted piece of paper flew out. Ji opened a piece of paper and read the task from the masters, where it was said that they instructed him to give him a Hanshuan task. Chu Ming tensed when he heard that he would have to take the student's sect, and then he would be handed over to the treasure because he knew few people. The sister said that this is the first test for him, because the guy could not restore the sect if he does not even find one student. The main character took a piece of paper with a message from the 7 masters and promised his older sister that he would work hard on it. The girl said that her brother must have no work yet, and asked if Chu Ming wanted to become an employee of their company. Ji said that with his skills, he will get into the security department without work, and she would not arrange him to work through the back door as a relative. Chu Ming was against. He said that, regardless of his skills, everyone would say that he received work only thanks to his sister. The guy said that he believes that his older sister is not a fan of such gossip, and admitted that he also did not like this. The main character went to the exit, and Ji realized that she was mistaken when she thought that the masters would pamper his younger brother. The girl liked that his brother refused to receive a position, and realized that he had grown a much more good person than she expected. But as an older sister, she could not help but show at least some concern for her brother after so many years of separation. When Chu Ming left her office, he drew attention to the fact that a notification suddenly came to his phone. The main character was already going down on the elevator. He took out a smartphone from his pocket to see what kind of message was there. His sister wrote to the guy. She said that Chu Ming first went down the mountain and asked for permission to treat him, sending him money. The shocked Chu Ming stared at the telephone screen and shouted when he saw that his sister sent him 10,000 yuan. The young man happily accepted a gift from Ji Hanshuan. It was his older sister, so it would be impolite to refuse. Chu Ming shone with happiness, planning to buy a lot of vegetables and cook dinner to talk with Qin Yan about his sister's illness. When he went outside, there was already evening outside. He thought that Lin Lin had already left and was not against going home on foot. The main character picked up the phone in order to check through the cards how far he is from his apartment. Chu Ming turned sharply and looked dumbfounded at someone when he suddenly heard his friend's voice. It was a Liner. She asked why the guy had such a surprised expression on his face, and did he not want her to wait for him here? The girl came closer and the protagonist asked, "Ms. Yu, really, all this time she was waiting for Chu Mina on the street." Lin Lin winked and joked that perhaps she simply teleported and moved at this time. The guy blushed. He could not believe that the girl was waiting for him for so long, and asked if she was standing here since noon. The young Madame Yu opened her mouth wide in surprise when she saw that Chu Min was worried that she had been waiting for him for a long time. Lin Lin awkwardly explained that she was simply worried that Chu Ming did not know how to get home, because they are far from him. Chu Ming smiled because he saw that the feelings of Lin Lin were sincere, and invited the girl to treat her with dinner. The main character was noticeably surprised when Lin Lin agreed to have dinner with him, and asked what they would eat. Having rejoiced, Chu Mines took a coupon from his pocket for a free fast food and shouted that of course they would eat it. The girl was not very glad that they would eat in such a place, especially since the guys usually invite ladies to more decent restaurants. But for Lin Lin, it was the main thing that they would have dinner together, so she was not opposed to eating with Chu Mine in a strange place for her. Therefore, the girl sat behind the wheel of her yellow convertible, and together they rushed forward to quickly get to the restaurant. At this time, Zhang Ji all the time watched the guys from the window of his office. The general director called someone. The man was informed that that guy got into a woman's car and left. He was asked if his subordinate should go after them. Zhang Ji intended to act radically. He ordered his subordinate to go after that guy and find the opportunity to kill him. Ji said that there was no need to investigate because his family Zhang could afford to touch anyone in this city. The man's subordinate agreed to follow his order. On this, their conversation ended. The evil smile disappeared from Ji's face. The director clenched his teeth with anger. He knew that he would lose his face if the next time that guy dares not to enter the office, but to his lover's house. The angry Ji again threw the phone on the floor again. He cried out that he did not want to get the used goods, referring to his beloved. Soon, Chu Ming and his friend arrived at the chief store in the city of Jiangzhou. The guy was incredibly glad that hens would eat today. With a wide smile on the face of Chu, Ming went inside. He screamed, as it smells great even at the door itself. It turned out that someone was already following our main character and Lin Lin, following them, stepping behind them. A man with a mustache and the rest of the dismissed guards monitored their goal by order of the Director General of Xi. Their leader exposed the knife to the guys, if possible, to knit Chu Mina, then to sell the guy to his brother and earn money. The assistant to the general director came to the office of her boss and brought him a new phone, as he broke the old one. The girl was dumbfounded when her leader, instead of taking the phone, roughly grabbed the assistant by the hand and pulled to him. Zhang put the assistant to his knees. The girl looked embarrassedly at the boss. A blush appeared on her cheeks. The man admitted that it would be good if his beloved woman could be got as easily as her. Zhang called someone again and told this person that he needed a service, and in return, he would pay for his daughter's hospitalization for another 2 years. The general director of the company was wary when the person to whom he called and requested the service did not answer him. The director of the director was also surprised when her boss did not immediately answer. She was wondering with whom Ji was so patient. The mysterious person answered Ji that he would not kill, but he could break, Zhang agreed, and promised to send information and a photo of the goal. Ji Jiang was actually dissatisfied with the answer of that man. He was annoyed that this tool dares to bargain with him. The assistant to the general director began to choke and tremble when Zhang Zhan, who had lost his mind, pressed her neck with his hand. At this time, the daughter of the man, with whom the general director had just spoke, was sleeping, breathing through an oxygen mask. The girl was seriously ill, so she spent all her time in the hospital, bravely struggling against a terrible disease. Her father was nearby. He looked into his reflection, promising himself that he would stop by fulfilling the request of Zhang Ji, because he had already committed a lot of crimes to save his daughter. After the man received a notice to the phone, before that Zhang Ji promised him to send a photo of a new victim. He looked at the screen of his phone to find out whose life this time he would have to spoil to make money. On the screen was a photograph of our hero. For a man, it was a stranger, but he mentally apologized to a young guy. Chu Mines at that time was at the food institution. He was happy and said Lin Lin that those who do not eat food are not people. The protagonist and his girlfriend stood in line. Lin Lin was surprised that there are so many people in this restaurant. The girl sincerely did not understand why there are so many people in line, because before she had never eaten cheap food. The cashier of the fast food institution asked one of the client whose turn came to order. A chubby guy with glasses pointed a finger on the menu and replied that he wanted to order a burger with a medium-sized chicken. The cashier showed the guy 3 options for burgers, said that it was medium, large, and very large, and asked what he would choose. The client got angry with the cashier. He shouted that he was in front of him small, middle, and large burgers, and he needed the one in the middle. The main character was stunned when he saw the dispute of a chubby guy with a cashier and thought why he would not take all the burgers at once and leave. The seller apologized and said that the client has in mind a large burger and their smallest medium size. The cashier realized that the guy did not quite understand him, so he decided to explain to him in his arms what size their burgers were. The seller with his hands outlined the circle, showing the guest what size their largest burger from the presented menu. Lin Lin and Chu Min sighed heavily. They began to annoy that they were watching the conversation of two stupid people for so long. The restaurant's client was very angry, called the cashier a fool, cried out that he would no longer eat here and ran away. Finally, the turn of Chu Mina and Lin Lin have an order. The guy at the box office asked the guys what they would eat. The dumbfounded protagonist shouted that he wanted to order 2 sets of burgers of the largest size. The guy at the box office accepted the order of Chu Mina. Without explaining how the previous client, what sizes their burgers have, the protagonist was sweating and opened his mouth wide when his order was taken out. The guy stared at the food with amazed eyes. Finally, Chu Ming and Lin Lin began to dinner. A tray with a large burger and potato of fries lay on the table. The happy protagonist took burger in his hands to bite him off. Before that, he said that this food smells very tasty. Lin Lin preferred free potatoes. She advised her friend to eat slowly, because of which Chu Ming stared at her. A mustachioed man who had previously beaten by Chu, a whole crowd of thunder, was entered into a fast food institution. The man stared at Chu Mina and Lin Lin, who sat at the table nearby and dinner at that moment. The guy asked the leader whether he needed to take measures now. What the man called him mentally retarded and said that there are too many people. The whole team sat down at the next table. A man with a mustache gave his command to watch Chu Min and wait for the opportunity to attack. Lin Lin was the first to notice something was amiss. She asked her friend to turn around and look back at those men. The protagonist turned around and cast a formidable look at the gang of Grommel, who sat right behind him. The villains began to whistle and look around, pretending that they came here not in order to attack Chu Mina. Chu Ming was alert. He recognized in one of the men of the guard whom he learned today, and he wondered why he was here. But Lin Lin also had what to show our hero. She showed her finger to the side and asked Chu Mina to look there. The main character did as a friend asked when he saw who was there. The guy rounded his eyes in surprise. At the table sat an elderly woman in a fur coat with bright makeup. A young and handsome blonde guy sat next to her. Chu Mina covered a strange feeling. That full woman behind him looked a little familiar. Lin Lin, hiding the grin with his palm, concluded that this is an elderly rich woman who contains a young guy. The young Madame Yu told a friend that that boy seems to have not wanted to be here, and he does all this only for the sake of money. Suddenly, a woman who had chewed her burger before dropped food from her hands and began to cough loudly, panting. The woman was horrified. Unexpectedly, she felt very badly, and the guy asked his baby what happened to her. Watching the suffering of an elderly woman, the guy grinned because everything went as he planned. The young blonde guy pretended to be scared when his beloved became so bad that she collapsed from her chair down. The woman fell on her back. She could not even call for help due to the fact that she coughed loudly and suffocated. To discard the suspicions, the young man jumped up from his chair and shouted, asking someone to call an ambulance. He turned to the cashier, screaming that her girlfriend had problems with the respiratory tract. The seller agreed to call an ambulance. Lin Lin began to worry when she saw that the poor thing was swollen. She asked her friend if this was contagious. Continuing to experience his burger, Chu Ming asked his friend not to worry, saying that that woman was poisoned. The young Madame Yu started up. The expression of her face was frightened when she heard that the woman was poisoned. Chu Ming explained that the toxins clogged her throat, and she began to choke because she was careless with food. The main character suggested that the poisoner should take measures against this woman as early as possible. Lin Lin was horrified. She asked his friend if he wanted to say now that this was a murder, and she was right. Suddenly, Chu Mina praised the man of glasses, sitting behind, and confirmed that these were really the symptoms of the beginning of the poison. The main character rose and made a gesture with his hands as a sign of respect. He turned to the elder, asking if he was also a doctor. The man scratched his face with his finger and admitted that he had not heard someone to be called the elder for a long time, and said that he was also a doctor. The cashier of the institution loudly turned to all guests. He asked if there is a doctor among them, because the woman seems to be dying. The young man who poisoned the woman stood above her and did nothing, mentally wishing her death. The guy smiled because before that, he used her fingerprints to transfer the property of a woman to him. The man in glasses asked Chu Mina if he wanted to approach and inspect the woman, and the guy replied that he naturally wants. The doctor warned Chu Mina that he may not be able to provide first aid, but his relatives will then blame our hero. The main character turned around and briefly answered the man with glasses that the doctors were friendly, and did not listen to him. Leaving, Chu Ming quoted his master, saying that if you have no courage to save people, you do not deserve the title of doctor. A man sitting behind the glasses thought about the words of our hero that the doctors were friendly. He got up from the table thinking that this was the first time in his life when a young guy taught a man, in fact another child. A man in glasses caught up with Chu Mina and waved his hand to stop. The guy stood up and paid attention to the man from behind. Chu Ming agreed when this doctor told the guy that he would go with him. Lin, sitting nearby, watched them. The girl looked at the protagonist with fascinated eyes. She thought that there was something special in Chu. When Chu Min knelt before the woman to check her condition, the man asked the guy how things were. The main character answered the doctor that the woman was still breathing, but she would not last more than 5 minutes, and checked her pupils. The blonde shouted a min and a man, ordering them not to touch his girlfriend, and they replied that they were doctors. A fair-haired guy said that he did not expect that there was really a doctor in this ragged restaurant of fast food. A man of glasses also began to provide first aid to a poisoned woman. With his hand, he pushed her mouth. Chu Means at this time took the hand of an elderly woman to check her pulse, by which he can learn a lot about human health. The blonde silently watched this because he knew that the woman would die anyway, no matter how hard they tried, because the poison was already acting. The villain grinned, because he understood that these doctors without tools, medicines, and the operating table could not save her. The doctor with a regret announced that for salvation it is necessary to carry out an operation right away. But there is no hospital nearby, so the woman is doomed. The poisoner rejoiced when he heard this. A wide smile appeared on his face, because this is what he wanted. The main character was not going to give up. He told a man with glasses that there was another way to save this woman. All those present were noticeably surprised, including a man with glasses when the main character said about this. Having thought well, Chu Ming said that it was necessary to burn the paper with a talisman, add the ashes to the water, and let it drink it to a woman. Everyone stared at Chu Mina as a madman, and did not understand whether everything was in order with a guy, because this practice is far in the past. The blonde did not believe that in this way you could save a woman. He wanted Chu Min to do this, so that he would be made by a scapegoat. The guy looked at the protagonist and frankly mocked him. He was glad that there was a man who could be shifted to guilt. The young man began to pretend again that he was worried about the woman, cried, and asked Chu Mina to do everything possible. The main character agreed to do this procedure, asking him to give him just a pen and paper to save a woman. Chu Ming received paper and a pencil. He began to write something on it, reading the spell in parallel, turning to the 5 gods of a thunderstorm. Everyone crowded around the guy, watching with interest how Chu Ming writes something on a leaflet, saying a spell. He continued to do his work, saying that all living and dead follow the paths of heaven, hastily, like a law. It was ridiculous to watch this blonde. He already wanted to tell this funny story to his brothers when they would drink. Lin Lin watched Chu Mine with a serious expression on her face. She thought that her friend would again use her abilities. A man with glasses was disappointed. He thought that Chu Min was the best student of a medical university, but this is not so. When the protagonist finished drawing a talisman on paper, he asked the cashier to bring him a lighter and a glass of water. The guy approached the woman who was lying on the floor unconscious and asked her to hold on, promising her to save her now. The young man set fire to a piece of paper with hieroglyphs and signs, which, after his spell, became a miraculous talisman. The main character threw the resulting ash into a glass of clean water, so that, having drunk it, the woman received the strength of the talisman. Chu Ming helped the woman to stand up, brought a glass of water to her face and asked Aunt to drink water. But she had not reacted yet. The poisoned poor old woman found the strength to open her mouth and drink a glass of water, although she was very difficult. The man in glasses decided to go away. He did not believe in the venture of our hero at all, thinking that it was all just nonsense. The blonde was about to call the police in order to blame Chu Mina for everything, rejoicing that the restaurant has surveillance cameras. After the poisoned woman drank a glass of water, she again began to cough loudly. Spray of water flew to the sides. The old woman finally came to her senses. Although she looked exhausted, she asked Chu Mina what had happened to her. When the woman woke up, all those around were dumbfounded. Blonde, Lin Lin, cashier, and a doctor stared at her with rounded eyes. The guy who poisoned his beloved was in unpleasant shock. He did not understand how this is possible. The man with glasses was also very surprised. He was skeptical, so he did not expect that the woman would really wake up. The blonde was crushed. All his plans failed. The guy could not believe that this child really cured the woman. The protagonist helped the poisoned old woman get to her feet. The woman got rid of all toxins and felt better. The doctor in glasses realized that he had underestimated this child and this whole world, because he was convinced that the talisman was just a placebo. Lin Lin was sitting at the table and looking at our hero in love with a love expression. She was delighted that her friend could do anything. The girl stopped herself, thinking about the fact that the main character is capable of everything except the birth of a child, because he is a guy. The woman, when she came to her senses, looked at Chu Mina and asked the boy if he saved her, and said that she had choked with food. The protagonist glanced at the blonde behind and told Ant that she did not choke, but was poisoned. The old woman was shocked, which was actually poisoned. The woman suggested that the poison was in her food. The cashier of the fast food restaurant immediately began to make excuses, with a cry, begging Madame to stop saying nonsense. But Chu Min was well known that this was not something wrong with the burgers, but the woman was specially poisoned by one person. The young man pointed a finger at the blonde standing nearby and confidently stated that the woman was poisoned by that guy. When the guy was accused, he noticeably strained. The poisoner was in a stupor, trying to find a way to prove that he was innocent. The woman looked at her lover with a smile on her face and said that this was impossible, and he would not poison her. The blonde, hand on his heart, cried out that it was not him, because he loves his girlfriend very much, and asked the deer to the guy who was deer. Ant gave advice to Chu Ming not to make mistakes, accusing people unfairly, and again stated that something was wrong with food. The cashier shouted that this was not so because their food passes 3 stages of verification, and all their products are absolutely fresh. The doctor of the first hospital in the city of Zhangzhou took out his certificate and said that he could prove that Chu Mines is right. The doctor knelt down in front of a woman and explained to her that she was poisoned for a long time, and she should be examined. Finally, an ambulance arrived, which was called for the old woman. 2 doctors in white robes came out of the car. The blonde tensed even more when a whole Feldsher brigade entered the restaurant and asked where the patient was. The woman was annoyed by what had happened. She asked her lover, "Is it true that they say—" The guy did not explain anything to his girlfriend. He trembled with anger, cursing a bastard who destroyed all his plans. The blonde unexpectedly at all speed ran to the exit of the restaurant, knocking off the arrivals from on the way. The doctors put a poisoned woman on a stretcher and carried to the exit from the restaurant of fast food. For a while in the hall of the restaurant of fast food, silence hung, but it was interrupted by unexpected applause. The protagonist did not understand what was happening. He looked at the sides bewildered, not expecting to hear pops in his hands. Chu Ming froze, standing in the middle of the hall with a shocked expression on his face when everyone around began to scream, admiring his skills. Everyone applauded Chu Min and praised the guy, from which our hero became embarrassed. He scratched his head and giggled. The doctor with glasses also clapped his hands. He stated that Chu Ming distorted his understanding, and now he opened his eyes to many things. Chu Minese advised the doctor to seriously study traditional medical medicine to find out why it has existed for millennia. Putting his hand on his heart, the main character loudly stated that he hopes that in his generation, Chinese art would be able to revive. The main character managed to completely convince the doctor of the first hospital in the city. He did not mind studying traditional medicine. The man handed the guy his business card with the name and number of the phone and said that the guy could call him. The doctor added that he was ready to break the rules and accept our hero as a graduate student if Chu Min wants to study modern medicine. The main character took the man's business card with both hands and thanked the doctor, carefully looking at the gift. Behind Chu Min, the guard stood, whom he beat today. They were at a loss, not understanding why this child became a hero. The thugs began to doubt that it was worth killing Chu Mina. They told boss that the child was not simple and, it seems, he had talent. The guard with a mustache, in response, yelled at his guys, ordering them not to forget who pays them money, and reminded them of what their boss has a method. Chu Min finally returned to the table where his friend was sitting. Lin Lin was glad to see the guy, calling him a big hero, but our hero was not happy when he was called that. He asked Lin Lin whether she was also going to laugh at him. The girl replied that she was not going to laugh at him, and stated that it was very cool that he dared to save a person. Mrs. Yu decided to praise a friend, saying that she was a little admired by him because the guy can do absolutely everything. The main character laughed and answered his girlfriend that if she wants to learn this, he does not mind teaching her this in the future. The girl was also not opposed to master the same skills as our hero, so she agreed with him. To consolidate the promise, Lin Lin, the little finger extended to Chu. The guy blushed because he had not previously held the girl by the hand. But Chu Ming dared to do this for the first time in his life, and he and Lin Lin consolidated the agreement on the little finger. After that, the girl looked directly into the eyes of our hero and stated that in the future the guy had to not forget her. The young Madame Yu drew attention to her phone, which was lying on the table. The smartphone vibrated. Chu Min decided to eat his burger, and the girl stepped aside to answer the phone without extra ears. The expression on the face of Lin Lin has changed a lot when she heard what she was told in the phone. She replied that she would return soon. The girl warned a friend that she should urgently return home, and she could not hold it, because the family had an emergency. Chu Ming strained. He suggested that that girl from the Van family came into his girlfriend's house to create problems for them. The main character decided to hold a friend, and the dismissed guards remained at the table, pondering what to do next. Thinking, their leader decided to follow Chu Min. He got up from his chair and told his guys to follow him. The worried Lin Lin sat in her convertible. She apologized to Chu Min, promising to meet him again. The guy asked the girl not to worry much, saying that he feels that nothing serious would happen today. The main character took the bag with new clothes from the girl's car, and Lin Lin thanked his friend for good words. When the girl was already racing home, she almost cried because the Van family came to visit them, and the grandfather's voice was very strict. The upset. Lin Lin returned to the house, holding onto the wheel tightly. All her thoughts were about how her life developed. The heroine was bothered by the fact that now it seemed to her that her whole life was under the control of the Van family, to which she had nothing to do. Chu Ming stood at the stop to return home. He was far from his apartment, so he decided to go by bus. A gang of hooligans who aimed at our hero went out into the street. They boldly walked down the street, showing passers-by. The main character drew attention to the guard, recognizing in him a man who caused him troubles this morning. Chu Ming looked at the guys who approached him with a whole crowd. He became interested in what these people want from him. The guy turned around to pretend that he did not notice them. He allowed a man with a mustache to put a knife to his back. The life of our hero was in jeopardy because of the revenge of the dismissed guard. The man told Chu Min that he had dealt to him. The main character concluded that this man was desperate and his sister was the right to fire him today. Chu Ming replied that the man would not do anything to him because there are too many people here, and if something happens, he will not run away. The guard, angry, ordered the guy not resisting to go into the lane, threatening that otherwise Chu Ming would die. The bus just drove up to the stop. All the townspeople went inside, and Chu Min remained standing next to the gang of villains. Cars rushed along the street, not paying attention to the fact that the guy was at risk, especially since the view was blocked by the bus. Chu Ming agreed to go to the lane, followed by a guard holding a knife in his hand. He called the rest of the guys. A man with a mustache came up from the back to Chu Min and told him in his ear that this place was great for farewell to him. Chu Ming did not look as if nervous. He asked the villain if he wanted to kill him because he was beaten by a guy today. The version of the protagonist laughed at the guys. The man replied that he was not a psychopath and would not do this because of a couple of blows. The young man asked for what reason he wants to do this, because besides that fight between them, there were no more insults. The dismissed security officer asked Chu Mina, who gave him permission to touch the woman Zhizhang. The protagonist had no idea what this guard was talking about. He asked the man who she is. This woman, Zhizhang, a man with a mustache, again began to threaten our hero with cold weapons. And after that, he admitted who attracts his boss. The guard told the guy that Ji Shanhuan, the executive director of the company, the woman who is in love with his leader. The main character dropped his jaw from surprise. He was shocked that his 7th older sister became a victim of a bully. The villain waved and shouted that this knife would be the payment of Chu Min for the fact that today the guy put him in an awkward position. The man clearly did not expect that our hero would be able to make a high jump at the same instant, so that the guard would miss. For a while, the guy soared in the air and looked down at the perplexed former guard. Swinging, the protagonist screamed to the offender that he would not have the opportunity to use his knife. Chu Mines hit the offender with the edge of his palm right into the head of his head. From a sharp pain and surprise, the man dropped the knife. The man got a big bump on his head and collapsed to the ground. The rest of the guys ran to attack China. The main character stared at his offenders and commented that their movements are slow and full of shortcomings. After some time, all the guards who planned to destroy Chu Mina lay on the ground and writhed in pain. Chu Min approached their boss, a man with a mustache, and sharply stepped on the villain's chest, because of which he screamed, The guy looked contemptuously at the man and demanded that the villain explain to him what brother Zhang had just told him. The man shouted that Chu Ming would not dare to contact his brother Ji because he is a member of one of the richest families in the city. The main character wondered if the Ji-jana family is on the same level with the Yu family, in which his girlfriend is. The guy pressed the man's chest more strongly. He could not stand it and began to scream, complaining how painful he was. Chu Ming demanded to tell him where this guy was, because he had a do not care, from which family of Ji, if he wants to harm his sister. Having grimaced in pain, a man with a mustache could no longer speak loudly. He was ready to tell where his boss, but fell silent. The protagonist did not notice how another ill-wisher came up behind, a man who was hired by Zhejiang the day before. The hired killer put a pistol muzzle to the back of the Chu Min, asking the guard not to give out the location of their boss. The man warned the mustachioed guard that his brother Ji would kill him if he tells Chu to the mine where Zhang was. For our hero, there was a surprise to the appearance of another villain because he came up very quietly in just a couple of moments. The guard was delighted, shouting that his brother Ji sent him to help, and began to pursue a man to kill Chu Mina. A perplexed mustachioed man asked why the killer did not shoot, and asked to give the gun to him if he could not. The mercenary strictly advised the gang to leave here, saying that he was going to do this on his own. The guard rose and warned the man that this baby is very capable, and said that his brothers would help him. Chu Ming realized that there was no guarantee at such a distance that he would escape the bullet, especially since he was parallel to threaten with a knife. The villain with a mustache took a step forward. He screamed on our hero, asking if the guy liked to step on him. Suddenly, the man stopped. He stared in front of him. His whole body trembled with fear. He asked his brother what he was doing. There were shots. The dismissed guard was horrified. He did not understand why this hired killer shot on the ground. The hired killer asked not to force him to repeat his words again. He ordered the man to leave here. The guard was furious, but agreed to leave on the condition that in the future, a hired killer would not forget to provide them with a service in response. The main character felt strange. Chu Ming did not understand how this stranger managed to stop a man with a mustache. The mercenary, standing behind our hero, promised Chi to save his life, but the guy's legs would not work. The protagonist stood motionless, staring at one point. In this situation, he decided to try to guess. For this, Chu Ming activated his abilities of the clairvoyant. He wanted to see what this mercenary is like. Chu Ming breathed a sigh of relief and smiled when he could completely read the intentions of the hired killer behind him. The young man saw in his head the memories of this man when he was sitting in the hospital, and he was surrounded by various devices. The mercenary sat near the bed on which his sick daughter was lying, and then our hero realized why the man was doing this. The main character realized that this is the most painful and obsessive idea in his life, to earn money to cure his daughter. Chu Ming still stood motionless, without looking around. At that moment, the man waved his weapon to attack the guy. The guy understood that he was going to make a mercenary now, and asked him if his daughter would be happy if he did it. The man stopped. He was at a loss when he heard this question, because he did not understand where Chu, the mine, was known about his child. The protagonist noticed the mercenary's reaction, casting a look at him, and realized that now he had a chance, because the man was stunned. While the man was at a loss, Chu Ming took advantage of this and knocked out the weapon out of his hand, making his foot. The next step of our hero was to neutralize the enemy. He tried to hit the man with his foot right in the face. However, the mercenary's abilities were much stronger than Chu seemed to be, because the young man missed. The main character landed on the ground and waved his fist, and the man decided to counterattack the guy, attacked him with a knife. Chu Ming felt anger because of the actions of the offender. He stopped and shouted at the man, asking where he was aiming. However, the hired killer did not listen to our hero. In front of him was the goal of crippling Chu Mina in order to fulfill his mission. The man aimed at our hero again. He waved his fist and held a knife in his other hand, looking menacingly at Chu Mina. The main character managed to block the enemy's blow. The guy put out his elbow in front of him to avoid a blow. However, the next blow to Chu Ming nevertheless missed. The hired killer hit the young man with his fist in the face, leaving a dent there. The next blow was behind our hero. Chu managed to cut the villain knee directly into his stomach, which was a surprise to the man. This attack forced the mercenary to take a step back. The man clenched his teeth in pain and grabbed his hand by his stomach. The protagonist was thinking. He understood that this man had several tricks in his sleeve, and he was far from simple. The man was sorry for Chu Mina, because the guy had good skills at such a young age, and in the future he could become invincible. The young man for a moment was confused by surprise when the mercenary made a jump forward to take his weapon from the ground. The main character tensed. He was furious due to the complexity of the situation. Realizing that a man wants to take a gun, Chumin decided not to let the man do this. The guy jumped and pushed the mercenary with all his weight, using magical power. Unfortunately, the guy could not interfere with the mercenary. The man still grabbed the gun on the asphalt. The mercenary immediately took a shot, but fortunately, the main character managed to bounce to the side, avoiding a bullet wound. Chuming attacked the offender and grabbed his wrist with his hand to take the gun to the side. The guy's skin sparkled with lightning. Then our hero threw the enemy to the ground and hit him with his fist on his chest. His task was now to hold the gun, but the mercenary was going according to plan, because the gun was just a bait. In fact, he wanted to use a knife. Our hero tried to stop the killer, screaming that he knew that his daughter was in the hospital, and he could save her because he is a doctor. The man was dumbfounded. He stared at the chin, Mina, with puzzled eyes, asking him to repeat what he had just said. The guys stopped fighting, and Chuming said that the daughter of a man suffers from a serious illness with whom his father could not do anything. The man was dumbfounded. He rounded his eyes in surprise and asked the protagonist where he knew all this. Chuming admitted that he knew Chinese medicine and asked the man to take him to his daughter in order to try to save her. A mockery appeared on the face of the hired killer when he heard that the main character was going to apply traditional medicine. The man again got angry, accusing all traditional doctors of lies who only prescribe useless medicines. The main character replied that he knew that there are many doctors who are engaged in deception using half-understandable arts. Chuming reminded the man that he had just asked the guy how he knew that his daughter was seriously ill. The guy explained that he had just understood this with the help of fortune-telling because they were unfamiliar, and he had no other ways to get this information. The man was at a loss, because for the first time in his life he met a man with such phenomenal abilities, but he was clearly interested therefore to make sure of these abilities. Chumina asked where his wife is now. The protagonist agreed and again began to be a fortune. Telling, he pressed his index finger to the big one. Magical symbols appeared around. Chumin saw a vision. In it, some woman with long blonde hair walked along the street surrounded by passers-by. After that, the guy asked the man if there was a place called Nanshan in Jiangzhou in the city of Jiangzhou because he saw him in a vision. The man froze in surprise. It was clear from the mercenary's face that he was well familiar with the place voiced by our hero. After the hired killer answered the main character that there really exists a place called Nanshan in this city, turning around, Chuming told the man that Nanshan was the last place where his wife visited before his death. From surprise, the man screamed. He could not believe his ears, being in deep shock after hearing. The mercenary was so stunned that he was numb in the middle of the alley and dropped a gun from his hand, which collapsed onto the asphalt. The man was amazed to the core with the abilities of our hero. His whole body trembled. He did not understand how this is possible. He stared at the chin with rounded eyes and asked the guy if he really possessed such clairvoyance abilities. Chuming replied that if his calculations are correct, his daughter should have the same genetic disease as her mother. The man could no longer restrain his emotions. He clenched his fists and closed his eyes that were filled with tears. The memories of how he was happy with his wife and daughter, and also a sad moment from the hospital, surfaced in his head. The mercenary asked our hero to save his daughter, if he was really capable of, and Chu Ming replied that he was sure that he could do it. However, the young man was not going to treat the girl just like that. He told the man that he had some conditions. The man asked Chu Mina how much money he wants for it, being ready to earn any amount if the guy really cures the girl. Chumin said that he did not need money. Instead, he needed information about the man's boss and the answer to the question why he wants to kill him. The man took a step back. He replied that the boss helped him, and he could not show ingratitude towards him. Chuming asked the hired killer what is more important to him in such a situation, the life of his own daughter or the preservation of morality. The man collapsed to his knees. He was tormented by a heavy choice. He quietly said that he could not betray the boss because without his money, his daughter would be dead. The main character smiled and told the mercenary that he considers him a really righteous and caring person. Chuming took his package from the floor and said that he would not force him, and he would get all the information himself, and asked him to take him to his daughter. There was already a deep evening outside. The man took Chumina to the first hospital of the city of Jiangzhou, where his daughter was lying. The guys went inside. The man brought Mr. Chumina to a separate ward, where a little sick girl rested on a bed. Approaching the bed, the protagonist quickly examined the girl and concluded that she was already on the verge of death. The girl slept and breathed through an oxygen mask. Her father once again asked the protagonist to help his daughter. Chumin came closer to the girl and removed the blanket. He warned that for a start he needed to check the pulse. The main character laid his fingers on the girl's wrist to analyze her health status on the pulse. The guy was in shock when he found out that in fact it was not a genetic disease, and shouted that it was a bloody plague. The man was frightened. Hearing a new diagnosis of his daughter, he immediately asked our hero if this was treated. Having covered the girl's hand with a blanket, the main character answered her father that there is a way out. But there is one snag that complicates everything. A man screamed, frightened for the life of his daughter, asking Chu Min, "What was it?" Wanting to find out the whole truth as soon as possible, Chu Ming explained that the method of treating a bloody plague includes the introduction of a strong medicine, and the girl's weakness will not allow her to bear it. The worried father of the sick daughter asked the young man what to do in this case. He was very frightened for the girl. The main character asked the man to stop worrying and let the guy a little time to come to the decision. Chu Min's thought he knew that her weak organism could not withstand drugs. He was wondering if there was another way to cure it. The man was trembling with fear for his daughter's life. He was defeated, realizing that he had never received hope of saving her. The main character laid his hand on the man's shoulder and asked him not to be depressed, promising to cure her soon. After a visit to the hospital, the young man returned home. All his thoughts at that moment were occupied by a sick girl. Chu Ming was in a bad mood because for the first time he could not conduct treatment with the methods that the masters taught him. The guy remembered the words of his mentor that in traditional Chinese medicine his treatment is for each person. He knew that regardless of how much experience or achievements, he could not prescribe the patient's medicines at will. On the night street, our hero was not alone. Around the corner there was a guy who held a rope in his hands trying to tie something. Chu Ming stopped when he heard some familiar voice coming from around the corner. The guy was wary. The protagonist did not leave the feeling that he was familiar with the man whose voice he hears, so he decided not to pass by. He hid around the corner and decided to eavesdrop. The guy heard the cries of a person who orders him to give him a phone. Chu Min looked around the corner and realized that these were people from a fast food restaurant. He wondered why they were here. The main character decided not to leave the cries of these people unattended, so he decided to climb over the fence. The guy grabbed his hands on the fence to climb into the courtyard and see what people from the restaurant are doing there. The main character successfully jumped over the fence and landed on the ground. But on this, his adventure did not end. Chu Min began to deftly jump from the balcony to get closer and eavesdrop on what is happening. The guy became ashamed because he understood that the masters would laugh to his death if they knew what he was doing. Below stood a fair-haired guy who had previously sent his beloved. Near him stood his hooligan friends. His girlfriend was connected and lay on the floor. She promised her lover that her daughter would definitely come here. Seeing all this scene from above, the main character was wary because he realized that these people are plotting something bad. The guys turned around when a long shadow of some girl and a voice that demands to let a woman appeared on the street. The main character was at a loss due to rapidly developing events. He carefully watched what was happening below. Qin Yan appeared in front of the hooligans. She trembled with fear, but found the courage to say that she would call the police otherwise. Chu Ming was dumbfounded when he saw his girlfriend in front of him and realized that Qin Yan was the daughter of a poisoned woman. The woman was lying on the floor and trembling with fear. He turned to her daughter and said that she was very sorry. She did not have time to open her mouth like a blonde who tied her, hit the woman in the face, ordering her to shut up. Qin Yan was very scared for her mother. Seeing that the woman was hit hard, she screamed, turning to her. The blonde stepped on the woman and told Qin Yan that he was ready to let her mother only if they were given $1 million in cash. The frightened Qin Yan came closer and answered the villains that she had no such big money, and only 200,000. The blonde looked at the girl with an evil grin on her face, presenting that she offers only 20% of the amount. The villain answered Qin Yan that even if he agrees to this, his brothers did not agree, and the guys began to approach the girl. Frightened by my mother, Qin Yan shouted that she was ready to give money in parts, but for this, he must release a woman. The blonde went to the girl and grabbed her face, asking Qin Yan, "Does she think that the guy is a fool?" The guy said that if he releases her mother now, the girl would call the police, because of which he and his brothers will have problems. Qin Yan reconciled with the hopelessness of the situation. She asked the guy in a sad voice what he wants from her. The blonde grabbed the girl by the hair and promised Qin Yan a discount if she agreed to stay with his 3 brothers today. The girl abruptly pushed into the chest of a fair-haired young man and answered him with a categorical refusal to his proposal. A tied woman trembled with fear, sitting on the asphalt, and tried to convince her daughter simply to obey the villains. Qin Yan tried to protect herself at the blonde's hands. She looked at her mother, who accused her daughter of not wanting to help her. One of the brothers, blonde, told the guy that he blocked the road, so the girl now could not escape. When Qin Yan heard this, she was frightened to horror. The girl opened her mouth wide and froze, being in shock. She drew attention to her mother when the guy went to the woman and asked her to rise and stop playing. Qin Yan screamed to his mother, asking what all this means, starting to understand that a woman is an accomplice of these villains. The woman went to her beloved and asked if he would really love her forever if she cooperates with him. The guy stroked the elderly woman in the face, from which a blush appeared on her cheeks, and asked who else he would love, if not her. Qin Yan was horrified by everything that was happening. She looked at her mother with dumbfounded eyes, trembling with fear. The girl began to give up her legs. She became physically bad from the fact that her native mother acted so treacherously with her. Qin Yan stood in front of her mother. Her whole body trembled with horror, shouting. She asked the woman how she could do so. Chuming was trembling with anger at this woman. He understood that his mother Qin Yan had no brains, since she united with villains, leaving the hospital. While the girl stood, trying to reach her mother, one of the guys who worked for a blonde began to approach her. Qin Yan held out her hand and told anyone not to approach her. She took out the phone and said that she would call the police now. However, the girl did not succeed in doing this. One of the villains immediately grabbed the phone from Qin Yan's hands. The girl was frightened even more, because without a phone she was in a helpless position, alone with a gang of villains. Mom, standing in arms with her beloved, with a smile on her face, asked her daughter not to blame her for cruelty, saying that it was love. A fair-haired guy looked at Qin Yan, after which he ordered his brothers to grab a defenseless girl. Strong guys agreed to fulfill the order of the older brother and were ready to pounce on Qin Yan. The fragile girl was left to stand, squinting with fear, and wait until the three strong guys grab her. The main character said that he could no longer calmly look at it, and jumped down from the balcony to stop lawlessness. In the air, Chu Ming made several successful combat techniques, hitting the villains with his foot and hand in their faces to protect Qin Yan. The guy stretched his fists, dealing with the villains, and told his girlfriend that, fortunately, he passed by at that moment. The main character turned around, looking at Qin Yan, and stated that otherwise she could have had problems. The girl finally began to understand what had happened. She scaredly looked at the guy and realized that in front of her Chu Mines, the blonde squeezed his fist with anger when he saw Chu Mina in front of him, a man who today had already ruined his plans twice. The guy pushed the woman and went towards Chu Mina, screaming that he had done a lot of bad things today, but had not yet taken off. The villain jumped forward, wanting to attack our hero. He screamed, wishing a mini death. In his left hand, he held a cold weapon. The main character simply followed the guy's actions, doing nothing. He calmly told the blonde that he was too slow. The blonde did not have time to do anything to our hero, because Chu Ming waved his hand and cut down the villain, preventing him from harm the guy. The young man was not going to stop on one blow, even though the villain had already received injuries, because he wanted to teach him a good lesson. With 2 fingers, the main character hit the villain on the arm, using a special reception from Chinese martial arts. The blonde grabbed his hand and shouted in his throat in pain. He did not understand what Chu Ming had just done to him. Chu Ming laughed and explained to the villain that he blocked his meridians, because of which he could not be a man for 6 months now. The guy could not believe his ears. He stared at our hero, asking Chu Mina to repeat what he had just said. The main character approached a fair-haired guy and sharply put his hand on his shoulder, wanting to say something else. Chu Ming warned the villain what would happen to him if he came again and tries to bring Qin Yan's troubles. The young man laughed angrily and said that in this case the blonde would spend the rest of his life in bed. The expression of the villain's face changed when he realized that it was better not to joke with this guy, and felt real fear. The blonde was frightened for his male health, he screamed, ordering our hero to correct what he did to him. The guy was in horror. He did not understand what to do, and the frightened woman approached him, saying that they would now have nothing 6 months old. The protagonist did not listen to the blonde's claims. He approached his friend Qin Yan and carefully took the girl's hand. Chu Ming invited the girl to return home, completing this showdown with villains and mother Qin Yan, who betrayed her. Suddenly, the woman collapsed to her daughter and our hero. She was ready to beg the guys to fix everything. Burning with tears, she begged her daughter to ask her boyfriend to cure her beloved, because she could not live without him. Qin Yan did not answer the mother, who was standing in front of her. Qin Yan silently approached the woman. The girl's eyes filled tears because of her mother's betrayal. She was very angry at her. So she came up and hit the woman in the face. The angry Qin Yan shouted loudly that she has no mother since today because she does not deserve it. The girl, crying, ran away, leaving the woman behind. The mother screamed to her daughter that Qin Yan would cope without her mother. Qin Yan gritted her teeth so as not to sob. She ran away from her mother, while the woman screamed, begging her to help her. Chu Ming and his friend left there. The girl ran away to the night park to be alone after what happened. The girl raised her head and looked at the protagonist in surprise when he caught up with her friend, not wanting to leave her alone. The main character told the girl that he did not contact the police to leave his mother Qin Yan, the remnants of dignity. Qin Yan thanked the guy for help. She was broken due to another betrayal of her mother. Continuing to cry, the girl admitted that she did not think that once again she would be sad because of her mother after she left her as a child. She surprised Chu Mina, saying that in fact she really missed her relatives all this time. Although she said that she did not have them. Qin Yan turned away and looked at the night park. Chu Min remained nearby, listening carefully to his friend. The girl's mood suddenly improved. She felt relief, leaning on the fence, and said that she no longer needed relatives. When the main character took a shower after a hard day, he came to his girlfriend and advised the girl not to act so stupid. Qin Yan felt depressively after all the events that happened to her today, so she was lying on the bed to the bottom. The girl showed her face and wanted to ask a friend some question. A blush appeared on her cheeks. She sat on the bed and again asked the protagonist if she could become his girlfriend. But something interrupted her. It was a Chi Mina's phone, who began to vibrate because unexpectedly someone decided to call the guy in the middle of the night. The young man went to his phone, not understanding who could bother him at such a time because it was already very late. Qin Yan was disappointed because they were once again interrupted, and she could not ask a question that bothered her. The main character answered the call and asked who it was. It turned out that he was called the older sister with whom he had seen before. Qin Yan puffed out his cheeks from resentment when she heard the girl's voice, and Chu Min was delighted, asking his sister what he could do. Han Xuan asked her brother how he was doing with double improvement between her and her neighbor in the apartment with the physiology of ruin. The protagonist was in an awkward position because Qin Yan heard that his older sister was talking about her. The guy asked his sister to wait because he has a bad signal, and he hears some strange words from her. He decided to talk with his sister outside, because raising such a topic now with Qin Yan is to use her trouble in his favor. Qin Yan was confused. She looked after a friend, not understanding what physiology of ruin his sister was now talking about. When Chu Ming talked with his older sister Ji Han Xuan, he answered the girl into the phone that he understood everything. Jai was alert. The voice of his younger brother was somehow depressed, as if something had happened to Chu Min. When the guy finished talking to his older sister, he hung up and returned from the room, apologizing to Qin Yan. The girl smiled and answered Chu Min that everything was in order, asking him to just tell her if she could help with something. The guy sat on the bed and said that his elder sister has an innate physical defect, and Qin Yan can help her cure him. Chu Min became embarrassed, and he said that he would understand everything if Qin Yan refuses to pass double improvement with Ji. The main character opened his mouth in surprise when the girl replied that she was ready to help his sister cure the disease. Qin Yan once again said that she was ready to help, and noted that the older sister of Chu Mina had a very pleasant voice. The young man was shocked when the girl smiled and blushed, suggesting that his older sister was probably a beauty. Chu Ming scratched his head and thanked his girlfriend for his help, saying that it would be great if Qin Yan helped. The guy was glad that everything went more smoothly than he expected. But here Qin Yan stated that she had one condition. The main character looked at his friend and replied that the girl could ask for everything he wants, if only he was able to do this. Qin Yan looked at the guy with sparkling eyes and asked Chu Min to spend time until the morning as her condition. The young man started when he heard this. He tired his friend with dumbfounded eyes and shouted in surprise. The night for the protagonist was sleepless because Qin Yan made him sleep with her in the same bed, and the guy lay with his eyes open. Chu Ming could not close his eyes because he was unusual to separate the bed with someone, even though they were shared by a large plush toy. The guy looked at his girlfriend when he saw Qin Yan in a dream, climbed into a plush duck to change his position. He stared at the girl with shocked eyes and blushed with embarrassment when Qin Yan lay right near him. The main character trembled with awkwardness and was very annoyed that Qin Yan lies too close, and he cannot fall asleep. There was still night outside. Ji Han Xuan sat in her office on the top floor of the skyscraper, from where a beautiful view of the city opened. The tired girl sighed heavily and took off her glasses. Although it was too late, she was still at work because her thoughts were busy. Ji Han Xuan was concerned about her younger brother. She heard sadness in his voice, realizing that he had something. The girl looked as a wary to the side when she heard some kind of sound. Thoughts about her brother did not leave the director's head. She tried to reassure herself that Chine should have everything in order, because it was about her talented younger brother. In the head of Ji Hanshuan, memories of the ritual surfaced in which all the masters of the 7-7 sect took part. This ritual was carried out with our main character when he was still newborn, and cried, not understanding what was happening. Then the participation of 7 masters was required to seal 90% of his energy as the son of heaven. Remembering this episode, Ji Hanshuan sighed heavily, dropping her head down. Veins emitting blue light appeared on her face. The disease showed herself again. Ji Hanshuan thought about how many years and money she spent on a search for a person with the physiology of Ruan to recover. She took her bag, thinking about her younger brother, who so quickly and accidentally found a man with a suitable physiology of Ruan. The girl brought a pill to her mouth to relieve the symptoms of her illness. Thinking about the fate of her brother and whether his seal will be removed, Ji Hanshuan remembered the master's words that Chu Ming would die from heavenly energy, hoping that his brother would still be able to integrate his luck. When the sun's rays penetrated the Chu Mina bedroom, the guy opened his eyes. The night was not easy for him, because Qin Yan was sleeping nearby. Chu Min sighed heavily without resting that night, but he concluded that his friend was sleeping quite calmly, exhausting yesterday. The girl smiled, and Chu Ming was angry because his hand was numb, because he served a pillow for Qin Yan all night. The main character was scared when he poked a finger at his hand and did not feel anything. Even the energy did not circulate in his body. But this helped Qi Min to recall the Yai, a girl with a plague of blood, whose body cannot take out a strong medicine due to weakness. The idea came to the guy's head that if you stop the flow of blood and qi in heart meridians for a while, then the medicine can be used. Chu Ming abruptly jumped out of bed, thereby accidentally pushing Qin Yan, and shouted, asking himself why he had not thought about it before. Qin Yan woke up the scream and push of the guy. The sleepy girl rubbed her eyes and asked our hero what had happened. Chu Min, whose eyes sparkled with joy, grabbed the girl by the shoulders and shouted that she was grateful to her for lying on his hand all night. The girl looked at the guy perplexedly, without answering anything when our hero shouted that he urgently needed to leave somewhere. Qin Yan did not understand what was happening, and why Chu Min suddenly began to thank her, which caused her embarrassment. The main character went outside. Outside he met several girls who were engaged in a morning run. Chu Ming immediately called his father a sick girl and gladly said that he came up with how to cure his daughter, warning that he would be in the hospital soon. The man was delighted when he heard this news, and the guy rushed to the hospital, pushing all passers-by in the way. One of the girls that he accidentally pushed was evil. She shouted that it was crazy to run so quickly. The main character laughed and apologized to the girls, whom he had just accidentally knocked down, trying to quickly get into the hospital. Chu Ming was sure that this method would certainly cure Yai, and then Qi Yue would become a powerful assistant in the city for him. The guy continued to escape in the hospital, thinking about how the combat-ready Qi Yue could easily become the guardian of their sect. The young man was glad that he would receive such a person in his team. He rushed to the hospital, bringing inconvenience to the rest of the passers-by. The main character rejoiced. He smiled broadly because he would take the first step on the way to the successful creation of his sect. When Chu Ming was already in the hospital, Qi Yue asked the hero how he got here so quickly, because the roads are all in traffic jams. Out of breath, Chu Ming said that he had run 20 kilometers and asked him to look at the situation to look at him. At Qi Yue, his jaw dropped. A man stared at the protagonist with shocked eyes when he heard that Chu Ming was running here. The man did not understand that the person was in front of him, because the skill of Chu Min was not inferior to him, and he is also an excellent doctor and is very hardy. When the main character felt the girl's pulse, he shouted that the situation was not good, because today he was even weaker than yesterday. The frightened Chu Ming shouted that without immediate treatment, Yai could hardly survive even until today. Qiyu was in horror. He immediately ran to the bed, where his daughter was lying, and looked at the girl, not understanding how this could happen. Chu Ming told a man to call the attending physician to apply for an immediate operation that our hero will conduct. After some time, excited Qi Yue brought a young doctor in a white coat to the ward and introduced him as Lin Yun. The doctor looked at our hero with distrust and said that he had heard that the guy wants to use their operating room. Chu Ming replied that he was also a doctor and stated that the life of the Ye is in danger, so he asked to use their operating room. Lin Yun made an entry on paper and demanded that China show his doctor's license, after which he would apply for permission. Qiyu got angry and pushed the doctor, screaming that his daughter might not have experienced this night. Not understanding why he should apply, the doctor replied that he was simply fulfilling his duties, observing the rules, and invited the man to talk to the head physician himself. The man froze when the doctor looked at him with hatred and said that he knew that Chi Yue did well with the order of his brother Chi. Lin Yun grinned angrily and reminded the man that without material assistance to his brother Ji, his daughter would have died a long time ago. Qiyu could not restrain angry emotions under control, and after these words, the doctor hit the guy with his fist right in the face. The main character was also too angry at the doctor to stay away. The guy froze, screaming that he was not worthy to call himself a doctor. Other employees of the hospital who walked along the corridor stared in surprise at Lin Yun when he flew out of the ward. The enraged doctor shouted at our hero and Chi Yue, pooping his finger and threatening to go to call the guard and call the police. Lin Yun was sitting on the floor, and the other health workers approached and asked him what he was doing here while the head doctor examines the chambers. A cunning smile appeared on the doctor's face when another employee of the first hospital came up and helped him get to his feet. The guy, seeing the chief doctor, shouted that the patient's relatives attacked him, asking them to drive them all right away. Outraged doctors stood aside and whispered among themselves, complaining about the relatives of patients who could not even communicate normally. The chief doctor was a doctor, whom Chu-Ming met in a restaurant on the eve. He asked a subordinate which of the family members hit him. The main character came out of the chamber and was delighted when he saw before him again to Minhu, a man with whom they were already familiar. The rest of the doctors began to outrage Chu-Mina, asking how he dares to contact the head doctor, who was known in the city as a surgeon. The battered Lin Yun looked at our hero with hatred, delighted that the guy himself digs the grave with such actions. The head doctor was delighted and laughed, seeing his younger one, and asked Chu-Mina if he came here to study. Lin Yun was dumbfounded when he saw that the head doctor was not angry with Chu-Mina, who turned to him disrespectfully. With sadness in his voice, the protagonist answered Xi Minhu that he did not come to the hospital today to study. Chu-Ming said that doctors work in their hospital, but there is no medical ethics, and he does not want to become such a person. Poking his finger at the chin, Lin Yun shouted that this guy pretends to be a doctor and wants to go to the operating room, without providing documents. The chief physician of the first hospital in the city of Xinyu asked our hero what was happening when he heard the complaints of the subordinate. The guy briefly answered a new acquaintance that this child will die if today does not provide medical assistance to the girl. The indignant Chu-Ming asked the hospital's employees, "Does it really matter in this situation whether he has documents or not?" The chief doctor silently listened to the main character and fell silent for a short while before making a decision whether he should give permission. Lin Yun did not calm down. He shouted, accusing Chu-Mina of a lie, and drove him away, threatening to call the police who would arrest him. For Lin Yun, it was a surprise when Xi Minhu ordered his subordinates to immediately prepare the operating room. The main character also did not expect Minju to make such a decision, and the head physician said that he would be an assistant to Chu-Mina. All employees of the hospital who surrounded them were dumbfounded. They asked the head physician to repeat what he said. Lin Yun asked the head physician not to be impulsive, because the origin of the chin is unknown, and the hospital will be responsible for his operation. Minju answered with concerned subordinates that if something goes wrong, he would take on all responsibility. All doctors were dissatisfied with the decision of the head physician, calling this among themselves crazy and madness. And Lin Yun was furious. Lin Yun, clenching his fists with anger, cried out that people from other hospitals would laugh at them if the rumor about what had happened would spread. The head physician came out of the operating room, lowered the mask and sighed. His subordinates asked him why the man left. The doctors immediately ran to him, asking how a child, and suggested that that young man could not cope. Minhu said that he was unknown to the treatment methods for Chu-Min, so he left the operating room so as not to distract him. The hospital staff stared at the chief doctor with rounded eyes when the man said that there was another thing. The head physician got angry, screaming that the remains of Protogamin were discovered in the YAI body, asking whether Lin Yun Li prescribed this drug to her. Lin Yun was frightened, seeing the wrath of the head doctor. He wanted to justify himself with a trembling voice when he was accused of intentionally ditching a fragile girl with such a medicine. A witness to this conversation was the girl's father, who was waiting for the operating room. He immediately grabbed Lin Yun by the collar. The man shouted at the bastard, accusing him of creating problems, and the frightened guy said that his brother Z was to blame for everything. But Chi Yue did not listen to the excuses of the doctor. His eyes were radiated by blue light with anger, and with all his strength he hit the doctor in the face. The man's blow was so powerful that the guy, unable to resist his feet, collapsed right on the floor, hit his back and head. Lin Yun screamed in pain after a blow in the face, and the head doctor, who stood nearby and looked at him, turned to him. The doctor opened his eyes wide in surprise and immediately came to his senses when Minjui announced that the guy was fired. The battered young man immediately tried to get up and reach the head physician. He was outraged by such a decision. Minhu was angry at Lin Yun. He told the guy that it was precisely such doctors as he spoiled the reputation of their hospital. Lin Yun broke out and shouted that he knew that he was wrong, because the money overshadowed his mind, and began to beg him to give him a chance. The head physician of the hospital turned away so as not to look at the scum, and Lin Yun collapsed to his knees in front of the man, begging him. The prayers of a fairly dismissed guy did not act on the head physician in any way. He ordered the employees to take Lin from here. Doctors who were previously on the side of Lin Yun obeyed Shi Minhu, agreeing to take their comrade. The hospital's employees grabbed the dismissed guy under his arms to get away from here, and Lin Yun did not leave attempts to reach the head physician. Kiyu went to the head doctor and with concern on his face asked Shi Minhu what would now be with his sick daughter. The head physician smiled and asked the man not to worry, because Chu Min is a very good doctor, and his methods opened his eyes. The doctors were dumbfounded when they saw that the operation above the operating room went out. Although only less than an hour passed, Kiyu and Shi Minhu also turned sharply and looked at the door to the operating room. When they heard the voice of the protagonist, Chumin took out a bed with the daughter of Chi Yue and said that all that needs to be done further is to relax and restore strength. The woman who assists the guy said that Dr. Chu Mina's method is unique, because this is the unification of Western and traditional Chinese medical. The second doctor, who was at the operation, also praised Chu Mina, saying that he was the most talented doctor he saw. The main character became embarrassed, due to the fact that everyone began to admire them. He laughed and replied that they were exaggerating. The father of the sick girl, trembling with excitement, approached her, putting her hand on her forehead, and said that she looks much better. Chu Min handed Qi Yue a recipe, asking him to give his daughter these medicines twice a day to see the result after a month. The man took a sheet of paper with trembling hands, his eyes filled with tears. He looked at our hero with gratitude. Qi Yu collapsed to Chu Min and shouted that he would always remember his kindness, promising to fulfill any of his assignments, even if it is among the raging sea and fiery mountains. The man sat on his knees and wiped his tears, and Chu Min ran up to him and asked his brother Qi to get to his feet faster. The head physician asked the employees to send the girl to relax to the ward, and Chu Mina asked to come to his office to talk. The protagonist nodded, looking at Naminhu, agreeing to talk to him alone in the office of the head physician. Soon, Chu Ming was in the office of Shi Minhu, examining the situation. He thought that this room is much worse than where his sister was working. The head physician went to the guy and offered him a drink, asking him not to be offended because he has only cups for tea. The main character took the cup in his hands and enjoyed the aroma of the drink, noting that the quality of this tea is on top. Chu Ming took a sip of tea, and the head physician invited the guy to immediately move on to the essence of the conversation for which he invited him here. With a serious expression on our hero Minhu, with a serious expression, and asked if he agreed to become his student. The main character choked and spat out the tea from his mouth, because he did not expect to hear such a proposal from a man. Outside was an employee of the hospital, who eavesdropped on their conversation, and was surprised when she heard that the head physician wanted to accept the student. The girl in round glasses dropped his jaw. When she heard this, she could not believe her ears that the student heard the word. She knew that medicine pays attention to the transfer of knowledge, and usually the masters are taken only by graduate students, extremely rarely students. The doctor was in shock because she understood that the master who accepted the student would unconditionally have to teach him everything that she knew. The girl knew that the student of the head physician in one step would reach heaven because there is one of the 10 best doctors of the city. The protagonist wiped his mouth, apologized to the head physician and stated that he already had a teacher, so he was forced to refuse. The refusal of Chu Mina clearly annoyed the chief doctor. He screamed, not believing his ears that the guy simply said no. A hospital employee, who overheard everything, was dumbfounded. She grabbed her head by her head when she heard it. The girl trembled. She did not understand what kind of man this Chu minds, since she abandoned the possibility of gaining success to heaven. Again, pouring tea into a cup, Su Minhu asked Chu Mina if he knew what he could get if he agrees to become his student. The man said, wealth and freedom, the status, glory, and access to research is what many people can only dream of. The The main character, sitting on a chair in the office of the head doctor, decided to admit Shu Minhu that he had no parents. The guy told the head physician that he was brought up by 7 masters on the mountain, who took him under guardianship from his very birth. With a smile on the face of Shu Minhu told that mentors for him are not just a teacher, but also real parents. Chu Ming explained to the head doctor, smiling amiably, that it was for this reason that another teacher could not accept. After hearing the guy, the head physician smiled and accepted his position. In return, he suggested Chu Ming simply to call his uncle. The main character smiled broadly and agreed to call him Uncle Shu as a sign of respect for the senior doctor. This conversation ended on a positive note. Uncle Shu also smiled at his youngest, and they agreed on everything. An employee who overheard outside could not believe that there are still such people because in life, I saw too many, eager for benefit and success. The girl lost control of emotions and burst into tears, told the protagonist greatly touched the hospital employee. Chu Min still sat in a chair in the office of the head physician when he suddenly felt the vibration emanating from his phone in his pocket. The guy took the smartphone in his hands and was noticeably worried when he saw that he had received a message from the 7th elder sister. The message was short. In it, the sister of Ji wrote about the warehouse of Shiji, not specifying the details, and Chu Ming aloud asked where it was. Uncle Shui heard what Chu Ming said about the Woji warehouse, and was surprised how the guy found out about this place that had already been abandoned for many years. Chu Ming was scared because the message from the sister contained only these few words and suggested that she was in danger. Ji Hanxuan was really in danger when the villain saw that she had sent a message. He broke her phone. The girl trembled with fear when Brother Ji stood in front of her, threatening her with his fist, and complained that Ji did not want to give up. The 7th older sister of our hero was connected by this villain. She screamed, asking Z what he was going to do. Ji Jiang leaned over the frightened Ji Hanxuan and touched her chin with his hand to look in her face. Brother Ji showed her for a year that the director has been working in her company for a year, and the girl was still avoiding all sorts of meetings with him. The man gave a slap in the face of the girl and accused her that she dares to flirt with the other guys, exposing him to a fool. For Ji Hanxuan, it was not the news that Brother Ji had feelings for her, so the girl was not very surprised. She could not get rid of him earlier because he was a member of the Jiang family. But Ji did not expect that the guy would bribe her assistant and abduct her. The day before, she was traveling in a car with her assistant, and when they lost the route, she asked her, "Do they not need to go to the client?" But the assistant who was driving did not answer the question of the boss, which frightened Ji Hanxuan. When the trader brought Ji Hanxuan to the destination, the girl's car surrounded the gang of guys with bats. The girl looked out the window and realized that they did not come to the client, because an outside was a strong young man with a bat. The indignant Ji Hanxuan shouted at the assistant, asking what she was doing, but the girl remained silent. The assistant, trembling, apologized to her mistress, explaining that Vice President Zhang asked her to do this. Ji Vanil himself was careless, and not an assistant who was justified that she had her own reasons for this act. Now she was only hoping that the younger brother would understand her message, and regretted that she had not learned the martial arts from the 6th master. Ji took off his jacket, asking his assistants to monitor the situation outside, and ordered to throw Ji's phone so that it could not be tracked. The man went to the table where the medicine lay. He said that he would first make an injection to the girl so that she would not resist. Ji Hanxuan was held by the hands, and she screamed, trying to reach out to Ji's brother so that he would allow her to leave, and in return, she would not call the police. The words of the police were only laughed at Ji Zhang. He asked the girl whether she knew about the influence of his family in the city. Ji Zhang looked at Ji Hanxuan with a crazy look and said that even if he kills her, he would still not be anything. Ji Hanxuan was shocked by his statement. She asked the kidnapper if he had killed someone else before. The man went to the defenseless girl, grabbed her face, and said that the man he had already killed behind this warehouse. The distraught Ji Jiang asked Ji Hanxuan if she remembered who was the previous vice president of her company. The girl shouted that it was Uncle Gong, and she thought that the last vice president returned to his city and quit of his own free will. The man ironically replied that he really sent him home, because otherwise he would not have taken the position of vice president. Ji Hanxuan, who was held by 2 strong guys, tried to break out and screamed, leaving Ji to stay away from her. Suddenly, Chu Ming appeared. He shouted to his sister so that she stopped resisting, because his brother took care of her. But Ji Hanxuan at that moment did not understand that her brother came to the rescue. She screamed loudly, repeating that she did not want this. When Ji Zhang tried to make an injection to the girl, The main character shouted loudly, ordering the villain to stop immediately. From surprise, the man started and dropped the syringe from his hand. He looked fearfully at the young man who interrupted them. Ji Jiang was outraged by the appearance of an unexpected guest. He turned around and looked at the Qin with irritation in his face. The protagonist stood nearby, remaining calm. He ordered him to let his sister in a strict and demonic voice. Chuming has already coped with one of the fighters of the Ji Jiang team. He held a beaten strong guy by the T-shirt. Ji Hanxuan was delighted and screamed when she finally saw that her younger brother Chu Mingmin had come to her aid. The guy beaten by our hero tried to say something to his boss, but his voice was quiet because his strength left him. Xu Cheng noticeably tensed when he saw that Chu Ming possessed a force capable of dealing with his fighters. The man, having panicked, screamed on our hero, indignant that he dared to interfere with him, and ordered his guys to kill him. Chu Ming was ready to fight against the villains to save his sister. The eyes of an angry guy radiated red light. After a moment, the main character grabbed one of the guys by the neck. The villain did not even have time to react. Surprised at the speed of Chu Mina, after a second, this guy, having lost his balance, fell to the floor. He clenched his teeth trying to resist, but nothing came out of him. The main character with two hands at the same time neutralized two opponents. They pushed strong guys to the ground. Zhu Zhang stood aside and trembled with fear. He could not believe his eyes, because Chu Ming coped so quickly with his guys. The man shouted so that our hero would not approach him. The frightened brother Z began to call for help, not understanding where everyone had gone. The protagonist was calm and confident in himself. He ordered the frightened Ji Zhang to stop screaming. The guy radiated a bright blue magic light. After a moment, he was already standing in front of his brother Ji and said that he had taken care of his younger ones. The trembling with horror, Xian told our hero that he does not dare to touch him because a guy from an influential family, but the origin of the man did not work on Chine. After a moment, the villain had already received a strong blow with his fist in the face. The man screamed in pain and collapsed onto the floor. Qi, a mine was enough for one blow to knock down the villain who attacked his sister. The wrath of the protagonist was not to stop. The guy sat on top of the vice president Z and once again hit him with his fist in his face. Chu Min continued to beat a long-haired man, asking how he dared to touch his older sister. Ji Jing received a lot of injuries. He began to beg the protagonist in a quiet voice to save his life and stop beat him. But our hero stopped only when he heard the voice of the elder sister Ji Hanxuan, who called him. Chu Ming finally turned around and drew attention to the seventh older sister. His eyes were frightened. The girl was still connected, so she could not get to her feet. She told her younger brother that she was poisoned. The protagonist approached his older sister and asked her to let him start her hands to release. When Chu Min took the ropes from Ji Hanxuan's hands, he helped the girl get to her feet, holding a weakened sister. Ji Hanxuan told her younger brother that the villain Zizhang poisoned her because she had just made her an injection. The girl suggested that their master taught Chu Mina, which will help her remove poison from the body. The protagonist, without further ado, put 2 fingers on the wrist of the older sister. A whirlwind of magic light formed around. Chu Min told his elder sister that first you need to release blood from her body to get rid of the poison. The girl was in shock when she saw that energy was coming from her brother's fingers. She did not expect the master to teach him even that. The bright energy came out of the fingers of Chmina, and he asked the 7th older sister to tolerate, because it would hurt. Ji Hanxuan agreed to endure the pain. The healing energy of her younger brother pierced the girl's whole body. While Chu Ming was engaged in the treatment of the older sister, he did not notice that Ji Zhang had come to his senses and was already standing behind him. The vice president had a weapon with him. The man loaded the gun while our hero was abstracted and was ready to attack. Vice President Dai Zhang directed the weapon towards the protagonist and shouted that the guy would die for humiliating him today. But this did not frighten Chu Mina. The guy turned a demonic look at Ji Jana and asked him if he was looking for death. The main character swung to direct the charged flow of energy into the enemy and neutralize it at a distance. The stream of blue light reached the hand of Ji Zhang, in which he held a gun, so Chu Min wanted to protect himself from a shot. The vice president of the company was dumbfounded when his hand suddenly stopped obeying him, and he dropped his weapon to the ground. Zhu Zhang trembled with fear. He stood, unable to move, and asked Chu Mina what he did to him. The man was in horror. He shouted that his hand did not belong to him anymore, and he could not control it. Grinkling, the protagonist helped his sister stand up and answered the villain that he simply blocked his meridians. Chu Ming warned the villain that if he could not restore his hand within 2 days, she would be useless until the end of his life. Zhang realized that he was weaker than Chu Mina, so he decided to go on the run. He wanted to find his brother and father to ask for help. The man was in a panic. He wanted to quickly find a man from his family who could help him restore meridians. Ji Hanshuan noticed that Zhang was running on the run and warned about this younger brother who was not going to catch up with him. The girl was surprised when the main character smiled broadly and stated that Zhang still could not escape far. Zhang fled to the exit, smiling. He intended to get help from the family, and then he would definitely return and take revenge on them. But the adventures for Zhang did not end there. Not having time to run to the exit, the man again received a blow in the face. The long-haired man collapsed onto the floor. In front of him was a young man who had just struck him in his face. Zhang looked at the offender and asked who he was. Loudly indignant, as he dared to hit him in the face, Qiyu turned out to be these attackers. He kneaded his hands after the blow and told Brother Ji that they had not seen each other for a long time. Zhang tried to crawl back and screamed on Qiyu that without him, his daughter would be dead, and he could not be ungrateful. Qiyu shouted for saying thanks to Ji, but in fact he was so in anger that Zhang hit again with all his might. Ji Hanshuan, who watched this from the side, did not understand who this person was, so she asked her brother about him. The main character laughed and explained to his elder sister that this man is the future guard of their sect of 7 saints. The extremely joyful Chu Ming told Ji that the first step in creating their sect is a search for a guard who knows how to fight well. Ji Hanshuan asked her younger brother that about the students. Ashamed of Chu Ming replied that he was working on this. After Qi Jiajicheng took revenge on everything that he had done to him, the man, holding the beaten guy by the shirt, turned to Chu Min. He dragged and threw a Ji assistant to the floor, saying that this woman behaved suspiciously outside, so he brought her here. Ji Hanshuan decided to approach the assistant who endinated her life in order to deal with the traitor personally. The girl trembled with fear of her mistress. She began to scream that she was framed, but Ji did not answer her. Tears appeared in the eyes of the assistant. She began to beg the boss, so that this time Ji Hanshuan forgave her. But the older sister of Chu Min was interesting. She came up and asked the traitor why she did it. The girl said that her sister disappeared 6 months ago, and Ji promised her to give information about her if she helped him. The assistant tried to justify herself, screaming that Chi promised her not to harm Ji, and she did not know that this would happen. Ji laughed and told the assistant that her sister became pregnant from him. He wanted to send her money, but she stated that she was experiencing feelings for him. According to Zhang, at that time he was attended by repair work, and he took advantage of this moment, after which he laughed angrily. Assistant Ji Hanshuan was shocked. She asked Zhang to repeat that he had just said about her sister. Zhang poked a finger at the girl and shouted that he, albeit a bastard, but such traitors as she hates even more. Hearing the truth about the loss of her sister, the girl attacked Zhang, grabbing his hair, and screamed that she was about to take revenge on him. A fight began between them. Ji Hanshuan said that she was tired of this farce, so she did not want to be here anymore. The main character told the brother of Qi that he would leave the rest of his work, but for now he would take the 7th older sister home. A few days later, a newspaper appeared on the Jiang family with the news that Ji had committed a terrible crime. The head of the family, Jiang Zhenhua, saw this news and told his other son that his brother committed something serious this time. The eldest son of the Jiang family, Zhang Tian, rested on the table of his father and told him that this is why they could not protect Ji. The enraged head of the family, Zhang, hit the table with his fists and stood up. He was very angry due to the fact that his youngest son was in troubles. Trembling with anger, the man through his teeth asked his eldest son to go and find a man who hurt Zhang. The man shouted that he wanted the person, because of whom Zhang has problems now, pay for his act. Zhang Tian put a photograph on the table and said that the meridians Z were cut, and the accuracy of the offender technique was impressive. Zhenhua asked his son why a person who is a master of Chinese martial arts is to take actions against Ji. The man panicked when he suggested that this man, who hurt Ji, came to fight against all their family. Zhang Tian, straightening his glasses, answered his father that, based on the current situation, we can assume that it is so. The eldest son of the family, Zhang, expressed the opinion that for this unfamiliar ill, wisher to harm Zhi is just part of the plan. The head of the family. Zhang trembled with anger when the eldest son told him that this stranger wanted to show his superiority over them. According to Zhang Tian, he knows all 3 masters of martial arts of the city, but not one of them has such accurate techniques. The eldest son said that he believes that this person has not only martial arts, but also medical skills, the head of the family. Zhang listened to the opinion of his eldest son and stood from his chair. He was angry and set to fight against the ill wisher. The man went to the window and crossed his arms over his chest. He told Zhang Tian that since he had to fight, they need to fight to the end. Turning around, Zhang Zhenhua screamed, ordering at all costs to find all experts who would help them find the person. The following actions unfolded on the territory of the luxuriously furnished court of the mansion, where the fountains worked. The protagonist and his apartment neighbor approached the high forged gate, where 4 guards met them. Qin Yan was pleasantly surprised when she saw a luxurious mansion in front of her. She noticed that the area was elite. After checking the phone, Chu Ming told her that they arrived at the address that the 7th older sister gave him. The guy invited the girl to go inside. He took a few steps forward, passing by the guards to approach the gate. The guys stopped abruptly and shuddered. They were frightened when they heard the voice of the robot, screaming about the illegal invasion. The guards of the estate politely asked the guest to approach the apparatus on the pillar and go through the face to go further. Chu Ming was at a loss. He explained to the guy at the entrance that he came here in order to meet with whom. Then the guard politely asked the guy to show him an identity document and to tell who they were specifically looking for. The main character became embarrassed due to the fact that getting into the territory of this mansion was so troublesome. But he did not argue. Qin Yan, watching everything from the side, concluded that this is some kind of elite society, which means the sister of Chu Mina is a difficult person. The guard warned that they would have to leave this place if they did not provide documents, which caused anger at the Qin. The dispute was interrupted by the unexpected voice of a woman, demanding to let guests into the territory. The guards abruptly fell silent. The guy who had just demanded that our hero show his documents fell silent and turned his surprised look to the side. This woman was the 7th elder sister Ji Hanxuan. She explained to her guards that these were her respected guests. The guard was frightened when he realized his mistake. He dutifully justified that he did not know that it was her honorary guests. The guy ordered the rest of the guards to hurry and open the gate for honored guests. The young people ran to the fence. The main character and Qin Yan went for Ji Hanxuan. A friend of Chu Mina said that his older sister has a very strong aura. Chu Ming laughed to reassure Qin Yan and explained that she just has such a character, but in fact she is a good person. The girl started when Ji Hanxuan suddenly turned around and asked if she was a neighbor of her younger brother. Qin Yan felt so awkward when she paid her attention to Ji that she stood motionless, not having the opportunity to answer anything. Ji Hanxuan was closely examined by the girl, because for many years she unsuccessfully searched for a man with the physiology of ruin. And now he is in front of her. The girls still stood silently opposite each other. Ji Hanxuan looked at the one that would help her cure the disease. Ji Hanxuan took a step forward and carefully took the frightened Qin Yan by the hand, and then thanked the girl. The 7th older sister of our hero smiled amiably and said, "Thank you, Qin Yan, for agreeing to help her." Qin Yan froze when Ji Hanxuan came up so close to her and thanked. The girl stared at her with fascinated eyes. The protagonist at that time at a bewilderment watched this from the side. It seemed to him that there was something strange in this scene. After that, Chu Ming, his 7th older sister, and Qin Yan went to the mansion, namely to the bop of Ji Hanxuan. Chu Ming stood in front of the girls who were sitting on the bed and said, Qin Yan, that he had already explained everything to her, and the matter was left behind her. Qin Yan was not sure whether they should engage in improvement, but Ji Hanxuan said that there was no other choice. Ji Hanxuan carefully laid her palm on Qin Yan's face, from which the neighbor in the apartment of Chu Mina blushed and embarrassed. Qin Yan looked at the girl with rounded eyes, when the older sister of Chu Mina said that the main thing is to take the first step. Hanxuan tried to reassure Qin Yan. She looked into her eyes and said that she had nothing to worry about, because the girls did not attract her. The main character who watched them blushed with embarrassment. He became terribly awkward, so he decided to better leave. Ji Hanxuan took the first step and kissed Qin Yan. Her body was surrounded by blue magic light, while Qin was red. Chu Ming monitored double improvement from another room. He saw that Ji's cold was neutralized due to the physiology of ruin. The guy was glad, realizing that his sister would definitely get better if they were persistent, and they will have enough time. The main character began to meditate. He closed his eyes, after which a ring of blue magic light formed around his body. Chu Ming tensed when he decided to find the first student with the help of fortune-telling, and saw a picture in his head, which caused his negative emotions. The guy received a vision in which Lin Lin defended our hero with his body, while the blade flew into the girl and Chu Min was standing behind his knees. The main character was in shock when he realized that she was destined to become his first student, because he did not consider Lin Lin for this. Soon, Ji Hanxuan left the bedroom to the living room. She turned to her younger brother and stated that today's treatment was over. She warned Chu Mina that he would take a bath to start, and Qin Yan would not return home today and would spend the night with her. The main character was dumbfounded when he heard this statement. He thought if the girls were developing too quickly. Soon, a neighbor in the apartment of the guy Qin Yan came out of the room. The girl's eyes shone with happiness after improving with Ji. Chu Ming was in shock. He grabbed his head with his hands and shouted when his neighbor turned to his sister and offered to wash together. Soon, all three sat at one table to have dinner. The guys laughed loudly, discussing funny moments from life. Chu Mines noted that the girls became very close because they chatted all the way and continued to chat after dinner. Ji Hanxuan answered the younger brother that he was not able to understand the affairs of two women, and Qin Yan looked delightfully at the girl. Chu Ming agreed with his older sister and took another piece of food in his mouth, after which he began to chew it, enjoying the dish. The guy drew attention to his phone, which lay nearby on the table when his screen caught fire and sounded a melody. Without ceasing to eat, the main character took the phone in his hands and answered the call. The man in the tube informed him that they needed to urgently meet. Chu Ming asked if he could say it on the phone, because now he is having dinner, and the girls opposite were wary. The protagonist was worried when he was informed that it was about the Zhang family, and he and Qi Yue may have problems. After that, Chu Ming ran out into the street to meet as soon as possible with the person with whom he just spoke. The guy ran to the night park where there was no one. He looked around and realized that this place, where Lin called him. The protagonist saw Lin Lin, who was already standing nearby, and waved his hand to the young man to attract attention. Chu Ming went to his friend and asked the young Madame Yu what happened, and how she became aware of his familiar key. Lin Lin said that he knew that the Jijana case is the work of our hero, because his grandfather has already sent someone, and this was confirmed. The main character was very scared when he heard this, because he completely forgot about such a thing as cameras of video surveillance. Lin Lin said that her grandfather ordered to destroy the notes on which Zhang Ji caused Chu and Qi Yue, but perhaps someone had already made copies. The girl said that Father Zhang Ji had already distributed information among 10 families that he wanted to find those who attacked his family. The face of Lin Lin, it was clear that she was very worried about her friend, because Zhang wanted to take revenge on him and Qi Yue at all costs. But the main character was completely calm. He replied that it would not be difficult for him to beat the head of the Zhang family, so let him come. The girl asked Chu Mina to calm down, because the Zhang family has a big business and the same experts in Chinese martial arts. Lin Lin said that she knew that their family has two large masters who once destroyed an organization of 100 people. Chu Mines still did not look impressive. The girl was outraged that the guy was not surprising that two men were beaten by 100 people with his bare hands. The main character replied that if a person is a master of martial arts, then to beat 100 people for him is very easy. Lin Lin was dumbfounded when her friend said that he was also capable of this, because she already forgot that he was also a monster. The guys did not notice how the mysterious man approached them. He thought that Chu Min was not such a young tone, although he looked young. Chu Mines and the girl drew attention to the man who approached them. Lin Lin turned her head when she heard someone's voice. This man turned out to be Zhao Hu, a guard Zhang. A man in a traditional white suit said he said, frightened. Lin Lin screamed that she knew this person, before she saw him at the overall reception of 10 families. Zhao Hu was flattering that someone else remembers the old man's name when Lin Lin called his name and said that he had destroyed that underground organization. The main character crossed his arms over his chest, not giving out fear of the master, and asked the man if he came to take revenge on Z. Family guard Zhang Suirapo looked at our hero and asked what he would do if his assumptions are correct. Zhao Hu activated his strength and broke away with 1 foot from the ground to attack the protagonist who insulted his owners. Lin Lin Yu squinted in fear when she noticed that the Zhang family guard was about to attack the guys. The man jumped up high and, looking down at our hero, accused him of bringing Ji to a miserable state. But Zhao Hu failed to attack Chu Mina. The guy easily stopped the man's fist with his hand and stated that this was an honored punishment of Ji. Zhao Hu got angry even more when his blow was blocked. He shouted to Chu that he was not in the right to intervene and punish Ji. The martial arts master tried to hit the Qin's leg with his fist, but our hero jumped in time, because of which the blow fell into the ground. With his blow, Zhao Hu broke the tiles in the park on the wreckage. The hand of a martial artist radiated blue light. The main character accused the representative of the Zhang family of that it was their neglect that became the reason for what happened to Ji. These words caused even greater anger of Zhao Hu. The man accused Chu Mina of saying nonsense. and his body was illuminated by red light. Family guard Zhang tried again to attach himself to the protagonist, but Chu Ming defended himself with his own hands and blocked the attack. Our brave guy decided to go on a counterattack. The young man clenched his fist and wanted to hit Zhao Hu in the face, but the man dodged in time. Lin Lin stood aside and did not understand what to do. With trembling hands, she held the phone, watching a fight. A serious brawl began between the main character and the Zhang family guard. The guys entered into hand-to-hand combat. The girl was worried about her friend. She understood that now she could not help Chu. What upset her? Lin Lin could only stand and watch her friend Chu Ming alone fights with a martial artist. Unlike Lin, our hero did not feel fear. His body was radiated by blue magic light, and the guy was confident in himself. Zhao Hu and Chu Ming briefly increased the distance with each other to accumulate energy and collide again. The forces of the two fighters again collided. Chu Ming clenched his teeth and applied every effort to overcome the guard of the Zhang family. The guy did not give up. He tried to block the power of Zhao Hu, putting a fist in front of him and applying all his energy. Zhao Hu noticeably tensed, looking at what power his young opponent possesses. But the man did not want to give up. When the last drops of magical energy were exhausted, the light disappeared, and Chu Ming jumped back, increasing the distance between them. Zhao Hu's hand trembled strongly, which made him worry, because Chu Ming made his hands was numb, and he recognized his strength. Chu Ming turned to the senior master and said that to proceed with the question with Zhang Ji. You can use the trial? The guy threatened his fist, and told the man that if he so wants to dump everything on him, Chu Ming does not mind participating in court. Zhao Hu fell silent when he heard these words. The man, frowning his eyebrows, stared at our hero for a while. The master of martial arts, whose hand has not yet worked, said that everything is today and he would see what will happen next. Frightened because of the fight, the Tench-line, which sweated with tension, asked the man whether this is really the end. Chu Ming explained to his friend that Zhao Hu came here simply to test the guy's strength, and now his hand hurts and was numb after a blow. The young Madame Yu suggested that the main character is stronger than this man. Once after the fight, Zhao Hu's hand was damaged. The protagonist answered Lin Lin that at the moment he could only slightly ahead of this man in force. On the face of Lin Lin, there was a lot of anxiety when Chu Ming said that only now he was a little superior to the enemy. The girl heard her friend a message and told Chu Ming that this was the sound of a notification from the social network. When Chu Ming took out the phone, a smile immediately appeared on his face. He said that his brother Qi Yue wrote to him and said that his daughter woke up. The protagonist showed his friend a telephone on which there was a video from Qi Yue and his daughter, who could already stand and smile. Qi Yu and his daughter were recorded a video to the guy to thank. The girl said thanks to Chu Min and smiled broadly. The girl's father in this video turned to his brother Chu and praised our hero for his magnificent medical skills. Suddenly, someone held out his hand. Qi Yue shouted and grabbed the stranger's wrist, and the girl cried with fright. The main character tensed, watching what is happening on the screen, and the frightened molting Lin asked what happened. Chu means the chat with his brother Qi Yue, and saw that besides this, the man sent another video to our hero. Lin shouted to a friend to immediately turn on another video sent to him allegedly from Qi Yue. Zhang Tian, biological brother Zhang Ji, was on it. In this video, the man turned to Chu Min and introduced himself. Brother Zhang Ju invited our hero to come to his mansion on Mount Chuan 3 days later, or he will no longer see Qi Yue and his daughter. The frightened Chu Ming shouted that it was the Zhang family again, and it turns out that the guard came simply to delay time. Lin told a friend that this Mount Chuan is very far from the city, and most likely they just want to kill the guy. The angry protagonist said that Qi Yue is his friend, and his daughter is his patient, so he cannot leave them, and should go. The girl did not discourage a friend. She stated that she had the opportunity to help him, and offered to visit her grandfather. The main character suggested that the girl wants Mr. Yu to help him, and asked Lin whether his grandfather was ready for such. Lin replied that Chu Mina's medicine saved their whole family, including children, so her grandfather should agree. Chu Ming did not refuse. He knew that Lin should become her student, and perhaps this case had to happen. The guy turned and went to the exit of the park. He told his girlfriend that he needed to go immediately. First of all, the guys in the middle of the night went to the Yu family mansion, where the next events unfolded. Chu Ming was in this mansion for the first time. He sat on the couch alone and thought that this house looked like a palace on TV. Lin helped his grandfather go down to the first floor. Mr. Yu already knew that Qin had trouble. Mr. Yu, as soon as he saw the guy, said that the troubles that the guy had about this time were not so small. Grandfather Yu sat next to Chu Min on the sofa and explained to the young man that the fate of the Jiang family was significantly different from the fate of their family. According to Mr. Yu, all these people belong to the world of cruelty and crime, so the enmity between them and the Chu mine will be endless. The guy was frightened. He asked Grandfather Yu. It would be difficult even for him to be at enmity with the Jiang family because he knew about their status. The main character began to worry because the Yu family is status above the Jiang family. And since his grandfather says this, he has reason to be afraid of them. Mr. Yu said that in this city, no one dares to confront them except two families, and promised Qi to help because he was kind to them. Grandfather warned that they could only help secretly and not directly, because all people from 10 great families are interconnected. Lin Lin was outraged by such a decision of his grandfather. She reminded Mr. Yu that Chu Min saved their whole family from a terrible illness. Grandfather, with a gesture, forced his granddaughter to shut up and warned Chu Mina that he should rely on himself, and his family martial arts would not take part. The granddaughter of Mr. Yu was even more outraged. She was worried about her friend and asked her grandfather as possible. Chu Ming nodded and thanked his grandfather for his kindness, and then he offered to think about how to do Zhang with his family further. Lin Lin no longer interfered in the conversation of a friend with her grandfather. She sat next to him and silently worried about Chu Mina. After a conversation with Mr. Yu Lin Lin, she decided to take Chu Min's home. The guy breathed out and said that they came up with a good plan. But Lin Lin did not agree because her family provides little assistance, and in return she wants to get all the property of Jiang after a showdown. Chu Ming answered his girlfriend that he could not be angry at all because of this, because he was the main thing that everything was in order with his friends. He thought that he would still have to maintain a connection with Lin Lin in order to recruit the girl as the first student. So there is no other choice. When the girl's yellow convertible was already racing along the road, Chu Ming looked at her and thought that Lin Lin is a key figure in this whole matter. Lin Lin looked at a friend with a smile and said that it seems to her that the young man is very easy to treat all this. The girl asked for permission to take the protagonist home, and he agreed, after which the guys rushed towards the China's apartment. After some time, a sports yellow convertible linen line parked at the tablet at the entrance to the guy's residential complex. The main character got out of the car of the young Madame Yu and, goodbye, waved his hand to his friend, saying that he had to go. Chu Ming stopped abruptly when he went to the gate, because Lin Lin wanted to tell the guy goodbye something else. The girl with all responsibility told our hero that Chu Min could always count and rely on her. Warm words caused a joyful smile on the face of Chu Mina. The young man turned around and thanked Lin Lin for that. After that, the main character went his way again, heading home, and Lin Lin looked after the guy with concern in his eyes. The girl herself did not understand what was happening to her and why she behaves like that, because Chu Ming was just an outsider for her. She began to clap herself on her cheeks to come to her senses, suggesting that she had never met such interesting guys. The following actions unfolded on the territory of a chic mansion surrounded by the mountains 3 days after this conversation. Representatives of the Jiang family spent time in the house because there was a downpour on the street. The guys played merrily on cards. They started when the older brother Zhang Tian appeared in front of them, who accompanied 2 bodyguards. Brother Zhang Tian ordered his subordinates to open the door that led to another room because he wanted to enter there. The subordinates ran up to the door with lightning speed to open it for their master and help enter the room. A man working for the Jiang family, with a smile on his face, missed Zhang Tian inside. The guy, holding his hands in his pockets, entered the dark room. At the end of this dark, empty room, a bound man sat. He was without a t-shirt, and his trousers were torn. It turned out to be a friend of our hero named Qi Yue. The Zhang family kept him hostage. The man was beaten. Qi Yu sat on the floor with his eyes closed. Zhang Tian went to the man and poured water on his head, ordering to get up. The man opened his eyes when he was awakened by cold water. The helpless and exhausted Yue looked at one point. When Qi Yue finally woke up and saw Zhang Tian in front of him, he screamed, calling him a beast. But the eldest son Zhang only smiled. Zhang Tian smoked a cigar, taking advantage of the help of a subordinate, and the angry Qi Yue asked his daughter, the eldest son of the Zhang family with a merciless smile on his face, answered Qi Yue that the man is now just a lost dog. Tian approached the bound man and leaned in front of him, poking a cigar in his face, and asked that he would now scream. The villain took out the phone and told the man that everything was in order with his daughter, and he took a few photos specifically for him. Zhang Tian showed Qi Yue the screen of his phone, on which there were photographs of his daughter, who was also held hostage. On these photos, the girl sat, hugging her knees, trembling with fear, and cried. She was in a dark basement with terrible wolves. Qiyu, trembling with anger, began to scream at Zhang Tian, calling him a beast and threatening to kill him. But he could not do anything. The man tried to break out, although he was chained in the chain, which were attached tightly to the wall. So Zhang Tian ordered him to be injured. Subordinates. Zhang Tian, at a distance, threw 2 syringes with a sedative medicine into a man to pacify him. The medication immediately acted on a man. Qi Yue no longer had the opportunity to scream, but looked at his offender. Zhang Tian asked the hostage not to worry, because he reunite with his daughter underground. If Chu Mines did not appear today, at that moment, the eldest son of the Zhang family just received a message. He looked at the phone and saw that Chu Ming had arrived at the house. Tian, holding a cigar in his hand, waved his palm, ordering his subordinates to go and greet the protagonist. Qiyu was no longer able to scream and resist from the medicine. He closed his eyes and only hoped for the help of his brother Chu. The main character stood under the spillful rain in the threshold of the villa. In front of him were people of the Zhang family who first met him. Chu Ming remained outside. He looked at the windows and villas and shouted loudly, turning to the eldest son of the Zhang family. The guy introduced himself to Chu Mine and screamed, reporting Zhang Tian that he arrived, as they agreed. A whole crowd of people immediately ran out into the street, working for the Zhang family, to attach to the protagonist. Before Villa, the Zhang family was shouting, "Panicking, guys." They handed out orders to each other in order to grab the Chu Mina. Immediately, the main character repulsed the gang of villains. At first, he used a heavenly point against one of the guys. After Chu Ming, the other young man hit another young man, using the intake of the gates of the body that the master taught him. Chu Min began to deal with all the guy in turn, using the tricks of breast penetration, the gate point, the passage point, and others. Then, the protagonist hit the enemy with 2 fingers of the enemy, using the intake of the point, waiting for the young man to emit bright blue light. Zhang Tian at that time was sitting in the living room. When his father appeared there, he stated that this child was already fighting here with their people. Family guard Zhang said that if they want him to intervene, he would take the price he knew and not by the cent. The second guard, a master of martial arts, asked a comrade not to worry and offered to drink tea for a start. The protagonist at that time was completely unharmed, surrounded by the guys beaten by him, who lay on the ground and trembled with pain. Chu Ming went ahead because now no one interfered with him to go inside the villa of Zhang. The guys working for the Zhang family, whom our hero had not yet touched, saw that Chu Min was approaching, frightened, and settled in the run. Now, in the yard of the villa, there was no one who could interfere with the young man. Chu Ming calmly went to the stairs leading to the house. Having dealt with those guys, the main character concluded that these were simple hooligans, not as strong as he thought. The young man concluded that the old man who fought with him that night in the park must be a trump card of the Zhang family. The main character waved a fist that radiated bright magic light. He wanted his main enemy to go outside. The guy hit a strong door with all his might to call his real enemy, a martial artist. "Family guys?" Zhang panicked and shouted. They began to run away from Chu Min, seeing that the door was destroyed. The main character easily knocked out a strong wooden door, which was an obstacle between him and the main opponent. Chu Ming went inside and turned to Zhang Tian, who was in the living room. He asked the man why he was hiding from him. The young man was ready to fight again. He put up a squeezed fist in front of him to repulse the next opponents. Before Chu Min, a crowd of strong guys again stood, who were ready to repulse our hero, defending the Zhang family. One of the men who stood in the yard of the villa calmly crossed his arms over his chest and greeted Chu Mina. The main character answered him that he had no right to talk with him and demanded that they invite Zhang Tian here. The stranger answered Chu Min that this territory belongs to the clan Zhang, and he is the senior student of the master, whom even Tian calls his uncle. The senior student of the martial artist got angry and screamed on our hero, accusing the guy of excessive arrogance. Chu Min, not experiencing fear of a young man, in response accused him of, in his eyes, there was no respect for other people. The student only managed to freeze and open his eyes wide when the main character suddenly attacked a man. Chu Min shouted, accusing the Zhang family of that they were unscrupulous animals who abduct strangers and struck. Just one blow of Chu Min was enough for the senior student of the master to knock out. And our hero turned around, asking the rest if they really consider themselves people. A whole Holigan hell ran forward to attack the protagonist and protect her battered older brother. In the ear of Chu Mina there was a small headphone, which he turned on to contact his man, who was on the suburbs. The young man through the headphone told someone that he gathered all the people working for the Jiang family in the courtyard of their mountain villa. At that moment, Lin Lin and her bodyguard were in the backyard of the villa too. The girl held a gun in her hand. When asked if everything is fine with her, the girl turned on the headphone and reassured her friend, answering that she also goes according to plan. Lin Lin gave the command to men who worked with her in the same team, "Follow her," and made a gesture with his hand. Meanwhile, Grandfather Yu was in the bedroom of his house. He stood by the window, behind which there was a pouring rain, and thought about his granddaughter. Mr. Yu sighed heavily. He worried about his stupid girl, who decided to personally intervene in this matter. On the eve of Lin told her grandfather that this time she would definitely go herself, because she is the main daughter of Yu and cannot be just a decoration. Then Mr. Yu, who was sitting on the couch and drinking tea, asked her granddaughter if she made such a decision because of Chu Min. A blush immediately appeared on the girl's face. She fell silent for a while, because she knew that her grandfather was partly right. But instead, the heroine turned away and massaged her neck, pretending that she did not understand what her grandfather was talking about. Now his son came up to Mr. Yu and said that his older brother already knew that his daughter had gone there, but he said nothing. Grandfather turned around and asked his youngest son what he was thinking that Lin Lin decided to help a friend on his own. Uncle Lin Lin smiled broadly and admitted that he really admires her and considers her a woman who will inherit the family in the future. Mr. Yu carefully listened to the opinion of the youngest son, but according to his grandfather, it seemed that he did not agree with him. The man fell silent awkwardly when his father reminded him that Lin Lin was going to marry a member of the Van family. Grandfather said that he knew what his son was thinking about now, and said that Lin Lin will become a great assistant to his family if the plan succeeds. Considering his reflection in the mirror, Mr. Yu mentioned the property that they can receive by defeating the Jiang family. Outside the window, lightning flashed when the old man turned and told his youngest son that then, the Yu family would be more influential than the Van family. When Chu Ming easily dealt with the next crowd of enemies, he held the last t-shirt, as if he were light like a fluff. The protagonist demanded from the guy who belonged to the Jiang clan to tell where they hide in the hostage house. A battered guy, trembling with pain and fear, repeated a mind several times that he really knew nothing about it. The young man threw the bully on the ground and ordered him to get out of here, because he was very angry that he did not receive information from him. Chu Minez concluded that the people with whom he had just fought was just the footmen of the Jiang family, who know nothing. The guy went to the door that led into the house and told himself that the sect he would create in the future will never be someone else's pawn. The main character only touched the door, and she already opened. The guy was noticeably surprised that she was not locked. There, Chu Jiantian saw Chu Ming, over whom the assistant was holding an umbrella, and in front of him was a whole detachment of special forces with machine guns and shields. Jiang Tian himself did not want to participate in the battle. He calmly sat in his chair with a glass of wine in his hand, greeting Chu Mina. The eldest son of the family, Zhang, smiled and said that it is amazing that our hero got here without any injuries. The protagonist overwhelmed anger when he saw the main enemy in front of him. The guy squeezed a trembling fist. The whole body of Chu Mina trembled from overwhelming anger to this man. He looked at Zhang Tian with hatred in his eyes and said his name. Zhang Tian was in a good mood with a smile on his face. He told the guy what pity it was that Chu Ming would die here. The family member of Zhang gave a team to the fighters to destroy Chu Mina, record a video, and send him to prison to show Qizhang. The fighters immediately began fulfilling the order of Zhang and opened fire from the machine guns. The bullets flew to our hero. But the main character still survived. He managed to dodge the bullets, and the automatic cue did not hurt him. The guy stopped and turned around for a second to evaluate the situation. He decided what to do next. Chu Mines prepared long and sharp needles and mentally apologized to the master that he applies medical skills to the detriment of people. Chu Ming closed his eyes briefly and made a deep sigh to concentrate before applying these needles. The protagonist rushed back to the side to dodge the bullets while a whole crowd of armed fighters tried to lose his life. In the jump, Chu Ming extended his hand forward and released about 10 long and sharp needles into the fighters who shot at him. All these needles fell right into the heads of men in helmets, which is why the fighters instantly stopped and opened their mouths, stopping the attack. All the needles released by our hero hit the target right and neutralized soldiers working for the Jiang family. After that, the fighters lost the ability to fight, they dropped shields to the ground, and were neutralized by the needles of Chu Mina. The armed guys did not understand what was happening to them. They simply stood and trembled, and their bodies did not obey their will. The fighters no longer had the opportunity to stand on their feet. They began to fall to their knees and complain that their hands were numb. Jiang Tian was in shock. He opened his mouth, not understanding what happened because he did not expect that everything would not go according to his plan. The man ordered his people to drive Chu Mina immediately. The man was noticeably scared because this guy was strange. 3 more new fighters appeared in the courtyard. They headed towards the protagonist to neutralize him. Chu Mines at this time hid behind the door and peeked out. He prepared a few more needles to get rid of these guys. The fighters shouted in a panic when the main character appeared in front of them again. They were given an order to shoot a guy right away. The men aimed and opened fire from a machine gun by our hero before Chu Min managed to shoot with needles. At the same moment, the main character released about 5 needles from his hand to immobilize armed men again. The automatic bullets and needles of our hero crossed the halfway. The fighters and Chu Min attacked each other almost simultaneously. The needles of Chu Min were faster. They all hit the target and neutralized armed men, so they could no longer shoot. And the main character, meanwhile, managed to hide behind the door, so that all the bullets released by enemies flashed past him. Chu Mines hid behind the door, while watching the needles acted on a new portion of enemies, and the soldiers fell to the ground. Jiang Tian was horrified. He shouted that Chu Mine managed to avoid a hail of bullets and injure all his people, not realizing that the guy was used by the Kung Fu. Realizing that the abilities of our hero are superior to the skills of his fighters, Jiang Tian gave the order to retreat. The eldest son of the family Zhang froze with fear when he heard the voice of Chu Min behind him. Our hero was sitting on top of the roof. Jiang Tian turned around. He could not believe his eyes that Chu Min could get here in seconds, and asked him how he did it. But Chu Ming did not answer. A crazy smile flashed on his face, and he showed Jiang Tian fist with 3 needles between his fingers. The main character waved his hand, leaving after it a bright trace of magic light, and launched these needles right into the enemy. The eldest son of the Zhang family could only stand in eyes full of horror. Look at how the needles fly into him. The attack of the protagonist was unsuccessful this time because Jiang Tian defended his assistant, discarding all the needles. The bodyguard turned around, looking at her master, and asked Jiang Tian to leave first while she was dealing with everything. Jiang Tian rushed to run away, agreeing to entrust this business to his friend, while the girl was ready to fight against Chmina. The main character looked at the girl and admitted that he did not think that she was also a master of martial arts. Bending, the stranger asked the boy not to be so arrogant, because she was a personal assistant to a young master. The girl jumped high into the sky, holding cold weapons in her hand, and told our hero that he would lose his life today. The guy noticed that he was going to attack him, and pushed his foot out of the wooden door to protect himself. At this time, Lin Lin and 2 men made their way through the backyard of the villa of the Zhang family, holding the pistols ready. The girl realized that her task is now to find Qi Yue and his little daughter, while all the attention of the Zhang family was riveted to her friend. One of the bodyguards of the young Madame Yu was the first to find a girl who was hostage, which Lin Lin immediately reported. Lin Lin opened his mouth wide from fright when he saw in front of him the little daughter of Qi Yue, who was held hostage by the Zhang family. Madame Yu immediately ran to the cage where they kept the girl. The Yai looked warily at the people who came to save her. The girl shouted out the name of Yai loudly when she saw her. She could not approach her now because the girl was in the house. Lin Lin ordered his guards to be outside while she gets into the house and finds a girl to free her. The men agreed to stand on guard. They looked forward, holding a weapon ready to cover the young lady. Mrs. Yu ran to the cramped cage in which they kept the girl all this time, and held out her hands to get her from there. I looked at Lin's linen eyes full of fear and tears. The girl trembled when they took her under her arms because she did not know the girl. Lin took the girl in her arms and asked her to stop being afraid, saying that it was Chu Min to save me. Realizing that she was released, the girl cried loudly, and Lin smiled and asked Yai to be quieter. The girl took the Yai family in her arms from the villa of Zhang. The armed guards surrounded them to be safe, the head of the family. Zhang noticed them through the cameras of video surveillance. He informed Mr. Z that there was some movement in the backyard. Mr. Zhu cleaned his ear with his finger and answered the head of the Zhang family that he would go now and figure it out there. The man warned the boss that the price for his services would be higher if he had to fight not only with Chu Mine. Jintian, at that time, rushed to his father's office after he witnessed the true power of the protagonist in the courtyard. The frightened man burst and shouted to Dad, asking what to do, because Chu Ming knocked all their hordes of guards. The head of the family, Zhang, ordered his eldest son to remain calm, saying that his grandfathers, masters of martial arts, had already gone to Chu Min. The man covered his face with his hands and told his son that this child, Chu Ming, is not an equal to the two of them. Hoping for the ability of the masters, Lin Lin, who kept the Yai standing in the rain, ordered her armed guards to find Chu Mina as soon as possible. At that moment, Mr. Chu appeared in front of them. The man advised the guys not to waste his efforts in vain in search of Chu Mina, the bodyguard. Lin Lin started to see a stranger in front of him. He directed his weapon at him, asking who it was. Mr. Zhu scratched his nose and spoke again for the money, saying that he would require a large amount with so many people. The guard Lin Lin got angry and once again asked the man who he was, while the second bodyguard opened fire on him. The martial arts master of Q was indignant at the behavior of the guys. The eyes of the man at that moment stained bright red. The bullets did not hurt the man. In response, the Q waved his weapon and delivered a successful blow to one of the bodyguards. A crazy smile appeared on the master of Chu, and he said that they, ants, were not worthy of knowing his name. The guards are Lin Lin, who were still intact, received and executed the order to open fire on a stranger. The man, at whom they just shot, suddenly evaporated, leaving behind only a shadow disappearing in the fog. The bodyguards of the young Madame Yu, like herself, tensed, not understanding where that stranger suddenly disappeared. But Mr. Q did not run away anywhere. He stayed nearby, preparing to attack the guys again. The man laughed angrily. Lin Lin was horrified when she heard the stranger's voice behind. Zhu said that it seems to him that she was their leader. The girl holding the child in her arms turned to look at Mr. Zhu, who crept up to her from the back. At this time, Ji Hanxuan was in her mansion. The older sister of our hero looked out the window, worried about her brother. Qin Yan carefully looked into the room. The girl came to her friend, with whom they began to communicate closely from recently. Hearing that someone entered, Ji Hanxuan immediately turned around in the hope that her friend Qin Yan finally came. A neighbor in the apartment of Chu Mina noticed that her friend was standing on the balcony and looking out the street, and asked if she was waiting for someone. The worried Ji Hanxuan told the girl that her younger brother was very angry with the Zhang family to save her. The girl said that she needs to find her assistant for her younger brother because she fell into the prepared trap of Ji Zhang. Qin Yan put on a jacket on Ji Hanxuan, saying that the combat skills of Chechmina are very good, so everything will be in order with him. The words of Qin Yan reassured the seventh sister of Chu Mina a little. She agreed with her friend, smiling. However, Ji Hanxuan was still upset. She said that she blames herself for not being able to help the younger brother in any way. Looking into the distance, the seventh elder sister of Chu Mina plunged into memories from childhood and wanted to share them. She told her friend that she did not study martial art in the mountains for a very short time, and also trained hard in the city. Ji Hanxuan remembered the moment from her childhood when she stood in the line with the other girls. When she has already grown up, she followed the seventh master to practice Taoism, and really achieved some success. Although the girl had good skills, she was still upset, and wanted to tell Qin Yan about it. She said that because of her cold physiology, which is only worsening, she cannot engage in Taoist art. Ji said that this time the problems with the Zhang family began because of her. So she closed her eyes and activated the magic circle behind herself. The girl was very angry with herself because of her younger brother had to take all responsibility. Qin Yan was very scared for her friend when she saw that after Ji activated the circle, blood appeared on her face. Hanxuan turned around and said that her younger brother had just come down from the mountain, not having time to enjoy his sister's care and the prosperity of the city. Ji Hanxuan was very worried about her younger brother because something could happen to him today in the house of the Zhang family. Both girls were scared and turned sharply, looking back when someone screamed, asking what to do if something happens to Chu Min. It was the sixth older sister of our hero, Nan Lin. The girl also went out onto the balcony and leaned against the wall, looking at Ji. For Ji Hanxuan, the appearance of the sixth older sister was a surprise. But when she saw her, the girl shone with joy. Nan Lin remained serious. She demanded from the seventh older sister to tell how she would do if something happens to Chu Min. Ji Hanxuan took control of emotions, entered the room, and stated that she was obliged to apologize to the masters of her death. The sixth older sister was shocked when she heard these words. She ran for Ji Hanxuan to demand an explanation. Placing in a chair, Nan Lin said that they had not communicated for more than 10 years, and she did not expect that Ji would live for so long due to illness. Qin Yan opened her eyes and mouth wide, indignant at the words of an unfamiliar girl. She wanted to object, but fell silent. Ji Hanshuan turned around and looked at her friend, making it clear that she did not say anything to Nan Lin. Crouching, Ji asked the sixth older sister whether she really doesn't care about their younger brother Qin. Nan Lin crossed her arms over her chest and answered the seventh older sister that if she had any way to her brother, she would not be here. The girl added that nevertheless she did not want Ji Hanshuan to come to her and ask her younger brother to help. Then Ji Hanshuan sharply collapsed to her knees in front of a fierce sixth older sister to beg her help. The gesture of the seventh elder sister did not move the cold Nan Lin. The girl continued to strictly look at Ji Hanshuan. Qin Yan, worried about her friend, silently watched the situation from the side without interfering in the conversation. Han Shuang knocked her head in front of her sister and shouted that she knew that Nan Lin hates her, but asked her to help Chu Min. The prayers of Ji Hanshuan did not cause any reaction to Nan Lin. The sixth older sister still remained adamant. Without answering her sister a word to her request, the girl instantly evaporated, leaving behind a gray disappearing shadow. The puzzled Ji Hanshuan raised her head and noticed that her sixth older sister, who had just sat in the chair, disappeared. Running through the window, Nan Lin finally said that he would first go and return his younger brother, and then they would talk about her situation. Qin Ya, looking after Nang Lin, smiled and said that the sixth sister still takes care of her brother, although she looks cold. At that moment, Ji Hanshuan was suddenly bad. The girl was on her knees and coughed heavily, and her blood stained her face. Qin Yan, frightened by her friend, helped her get to her feet, and Ji made a gesture with her hand, making it clear that she did not need to help. Ji tried to convince her friend that everything was in order with her, and said that she would go to catch up with her sister to help her brother together. Meanwhile, the main character was still at the villa of the Zhang family. A trembling personal assistant, Zhang Lin, sat in front of him. She was immobilized by the needles of Chu Mina. The girl was in a helpless position and demanded to let her go. Chu Ming waved his hand and went away, saying that no one was holding her, and the girl's acupuncture points will open in 3 hours. After that, the main character went to the next gate before going further. The young man stopped briefly. The guy nodded to himself, being ready to start a decisive battle that awaits him behind the wooden gates. The protagonist mentally turned to the brother of Qi and his daughter Yai, so that they waited for him, and pushed the gate to open them. Chu Ming went to the spacious arena, in the middle of which he was already expected by 2 experienced martial artists working for Zhang. Men, when they saw our hero, met him with a smile. Zhao Hu told Chu Min that they met again. The main character took another confident step forward and asked the martial arts of the martial arts where they keep his friend. Zhao Hu, whose body was enveloped in a red dark aura, smiled angrily and promised the young man that they would be able to meet soon. The martial arts master swung. His fist was surrounded by sparks of a magic flame. The man jumped up to attack Chu Mina. At that time, a partner of Zhao Hu also prepared for a jump. He pushed off the ground to attack the protagonist. The first blow of an experienced martial artist was unsuccessful. Chu Ming managed to dodge. Using magical power, Zhao Hu tried to hit the young man again, leaving a fiery trace by his hand, but this time the main character bent down and escaped a blow. The main character screamed, saying that he would beat men until they admit where his friend is. The partner Zhao Hu got angry with our hero and waved, screaming if the smelly boy of death wanted. Chu Min, despite the fact that 2 experienced fighters attack him, remained calm and confident and blocked another blow. The battle began between the 3 fighters. Chu Ming stood in the middle and at the same time reflected the blows of both men. The guy concluded that their techniques are insidious, and each is designed to take their lives. But the style of large schools of martial arts is also traced in strikes. But it was in this, according to Chu Min, that there was a lack of the style of the fight of opponents, and he dealt a successful blow to the enemy. The man with a mustache was even more angry. He waved a fiery fist and shouted, wanting to go to hell with Qi. The guy waved his hands, skillfully blocking all the blows of martial arts masters. His body surrounded the field of bright blue light. Chu Ming launched 2 needles into the enemy's body to immobilize him. The man thought that this child was using insidious means. The second fighter could no longer fight. His body stopped obeying him. The man stood and trembled in pain. Zhao Hu did not understand how Chu Ming today withstand their joint attack. If yesterday he was barely different from him in battle. Chu Min shouted that that day was just a battle, and not the struggle for life, but the essence of martial arts and training, and not to take his life. The guy stated that they could not tell them about insidiousness, because they were more insidious because together they attack one person. The partner Zhao Hu asked the man to distract the young man while he unlocked his acupuncture points to return to duty. Zhao Hu pushed away from the ground to jump forward and pounce on the protagonist. His hand was charged with energy. Chu Ming only smiled when he saw that they wanted to detain him because he could knock them down with one blow. Both the main character and Zhao Hu stopped abruptly when they heard a voice demanding Chu Min to stop. It turned out to be Mr. Ku, who held in hostages the frightened Mud, holding the Ye in his arms. The protagonist, when he saw his girlfriend, was scared for them and began to shout the names of Lin Lin and Yai. The trembling with fear, Lin Lin apologized to her friend for not being able to help, while the Q held her head. The main character comforted his girlfriend, saying that it was bad because she was able to find YAI, and this is already a lot of help. Mr. Zhu sharply released Lin to the earth and ordered those two martial arts to follow the girl. The man came closer to our hero, suggesting that this is the same Chu Ming, and stated that he wanted to meet him alone. At that time, Zhao Hu ran up and grabbed the Tench, who closed his eyes, sitting on the ground, and ordered her to tell the truth. The main character, when he saw that Zhao Hu was touching his girlfriend, screamed to a man, demanding from him to let the girl go. But now the guy will have to fight with Mr. Chu. The man waved his hand, leaving a fiery trace behind her, and declared himself an enemy of Chmina. Chu Ming jumped back after Chu tried to attack him and successfully escaped a man's blow. The protagonist looked to the side and noticed that the blow, which he had just escaped, fell into the ground and raised a cloud of dust. The young man concluded that this opponent has true energy. Mr. Q at that time activated his strength, preparing again to attack. The remaining masters of martial arts were also amazed at Chu's abilities. Zhao Hu said that he was a master at the level of true energy. Mr. Zhu began to wave his sword, leaving behind him bright traces of red light, and stated that he would deprive Chu minds of life from one blow. The words of the man did not frighten our hero. Chu Ming began to provoke him on the attack and jumped forward, preparing his fist. Between the tip of the blade of Mr. Shu, surrounded by fiery energy, and the young man's charged fist remained millimeters. The next attack of the man was unsuccessful. Chu Min managed to repel the enemy's sword and jump to a safe distance. Zhao Hu and his partner, who observed from the side, were amazed to see that the boy Chu was in the field of true energy. Experienced martial artists were shocked that a boy who was barely 20 years old is much better than them. Mr. Ku at that time was anger. He looked at our hero and screamed, sparkling with red eyes so that Chu Ming died. A fight began between Chu Min and Zhu. They rushed along the arena, leaving stripes of red and blue light behind them. The main character concluded that his opponent is really strong, so he will have to use that special technique. To do this, Chu Ming sent up the index and middle fingers up to activate a special technique against the QUY. The guy squeezed his second hand into his fist, after our brave hero said the spell with a seal, which was a special trick. Mr. Zhu shouted that it was useless, and again wished the death guy, jumping and swinging a blade to attack Chu Mina. But the guy did not succeed in defeating the guy. The main character managed to reflect a sharp blade, putting his bare hand in front of him. Zhao Hu, who stood aside, started when he was in the place where there was just a fight. A bright flash of fire formed. Lin Lin, who also witnessed this event, shouted loudly the name of Chu Mina, very frightened for a friend. Fortunately, our hero was still in order. He kept Mr. Chu's sword with his palm, saturated with energy. Mr. Zhu was shocked. He screamed, not understanding how it was possible that the young man stopped his sharp sword with his hand. But Chu Ming did not answer the man. He only stood and burned Chu with his eyes full of anger, and his eyes turned red. Seeing the ability of Chu Min, Mr. Zhu shouted that our hero, it turns out, reached the level of complete development of true energy. Zhao Hu and his partner were frightened. Seeing the skills of Chu Min, they realized that they were not even to this boy, and they have no chance. While the protagonist was busy blocking the sword, Zhao Hu and his comrade took advantage of the moment to attack the guy. Chu Ming was out of spirit, because he understood that the power of the puppet is incredible, and alone he could only remove the eighth of the restrictions. A plan arose in the guy's head. The main character stood on one knee before he would begin to deal with 3 martial arts masters. The young man bounced high up, realizing that it would be impossible to overcome 3 at the same time, so you need to win them in turn. A second later, Chu Ming landed on the ground where a Tench Linnet was sitting nearby, holding his friend's daughter in his arms. The main character stood up, looking at his opponents with a piercing look. He spread his arms to the sides, protecting the girls with his back. Chu Ming remained motionless for several moments. He expected when he was attacked, and soon Zhao Hu rushed against him from his back. The guy turned sharply and struck his fist over the face of the enemy when they did not expect this, so their attack was again useless. The next in line was Zhao Hu. The protagonist hit the man with his fist on his stomach with all his strength, and he lost his balance. The mistake of Chu Mina was that he did not notice that besides the masters there were still enemies in the arena, so the guy was injured in the shoulder. The main character stopped and trembled in pain. He pressed his palm to his shoulder, and Lin Lin warned him of danger. Chu Ming was very angry, clenching his teeth when he saw nearby on the roof of the standing Zhang Tian and several armed fighters. Zhang Tian was now in a good mood. He even turned to the main character and praised the boy for his skills. The main character shouted the name Zhang Tian, making it clear that he was not glad to see this man in front of him again. Mr. Zhu was already running to attack our hero, shouting that he was now not an enemy because he was injured. Zhang Tian rejoiced, realizing that his guys won. The eldest son of the family, Zhang, gave the command to the fighters to help the elders. Several armed fighters who were sitting on the roof accepted the boss's order and opened fire on the young man. The main character began to run along the arena to avoid an automatic line. He needed to find a way to get rid of people on the roof. The distraught with thirst to defeat Chu Mina, Mr. Zhu got angry that the guy was not paying attention to him and jumped onto the young man. Chu Ming's collapsed to his knees, not having the opportunity to resist more. Lin Lin left the girl and rushed forward, trying to stop the queue. The girl, at the cost of her health, defended her friend. Running forward, a sharp blade of Su hit the linen line. The protagonist was horrified when he saw that his friend was injured. He was very scared for the Tenchlin and cried out her name. But Mr. Zhu was not intending to fight further with the girl. He waved a blade and screamed, leaving Miss Yu not to interfere with him. Lin Lin, although she was wounded, was not intended to retreat. She told the man that she would not allow him to harm Chu Min. Mr. Zhu got angry at the girl who was in their fight. He waved his fist with charged energy to attack the Mukul of Tench. The main character came to his senses. He intended to protect his girlfriend. The guy prepared his fist and shouted on the bastard to stop. Zhu was concentrated on hitting the Tenchlin, so he did not notice how the fist of our hero was at his face. The Chu Min blow was so strong that the man had gone his face. He rolled his eyes and began to tremble with his whole body. The protagonist ran to the wounded Lin Lin, who had already begun to lose consciousness while the Zhu was sitting aside, clutching his head. The guy, covering his girlfriend with his back, was forced to accept fire, which was discovered by the fighters Zhang Tian from the roof. The girl looked at her friend with her eyes filled with horror and shouted his name when she saw that he was protecting her at the cost of life. However, the guy was still intact. He turned around, looked at Zhang Tian, sitting on the roof, and began to threaten to deprive him of his life. The threats of the protagonist did not act on the eldest son of the Zhang family. He smiled angrily and answered Qi Min that he would not succeed in this life. Zhang Tian again gave the order to open fire on the guys. Chu Min had only to sit down and squint, protecting his girlfriend. Suddenly, one of the fighters who shot at the guys received a strong blow right in the neck, which neutralized him. The same situation after a moment happened with another fighter. The man grimaced when he was suddenly attacked in the back. A stream of purple magic light began to rush about on the roof. The soldiers lost their balance and collapsed after an unexpected attack. Zhang Tian froze, opening his mouth when he was also hit in his neck. The man was in a helpless situation because his fighters were neutralized. Nan Lin turned out to be the attacker. The girl put her foot to the neck of Zhang Tian and warned that he would die if she moved. The eldest son of the family, Zhang, trembled with his whole body from fear. He looked at the girl and shouted, demanding that she was. The sixth older sister of our hero, remaining on the roof, turned to Chu Min. She did not see him for a long time, so she asked his name. The main character looked dumbfounded at Nan Lin when she said that she was the sixth older sister who came here at the request of Jihan Xuan. Nan Lin warned his younger brother that he should thank the seventh older sister for this service. Chu Ming at that time stared at one point with dumbfounded eyes. He could not believe that he had met the sixth older sister. The guy turned around and said that the sixth master told him that Nan Lin, genius of martial arts, appearing once every 100 years. The girl became a little awkward after such flattery from the side of his younger brother. She blushed and smiled slightly. Zhang Lin, who was ordered not to move, made a gesture with his hand, turning to one of the fighters and gave a signal that Nan Lin needed to be destroyed. One of the armed guys found the strength to reach the weapon with his hand, which Nan Lin dropped after the attack. But deceiving the sixth older sister of our hero was not so easy. Nan Lin threw the tile from the roof with her boot. The girl threw the tile up, lifted her leg and with all her might poured this clay piece of the roof down. The tile, charged with purple energy of the genius of martial arts, flew right at the target, not allowing the fighter to attack her. Nan Lin realized that it was Zhang Tian who ordered the fighter, so she hit the man with his foot in the face, ordering him not to joke with her. The main character at that time extended his hand to Lin Lin. The girl sat on the ground with her eyes closed. Chu Ming stroked the girl on the head, smiled and asked the wounded Lin Lin why she was so stupid. When Lin Lin came to his senses, the girl first showed a finger at the Yai, and Chu Ming convinced her friend that everything was fine with the girl. After that, the protagonist grabbed his friend by the hand and asked her to stop talking. Because first, to stop the bleeding, Chu Ming smiled and sighed with relief when he examined the wound. He told Lin Lin that there were no serious injuries. The main character asked Lin Lin to relax while he takes care of everything else. The girl was not against it. The guy jumped on the roof with lightning speed and landed right opposite Zhang Tian, who covered himself with his hand, frightened by Chu Mina. The eldest son, Zhang, was sitting on the roof, trembling with fear, when Chu Ming reminded him that he first abducted his sister and now wounded Lin Lin. In this situation, Zhang Tian was helpless. He could only sit and look at Chu Min, full of anger. The protagonist pierced the enemy with a look full of hatred, and Zhang Tian asked him how he prefers to die. The whole body of a long-haired man trembled with horror. He looked at Chu Mina with his eyes full of fear and begged him to spare him. But the anger of Chu Mina was not to stop. The guy struck Zhang Tian and said that such an answer option is absent. The main character once again hit the eldest son of the Zhang family in the chest, which became a fatal attack for the man. Nan Lin passed by the younger brother and asked Chu Mina what she should do with the remaining members of the Zhang family. Chu Ming was not going to forgive the rest of the Zhang family. He answered the sixth older sister that he needed to eradicate evil. 2 days later, official news appeared that the Zhang clan was destroyed, and the Yu family is taking the entire industry Zhang. Our hero at that time visited his girlfriend Lin Lin in the hospital. The girl told the guy that her grandfather had already taken care of the consequences. Chu Ming answered his girlfriend that he already knew this, and thanked them for their work. He cleaned the apple with a knife for Lin Lin. The guy handed his girlfriend a purified apple, and Lin Lin asked why he did not want to visit Qi Yue and Yai. The main character answered the girl that he had already visited them, but their damage is not as serious as Lin, so he is here. Chu Ming recalled that he needs to carry out regular breathing exercises for the girl to avoid complications. The guy was frightened when suddenly Lin got angry with him, because he was outraged that he came only because of this. The main character laughed and said that he was coming to her ward not only because of this, but there is another important reason. The young Madame Yu asked his friend for what other reason he regularly visits the girl in the hospital. Chu Ming became more serious and said that he wanted to say something very important further, and he hopes that Lin would not refuse him. Lin opened her mouth wide in surprise. She stared at our hero in love with her eyes and blushed, but she pulled herself together, coughed and turned her head, saying that her answer would depend on what it would be offered by Chu Ming. Mrs. Yu hoped that Chu Ming was now admitted to her love. She ordered herself to forget about the Van family, whose son was engaged. The expectations of the girl did not materialize because Chu Ming said that he was hoping to accept Lin as his first student. The girl turned sharply and stared at the protagonist with dumbfounded eyes, certainly not expecting such an offer from him. The proposal of Chu Mina insulted and angered the young Madame Yu. She ordered the guy to get away and kicked him out of the ward, throwing things into him. But Chu Min was still standing on his own. He told his girlfriend that he was absolutely serious, and asked her to think about his offer. Lin did not want to listen to Chu Mina. With anger, she threw the guy a pillow right in the face and closed the door in front of him. Outside, Nan Lin was waiting for the protagonist. She told her brother that it was time to finish flirting and going to his seventh older sister. Chu Ming was worried, thinking that something had happened to Ji Hunxuan, and looked at his sister with frightened eyes. When asked what happened to her sister, Nan Lin replied that she did not know what happened to her because she had never studied medicine. Nan Lin remembered how Ji begged her to help, and told her brother that it was probably because she was in a hurry, wanting to save Chu Mina. Crossing his arms over her chest, the sixth older sister said that without this, Ji Hunxuan was initially poor health. The sixth older sister, Nan Lin, looked at her younger brother and stated that it seems to her that everything was bad with Ji Hunxuan. The main character was horrified when he heard these words. His eyes were filled with fear for the life of his beloved sister. Ji Hunxuan at that time lay in her bed at home, closing her eyes. Qin Yan was nearby and followed her friend's condition. Qin Yan's eyes were filled with tears because of pity for her friend. The girl told Ji that her younger brother would soon be here. Han Xuan opened her eyes, smiled, and reassured her friend, asking her to stop crying, because she would not die because of this little illness. Qin Yan turned sharply when she heard an extraneous voice behind him, who was affirming that Ji really would not die. Nan Lin and the main character entered the room. The girl told her older sister that this guy, her younger brother, finally came. Chu Ming immediately went to the seventh older sister and looked at her. In the eyes of the guy, there was a clear concern for Ji. Ji helped to get up, and Han Xuan told the sixth sister that she seemed to be still worried about her, since she was in a hurry to bring here Chu Mina. Nan Lin blushed when they told her, and answered the hated older sister that she could not wait until she would die. Chu Min came closer to the seventh older sister and took her by the wrist, warning that he wanted to measure her pulse to begin. When the protagonist did this, Ji Han Xuan turned to her younger brother and said that her illness was not an obstacle. Chu Ming asked his elder sister to remain calm, otherwise the condition of her pulse would be broken. The guy charged his fingers with energy and, when he analyzed the pulse, said that Ji had problems with his heart and blood vessels, and she also lost a lot of blood. The main character had to upset Ji Han Xuan with the words that her disease of the cold physiology of the body is very poorly. The worried Chu Ming demanded that Ji tell what happened to her, because 2 days ago she was not in the same state. Ji Han Xuan drew attention to the sixth older sister, who turned away, not wanting to participate in their conversation anymore. The protagonist turned sharply and looked at Qin Yan, who was the first to decide to admit what happened to his sister. Qin Yan only managed to say that this was connected with the desire of Ji to help the younger brother, but Han Xuan immediately asked her to shut up. Chu Ming said the seventh elder sister that if he does not find out the reason for the deterioration, he will not be able to diagnose and cure it. Nan Lin decided to admit everything and said that her condition was deteriorating because Ji decided to kneel for her. The main character was dumbfounded, he screamed, asking the sixth older sister why Han Xuan decided to kneel. Nan Lin said that she did not expect that in order to save Chu Mina, Ji to discard his pride, which is usually heavier than death. Chu Ming was in horror when it turned out that everything was because of him, and his seventh older sister wanted to save him, not possessing martial arts. Now it was not surprising to him that Nan Lin that day told him that Chu Ming was in debt to the seventh older sister. The guy put his hands on the bed to sit down and comforted his older sister, saying that he was already known for the desired method of treatment. But before that, he wanted to ask Ji whether she abandoned her dignity for the sake of Chu Min, a man whom she saw only a couple of times. Ji Han Xuan answered the younger brother that he was mistaken, because they had already met many times. The girl plunged into memories from childhood and told her brother that when she met him for the first time, he was still a child. Ji was scared when she first held a tiny younger brother in her arms, and the newborn sobbed, bursting with tears. When the boy grew up a little, the master asked the girl to remember that their future is full of mysterious interweaving of fate, and she needs to take care of Chu Mine. Then the mentor turned around, looked strictly at Ji and ordered him to be responsible and withstand this duty as an older sister. Ji Han Xuan then agreed to fulfill the request of the master. She held the grown-up Qin by the hand. Now Ji told Qi Ming, which is his older sister, so he sees nothing wrong with bowing his seika. Chu Ming did not know all this, because the older sisters went down from the mountain when he was still very small, so his family was only masters. Today, in the minds of the protagonist, everything has changed when he heard the story of the eldest sister about how she raised him in childhood. The main character looked at Ji Han Xuan, who also looked at him with a smile, and realized that he really had an older sister. The story of the elder sister touched Chu Mina. The guy began to overwhelm his feelings. He tried to restrain his tears with all his might. Chu Ming took control of emotions and asked the girls to leave the room, because he needs to start treating the seventh older sister. Qin Yan reluctantly left the room, not realizing what the treatment method was going to apply Chu Mines, since they need to go out. The guy told his sister that he needed to balance the energy in her body and restore emotional balance. Ji Han Xuan stared at his younger brother with rounded eyes when the young man asked her to be frank during the treatment. The protagonist warned her older sister that she had to undress for treatment and asked if she needed his help. The seventh older sister felt terrible awkwardness, because of which her cheeks turned red, and cried out that she would cope with this herself. The girl understood that this procedure was necessary to maintain her health, so I began to meekly remove the bathrobe. Although Ji Han Xuan was very embarrassed to do this, the girl, without resisting, was performing the instructions of the younger brother. The main character was also embarrassed because of this. The guy blushed and stood next to him, turning his head to the side so as not to look. The sixth older sister of Chu Mina Nanlin and Qin Yan at that time sat at the table in the living room. The girl poured tea into a glass. Qin Yan decided to take a look for Nanlin and poured tea for her. She handed the girl a glass and asked to take it. Nanlin took tea, leaned her head in hand and asked Qin Yan what was her relationship with the seventh older sister. The girl explained that Chu Ming entrusted her with treatment of extremely cold physiology, so they met. Lin asked if she had solar physiology, and Qin Yan replied that she was told that she had physiology ruin. Nanlin was envious that the younger brother was able to find a person with the physiology of Ruyan so quickly, because she unsuccessfully looked for such a person for more than 10 years. Since the Hanshuan accidentally disturbed her Dantian, she could not improve her skills for 5 years. Stuck at the level of true energy, Nanlin looked into tea and saw there a reflection of her younger brother, thinking that Chu Min was a chance to change her fate. The sixth older sister started up, and Qin Yan sharply stood up from the chair when they heard a scream from the next room. Nanlin was worried, not understanding what happened there. She froze for a short while, opening her mouth from surprise. Qin Yuan had a similar reaction to the cry. The girl was scared for her friend and looked towards the room where she was treated. Qin Yan and Nanlin, frightened for the seventh older sister, ran into the room and asked what happened. The main character looked at the girls, opening his mouth widely from surprise. At that moment, he pricked a Jai's shoulder with a needle. An awkward silence hung in the room. Everyone was embarrassed when they saw that Ji Hanshuan was lying on the bed, and many needles were sticking out of her body. Qin Yan and Nanlin were ashamed that they burst out, they apologized, and after a moment they had already disappeared, running out of the room. Ji Hanshuan buried her face in the pillow, hiding her embarrassment, and apologized to Chu Min for not holding back a scream due to pain. Chu Ming reassured his sister, saying that this is normal, and even the martial artists scream from pain at this acupuncture point. The guy said that he wanted to ask her sister about something. Ji turned her head, looked at her brother, and asked what. The protagonist asked why the sixth older sister forced the girl to kneel in front of her and beg her. Ji Hanshuan scratched her head and answered the younger brother that this was a long story. The girl clearly did not want to talk about it, but she nevertheless told Chu Min that Nanlin used to be the same genius of martial arts as our hero. According to Ji, after Nanlin entered the kingdom of True Qi, the girl did not make any breakthroughs for a long time. At that time, the girls lived together. Ji witnessed the pain of the sixth older sister, so Nanlin really wanted to help. To do this, Ji invited her sister to use the technique that the seventh master handed over to her, to improve the collection of qi in Dantian. Ji Hanshuan then sat opposite the sixth older sister and activated her energy, starting meditation to help Nanlin. Nanlin also sat. Closing her eyes, she concentrated, and her whole energy was hovering around her body, decorating the space with a bright orange light. But the sixth older sister did not notice how a clot of dark red energy appeared behind her, which dug into her back. When the girl felt this, she was frightened and abruptly opened her eyes, staring at the seventh older sister with a shocked look. Due to the lack of experience and excessive self-confidence, Ji was only accidentally distorted by Dantan Nanlin, harming her. The mistake of Ji Hanshuan was so fatal that the sixth older sister has not been able to achieve progress in martial arts for many years. Ji admitted that she was sorry that she harmed her sister. So for many years, living in the same city, she tried not to show her eyes. Chu Mines reacted to history with distrust, saying that the master also offered him this method, and he should not bear such consequences. The saddened Jai said she did not know why it happened, suggesting that it was because of her extremely cold physiology. The main character still did not believe because Ji was then too young to influence Nanlin so much. Continuing the procedure, Chu Ming asked his sister to lie down a little while he went and looked at the sixth older sister. The girl sharply raised her head and looked at his younger brother when Chu Ming said that there was an opportunity to help Nanlin. A wide smile appeared on Han Xuan's face. She could not lie calmly, very happy for the sixth sister. Chu Ming went out into the living room when Qin Yan saw a serious expression on the young man's face. She asked his friend if everything was in order. The main character said that so far we need to relax, and asked the sixth older sister of permission to check her pulse. For Nanlin, it was a surprise that the younger brother wanted to check her pulse, because everyone here gathered for the treatment of Ji. Chu Ming explained that he learned about her case from the seventh elder sister, and now he wants to find out if there is an opportunity to cure Nanlin. The sixth older sister of our hero was noticeably rejoiced when she heard that there was a hope to turn the harm done to her. When Chu Ming took her wrist to check the pulse, the girl said that even the masters did not know what to do with her distortion of Danten. Qin Yan watched with interest from the side. Her attention was hooked by the word Danten, which the sixth sister had just said. The main character laid his fingers on the pulse of the sixth older sister. The whole body of the guy surrounded a soft blue glow. Chu Ming remembered the moment when he went down from the mountain. Then the masters expected him to solve the problems of several older sisters at once. Nan Lin was surprised when she felt a pure Taoist spiritual power from her brother. She was hotter than the one that was introduced into her body with frost. The sixth older sister noticed the gaze of his younger brother on herself. The eyes of Chu Mina radiated a bright blue light. Suddenly, the girl seemed to find herself in another space. She soared in the middle of darkness, and a stream of blue energy passed into her body. Nan Lin saw a large and evil dragon in front of him, which burst out of her body. The monster growled, exposing sharp fangs. Qin Yan was frightened for the girl and asked if everything was fine with her when Nan Lin began to cough loudly, flooded later. The main character was also a witness to the events that had just happened with the sixth sister. He realized that it was. Nan Lin asked her younger brother what was happening and why she had just experienced a sharp, acute pain in the dantian. The guy got up and explained the sixth older sister that she may be mistaken, accusing the seventh older sister of everything. Chu Ming said that it was not Ji Hanxuan to damage her dantian, because of which the girl could not practice for many years. The shocked Nan Lin demanded that his younger brother explain what the reason for her inability to develop skills is then. The protagonist said that someone put a spell on his sister, and this happened when Nan Lin opened dantian to let Ji help her. The dumbfounded Nan Lin rounded her eyes and screamed, asking his younger brother who dared to do this with her. Chu Ming replied that he was not yet known, but he feels that the spell is very powerful and was rooted in her Danny. Nan Lin was shocked when she heard that this spell was rooted, which means that it would not be so simple to get rid of it. The main character confirmed this and said that in 2 years the spell will completely absorb the development of Nan Lin. The guy was forced to sadden his sister news that Nan Lin in a couple of years could remain a useless person for life. Qin Yan screamed and indignant, not understanding who was so evil, since he did so cruelly with the little girl. What was Nan Lin then? Yu Min suggested that these could be enemies of masters who, because of their title, had many envious people. According to the guy, 7 masters earlier dominated the world, and having received the title of the saint, gained many enemies because of envy. The main character said that the masters warned him that it was dangerous to open the 7 Saints sect, because their enemies were not asleep. Nan Lin got angry and said that these guys are uneven to the masters, so they will aim at their pupils to take revenge on 7 saints. Chu Ming instilled hope to the 6th older sister, saying that even this strong spell can be eradicated by medicinal plants. He sighed heavily, knowing that his capabilities and his sister's help were still limited, because he did not manage to unlock several seals. Nan Lin, having received hope for a cure, immediately got up from the couch and asked her brother what plants would be required for this. The 6th older sister shone with happiness. The main character was ready to tell what rare medicines would be required, but he was killed. The worried Ji Hanxuan ran out into the living room. The girl panicked, demanding the guys to hurry and take her to the company. The young man tried to stop her, saying that the girl still could not move. She needed to relax after acupuncture. However, Ji Hanxuan was not up to rest. She screamed that someone was trying to create problems in her company and destroy HSL, until she was not. At this time, the company, whose director was Ji, was a commotion. Unfamiliar guys asked the girl who was the main one. The frightened employee was taken aback when the hooligans screamed that HSL owed them 20 million that they lent them. Trembling with fear, the girl picked up the phone and said that she did not know anything about it, so she would contact the finance department. The boss of these hooligans shouted that it seems they would not receive money and ordered his guys to start a defeat here with a bat, bits, and golf clubs. Grimila began to destroy everything that came across in their way, break the tiles on the floor and ruin the walls. Ji Hanxuan appeared in the lobby of the company. Behind it was Qin Yan and our hero. The director ordered everyone to stop. The guy who extorted money from the employee saw Madame Ji and said that he did not expect the director to dare to come here. The bully ordered his guys to beat the director to show the girl what happens to those who do not repay debts. The frightened Ji Hanxuan could not do anything but to stand and ask the hooligans to stop. Chu Ming ran forward to cover his sister with his back and asked her to let him figure it out. The main character realized that the issue should be solved by force, so he hit the first bully with his foot, which came across in his way. After Chu, Ming went to deal with the next thug. He hit the guy with his fist right in the face, from which a flash of light was formed. The main character began to rush with lightning speed around the room, taking turns beating everyone who came with poor intentions here. Chu Ming felt something was amiss, because these guys had martial arts that the sixth master taught. The leader of the gangster group told Chu Min that he has very good skills and expressed his desire to personally fight him. The man suggested the main character of the bet. If Chu Ming defeats him, then the case will be closed, and they will no longer demand a debt. The protagonist scratched his face with his finger and asked the bully if he was sure that the case would be closed after this fight. The guy in a colorful shirt had already prepared his fists and told Chu Min that if our hero loses, debts will only double. The villain was confident in his abilities because he is the best student of the School of Martial Arts in the city, and he understands the techniques of this child. The main character surprised the guy when he scratched his head and agreed to the battle, asking the villain how exactly he wanted to fight. The bully did not explain anything and immediately attacked a China with a fist, trying to strike a blow blocking acupuncture points. For Chu, it seemed that the guy was very slow, so he stood for a long time, doing nothing, commenting on the slowness of the opponent. The slowness of the bully did not allow him to make a hidden attack. After a moment, the guy received a blow to the face from Chu Min. The gang leader stopped and trembled. He closed his eyes and began to cry in pain, not understanding how he managed to miss the blow. When the guy came to his senses, he got even more angry and shouted at Chu Mina, threatening that he would call his master now. The main character only laughed in response to these funny threats, asking if the guy still has a master. The bully took out the phone and shouted that Chu Min is a deceased because his master of the owner of the first martial arts hall in Jiangzhou. Chu Ming looked at the guy dumbfounded when he called and began to sob into the pipe to the master, claiming that they wanted to kill him. The master, who was on the other end of the wire, answered his student that everything was clear to her, and after that their conversation was over. It turned out that the guy called the sixth older sister Nan Lin, who was the owner of the first martial arts hall in the city. The girl warned the seventh older sister that she needed to leave somewhere and asked her to stay here so far. The young man in a colorful shirt was dumbfounded when he saw his master in front of him and asked why she was here. The main character, when he saw a sixth older sister in front of him, opened his mouth from shock, realizing that she was a master of this bully. The sixth older sister sternly looked at her student and asked a guy named Xiao Yu what he was doing here. Nan Lin, angry with the student, asked, would he not be in the martial arts hall? And the guy was justified that he went out to earn a living. And angry, the girl asked if he knew whose company defeated, and stated that Madame Ji was her younger sister. The bully started up. He was dumbfounded when he realized that he attacked a company that belonged to his master's sister. Nan Lin asked if Xiao Yu repays her because she saved him when the guy was persecuted in the criminal world. Xiao Yu, waving his hands, began to make excuses that he simply did his job, and he was hired by the president of the neighboring YQ company. The sixth older sister was still angry with her student. She answered the guy that this was almost the same, so his excuses did not help. Nan Lin had to apologize to the younger brother and Han Xuan for the fact that her student did this because of insufficient control on her part. The girl's student realized that this child is actually the younger brother of his master, because he thought that this is Ji bodyguard. The young man was trembling with fear. He realized that it was all over for him, because he had just attacked the master's family. Ji Hanxuan said that YQ always sought to destroy them because as leaders see competitors in them. The girl said she recently took measures against this company, so she was not surprised when they came to her with defeat today. The seventh older sister told everyone present that now it's time to directly deal with that company. But Chu Mina was interested in something else. He turned to the sixth older sister and asked if those people were really her students. Nan Lin said that she opened a small martial arts hall in the city and complained that she was not there for only a couple of days and such a scandal had already happened. The guys shuddered with fear when the master pierced them with a look and said that she would take care of them when he returned to the hall. The main character was in anticipation to visit the sisters' martial arts hall and asked permission, but Nan Lin said that he was far away. Ji Shanhuan said that she had not talked with the sixth older sister for a long time, and the same would like to visit her martial arts hall. Everyone began to put pressure on the girl, wanting to come to visit her, so she sighed heavily, smiled, and agreed to go there together. All the students of Nan Lin flinched when their master screamed, so that they returned to the hall to carefully explain this issue. Meanwhile, in the large high-rise building, which belonged to YQ, their director recognized unpleasant news. The girl was so furious when she received a phone call that threw the glass with water right against the wall. An angry president of YQ named Jung Yuan called the guys who came to the company of competitors with defeat useless discharges. The girl was furious that the guys could not cope with such a simple task, and she was told that they, moreover, issued their customer. The president realized that she had trouble now, because the hooligans hired by her told Ji who ordered this defeat. 3 employees stood in front of the director. She screamed at the man, accusing that it was all his fault, that they had now raised the noise in HSL. The subordinate laughed and answered Jung's sister that she should not worry, because he has an idea how to get out of this situation. The girl calmed down a little when she heard from the employee that he had a solution to the problem. The guy went to her table, leaned over and said that they needed to get rid of the root cause before everything went awry. The idea of an evil young man was to get rid of Ji Hunxuan, and then all the problems would disappear. The president was not enthusiastic about the idea of an employee, and asked what to do with the police who would begin the investigation of the murder of Ji. The guy came up and reassured the girl, saying that they have ways to get rid of her, setting up the brake refusal or another accident. Roughly grabbing the company's president by the face of the company, the young man said that even if it is investigated, this is just a traffic accident. Jung Yuan smiled and looked at the guy in love with her eyes when he said that then everything would depend on his best lover. Nan Lin, meanwhile, led her brother, sister, Qin Yan, as well as his students in her martial arts hall, which turned out to be quite large. The main character and the 7th older sister looked at the building in surprise, thinking that they would come to the small hall, and he was big. Chu Minez suggested that the hall is one of the best in the city, and the student of Nan Lin confirmed that their hall was the best in Jiangzhou. Nan Lin was still angry with her student, so she ordered the guy to shut up when he began to praise their hall. The girl said that Chu Mina's skills are no worse, so the guy can also open such a martial art hall as her. Chu Ming realized that now he was a little stronger than the 6th older sister after she got into the kingdom of True Qi after lifting the seal. The guy was angry and annoyed because he had not even laid down even the first brick to create a 7-7 sect, despite his strength. Nan Lin asked the guys not to stand at the entrance like fools and invited them inside. Everyone was delighted and agreed to follow her. Inside, the heroes saw a spacious room with many simulators. The training of students was in full swing. One of the guys who trained in the hall turned around and was delighted when he saw the master Nan Lin in front of him. The guys announced to each other that the master had returned, distracted from training, and approached the girl to greet. The 6th older sister nodded the guys and only grunted back when those groups approached her and folded their hands together. Qin Yan looked at Nan Lin with her eyes shining with delight and praised her. And Chu Ming got angry, answering that he also had such a hall. Chu Ming started when someone burst, breaking the gate, and screamed Nan Lin that she had robbed his business, so he would die today. The indignant protagonist turned to see who the person who burst here and break someone else's property. A man with white hair appeared on the threshold. He ordered our hero to leave, saying that he had no right to talk to him. The guy who burst into the hall was the master of Taekwondo Chen Zhengyi. He stated that he would capture this place today. Nan Lin reacted calmly. She asked Cheng Zhengyi when she stole his livelihood, saying that people are voluntarily going to her. The guy shouted that initially all the students of this area visited his hall, but now they go to the girl, and she still dares to find fault. Student Nan Lin stood up for her, screaming that Cheng does not teach students at all, but simply wants to make money. The master of Taekwondo got angry and hit the student of the 6th older sister in the face, and asked who he was to scream at him. The guy fell silent and grabbed his hand by the cheek after he was hit, and all the other students began to worry about him. Cheng began to provoke Nan Lin, asking why she did not stand up for her student and does not dare to enter into a fight with him. The enraged master of Taekwondo told the girl that if she does not dare to fight him, she should leave this territory. A guy with white hair offended the martial arts, which the girl teaches students, calling them outdated dances. Nan Lin was still angry at the guy under control and just stood, piercing him with a look, and did not understand how he dares to mock people like that. Chen Zhengyi smiled madly, looking at the girl, and knew that he was about the same in terms of abilities and skills. But today the guy invited him to his personal teacher from South Korea to defeat her, Pak In-hee with the 8th Dan. Chung had a plan that when they play in a draw, his teacher would intervene and strike the girl who will humiliate her in front of all her students. Nan Lin took a step forward. She was ready to fight with the master of Taekwondo, since he wants that, and told him about it. The girl looked into the enemy's eyes and stated that she was ready to beat such an upstart as Chung. But then she was stopped. The main character held out his hand to stop Nanlin and asked why the sixth older sister personally intervened in this. Nanlin asked his younger brother if he would cope, and warned that this man had a black belt of the sixth Dana. Chuming answered the sixth older sister that this master taekwondo was just an upstart, so the hero was not afraid of fights with him. The guy looked in the eye and stated that this person's expressions were too sharp, so he wanted to take the initiative. Chan got angry that some guy decided to stop his plan. He screamed, calling Chumina a miserable dog, and ordered him to leave the road. The protagonist held his fists and introduced himself to Chan as Chu Ming, the younger brother of his sister Nan, who is enough to defeat the guy. Our hero laughed in the face and asked if he was afraid of his could defeat him, and why then provoke his sister, the master of taekwondo of the sixth. Dana got angry and clenched his fists, activating his strength, and concluded that Chu Ming wants to die. Chan Zhengi stood in a fighting rack. His body was surrounded by stripes of magic light, and he threatened Qi for a mine, which would tear his head off. Chu Ming asked the guys to go back so as not to accidentally injure, and commented on the enemy's combat pose. Qin Yan laughed, covering his mouth, and asked his friend if he decided in advance that this bully would have to kick into the air. The main character also smiled, turned around and answered a friend who could not stop laughing that this was a necessity. Chan Zhengi pushed away from the ground to attack the protagonist. His eyes radiated red light, and he called Chu Min with a smelly child. In the jump, the guy shouted, asking Chu Mina, did he teach his master to look around during the martial arts competition? Between Chu Min and Chang Zhengi, a fight began. The enemy tried to attack the guy, and our hero successfully dodged. The guys who came with Chan Zhengi shouted that their boss concentrated all the power in the legs to cause air distortion, which is called the Yuan Xiao technique. The master of taekwondo tried to hit our hero with his foot on the head, but Chu Ming blocked the attack in time, not letting go of the enemy's leg. The main character looked at his enemy with a grin on his face, because the master of taekwondo did not manage to defeat him. Chan Zhengi already felt not so confident in himself. The guy noticeably tensed, after which he tried to hit Chumina again. Our hero did not let go of the enemy's leg, holding her with his hand tightly. He told the guy that the master really did not teach him to look around. The main character, with a fervent smile, looked at the enemy and said that now his turn. The whole body of the guy sparkled with lightning. Chan Zhengi looked at Chu Min with his eyes full of horror when the guy warned him that he would attack him now. The blow of the chin with charged energy on the body of the enemy forced the body of Chan Zhengi to fly up above the ground. One attack of our strong hero was enough for the master of taekwondo to fly back and collapsed, causing a deafening explosion. Qin Yan said that her friend really keeps his word because he said that Chan's twig, and really did so. At that time, Chang Zhengi sat, leaning against the column. His disciples ran to the master, worried about him. The enraged master taekwondo screamed, ordering his students to fall off, and stated that such a trick was not able to destroy it. Chan understood that the kid was very strong and felt that some of his bones were broken. But people looked at them, so he rose to his feet. Chan Zhengi tuned to fight because he could not lose his face. Otherwise, the reputation of his martial arts hall would be finally trampled. The main character, smiling, began to tease the enemy, claiming that he was quite resistant to the blow. He even managed to climb his feet. The guy was trembling in pain, but stood in a fighting rack and asked Chu Min not to be so arrogant, threatening that he would now destroy him. Chu Min said that, in this case, he would give a chance to Chan to do this and would use only one hand in battle. The behavior of the protagonist caused even more anger in Chan Zhengi, because the guy obviously mocked him. But Chan nevertheless decided to attack Chu Mina and made a jump up to attack our hero from the air. The master of taekwondo, clenching his teeth with anger, threatened Qi to destroy him and waved his hand, leaving behind her a fiery trace. The protagonist remained motionless. He stood and looked with a grin on his face on the attempts of a martial artist to attack him. Chu Ming thought that the power of Chan Zhenya reached the level of true Qi, and he was sorry that the enemy's abilities were imperfect. Therefore, our hero concluded that one hand would be enough for him, and tried to grab Chen with one hand by the leg. This caused a mockery of the enemy, because his leg is hardened with thousands of blows, and Chu Ming is trying to encounter her with one hand. But Chan laughed in vain because after a moment the fist of our hero collided with his foot, which is why Zhengi received severe injuries. The master of taekwondo became so painful after the blow that the guy burst the vessels in his eyes. He stared at his leg with a frightened look. The enemy Chu Mina collapsed onto the floor and grabbed his foot. The guy screamed in pain. His whole face grimaced after the blow of Chu Min. The disciples of Chan stood and looked in fright at their master. They could not believe their eyes that the man was so easy to defeat. The main character stood in front of the defeated master of Taekwondo. Everyone was in shock that Chu Ming defeated Chen with one hand. The guy shook the dust from his clothes and told Chan that he seemed to be really unable to fight his sixth older sister. He invited his sister to escort the guests, and Nan Lin told his students to drive out the master Taekwondo from her hall. The student Nan Lin, who was beaten by Chung on the eve, went to the guy, fed his fists, and stated that he should now pay him the same. The young man came up and looked at the master Taekwondo with a look, full of desire to avenge, and asked him to hit him. However, the student of the sixth older sister did not work out. Chan was stronger, and after a moment the guy again received a blow in his face. The blow was so powerful that the young man flew away like a bullet. He was indignant at why he was hurt every time. The old man grinned when the student of Nan Lin flew back after his blow and collapsed to the ground, lifting a high column of dust with his body. The protagonist tensed noticeably when his sister's student received damage from a stranger who appeared in the hall. It turned out to be the Master Chan Zhengi. An elderly man stood silently in the middle of the hall, protecting his back with his back of a defeated student. Park Yung-hung looked at the people who offended his student and stated that his Chinese language was not very good. An elderly man raised his leg. She emitted whirlwinds of red energy, and he threatened the man who hit his student. They hit them with his foot on the floor, after which fiery cracks formed on it, and stated that he wanted to teach the lesson to the offender. Now the main character was not up to jokes, because he saw a powerful impulse created by an old man who was at least 2 levels stronger than Chan. Nan Lin went to his younger brother and asked him to move away from the road because that man came for her, and not behind him. The sixth older sister said that it was unexpected that Pak and he came to China, because he was the founder of the Taekwondo Hall in Korea. The enraged old man asked the girl whether she knew him, and said that Taekwondo is much stronger than Chinese martial arts. An elderly man said that those who agree to become his disciples did not lose their lives, and asked the guys not to die in vain. Chan, admiring Taekwondo, said that he was engaged in only 3 years, and he already has such a force, so Chinese martial arts have long been dead. The students of Nan Lin, having listened to the master of Taekwondo, admitted that it was really amazing that he had achieved such results in 3 years. But Chan omitted the fact that he became so strong in 3 years only because the master stuffed him with medicines. Nan Lin realized that this bastard simply wanted to undermine her authority, and asked the master to stop carrying nonsense because he came only after her. Chu Ming turned to the sixth older sister and admitted that the master told him a few words before the guy went down the mountain. The sixth older sister looked at the younger brother in amazement when Chu Ming began to talk about the meaning of the Seven Saints sect. As the mentors said to our hero, the goal of the Seven Saints sect is the popularization of the national martial arts of their country. The inspired Chu Ming told his sister that this would allow Chinese martial arts to rise to the top of the world again. Nan Lin still doubted whether it was worth allowing her younger brother to fight with the master, but her words were noticeably impressed. Chu Ming proposed to show his strength to the people who look down on their martial arts and asked the enemy to name his name. The enraged man introduced himself as Park Yung-hoo, clenching his teeth from hatred of a guy. He threatened Chi for a mine that today he lost his life. Chu Ming was not afraid of the old man, although his impulse was striking. However, the state of ki of the enemy ranges up and down, and Taekwondo's masters are strong only legs and feet. The students of Nan Lin thought that they wanted to deal with the master Taekwondo if Chu Ming now loses to the old man, because they don't care where to study if they are not mocking them. The master of Taekwondo, with an anger with a black belt of the 8th Dana, again wished the death of Chu, the mind that offended his student. The main character rushed forward to attack a man. There were moments before the opponents collided in a fight. Park Yung-hai was also ready to attack Chu Mina. An elderly man stared at the guy with a frenzied look, rushing forward. Fists. Park Yung-hoo and the protagonist collided, forming the bright flashes of the energy of blue and purple. After the master Taekwondo decided to attack with his foot, he waved it to hit our hero while Chu Ming waved his hand. An enraged old man hit the young man with his foot, but his attack was blocked because Chu Ming put an elbow in front of him. Chu Ming concluded that the old man really had experience because he suppressed him, which indicated that Yung-hee determined his style. Student Nan Lin, watching the battle, said that it seems to him that Chu Mina suppresses because that blow looked painful. Kinya was very frightened for her friend when she heard that he was suppressed. She asked if whether Chu Ming was in danger, Nan Lin asked the girl not to worry, saying that Chu Min would be able to defeat the enemy if he finds his vulnerable place. The battle between the Korean master and our hero continued. The old man was ready to once again attack the guy. Park Chung-hae was tense, realizing that this guy was very strong, and he needs to use the reception of the life of life as soon as possible. The main character was ready to defend himself. He knelt down and crossed his arms, after which a magic shield appeared in front of him. The Korean master Taekwondo hit the young man with his foot. But Chu Ming managed to protect himself with a magic shield of light, putting his hands in front of him. An evil smirk appeared on the face of an elderly man, because he was sure that the enemy would not last for so long. But the main character did not feel the share of fear of the enemy. He continued to sit on his knees and laugh in his face. The old man was furious when he saw that this guy was laughing because he believed that the boy should be afraid of him. It was the turn of Chu Mina to attack. The guy, charged with magical energy, suddenly rushed forward. The protagonist applied an 8-fold jerk against the enemy. The old man's knee and the fist of Chu Mina collided, forming a bright flash. Park Yung-hee was no longer so confident in his abilities. He realized that everything was not going according to his plan when his knee was attacked. Chu Min continued to attack an elderly man. The next step was to use the reception 8-time peak. In this battle, our hero continued to lead. The guy concentrated on defeating the Korean master. Park Chung-hae was in agony after he received a blow with his elbow directly in his stomach. The old man opened his mouth wide, conjunction from pain. The master of Taekwondo realized that it was all over. After the 8-time peak of Chu Mina made him fly right into the wall. Chung, who watched these fights, cried out strongly, frightened by his master who received severe damage. Chu Ming breathed a sigh of relief because Park Chung-hee underestimated his enemy and did not change the attack. Those who supported Chu Mina began to rejoice. Nan Lin's students were also glad that their younger brother won. The guys who were engaged in the Nan Lin Martial Arts Hall were delighted with the brother of their master, considering him very strong. The guys practicing Taekwondo began to doubt whether they should study this martial art, since their master lost so easily to the boy. Chan Zhengi was furious because everything did not go according to his scenario, and now they cannot compete with Nan Lin. The main character turned around and looked at the enemy when he noticed that the old man had found the strength to rise to his feet. Although Park Yung-ha received a lot of damage, an elderly man began to walk around the hall, claiming that he could still fight. Park Yung-hee did not want to give the victory to our hero. The old man got angry to madness and shouted to Chu Min that he had not won. In response, Chu Min said that the blow that he had just struck was in his heart, so the old man would become disabled, continuing to fight. The words of the protagonist caused a mockery of the Korean master Taekwondo. The boy's statement did not scare him at all. An elderly man took out a few glass test tubes with liquid from his pocket to help him improve his health. Park Yung-hong, in one gulp, absorbed a mixture of 2 test tubes, screaming that his martial art was based on this secret medicine. Chan was shocked that the old man took 2 test tubes at once because the maximum dose of the medicine is 1 per month. Otherwise, the vessels would burst. The main character looked at the enemy with a puzzled look and asked the elderly man what medicine he had just taken. Wiping his mouth, Park Jung-hee did not go into details because his medicine is a special secret development. When the mixer acted, the old man's power increased 100 times. The muscles grown before his eyes tore their clothes in Park Yung-hee. The students of Taekwondo were in shock when they saw that their master had become a monster and said that they did not want to become the same. Chan tried to warn the master, screaming to an elderly man that his body would not withstand such heavy loads. But Park Jung-hee was no longer stopped. The old man was so distraught that he attacked his faithful student, hitting him in the face. The mixing made a real monster out of the old man. His muscles increased many times. He was ready to fight further. Nan Lin invited his brother to fight together, and Chu Ming replied that they no longer need to be polite with a man who was fought dishonest. The 6th older sister of our hero continued to insist on fighting against Park Yung-hee together. Because one Chu Ming was not even, the protagonist was not opposed. He looked at the 6th older sister and asked her to keep up, preparing to repulse the old man. Park Chung-hong was ready to deal with both immediately. He jumped to attack the guys and shouted, wishing them to death. Between Chu Min and the distraught grandfather, the fight began. The first to hit Park Jung-ha, attacking the knee of our hero. A crazy smile shone on the old man. When the blow was successful, he asked Chu Mina if he could now withstand his attack. Nan Lin and Chu Ming agreed among themselves that the girl would attack the left side of the enemy, and the right guy. The first hero ran the first step. Chu Ming clasped his teeth with anger at the distraught old man, being intentionally defeating him. The guy rushed forward to hit the elbow Park Young-hee with his fist. An elderly man grimaced when he received a blow from the enemy. The damage inflicted did not stop the angry grandfather in any way. Park Young-ho was even more angry and began to swing his fists. He looked at Nan Lin with his eyes full of hatred when he noticed that the girl intended to attack him from the air. Having jumped, the sixth older sister rolled over in the air and looked at our hero, giving the guy some non-verbal signal. The main character realized that he wanted to tell the sixth older sister and nodded silently, making it clear that he had heard her. An elderly man opened his mouth in surprise when Nan Lin managed to outwit him and strike him with his knee in the back of his head. This allowed to win the time while the old man tried to recover. Chu Ming reduced the distance and hit the man with his fist in the body. Park Chung-hai was still standing on his feet, but was already not so mobile. The whole body of an elderly man trembled after blows. The old man's breath became more frequent. He briefly leaned his hands against his knees, continuing to threaten the guys to kill them. Taking advantage of this moment, the protagonist and his sixth older sister jumped up to attack his grandfather. In this attack, Chu Ming decided to apply his leg. In the jump, the guy hit an elderly man with charged energy in the face. Nan Lin acted exactly the same. In the jump, the girl struck the face of Park Young-hae's foot, but on the right side, when the guys managed to successfully attack the enemy, the blow was so strong that the old man froze from shock for some time. The blow was strong. Park Young-ho rounded his eyes when his whole body pierced the pain, and he no longer had the opportunity to fight. Attack Nan Lin and Chu Mina was final. A distraught elderly man collapsed to his knees, not giving a rebuff to the guys anymore. The elderly man was so exhausted that he fell down the floor because our heroes struck him on the head. The main character and his sixth older sister smiled when the fight finally ended, and Chu Ming admitted that the battle was good. Student Nan Lin in a colorful shirt ran forward to rush into their arms. He shouted, admiring the abilities of the guys. The guy slapped Chu Mina on the shoulder and said that our hero was very strong at such a young age, and asked what his secret was. Grinkling. The main character asked if all the students of this hall want to know how Chu Ming became so strong at 20 years old. The guys surrounded our hero and looked at him with enthusiastic eyes. They shouted that they also wanted to know his secret. The main character said that today he would give them the knowledge of his masters, and said that the only right way to do this, step by step to the goal. Pupils of the martial arts hall looked at China with open mouths when he said that he was seriously treating every step. This is the best practice. When the time of dinner came, Nan Lin apologized to everyone for the fact that today her cook is on vacation, so the food is not very good. However, the dishes on the table were still worthy. Chu Mines pushed them over both cheeks and repeated that the food was very tasty. Ji asked Qin Yan not to pay attention to how her brother eats quickly, because if he suffocates, he can save himself. Nan Lin and Qin Yan were shocked by Ji's words. Although she was right that Chu Mina's medical skills would help him escape, Qin Yan was scared and screamed that her friend's illness was aggravated again when Ji was sitting and began to cough strongly. Ji Hanshuan picked up a pill in her hands to make her better and said that she wanted to return home as soon as possible. The main character said that this cannot be postponed because the sister needs double improvement to relieve the disease. Soon, Nan Lin said goodbye to the guests. She told her younger brother that she would not detain them if they still have business. Chu Ming looked at Nan Lin with a smile and promised the sixth older sister to cook medicine for her later. When the guy got into the car, Nan Lin said that these medicines are definitely not easy to find, so she was ready to help him, if that. The expression on the face of Nan Lin changed strict when she asked the student to drive slower, worrying about her brother and sister. Zhui Yu showed the master the thumb and asked the girl not to worry, intending to take the guys safe and sound. The car started, and the sixth older sister looked after the sister and brother who left for some time. The girl sighed heavily, because 2 years later she could turn into a useless person, hoping that everything will work out. Ji Hanshuan got worse. The girl was lying on her friend's shoulder. Her whole body trembled, and Qin Yan warned Chu Mina that his sister was bad. Chu Ming turned around and said that it was urgent to lead Ji home for treatment, because her position due to new injuries is very serious. Zhui Yu asked our hero not to worry, because there are not so many cars at night, so they will reach quickly. Although there really was not many cars on the street at night, one of the city's inhabitants did not sleep, smoking a cigarette in his car. The young man sitting behind the wheel of a car made another puff before you get the car and hit the road. This ill-wisher picked up the right moment when another car in which our hero was driving past him, And then the young man sharply pressed the gas pedal to break off and go forward, clearly intending to harm our heroes. The guy who was driving a car viciously smiled, holding a cigarette in his teeth. This man had blonde hair covering his face. The attacker's plan worked. The blonde guy started off and crashed into a car in which Chu Ming and girls rode. When the guy did everything, a crazy smile shone on his face. He planned all this in order to kill Ji Hanxuan. Both cars stopped in the middle of the night street when a traffic accident planned by the villain happened. The blow was very strong. The guy crashed into the side of the car where our heroes rode, after which an explosion formed. Nevertheless, everything was in order with the attacker. Immediately after the guy got out of the car to check the results of the work, the villain intended to take several photos to send his sister and prove that he was capable of something. After the accident, Suyu was unconscious. The attacker decided to take a photograph of the injured driver. After that, the guy was already photographed by Ji Hanxuan, who was also disconnected. He mocked the injured girl. The guy had his eyes shone with a demonic red light. He flooded with laughter, believing that Ji hated it finally died. Frightened, the young man turned sharply when he heard the question of the stranger behind him, whether he crashed into them on purpose. This stranger was Chu Ming. An angry hero asked the villain who he was and why he did this to them. The attacker shouted, rudely advising Chi to go about his business, and began to threaten the guy to deal with him too. The main character demanded to answer his question, and after that he threw the charged needles right into the guy standing opposite. The young man dropped a cigarette from his hand when 2 sharp needles hit the collarbone of the guy, immobilizing the attacker. After panicked, the villain asked our hero what he did with him. The whole body of the guy trembled. He felt severe pain. Chu Ming's fell into 2 acupuncture points that caused the villain confusion. He was painful at the same time and he wanted to laugh. The main character pierced the guy with a demonic look and demanded to answer his questions. Otherwise, he would make his life worse than death. Laughing and shouting from pain, the guy found the strength to answer our hero that President Zheng Yuan told him to do this. The guy continued to sit on his knees and writhe in pain, in parallel, flooding with laughter when Chu Ming took a few steps closer. Chu Ming showed the villain 2 fingers charged by energy and asked what evidence he had in confirmation of his words. The young man handed the phone to our hero and said that there were all the records of conversations as evidence. The guy continued to hide secretly. He knew that Chu Ming would still do anything with the records because his goal has already been achieved. The attacker was surprised when the phone was not taken by Chu Ming, but another person who suddenly grabbed a smartphone. The main character and the villain stared at Shu Yu. The student of the 6th older sister came to his senses and got out of the car. The guy decided to check the recordings of telephone conversations and said that it was really a trap Zheng Yuan because he knows her. The villain drew attention to the girls who got out of the car. Qin Yan helped his friend rise and go ahead. Ji Hanxuan accused the villain of using dirty tricks against her because they could not honestly win in a business. When the minister of the president of YQ realized that his goal was alive and well, he screamed and rushed into the run. The 7th sister thanked Chu Mina, who foresaw the danger and used his energy to protect the car body. Everything was really so, because a second before the accident, our hero came out and sent a stream of energy to protect his sister and friends. The attacker could not escape far. The guy collapsed to his knees and screamed, demanding from Zhui to return his phone. Now that it turned out that the girl was alive, the villain understood that they could not allow evidence of Zheng Yuan's involvement. The protagonist, who held his phone within flash, turned on in his hands, said that this video recording function is really useful. Chu Ming, looking enthusiastically at his phone, said that he had just recorded everything, and the villain stared at him with a shocked face. The attacker got angry and accused our hero of a trap to him, and stated that he wanted to fight with him. Xua Yu, hearing these words, hit the villain in the face, screaming that he did not even dare to take actions against his brother Chu. Student Nan Lin was very glad that now it was his turn to beat someone in the face after how many times he beat him today. Shui Yu threatened the frightened villain with a fist, and Chu Ming said that he did not arrange a trap, but simply took advantage of the situation. The following actions unfolded in the mansion of Ji Hanxuan. The younger brother asked her to relax for an hour after acupuncture. The girl thanked her younger brother and said that she had sent all the evidence to the public relations department of her company. Ji Hanxuan was sad, because this time she was the cause of concern to the younger brother, which she admitted. The main character laughed and reassured his sister, saying that her problems were, and his problems too, asking where she got such a burden. The 7th older sister asked his younger brother whether Dantan Nan Lin would be able to restore Danny. Chu Ming said that he also wanted to talk about it. He said that Dantan Nan Lin was distorted by a spell, not a sister. Ji Hanshuan turned around and looked at his younger brother in a surprised look when she heard about the spell. The main character said that the spell is very complicated, and it is not known whether they can find a special medicine that will help to eradicate it. Ji, when she was asked if she remembered those Taoist techniques, replied that it was in a temple and it can hardly be found. At this time, in one of the Buddhist temples of the country under cover at night, a strong, shabby man dinner with a hot pork leg. The man rudely asked the girl to pour him another wine, and the young assistant dutifully agreed to serve the owner. A strong, bearded man once again bit a piece of a pork leg after the girl poured him alcohol into the bowl. Suddenly, the man grimaced. He felt something was amiss when he usually had dinner in the yard near his temple. The girl was frightened when a shabby bearded man screamed and dropped the bowl of wine, saying that someone had touched his spell. The man looked at his hand, which radiated a barely noticeable red aura. He was wondering who was the bold. A picture surfaced in the head of the temple. Nanlin stood on it, a girl who became a victim of a villain spell. At this moment, the man concluded, looking at his palm, that someone wants to help destroy the spell he had imposed. The bearded man tensed. He accused himself of being too soft, because he did not initially get rid of Nanlin. The man licked his lips and laughed. The temple matured in the villain's head when he thought that her little girl had to grow up. The protagonist turned and looked at Qin Yan when the girl knocked carefully, wanting to enter the bummer of Ji. On the face of the girl, Chu Ming realized that something had happened. So Qin Yan asked what had happened as worried. Qin Yan was very embarrassed. She straightened her hair and looked away, asking Chu Mina if today her help and treatment was needed. The main character also became awkwardly awkward, and he replied that her help was needed. But only an hour later, when the guy goes outside, the cheeks of the chin were covered with a strong blush. He scratched his face with his finger and thought about the treatment method that the girls practice. The picture surfaced in the head of the protagonist. He knew that double improvement involves the proximity between the girls. He was embarrassed, because this method of treatment is simple and effective, but at the same time very provoking. Chumin began to clap his reddened cheeks to take control of emotions, and ordered himself to calm his mind. The main character went to the living room. He plopped down on the sofa and decided to watch the news on the phone to calm down. The network actively discussed the act of the CEO of YQ. Residents of the city condemned the girl, calling the company a dark and evil gang. Chu Ming was glad to see this news, concluding that his sister's community department is really powerful. The smile immediately disappeared from the face of the protagonist when he felt the smell of smoke, which came from somewhere nearby. The guy was at a loss. He sat on the couch, not understanding where such a strong smoke came from. Chu minds noticeably tensed. The front door of Ji Hanshuan was burning at that time. The attacker shouted that this was revenge for opposing the YQ groups. The protagonist was frightened when someone's sinister screaming he heard. He realized that someone had set fire to his seventh elder sister. At this time, at the entrance to the mansion, Ji Hanshuan stood a guy who set fire to her door. He shouted, wishing all death. Covering his nose, Chumin went to the door. He thought that this villain is a very brave man, since he was screaming something behind the closed door. Chuming pulled the handle of the front door, but it did not open. The guy was confused because he could not leave the house. The villain who made it set fire took care so that the inhabitants could not go outside, shaking the front door. Outside, there were two jubilant arsonists. One of the guys admired his partner who closed everyone from the inside. The red-haired attacker lit a cigarette and breathed a sigh of relief when his business was successfully done on arson of the house. The bully walked away, turned around and waved his hand and ordered his guys to leave, saying that the matter had already been done. The second villain was indignant, asking his older brother, unless they need to stay to observe if they could escape. The guy with red hair got angry and hit his partner in the face, screaming to stop carrying nonsense. The gang leader turned again and went away, ordering his frightened partners to follow him. And then they agreed. A strong guy thought that we needed to find a spare path, because being with a distraught mistress was becoming more dangerous. The main character at that time did not leave attempts to leave the house. The door was already all in fire, but he did not succeed. Chu Minds panicked. The situation seemed bad to him. The fire spread, and our hero did not yet know what to do. The guy understood that it was necessary to bring everyone out of the house as soon as possible because the fire spreads too quickly. Yu Means ran around the burning house, shouting the name of his seventh elder sister, who had not yet known about the fire. When the young man entered the bedroom of the seventh elder sister, she was sitting on the bed with Qin Yan. The perplexed girls turned around and looked at Chu Mina. Qin Yan became awkwardly awkward. She screamed loudly when she saw the protagonist in front of her, who disturbed them. Chumin also blushed with embarrassment. He said that he did not want to interrupt the girls, but they actually have a house here. Ji Hanxuan and her friend stared dumbfounded at the young man when they heard such news. They froze in surprise. The main character, his older sister and girlfriend, left the bedroom, covering his mouths and noses with her palm. And Ji did not understand how the house could suddenly catch fire. The young man began to break his foot with a burning door, which was tied with ropes, because of which the guy could not go normally. Closing his mouth and nose with a handkerchief, Chu-Ming told the sister that someone had set fire to her house intentionally. And most likely this is a person from YQ. The main character had to apply his magical energy to become stronger and finally get out of the burning house. After a strong blow with his foot, the front door finally broke through and began to fall to the floor. Now the guys could leave the house. When Chu-Ming released his way, he turned around and ordered the seventh older sister and her friend to follow him. Ji Hanxuan and Qin Yan ran ahead. Behind, the Chu-Ming fled. And the guys managed to escape from the fire safely and the safety. Our heroes were outside. Chu-Ming stood and watched as the whole house of her sister was on fire, which spread very quickly. Chu-Ming breathed a sigh of relief, staring at the flame. He admitted that this situation was very dangerous even for him. Qin Yan grabbed the phone. She was going to call the fire service as soon as possible, and Ji at that time was not good. Trying to restore her breath, Ji Hanxuan asked her friend not to call firefighters, saying that the brighter the better. The girl looked at Ji Hanxuan perplexedly. She did not expect the owner of the house would not want to extinguish a fire in her house. Instead, Ji Hanxuan went to the video surveillance room and called the others with her, dumbfounding her friend with her decision. After checking the records of video surveillance, the heroes saw that the three guys were poured by Ji's house with gasoline and set fire to, shouting that they revenge on YQ. Ji was not surprised that they were they. She concluded that Zheng Yuan completely lost her mind when she saw the latest news. The main character asked the seventh older sister, "Did the president of that company not go crazy for a long time? And not only now?" Chu-Ming told her sister that she sent a man who crashed into the car, and Qin Yan asked what to do next. Ji said that now you can call firefighters, notify the media, take a couple of photos, and send a video to her public relations department. Hanxuan was furious for YQ, and she told the guys that now this company would be completely destroyed. Other events unfolded in the office of Zheng Yuan. The girl screamed loudly when she heard the latest news. She was furious on a red-haired guy who set fire to a JE house without a disguise, also shouting the name of YQ. The red-haired guy received a strong slap from Zheng Yuan. He justified himself that he wanted to alleviate her anger and let Ji know who would kill her. The director of the company was even more angry with the guy and hit him in his face, screaming that now she would die from his hands. Zheng Yuan was furious, shouting. She asked what to do now and demanded to tell her what to do. The white-haired guy in a strict suit asked the mistress not to panic, claiming that they still have the last way. The president of the company demanded from the subordinate to explain what last path he had just said. Smiling, he explained that not Zheng had a fire, but a man under her foot, and you just need to catch a criminal. With an evil smile on his face, he proposed to prove that the arsonist belongs to HSL, and then it would be a farce played by Ji Hanxuan. Zheng Yuan's mood improved. She said that it makes sense if they say that Ji made her subordinate set fire to her house. The girl said that now in the eyes of the public, HSL will turn into a clown that is trying to please its audience. She looked at the frightened red-haired guy and stated that it was time for him to repay her for all the suffering and kindness on her part. The president of the company looked at the young man with a crazy smile on his face and asked if he already knew what he needed to do. The guy gloomily looked down with his bright green eyes and answered Zheng Yuan that he knew this. The guy was saddened even more. Zheng Yuan at that time went to the white-haired guy and stroked his chin, praising for his good ideas. The girl looked at the young man in love with her eyes. She approached and invited him to go to the inner room. Grabbing the guy by the tie, she warned his subordinate that he would have to work well tonight. Leaving a saddened red-haired guy to sit on the floor alone, Zheng Yuan and her subordinate left the office in an embrace. The red-haired guy looked at the mistress and her favorite after. The whole body of the bully trembled with anger and resentment after all the humiliation. The arsonist was not going to obey. He was furious, mentally threatening Zheng Yuan for treating him like an outcast. The next day, Dai Hanxuan stood in front of the mirror. The girl straightened her hair, about to start a new working day. Smiling, the seventh older sister turned around and looked at the man who was with her in the same room, asking how he was. It was Qin Yan. She enthusiastically looked at her friend, covering her mouth with her hand, and said that it was too incredible. The girl put on glasses and with discontent on her face asked Qin Yan whether it was really too incredible. Qin Yan saw a new girlfriend's house. She explained that her new dwelling was unusual, but she thought that her burned house was already quite luxurious. Grabbing her head, Qin Yan shouted that she did not expect that Ji had an even more luxurious house, and looked enthusiastically around. Putting on a jacket, Han Xuan replied that she had 3 more such houses, in each area one at a time, so that it was convenient to get to work. Qin Yan was dumbfounded, not understanding the thinking of rich people when Ji said that this house is closest to the YQ groups. The 7th older sister turned to Chu Min, who was sitting on the couch at that time, and told the guy that it was time to leave. The young man turned around and agreed with the older sister. At that time, the guy read some book, but he had to interrupt. When Chu Ming hid the book under the shirt, Ji asked if he was reading a medical book that the great master gave him. Chu Ming said that he is checking the methods of treating Dianyan Nanlin and has already decided on the medicine that will help her. A fierce, dull doe came up in the head of our hero. The girl was angry with China for not visiting her for a long time. The guy was going to lay the foundation for the holy sect as soon as possible and take Lin Lin as the first student. Ji Hanxuan offered the younger brother to go right away to deal with their current affairs. Zheng Yuan at that time checked the news on her phone, she said, angry that Ji was not sitting, folding. The guy asked her not to worry because he had already bribed a small manager in the company of Ji, who changed the data of one employee. According to the guy, their people, without knowing it, became HSL employees. And Ji, according to Zheng, could only approach the door with reports and the police. The young man told the company director that there is another step that they have to take to make the plan successful. At that moment, a tied red-haired guy who set fire to Han Xuan's house set him in the office. He was brought by a guard. The subordinate Zheng said that he was stuffing the arsonist with medicines, and they need him as a person who is guilty of arson of Ji's house. Zheng Yuan was delighted when she saw a connected arsonist in front of herself, and stated that now everything is completely reliable. The girl looked at her desktop when the phone that was lying there began to burst from the urgent call. The director of the company immediately got up from the couch to approach the desktop and answer the work call. When Zheng Yuan picked up a phone, a subordinate with a scream reported to the mistress that there were many reporters below, and the HSL company as well as the police. News did not upset the girl in any way. She told the subordinate that they did not need to be stopped, but to allow her to rise to her. Zheng Yuan hung up. She was in anticipation that the show, planned by the girl and her close associates, was about to begin. Ji Hanxuan and her younger brother, accompanied by the police, went up to the office of Zheng Yuan. They confidently went to the door to her office. The worried secretary of Madame Ding Yuan ran into the director's office to warn the boss that they were already here. Hearing this, a cunning smile flashed on the girl's face. He asked the assistant to offer Ji and the rest to enter here. Ji Hanxuan, when she was offered to escort her to the office of the director of the company, replied that they wanted to go themselves. When the guys walked along the corridor, Zheng had already bombarded the reporters about whether she became the culprit of the arson of the house of Ji. The journalist, standing in front of Zheng Yuan, asked if YQ is really an evil force, ready to kill people for the sake of money. Having laughed, Zheng Yuan replied that all this information was complete nonsense, and their company never engaged in fraud. Ji burst into the office. She hit Zheng's table with her hands and stated that she had cameras and chat records, and now she would publish them. The director of YQ replied that this was not necessary, because she had already caught a person who had set the house of Ji last night. Ji Hanxuan stared at Zheng, who wanted to beat her, and the reporters wondered if they had already caught an arsonist. Shocked journalists opened their mouths and asked Zheng whether she herself really caught the arsonist of the mansion of a competitor. Ji Hanxuan turned sharply when the director of YQ ordered to bring here a man who destroyed the Ji house with a fire. The faithful subordinate of the girl brought to the office of a red-haired bound guy, claiming that he was yesterday. Pushing the guy forward, the director of the director shouted that this arsonist was an employee of the HSL company, and Ji organized everything. Ji Hanxuan was shocked when she suddenly began to accuse her of organizing arson on her own. The journalists were dumbfounded. They demanded to answer, though it is or the lie that this person is an HSL employee. Zheng Yuan, grinning slyly, took documents from the table, saying that this is the information that she received by chance. Reporters sent cameras to the documents, and Zheng Yuan said that it was a workbook and a card of an HSL employee. Ji Hanxuan, bewildered, asked her brother. As possible, Chu Ming asked her to calm down and explained that they were trying to get out. It was not surprising for Chu that everything happened, because the company's management unhinderedly missed them here. A police officer looked at the documents. They stood the official seal of HSL, the signature of the manager, and the employee's card was also real. The police officer, making sure of the authenticity of these documents, turned and asked Ji Han-xuan what was happening. Ji Han-xuan was confused when the reporters bombarded her with questions about whether she was going to substitute Mrs. Zheng. When asked by journalists about whether she just wants to destroy YQ, the girl answered loudly that this was not so. Zheng got up and stated that Ji Han-xuan herself directed and played in such a drama that even Yuan herself was surprised. Ji did not understand what to do. She suggested that her employees were bribed, but now she did not see a way out of the situation. The protagonist also thought about how to help his sister. Looking at the arsonist, he realized that now, the key to the turn of the situation in their favor, Chu Ming realized that it was the red-haired guy that the only way out for them to turn to the victory. Enjoying the fact that everything went according to her plan, Zheng Yuan arrogantly looked at Ji and asked her if she had to say what to say. The girl laughed, blushing, and said that if Ji Han-xuan has nothing more to say, then they will meet in court. Ji Han-xuan was outraged. She wanted to answer something, but the younger brother stopped her, promising to come up with something. The seventh older sister, with hope in her eyes, looked at her younger brother and asked if Chu Min has some kind of idea. The main character asked if Zheng dares to allow Qi to talk with the arsonist publicly if he accuses them. The girl showed her beloved gesture with her hand and smiled. She was not afraid to allow the guy to let the guy talk with the culprit of arson. Director Zheng Yuan answered Chu Min that the guy was publicly talking to him because he could not say anything. The protagonist was surrounded by curious reporters. Chu Ming silently went to the arsonist and looked intently at the guy. Anxiety appeared on the face of Chu Min. Having checked the guy's external state, he realized that the arsonist under the influence of strong drugs. Chu Ming grinned. He concluded that the enemies underestimate his abilities, since such small tricks perform before him. The protagonist deliberately slammed his palm over the arsonist's shoulder before asking the guy a question. Chu Min asked the arsonist 2 questions: whether he was a company employee, and incited him to say this. The exhausted young man uncertainly answered the chief hero, which is the employee of the company Ji Han-xuan. Chu Mina did not satisfy the answer. Then the protagonist imperceptibly acted on the guy, passing energy through his palm. The main character tried to restore the normal state, and then once again asked the young man if he was confident in his words. For a while, the red-haired guy was still in the same state. He had a lost and tired look, and his face was cowarded. But after a couple of moments, an unexpected clarification occurred in his mind. The expression on the face of the arsonist changed. Beloved and subordinate Zheng Yuan smiled and said that it was useless to ask him questions because there are facts. When the arsonist came to his senses, the man grimaced in pain. He opened his mouth wide and screamed, and his eyes licked from orbits. The reporters who gathered in the office with cameras were dumbfounded when the arsonist began to cough with blood. When a clear consciousness came to the red-haired guy, he shouted that he was not from HSL, but Zheng Yuan ordered him to set fire to the house. Zheng Yuan and her close were in shock. They did not understand how this could happen, that guy really woke up. The reporters began to blinded with outbreaks of the defendants in the scandal. They shouted, stating that this news would be on the main page. The arsonist was given a microphone. The guy shouted that Zheng Yuan asked him to set fire to Mrs. G's house and become her scapegoat. Yuan shouted that this was nonsense and ordered the guy to shut up when he stated that she also bribed HSL employees. The puzzled police officer looked at the director of YQ and asked Madame Zhen what was happening here. Zheng and her lover began to make excuses that the arsonist was simply trying to bite them before his death, trying to convince her of his innocence. But the arsonist stood his ground. He shouted that he had evidence that Zheng Yuan was the organizer of all this. The police officer strained when she heard the statement of a red-haired guy. Now she did not pay attention to Zheng's excuses. Beloved Zheng Yuan looked at the arsonist. A guy with white hair panicked when he heard about evidence. The director of YQ was also horrified. She opened her mouth wide from shock when she realized that everything did not go according to her plan. A smile shone on the face of Chu Mina. He asked the arsonist to provide evidence of Zheng Yuan's involvement. The red-haired guy asked him to untie his hands because the evidence is in his pocket and he cannot get them. The protagonist managed to instantly cut strong ropes on the arsonist's wrists with 2 fingers charged with energy. The young man thanked Chu Mina and climbed into his pocket. He said that these bastards were afraid that he would run away, so they tied him. An enraged guy shouted that he knew that they would throw him, so he decided to be safe earlier. Jung Yuan and her lover were in a numbness from horror when the guy took out the phone and turned on the recording of their conversation. On the record of Jung and her boyfriend, discussed how they would adjust everything so that the torment of their own house will be Ji Hanxuan. The director of YQ and its accomplice stood and trembled with horror when the guy publicly lost their conversation. All journalists crowded around the arsonist. The red-haired guy screamed, arguing once again that Jung Yuan tired everything. The main character was in a good mood when he heard the evidence. He asked Jung if she had what to say. The girl, who sweated with tension, began to scream, claiming that this is a fake recording of the conversation to justify herself. The arsonist smiled broadly and will answer the girl that he knows more scandalous things about Jung Yuan. The reporters were dumbfounded when the guy said that YQ added prohibited ingredients to cosmetics in order to popularize products. Jung Yuan was furious. She no longer denied her guilt. The girl screamed, asking the guy how he dared to betray her. The red-haired guy answered the girl that now she could only dream of dumping all the blame on him. The director of YQ was publicly accused of committing a crime, so the police officer chained the girl in handcuffs. The police officer asked Jen Yuan to follow her while the journalists shouted, asking the director provocative questions. Jung Yuan obediently followed a law enforcement officer. She was silent, not giving comments to reporters. The lover of the director of YQ was trembling with horror. The guy understood that it was all over, and his plan was completely destroyed. The arsonist was glad that he took revenge on them. He warned what would happen to the damn dogs who dared to look down on him. Chu Ming and the older sister left the building. The guy thanked Jung Yuan for distracting all the reporters. Otherwise, they would not have just left. Ji Hanxuan breathed a sigh of relief. She told her younger brother that this time everything ended safely thanks to him. The guy smiled and scratched his head, saying that those villains dug the grave for themselves because all injustice leads to self-destruction. The older sister replied that she had not heard such words for a long time, and with such as Chu Min, you cannot worry about their holy sect. After Ji Hanxuan asked Chu Min what he was going to do to return her sixth older sister Dantan, the main characters shared that there are some problems because you need to find a poisonous feathered snake to get its gallbladder. Chu Ming told his sister that he asked about this ingredient in the Great Master, and he replied that this animal had not appeared for more than 100 years. Ji Hanxuan admitted to her younger brother that she had never heard of such an unusual beast, and asked how he looked. Chu Ming said that in ancient books there is no image, but there is only data that he has 2 wings on his back, and he lives in the Shivan Mountains. The 7th older sister doubted that there could be a snake that has 2 wings on her back. The younger brother replied that the Great Master said that he had not seen the snake for a long time, which means he once met him. Ji suggested Chu Min to give him when the guy said that he needed to buy something in order to prepare for the search for the snake. Hanxuan brought Chu Mina to the largest shopping center in Jiangzhou, where, according to her, there should be everything necessary for preparation. Chu Ming got out of the car and said that then he would not be shy, and the older sister replied that the car was still parked. Inside the shopping center, everything sparkled with cleanliness. Clothes of different models were hung on hangers, from shirts to t-shirts. There were also shelves inside, where various jewelry were laid out behind the glass, and the shopping center itself was luxurious. When the main character went inside and saw the situation, a wide smile shone on his face. The guy clearly liked it here, but Chu Ming sharply stopped smiling when he heard a notification, put his hand in his pocket, and looked at the screen of his phone. The young man received a message from Lin Lin. The girl asked what the guy was doing for 2 days and why he did not contact her. He was glad that the young Madame Yu still thinks about him, which means there is a chance that she would agree to become his student. One of the unfamiliar girls, who was also in the shopping center at the shopping, looked indignantly at our hero. The girl began to poke her finger at China and scream throughout the trading floor that he was a peeping man. And then everyone wrapped his heads. The main character looked up from his phone and looked at the girl who accused him of peeping. The brunette continued to scream at Chu Mina, ordering the pervert right now to delete the photographs that he took. The guy hid the phone and answered the lady that he was not blind, so he has no reason to spy on such a girl. The girl ran out of the store, outraged that she was called a lady, and screamed, asking Chu Mina, which was wrong with her appearance. A chubby guy who held glasses with drinks in his hands approached the lady. He asked his girlfriend what was happening. She complained to her young man that that guy had just shot her and refuses to admit it. The girl's lover immediately went to a showdown with the guy. He handed glasses to his girlfriend to free his hands. The furious Puffy shouted at the Chin, demanding from him to get the phone and called him brave, since he dares to photograph his woman. Passers-by began to whisper, condemning our hero because he was still so young, but was engaged in such dirty affairs. The main character retained equanimity and calm. He replied that he had not photographed the girl, and he did not need to prove it. The chubby guy continued to scream and be angry with Chumina, accusing him of an escape, and stated that he would knock out all the nonsense from him today. An embittered young man attempted to hit Chumina, but our hero easily managed to dodge, tilting his head. Turning around, the protagonist grabbed his chubby guy's hand on the move, preventing him from moving more. Chuming did not make any efforts, but the attacker had already begun to scream in pain, and his face grimaced. The young man, having checked the guy's health through the touch, advised him to go home and drink lychee, because his kidneys are weak. Pukliak demanded to let him go. Chuming did this and repeated that he had not photographed his girlfriend, and he had no interest in her. The main character said that that girl is very mediocre in comparison with those whom he had already met in the city. The couple began to insult the appearance of our hero, claiming that no beautiful woman could look at him. All passers-by crowded around the protagonist and a couple of a girl and a guy. Suddenly, Chuming heard someone's voice asking what happened. The onlookers who watched the fight turned around and looked in surprise at the man who turned to our hero. They saw Ji Han-xuan in front of them, who approached her younger brother and thought how beautiful this girl is. Visitors to a shopping center with enthusiastic persons examined Ji. Some recognized the president of HSL in it. The guy and girl who quarreled with Chumin were blushed with awkwardness when our hero greeted his older sister. Ji Han-xuan asked his brother what he was doing here, and Chuming replied that everything was in order. This is just a small misunderstanding. Visitors to the shopping center opened their mouths in surprise when Ji Han-xuan went to a plain guy and hugged him. The seventh older sister grabbed his younger brother's hand and led the purchases, leaving a good couple alone. The girl was angry that Ji was very young and beautiful, but her man Chu Mines is still trying to photograph other people's ladies. The young man of this girl threw a glass of drink into her and ordered to shut up, claiming that she was not a little fairy. The main character complained to the seventh elder sister when they left that her arms were too strong. Ji Han-xuan, with a smile on her face, asked an embarrassed and reddened younger brother if he did not like this feeling. The seventh older sister told Chu Min that others were envious of him, and the guys in the shopping center really stared at Ji. Chu Ming, smiling embarrassedly, said that he didn't like it. He just felt awkward because of his arms. When the sun was already sitting over the horizon, Ji Han-xuan took the guy back home. The guy got out of the car with a full backpack of purchases. Chuming waved his hand for goodbye and asked Qin Yan to take care of his older sister, because he would have to leave for a long time. Qin Yan assured her friend that she would certainly cure Ji Han-xuan's disease if Chuming simply leaves her girl. Ji asked her brother to be careful, and the girls left. Chuming waved goodbye to them and wished him a safe road. The main character was returning to his rented apartment on the outskirts of the city, in a good mood, and smiled. But there was nothing to rejoice at him because the guy at that moment was pursued by a stranger. He was behind him, and then disappeared, leaving a shadow. Suddenly, this stranger approached Chumin and held out his hand charged with red energy to his backpack. When the hand of a stranger sparkling with red lightning appeared at the face of Chumin, he finally noticed that he was attacked. Chuminese reacted in time. The guy immediately activated his strength. His body shone with blue light, and he blocked the villain's blow. Hand-to-hand combat began between them. Chuming tried to block the strokes of the stranger. He knew the techniques of this man. The main character realized that the stranger was fighting him with Taiza's techniques. He was a man with long hair and a beard. A smile appeared on the face of Chumina. He admitted that the attacker's battle style is interesting, so he would fight him. The young man asked the stranger to be careful, who once again attacked him with his palm. But Chumin blocked the blow. The fight continued. The main character charged the right fist with energy to go into a counterattack and hit the attacker. The main character looked at the stranger with a piercing gaze. His red eyes sparkled, and there was a light grin on his face. The unfamiliar man shuddered when he noticed his gaze on himself. It was clear from his face that the striker panicked. Chu Mines, with a smile on his face and without much difficulty, successfully hit the attacker so that he was taken aback, almost losing his balance. On this, the attack of our hero did not end. Chu Ming again prepared a fist, radiating bright blue light to attack. This time, the stranger managed to repulse when the attacker's elbow and the fist of Chu Mina collided. A bright flash formed. After this attack, both increased the distance with each other. The man, after a blocked blow, stood tightly on his feet. The main character ran back a little to prepare again. He released even more energy around him. The striker stood motionless and looked at our hero, watching the boy's behavior, and saw that he also stopped. Chu Ming made a gesture with his hands as a sign of respectful greeting, and asked the man who he was and why he attacked him. The stranger, smiling, saying that Chu Ming met his reputation as a genius of martial arts, which Zhang was alone destroyed. Lin Lin looked out of the house. She turned to Uncle Ye and asked if he was convinced that Chu Ming was really very strong. There was disappointment on the face of Chu Mina when he saw a muffle of Lin. He asked the girl why she was here. Lin Lin was very angry. She accused the guy of not answering her messages, so she came to his house. Chu Min became embarrassed. He scratched his neck, realizing that he simply forgot to answer because of the seventh sister and problems in the shopping center. At home at Shmina, the guy poured tea guests. He asked Uncle Ye whether he was a member of the Yu family and praised the skills. Lin Lin replied that Ye is one of the most powerful masters of Yu, and he even changed his surname at the request of his grandfather. Uncle Ye turned to our hero and asked a young friend Chu whether he knew well what man is Lin Lin. The guy with a friendly smile looked at the martial artist and replied that, of course, he knew the personality of his girlfriend. The man sharply placed a cup of tea on the table and asked Lin Lin to go and cut a little fruit, wanting to talk with the guy alone. The girl was confused when she heard such a request, but dutifully got up and took a bag of fruits to leave them alone. When Lin Lin went into the kitchen, Uncle Ye said Chi Min, what this girl had grew up by, and called our hero a good child. Uncle Ye told Chu Min that they do not mind that they were friends, but our hero and Lin Lin will never be able to be a guy and a girl. At that moment, Chu Ming took a sip of tea, and when he heard Uncle Yi about the guy and the girl, he choked on surprise. The main character stood up, apologized to Mr. Ye, and admitted that what his uncle had just said was too sudden for him. Uncle Ye wiped his face with a napkin and said that everything was in order, and then he asked if Chu Ming heard what he had just said. Mr. Yu seriously stated that Lin Lin is destined to marry a Van family member, and for the sake of the common good they cannot be together. Chu Ming reached his ears when he heard about the Van family. He had previously seen a representative of this family in a restaurant. Uncle Ye said that even though the family of Yu has already swallowed the resources of the Jiang family, they are still not able to compete with Van. According to the master, they must join the efforts with the Van family, otherwise their family will forever remain in this city of Jiangzhou. The main character, looking at his girlfriend, who was in the kitchen, asked his uncle whether he once asked the girl's opinion on this. Having a sip of tea, Uncle Ye answered the guy that, for people their level, family interests are above all. The answer of the man was angry with Chu Mina, he stated, clenching his fist that Lin is much more important than the interests of the family. Uncle Ye was so infuriated by the words of the protagonist that a man, clenching his teeth with anger, broke a cup right in his hand. The man told Mr. Chu that he did not come here in order to discuss something with him, but in order to transmit a message from the Yus of the Yu family. Chu Ming smiled and asked what would happen if he did not agree when they demanded to stay away from the density. Uncle Ye could no longer keep anger under control. The man rose and threatened his fist, shouting that then he should not blame him for rudeness. Lin Lin entered the living room with a plate of chopped fruits. She was surprised when she saw that Uncle Ye was standing and asked him why. The man turned away and told the girl that he was preparing to leave here, because there is a mind to Mr. Chu than to do. Lin Lin put a plate with beautifully chopped fruits on the table, but did not understand what was happening here. Chu Ming promised that Lin would return to Lin when he finished his work, and asked if Grandfather Yu was in order. The saddened Tench, Lin answered the guy that her grandfather was fine, and complained that she had not had time to talk to Chu Min. The main character stared at his friend with dumbfounded eyes when the girl began to tremble and cry, asking if he was leaving now. Chu Ming tried to calm her down, asking not to worry, and promised that Lin Lin would not have to wait long for his return. Uncle Ye, leaving the guy's apartment, cast a hated look at him, preparing punishment at the guy who disobeyed him. Lin Lin followed her uncle. She smiled and said goodbye to her friend, and Chu Ming waved her hand in parting. When the door slammed shut, the expression on the face of the Qin Min has changed. He concluded that the Yu family is not monolithic. The guy decided to think about it later. He went into the room, intending to prepare and meet with the sixth older sister. The next day, Chu Ming had already put on shoes and thought about the latest preparations and his sixth older sister. When the guy was already standing at the exit with a backpack on his shoulders, he heard a car signal from the street and realized that Nan Lin arrived. The neighbors of our hero began to scream and be indignant that someone signed up to such an early manner, and threatened this person if he was still making noise. When the main character went outside, he saw Shu Yu. The guy got out of the car window and waved, welcoming the elder. Chu Ming got into the car. He was not too glad that he was taken by Shu Yu. He asked the guy where his sixth older sister was. The guy explained to Chu Ming that Nan Lin was already waiting for his airport and told the secret that our hero was waiting for a surprise. It was clear from the face of the protagonist that he was not delighted with the surprise, so he asked to explain what exactly was waiting for him there. Zhui Yu did not tell anything. The guy put his hands on the steering wheel and replied that he would find out when they would come to his place. A pleasantly excited driver announced the start of the trip, the car set off, and the guys drove to the airport. Zhui Yu landed Chu Mina and said that he could give him only here, and then wished him and the master of a pleasant trip. Chu Min thanked the driver for good words and waved his hand for goodbye. Shu Yu also waved his hand to our hero. When the young man entered the airport building, he immediately saw his sixth older sister and waved to her to greet. The girl looked around the younger brother and praised Chu Mina for preparing well when he saw his backpack. Nan Lin said that this time Chu Ming would be the main one, and she would support him. And the guy was in anticipation to find a feathered snake. The main character invited her older sister to go, and Nan Lin asked her brother to wait, because she has something for him. The girl said that a surprise is a sealing talisman from her master. Chu Ming was supposed to receive him after the mission. Chu Ming looked in surprise at the sixth older sister when she decided to hand the talisman to the younger brother, now just in case. The dumbfounded protagonist asked his sister whether she knew what exactly this is a seal, suggesting that this is the same surprise. Nan Lin admitted that the master did not go into details when he handed it to her, but said that it is very important for Chu Mina. Chu Ming said that in fact, his strength was sealed with 7 masters, and without unlocking, he can use 1/8 of his abilities. Nan Lin was in shock, learning that Chu Ming, being in perfect condition of true ki, uses only the 1/8 of his strength. The guy said that from the birth of the masters use heavenly and earthly treasures to strengthen it, and the physique of Chimina differs from other people. He explained that this seal was the second way to remove the second press, and he received and used the first when he saved his brother Qi and his daughter. The curious Nan Lin asked what the strength of the younger brother would be if Chu Ming breaks this second print. Having scratched his chin, the protagonist admitted that he did not know this because he had never broken the seal in his life, as far as he remembers. The dumbfounded Nan Lin opened his mouth in surprise when Chu Ming suggested that, having broken this seal, he would enter the kingdom of the Sea of Qi. The sixth older sister, from the words of the master, knew that, having entered the true Sea of Qi, a person could dominate the world and be perfect in martial arts. She also knew that it was possible to achieve more, and then control water and fire, gaining almost immortality. The main character began to wave his hand in front of the numb sixth older sister, asking Nan Lin what happened. The girl came to her senses after she realized how much her younger brother is a genius, and told Cho Ming that everything was in order. The guy asked Nan Lin for now to leave the talisman at home and give him to him later, so as not to violate the rules of their master. Nan Lin agreed. She thought that her brother was definitely not an ordinary person, so they may be able to find a feathered snake. Soon the plane, on which the sixth older sister and her younger brother went on a fascinating journey, was already in the sky. After some time, the plane landed. The heroes ended up in the city of Japan, in the nearest place to Mount Shivan in South Xinjiang. When the guys were already walking around the building of the international airport, the sixth older sister told his brother that the local guide would lead them to the mountain. Chu Min shone with happiness. He praised Nan Lin for being a very caring sixth older sister. Suddenly, the main character stopped half the way. The guy was alerted. He looked aside, hearing someone's voice. There was a familiar atmosphere in the airport hall. Chu Mina surrounded many people. They all talked on the phone. The sixth older sister noticed that her younger brother was staring somewhere with anxiety on her face and asked what was the matter. The protagonist admitted to his elder sister that it seems to him that someone was watching them, suggesting that he had an imagination. The guys no longer discussed this topic. Chu Ming and Nan Lin left the building of the international airport and went outside. The guy and his sister looked at the white car in surprise, which abruptly stopped in front of Chu Min and Nan Lin. The girl got out of the window. She cordially greeted Miss Nan, saying that she was very glad that Lin chose her again. Nan Lin also greeted the girl with a smile on her face, admitting that they had not seen each other for a long time, and stated that this time she would rely on her. The stranger, who got out of the driver's window, shining with delight, looked at Chu Mina and asked who it was. Nan Lin introduced our hero to the girl, telling her that this was her younger brother named Chu Ming, and the guy looked at her in surprise. The girl began to flatter the guys, stating that her brother was the same handsome as Nan Lin, and, probably, also very talented. The sixth older sister ordered to stop chatting and getting into the car because they are in a hurry. Chu Ming went after Nan Lin. Shulin introduced herself to Chu Min and said that she was their personal guide on this journey, and earlier, she was already the conductor of Nan Lin. The tired older sister sighed heavily and ordered the conductor to go already when she began to thank her again for choosing her. The girl with pigtails smiled broadly and finally agreed to go. She laid her hands on the roll, preparing for the trip. When they rushed around the city, Sulin was tired of Nan Lin with questions about why her brother had a different surname, which annoyed the girl. At this time, two suspicious guys in white t-shirts left the international airport building. They looked around. One of the guys called someone and reported on the phone to the young master that those people they followed had already gone. The person who the guy called ordered the subordinate to look after them and remember what to do if he loses their sights. The guy in a pink shirt finished the conversation after the report of the subordinate. A girl with a drink in his hand approached him and turned to him. The blonde laid her hand on the shoulder of a tense guy and asked him to stop talking on the phone, and it was better to spend well time together. The girl's behavior caused an irritation in the guy. He screamed, ordering her to disappear, and threw a glass with a drink on the floor. This guy was Chen Jumin, a representative of the fourth family in Jiangzhou. He wanted to take revenge on Chu Min for the murder of his uncle. When Chu Ming and his sister were already at the mountain, the guide told them that these mountains are among the best picturesque places of the country. According to Sui Lin, the level of development of these mountains is only 5%, and this is a heart that produces oxygen on Earth with its vegetation. The protagonist felt irritation due to how a girl said a lot at the wheel when Shu Lin wanted to tell something else. Nan Lin asked the guide if this means that the mountains are almost uninhabited, if the development level is so low. Sui Lin replied that the vegetation here is magnificent, and the natural ecology is unique. Somewhere even there are tigers and pythons. The main character hoped that they would be lucky, because in the mountains there are many undeveloped territories that are well suitable for a feathered snake. The guide girl admitted that today is a strange day because usually there are not many cars on this road as now. In the lateral mirror, Shu Lin noticed that two black cars were traveling right behind them. She suggested that many wanted to look at the mountains. Chu Min's tensed, because it was another sign that someone was pursuing them, because suddenly many cars appeared. The pursuer asked his brother He, who was driving, in no case to miss the car that was driving in front of them. He Bao smiled and asked the guy not to worry. He was sure that he would not lose that car, and promised to help. The pursuer, who was sitting next to the driver, looked at the man perplexedly when he smiled so strangely. The driver shouted something, pressed the gas pedal and began to go ahead of the lead, practically leaving our hero's car. A crazy smile shone on He Bao's face. He sharply turned the steering wheel to the side when his car came close to the car of Qin. As a result, the black car, in which the pursuers rode, crashed into a car hood in which Chu Ming and girls rode. Julin panicked. She shouted that those people were trying to knock down their car, and stated that she would call the police now. The girl screamed. She was confused, and even forgot the police number. And Chu Ming thought that the guide was the only one who panicked. The guide screamed strongly, frightened. She tried to keep the steering wheel under control and call the police when they continued to cut them. Having badly panicked, Zhu Lin screamed, repeating that it was all over, and did not understand what evil forces she insulted. The car in which Shu Lin, Chu Ming, and Nan Lin rode sharply when the pursuers intentionally did it. A man in a red bandana got out of the car and screamed, demanding a man who offended the eldest son of Chen's family. 3 cars surrounded a car of Chu Mina from all sides. From there, a whole crowd of villains in red bandanas crawled out. The hooligans were very enthusiastic when their leader shouted to the brothers so that they greeted Chu Mina well. Shu Lin trembled with fear. She recognized gangsters in these people and told the guys that she had already heard about these villains before. The main character specified the girl if that man with the beard is the leader of this criminal group. And the guide stared sharply at him. Frightened to horror, Shu Lin answered Chu Mina that rumors say that even 5 people could not beat that guy. Looking out of the seat, Chu Ming said that it was a little impressive, but the guy is much better than that bearded man in the bandana. Chu Ming asked the 6th older sister and the guide to wait in the car while he dealt with everyone, and jumped out of the car. Shu Lin was not enthusiastic about this idea. The girl screamed loudly, warning our hero that there were a lot of bandits. The guide said Nan Lin that her younger brother would suffer because there were about 30 people, and offered to wait for the police. The 6th older sister, not at all worried about his younger brother, sighed and offered Shulin to close her eyes and silently count up to 10. The conductor stared at Nan Lin with dumbfounded eyes. She did not understand why the girl asked her, but Nan Lin stood her own. She crossed her arms over her chest and strictly ordered the girl to count in silence up to 10 more again. Suilin sat Smirno, listened to the sixth older sister, closed her eyes with her hands, and began to count out of 1 to 10 aloud. Meanwhile, the main character was already dealt with the bandits outside. One of them, the guy, hit his chest with his fist. When Sui Lin counted to 3, Chu Ming already got rid of the next bandit. He cut him with a charged energy with his elbow. When the main character neutralized the next enemy with his fist in the face, another bandit wanted to attack him from the back. This guy was dumbfounded. He stood up with his hands raised up when Chu Ming was already behind him in a split second. The young man, using magical energy, at the same time sent 4 bandits at once with the help of both arms and legs. Julin soon finished counting up to 10. The girl removed her hands from her eyes and wanted to ask Nan Lin, who was sitting from behind. The girl screamed in surprise when she looked out the window and saw that our hero had already put a bat to the chief bandit's neck. The main character did not fight the leader. Instead, he asked the man who sent them and why they followed them. The leader of the group, trembling with fear, whose eyes were already filled with tears, dutifully replied that it was the eldest son of the Chen family. Chu Ming was surprised when he heard about the eldest son of the Chen family and said that he did not remember that he had problems with someone with this surname. The bandit with a beard showed Qi 3 fingers and solemnly swore that he knew nothing more about why Chen needed it. The main character did not believe this man. He put the bat to his chin and asked if the bandit wants to check it for strength. The gangster with a beard began to sob loudly. He asked Chu Min to do anything with him, claiming that the truth knew nothing. Chu Ming concluded that the bearded man still tells the truth, but he did not understand when he provoked someone by the name of Chen. The main character pointed a finger to the side, released the leader of the criminal group, and strictly ordered him to leave here. The man in the red bandana immediately ran away, having thanked Chu Mina several times, and promised that they would all leave right now. When the gang leader was already near his car, he stopped abruptly and shuddered. When Chu Ming said that the man had forgotten something, the gangster with a beard approached the driver of Chimina, smiled, trying to hide the tension, and told the girl about compensation. The man knelt in front of Shu Lin and, having knocked his head, handed the girl several packs of bills, asking her to accept this. The girl was embarrassed to accept money. She smiled and replied that everything was in order with the car, and she could fix it herself. Nan Lin, who was sitting in the back seat, did not agree with the guide. She stated that he was obliged to compensate for the damage caused. Shulin did not resist, and after the words, Nan Lin grabbed the packs of money from the hands of a bearded man, saying that he would take them. When the protagonist was returning to the car, he allowed the leader of the bandits to leave. He bowed and thanked Chu Mina. In the eyes of Shu Lin, there were banknote instead of the pupils. She recalculated bills and admired the fact that she had earned in this accident. The girl shone with happiness when she received so much money, and Chu Ming told the guide that they could now continue to go. The conductor showed the guy a thumb and praised her wonderful car, which could go even after the accident. Julin ranged on the road, bypassing the cars of the bandits, wished everyone a safe path, and asked Nan Lin who her brother was. The girl admitted that she was a little surprising that her younger brother of her client was able to easily defeat so many people from an attacking world. The sixth older sister answered Shu Lin that her brother, king of the criminal world in Jiangzhou, whom everyone was crying for a black dragon. The protagonist stared dumbfounded at Nan Lin. He blushed with awkwardness when the older sister began to lie about him. Zhui Lin was in shock when she heard that the guy who was sitting in her back seat was called a black dragon in the city. Chu Ming simulated a cough to give a signal to the sixth older sister that she should not lie about him, but she did not pay attention to her brother. Shulin was trembling with fear. The girl repeated that she had not heard and did not see anything. Today's events were too much for her. The protagonist told the sixth older sister that she scared the girl, and Nan Lin replied that only in this way she would shut up. The tense Chu Ming shared with his older sister that he had just found out that the organizer of the attack is someone named Chen. The worried younger brother told the sixth older sister that it seems to him that this man with the surname Chen would come for him. The sixth older sister replied to her brother that if the goal is Chu Min, then she has only one option. Who could be? In the head of Nan Lin, a picture surfaced. She remembered all the members of the Chen family who organized an attack on her brother. The girl told our hero that the Chen family ranks 4th in the list of the most powerful families of Jiangzhou. The main character was puzzled. He told his elder sister that he did not remember that he had some disagreements with this family. Nanlin said that the head of this family is a biological sister of the head of the Jiang family, who was destroyed by Chu Ming. The girl said that Chu Min destroyed the hopes of families Chen and Zhang, because before his appearance they were going to attack the upper positions in the city together. Chu Ming understood how the situation is, but he had a question why the Chen family did not come to the aid of the Jiang family when that had problems. Nanlin explained that in the eyes of these families, Chu Ming was just a wild person from the mountains, and they lost sight of the help of the Yu and Nanlin family. According to the girl, by the time the Chen family came to, the Yu family and the head of grandfather brutally destroyed the Jiang family. Looking out the window, the sixth older sister warned the younger brother that their journey seemed to be difficult now. Chu Ming did not share his sister's unrest. He said that the master taught him that he needed to meet the troops when they were suitable. Soon the trip of Chu Mina and his sister ended. The guide parked his car near a high fence. The protagonist and his sister decided to stay in the resort complex, which is located near the mountain they needed. Sui Lin, trembling with fear of the Black Dragon, suggested that he go and rest, showing his passport at the reception at the hotel. Chu Ming was confused when he was called Mr. Black Dragon, and Nan Lin giggled and offered to go. In the hotel room, Nan Lin decided to try to engage in training and practice again. She did not do this from the moment she was checking her Danyan brother. The sixth older sister closed her eyes to concentrate. She took a deep breath. Her whole body surrounded yellow energy. With every moment, the streams of yellow magic light became stronger. The practice of Dantan has so far been successful. However, then, an acute pain suddenly pierced the girl. Nan Lin, having panicked, opened her eyes and screamed loudly. Dantian practice turned into the fact that Nan Lin became very bad. She closed her eyes, experiencing unbearable pain, and coughed blood. She realized that the situation is more serious than before because she could not circulate internal energy. When it was already dark outside, the man who put the spell on the sixth older sister looked at his palm. A skin-headed man with a beard felt that Nan Lin was now trying to forcefully circulate the true key in the body. A crazy smile appeared on the villain's face. He turned to Nan Lin, who was not there, saying that she really was not afraid of death. The representative of the Chen family turned around, sitting in the car, and told Master Zuyan what now depends on him whether his family could take revenge. The man replied that this is the nature of Amitabha, and the punishment of villains is an integral part of his Buddhist duty. Zhu Yuan was in anticipation to eliminate 2 students of the Seven Saints sect so that their masters had enough heart attack. The son of the Chen family understood that one master of Zhu Yuan was not enough to eliminate Chu Min, and was waiting for another assistant. At this time, in the family estate of Chen, which was surrounded by high mountains, other events took place. The head of the Chen family, named Tianqin, greeted the man, saying that his presence gives brilliance to this place. Before him was a Ziyang, the head of the sect of the Heavenly Sword. He replied that he could not help but come, because his younger brother died in Jiangzhou. The guy said that his goal on this trip was not to kill innocent people, but to find out the truth why his younger brother died. Tianxin expressed his admiration, saying that the master of Zhujian was able to clearly share good and evil, and smiled on the guy opposite. The man stated that he had collected several tips about the death of the master Xiu in advance, and handed the guy photographs. Kui Yang took a photo with a trembling hand when Tianxin said that it was unacceptable to kill a person like that, even on the basis of great hatred. The head of the sect of the Heavenly Sword trembled with anger. He looked at the photo of his younger brother. Hatred of the offender was in full swing in his blood. Tianxin said that Mr. Ziyin was beaten, but a lot of time before his last sigh, which means he was tortured. After these words, Master Ziyang could not stand it. He abruptly got up from the sofa and hit the table with his fist, screaming that it was too much torture. Chen Tianxin took a sip of tea and said that after the investigation they found out that Chu Ming was guilty of this, and they already planned revenge well. The head of the Chen family asked the head of the sect of the Heavenly Sword to help his family punish Chu Mina for what he did with Zhang. Immediately believing the words to the man, Zhu Yang hit himself on his chest and stated that he would not share the sky with this villain Chu. Tianxin stared at one point and thought that now Chu Ming would definitely lose his life, even if he had 3 heads and 6 hands. Chen decided that after they deal with Chu Min, only small figures will remain, unable to raise a storm. Inside, the man rejoiced. He intended not only to take everything from the Zhang family, but also to destroy the enemy family of Yu. Meanwhile, Chu Ming and his older sister had dinner. The guy said that the food was not the same as in Jiangzhou, but also very tasty. The sixth older sister, surprised by the reaction of his brother to food, told Cho Ming that if he likes her, then this is good. The main character continued to chew dinner, and then stared at the sixth older sister and noticed something was wrong. The guy put his fingers on the wrist Nan Lin when she held a spoon in his hand, and was intended to check the pulse of the older sister. Nan Lin widened her eyes from surprise. She was not ready to test health, and wanted to tell her brother that everything was fine with her. But Chu Ming had already managed to analyze everything and said that she had weakness and symptoms of a lack of blood, and asked if family affairs were the reason. When the protagonist received some more information from his sister's pulse, he sharply removed his head, and a fright appeared on his face. Shaking, frightened to horror, Chu Ming stared with rounded eyes at his sister and asked if she activated Danyan again. The girl became ashamed, and she was a little scared when Chu Ming warned that she would die if she did it again. Nan Lin, scratching her face, asked if she had only 2 years left due to the fact that her Danthan was completely destroyed. Chu Ming warned her that she would lose all her martial arts skills if she continues to activate Dantian and improve. The sixth older sister was dumbfounded when the younger brother said that in this situation she would have no more than 6 months. The main character jumped up and said that they need to find a feathered snake as soon as possible and create a medicine to change everything. The next day, Chu Ming and his sister left the hotel complex and met with a guide. She waved her hand. Passers-by shook and frightened when Sui Lin began to call the guys loudly, again calling Chu Mina a black dragon. The main character, when he got into the car, asked the guide not to call him this nickname next time, and she agreed. Zhu Lin, when she sat behind the wheel, told the guys that today they would go to one very picturesque and famous place. Nan Lin was not in the spirit. She directly told the girl that they did not go to tourist zones, but to the forests where snakes live. The guide warned that it was dangerous to go into those forests because there are many poisonous snakes, and even several types of the most poisonous snakes in the world live in their mountains. The main character replied that they just wanted to find the most poisonous snake and suggested that Zhu Lin leave them by the road if she could not spend them. Zhu Lin replied that they turned to the address because she is called a forest tramp, and she is ready to satisfy the request of customers. The car started, but Zhu Lin said that she would have to pay her to get into such a place, and Nan Lin promised to do this. For Chu Min and his older sister, they already needed from another car. The villain called the master and said that our heroes were entering the mountain. The bandit was given an order to follow Chu Min, and further, to notify the surrounding forces and plan an attack in the depths of the Neva Earth. When the Shulin car moved to the mountains, the guys again began to follow the black car with one guy inside. The eldest son of Chen's family at that time was in anticipation when Chu Ming independently jumps into a large trap. Zhu Yuan and the son of Chen's family stood in front of a crowd of strong guys in strict costumes. The young man asked if they were ready. The best bodyguards of the Chen family in unison answered the master that they were ready. They were all in sunglasses. Grinkling, the son of the Chen family, put his hand in his pocket and offered to go on a road to meet with Chu Min. Passers-by delightedly looked at the guy in a pink shirt. They realized that these were rich people who play their games. Zhu Yuan became embarrassed because of the gaze of passers-by on him. He told Mr. Chan that he was just a poor monk. The young Master Chen asked the monk not to worry and promised to send him a dozen beautiful and casual girls after the end of the case. The monk Zhu Yan smiled broadly when he promised such a reward and followed the son of Chen's family. Xulin brought the guys to the forest and said that this road will certainly lead them to snakes, because people who collect medicines go along it. The main character immediately went forward, answering that then they should not waste time, and ordered the girls to follow him. When Chuming and Nanlin moved a little forward, Xulin remained standing behind. She kept on the phone. On the phone, the conductor included a program that monitors the location of her and our heroes. When Suilin secretly turned on this program, she ran up to the guys with a smile and said that she still needed to show them the way. Weilin, Nanlin, and Chuming went on a trip through the forest. The guide walked ahead. The guys were surrounded by a green meadow with bright colors. The girl turned to Nanlin and said that she was wondering what kind of poisonous snakes she and her younger brother are looking for. Nanlin, suspecting something, asked the guide why she was interested in this when Xulin suggested that their search was connected with medical purposes. The girl immediately began to make excuses, answering Nanlin that she just wants to know if she could help them with something. The sixth older sister said that the appearance of the snake he needed is very special, and they will immediately recognize her as soon as they find. Suilin, sweating with awkwardness, lagged behind her questions when Nanlin asked her to simply follow them. When they approached the bushes, Shu Lin said that in front of them is a place where many types of poisonous snakes live. The sixth older sister looked at the girl puzzled and then invited her to go forward first, since she is so confident. Shu Lin, with a wide smile on her face, looked at Nan Lin and agreed to go to that place first, leaving the girl behind. When a guide girl went forward, leaving the guys behind the guys, her expression changed a lot. She grinned viciously and laughed. The guys continued the way through the forest. Shu Lin said that she remembers that poisonous snakes are often found here, so they were lucky. The sixth older sister of Chu Mina promised the girl to give her 20% of her fee if she helps to find the right snake. Shu Lin waved her hand and promised to work even more diligent to still find that rare poisonous snake. A cunning and evil smirk appeared on the guide's face when she brought Nan Lin and Qin in an appointed place. The main character and his sixth older sister were noticeably frightened when suddenly Shu Lin lost balance and fell into the grass. The girl got up and screamed to the guys to go here rather, because there she found many poisonous snakes. Chu Ming and Nan Lin immediately ran ahead. The young man asked the guide not to move and said that snakes were more afraid of people than people of snakes. When the main character was already a few steps from the place where Shu Lin was sitting, the guide grinned again, watching the guy. The girl mentally asked Chu Mina to take another step forward. At that time, our hero made his way through the grass to save Shu Lin. Zhu Lin was in anticipation. She could not wait for the guy to finally take a step forward and step into the right place. But the main character did not do this. He safely reached Shu Lin and asked the girl if she had already finished her acting. The guide girl raised her head and looked at Chu Mina in bewilderment, pretending that she did not understand what Mr. Chu was talking about. Without unnecessary words, Chu Mines pulled out a regular coin from his pocket to check the trap that was prepared for him. The guy threw this coin forward, looked at Zhu Lin, and asked the girl if she still decides to pretend. When the coin fell to the place where Chu Ming was supposed to occur, a dangerous trap with protruding stakes was exposed. Zhui Lin got up from the game, decided not to pretend, and asked Chu Mina how he guessed that there was a trap. Chu Min said that normal guides do not lead tourists to dangerous places, and Shu Lin cannot even protect himself in such a place. The guy accused the girl of having a plan from the very beginning, and he and his sixth older sister were the goal of Shu Lin. The girl laughed angrily, putting her finger to the chin. She praised Mr. Chu, saying that he was really very insightful. And then she stated that the guys fell into another trap when they escaped the first, and after these words, she abruptly ran away. The sixth older sister turned around and accused the escaped guide of bribing the girl, and she was ambushed. At that moment, other people began to appear in the forest glade. The son of Chen's family in a white trouser suit was walking behind the bodyguards. Chen Jimin, holding a cigarette in his right hand, stood in front of our hero, smiled, and stated that he had finally found him. When the guys surrounded, Chu Ming only spread his hands and said that he was apparently famous, since the guy came to his appointment. The arrogant behavior of the young man even more angry with Jumin. The guy squeezed a cigarette in his hand and ordered his people to break Chu Min to pieces. Strong guys in black costumes, some of them were with bits of their hands, from all sides rushed forward to attack Chu Mina. Enraged, Chen Jumin warned his guys that he needed him alive, because he wants to bring him to his uncle. Nan Lin only snorted indignantly. She was not afraid that a whole crowd of strong young people were going to attack them. Chu Means and the sixth older sister stood with their backs to the back when they were surrounded. Nan Lin asked Zhou Mina if he was thinking that a large number of people matters. A pleasantly excited Chu Ming told his sister that there were a lot of guys, and it would be sorry if they had not used them. Nan Lin asked his brother what he wants to do, and the main character sharply grabbed her by the wrist and shouted that they were running into the mountains. At that moment, the sixth older sister was very embarrassed. A bright pink blush appeared on the face of a cold girl. Nan Lin became awkwardly awkward when the younger brother tightly grabbed the girl by the hand and dragged him into the mountains. The guys were surrounded, so in the way of Chu, Min had to hit one of the bandits with a fist. With a fist right in the stomach. Jumin's bodyguard prepared a gun and warned the young master that Chu Ming and his older sister wanted to escape. Jumin hit the guard greatly in his face and shouted why he did not understand when he says that he needed him to live alive. The son of the Chen family ordered his guys not to shoot from pistols and promised a reward of 10 million to those who first catch Chu Mina. The promised reward was inspired by strong guys. They, encouraging each other, were ready to catch him at all costs. Shui Lin, giggling, turned to Mr. Chen and reminded him of 1 million, which the guy promised the girl for help. The eldest son of the Chen family threw an envelope with money to the ground and ordered the girl to take the 1 million that lay inside. Sui Lin, shining with happiness, leaned over and reached out to the envelope, simultaneously expressing gratitude to Jumin. Not having time to raise the envelope from the ground, the girl screamed loudly when a strong man grabbed her and forcibly fired to the side. It was a monk of Juyuan. She did not let the girl go to Shulin and said that he really liked this woman. Squeezing the cigarette, Jumin smiled, allowing Juyuyan to act as he likes with Shulin, who lost its value. Shulin trembled with fear and anger. She looked at the monk with her eyes full of horror when a strong man did not let her out of her hands. The monk Zuyan ran a finger on the girl's cheek, and she sobbed and screamed that she no longer needed money and asked for forgiveness. The search for Chu Mina in the mountains continued. A group of guys met in a clearing and saw that there was no our hero there either. Chu Min and Nan Lin, meanwhile, hid in the bushes and watched. The guy told his sister that he heard 10 million now. Nan Lin invited him, in this case, to catch him, to take Jumin and get money, and Chu Ming would run away when she receives it. The protagonist stared dumbfounded at her sister because of her crazy idea when Nan Lin suggested dividing the money in half. Having stopped joking, Nan Lin asked his brother what he was going to do next, because sooner or later they would find him here. Chu Ming asked his sister not to worry. He was going to sow chaos in the forest with the help of these people and find a feathered snake as soon as possible. The sixth older sister praised her brother for a good idea. The guys remained while sitting in the bushes, hiding from the gang of villains. The search for the protagonist continued. Suddenly, a scream rang out throughout the mountain forest. Someone complained that he was bitten by the snake. Chu Ming and Nan Lin immediately rushed from the place. Using magical power, they wanted to come to the man who was bitten by the snake to check. One of the guys, Chen Jumin, who was engaged in the search for our hero in the forest, turned around when he noticed the presence of Chu Mina. Two guys in strict black suits were shocked that Chu Ming was still daring to return to them, and warned everyone that he was here. Young people rushed forward to quickly catch the protagonist. Chu Ming and his sister also fled forward to the guys. Nan Lin and Chu Ming ordered them to leave the road. The girl hit the first guard with her foot, and the main character cut the second one. Finally, Chu Ming got to the place where the snake was bitten by someone. He saw two frightened guys and a poisonous snake nearby. Having examined the snake closer, the protagonist realized that this is a red-chain snake, and not a feathered snake that they are looking for. Then, Nan Lin and her younger brother disturbed another sudden scream. Someone shouted that he came across some monster. Before the frightened guys stood a huge purple magic monster, a giant snake with two wings at the head. The main character was delighted when he saw this picture in front of him, and shouted that he had finally found a feathered snake. Men working on Jumin trembled with fear of a giant monster. One of them ordered the second to shoot on a snake. A strong man in a black suit frantically opened fire on a feathered snake, which stood right in front of them with an open mouth. A feathered snake hid his teeth and crawled back a little when two shots hit him right in the head, without causing a severe damage to the monster. Chu Mines and the sixth older sister rushed forward when they saw that a feathered snake wanted to escape after they shot him. Having panicked, the protagonist screamed Nan Lin that he had to hurry. He understood that he should not miss a unique opportunity to catch the snake. The main character and his sister rushed forward, using magic forces. The people of Jumin with a whole crowd ran after the guys. Meanwhile, the feathered snake intended to really escape. Frightened by the shots, the giant animal rushed forward. Chu Ming and Nan Lin were on the tail of a feathered snake. They had not yet caught up with the monster, but were already a few meters from it. A feathered snake, emitting a large stream of magical energy, came close to the rock, preparing to escape through it. The sixth older sister stopped and shouted to a little bastard so that he stood in the place when she saw that he was running away. The feathered snake began to confidently crawl along the rock up. The main character and his sister remained below, only watching him. Chu Ming was not intending to miss him. He said Nan Lin that he had to hurry and catch up with the monster because they have only one chance. The protagonist and Nan Lin also began to crawl along the rock after a feathered snake. They were configured at all costs to catch him. The villains who fled after them stopped. They were dumbfounded, suggesting that Nan Lin and her brother are not people, but Spider-Man. A feathered snake burst forward. He climbed up the tall rock faster than the rest. Our heroes lagged behind. Some Gooman guys, wanting to get a reward of 10 million, also began to slowly climb a steep rock. The main character, continuing to catch up with a feathered snake, rested his foot on the gap, but then she slipped, and he almost lost his balance. Chu Ming asked his older sister to be cautious here. She told him not to worry, because she also has a perfect kingdom of true ki. Grabbing his hand behind the next ledge, the protagonist told his elder sister that they needed to catch the snake today. Having clasped his teeth, the guy tried his best to continue the way up, realizing that he would save the sixth older sister if he caught the monster. Jimin's guys did not want to watch 10 million run away. They continued to climb the rock, intending to risk their lives. One of the guys in black costumes was terribly frightened when he had a wrong foot with his foot and began to lose his balance. The young man who was nearby looked at his partner, who slipped from the cliff and began to fly down to the ground. The first loss happened in Jumin's team, which is why the rest began to tremble with their whole body from fear, realizing that they could be as follows. The main character noted that one of the pursuers fell and said that he was sorry that these people are ready to risk their lives for money. The sixth older sister asked his younger brother why he was trying so hard if they do it at least for the sake of money. Chu-ming looked at his older sister and did not answer her question. On his face was a meaningful smirk. The hero's older sister was at a loss when Chu-ming left her unanswered. She understood that this boy was playing with her in riddles. Climbing the rock, Nan Lin was interested in whether the Chu-ming was so hard to work out to heal her Danyan. Nan Lin understood that most likely she would not like Chu-min, because she was 24 years old, and her brother was only 20. Meanwhile, the main character grabbed with one hand for the next ledge. It was the very top of the rock, and the path was almost completed. Chu-ming was exhausted. He was breathing heavily, but could not afford to stop. In his thoughts, there was now only a feathered snake. When he went upstairs, Chu-ming saw a feathered snake imprisoned in a cage in front of him, and an unfamiliar guy stood nearby. In front of our hero was the head of the sect of the Heavenly Sword, Yang. He looked strictly at the guy and asked to make sure that he was Chu-ming. The main character jumped to the ground and confirmed that it was him. It seemed to him that he had already seen this stranger, and his aura was as strong. Kui Yang, crossing his arms over his chest, looked at the feathered snake, which was in the cage, and asked the guy if he wanted to get him. Chu-ming made a gesture with his hands as a sign of respect, and stated that he needed a snake as a medicine, and asked the elder to help. The head of the sect of the Heavenly Sword started his hand behind his back, grabbing the handle of weapons, and stated that the serpent would be him if the guy defeats him. The main character tensed. Seeing that the stranger was hostile, Chu-ming was a little taken aback when he was suddenly offered a fight. Zhu Yang put a sword in front of him, emitting a strong aura, and said that Chu-ming would give his life to a man if he loses. The man lifted the sword up and ordered the main character to look at the weapon. The blade released a whirlwind of powerful energy and raised the wind. The monk Zuyan at that time remained in his original place with Chen Jumin. He successfully dealt with Shu Lin. Jumin complained that his incompetent people still had not returned, and the monk asked to provide this case to him. Zhu Yuan scratched his thick beard and told the eldest son of Chen's family that he needed a woman who was next to Chu Mine. Chen replied that he sees problems in this, and said that the most important thing for him is to get in his hands of the escaped Chu. Using magical power, the monk pushed away from the ground and rushed forward. He wanted to take revenge on the student of Chao Yue Pao because he envied the talent of the master. Jumin secretly considered Zhu Yun a bastard who did nothing when Chu-ming was here and thought that he would not have contacted the monk if not for his skills. Chen laughed angrily. He intended to overthrow the Yu family after the capture of Chu Min and turn Lin Lin into a personal slave. At this time, at the top of the cliff, a battle between Zhu Yan, who wanted to avenge the younger brother, and Chu, was already taking place. Our hero turned around and told the elder that he had no enmity or resentment at him, and asked why he complicates everything. Ziyang answered Chu-min, screaming that he had killed his brother Zhu that night when our hero broke the front door to Zhang's house. At that moment, everything cleared up in the head of Chu-mina. He remembered the Q, a man who hurt his girlfriend, Lin Lin. The angry Q Yang was ready to pounce on our hero. He shouted that he would kill him, and then the debt would be paid by blood. The main character was ready to fight back when he realized who was fighting against him. He squatted down and prepared his fist. Kui Yang waved his sword, but missed. Chu Ming at that time was ready to counterattack the enemy, reaching forward. After the first attack, the protagonist and his enemy increased the distance in the center of the arena. A flash appeared when their magic forces collided. Zhu Yang realized that the boy had the complete development of the Kingdom of True Qi, and it was not surprising to him that his brother lost to him. Chu Ming said that he sees that Yana's techniques are strong and powerful. He is not insidious, unlike his brother, and asked him to distinguish between good and evil. The words of the protagonist got out of himself the head of the sect of the Heavenly Sword. He screamed, asking if Chu Mina's hand caused the death of his brother. At that moment, Nan Lin also climbed to the top of the cliff. First of all, she asked her younger brother, "Where are the feathered snakes?" Chuming said that that elder wanted to take revenge on what happened earlier, so he used to catch a feathered snake. The sixth older sister saw a man in front of her. She was clearly surprised and asked Chumina whether this is a man. The girl prepared to fight. She asked her brother to stop carrying nonsense and tie the man to the ground, and then pick up the snake. The head of the sect, Ku Yang, asked the young girl to retreat, saying that his sword would never harm children and women. But the sixth older sister was indignant that they were looking down at her and attacked Zhu Yang, attacking the man with his left fist. Zhu Yang, without much difficulty, stopped the girl's hand and asked the young lady to calm down, because he was angry only to Chine. Chumin watched how Nan Lin unsuccessfully struggles against Zhu Jian and realized that this person was different from his brother. The main character thought the guy suggested that perhaps a turning point had come and was ready to do something. Chuming made a gesture with his hands and told the elder that his brother abducted children and women, helping the Jiang family. So our hero had to take measures. Zhu Yang stopped abruptly, ceasing to fight Nan Lin. He was shocked by the hero's statement and asked him if this was true. The guy suggested that Zhu explore this on his own and said that his brother acted immorally and inspired Qi, that the sect of the sword was an evil demon. Zhu Yang shouted that this was nonsense and said that the sect of Heavenly Sword always went along the righteous path and agreed to investigate the matter. The main character fell silent. He stared at the head of the sect of the Heavenly Sword, waiting for what actions the guy would take further. Yang approached our hero, put a magic sword to his throat, and stated that he would deprive him of his life if Chumin was telling a lie. Chuming answered the head of the sect that the elder could do with him, respectively. If it turns out that the youngest told a lie, a red flash appeared in the sky and a scream was heard, warning Mr. Zhu Yang so that Chuming would not deceive him. In the middle of the green lawn, the muscular monk of Juyuan appeared. A powerful red aura hung around him, and he announced the law of the sky and the earth. The shaving-headed monk folded his hands together and asked Mr. Kui if he understands the truth about what can be killed for life. Kui Yang answered the master that he was saying correctly, but he intends to conduct an investigation to find out the reasons. The protagonist tensed when he saw a stranger, a strong monk who is in the kingdom of the Sea of Qi. Nan Lin also tensed, knowing that she and Chu Min would not win the monk because there is a huge abyss between their titles. The girl did not understand why the monk causes her familiar sensations, and the body feels cold, even though she had never seen him before. The monk, Zuyan, immediately drew attention to Nan Lin, calling her a girl from the 7-7 sect, and said that he had not seen her for a long time. The girl became ill when the red dark energy emanating from the monk began to penetrate the body of the sixth older sister. The sixth older sister collapsed to the ground and screamed in pain when the red sphere of the light of the curse of the monk appeared in her body. The protagonist was very scared for his older sister and collapsed next to her. He acquired the girl while she was trying to recover. The angry Chu Ming realized that Nan Lin was bad because of the spell. He screamed on the monk, asking if he had put a spell on his sister. Chu Yuan did not hide the fact that he, the poor monk, laid the spell 5 years ago in the temple when she trained there. He said that he did not expect that the spell would penetrate so deeply, and Nan Lin trembled with pain, trying to endure the torment. Kui Yang concluded that the monk is not a kind person, if 5 years ago he did so cruelly with Nan Lin, who was then very young. The main character raised his head, concluding that it was impossible to linger here for a long time because due to the presence of the monk, the sister is bad. Having activated his strength, Chu Ming planned to pick up a feathered snake as soon as possible and leave the territory with his older sister. Zhu Yuan grinned, asking Chu Mina not to be so naive if he was going to steal something from under the nose of a poor monk. A moment later, the man had already jumped to attack our hero. He put up a magic staff in front of him. Zhu Yuan intended to attack the protagonist, but Chu Ming bounced in time, and a deafening explosion rang out in that place. The guy understood that the enemy has long outgrown the sea level of Qi, seeing what method he used to pour true energy into the staff. The monk, whose body was surrounded by powerful true energy, promised to save the life of the girl, but he had other plans for China. Zhu Yuan shouted that the main character had to die, and the streams of the magical energy of the monk headed to where Chu Ming stood. When the young man rushed forward to counterattack a negligent monk, he simply grinned and put a staff in front of him. The guy jumped up in time when Zuyan called his staff another powerful explosion right under the feet of Chmina. Chu Means repeated to himself that he had to act carefully. With the help of magic, he shot several needles from his hand. Seeing this, The monk admitted that the guy could use a hidden weapon and said that it was very unfortunate that it could not harm him. For Juyuyan, it was a surprise when the main character jumped to the ground right in front of him, not fearing a poor monk. The bearded man smiled and asked Chumina, did he really come to the poor monk to immediately go to the next world? Juyuan waved his staff, screaming Amitabha, and stated that the poor man gives Chu minds a quick death. But our hero had a plan. Anxiety appeared on the bearded man when Chu Ming sharply ran his hand in front of his face, letting his mysterious dust into his eyes. The poor monk closed his eyes with his hand, trembled, and shouted loudly in pain. The man asked the protagonist what it was. Chu Min was useful to the negative lime, which he took with him to fight the snakes. And now he was ready to take advantage of the chances. While the poor monk stood motionless, not having the opportunity to see anything because of lime in his eyes, the hero slipped past him. The guy rushed to the cage where the feathered snakes were sitting, but she was reliably guarded by the Kuyana blade, who stood nearby. Zuyan did not want to give it to the main character of a feathered snake. He stood near the cage, staring at our hero. The main character squeezed his teeth with anger when he saw that the cell was guarded. He realized that the battle was still inevitable. Suddenly, a Q-Yang hid the blade and gave the guy to go to the cage. He said that they would talk when he would figure it out. For Chu, it was a surprise that the head of the sect of the Heavenly Sword would just miss him, but the guy ran to the cage. Chu Ming held out his hand to where the feathered snake was sitting. The giant animal emitted the powerful magical energy of purple. First, the guy decided to take out the gallbladder from the snake, and then find a quiet place as soon as possible so that Nan Lin takes the medicine. Chu Ming, without much difficulty, took out a round ball from the body of the snake and ran away, thanking Jana to do permission to do this. The sixth older sister still felt bad because of the spell. The guy helped her rise. She leaned against his shoulder, helping Nan Lin to go. The main character told the sister that he would now take her to the place where she would begin treatment with the gallbladder. Zhu Yang was left alone with a poor monk. The guy grunted and stared at the muscular, bearded man who came to his senses. When the poor monk managed to open at least one eye, he immediately asked the head of the sect of the Heavenly Sword, "Where are those two bastards?" The guy pointed a finger to the right and told the poor monk that those two were gone in that direction, and Zuyan still could not open both eyes. The monk said that they should not dream of an escape, and then he suggested Mr. Ziyana to join him for a chase. Kui Yang asked the monk not to rush because you need to find out how his brother actually died, and ordered Chen to go out. Jumin with a cigarette in his hands appeared in the green meadow. He told Yan that he had good vision, but he was again deceived. Kui Yang replied that he also knew something about the character of that little guy, and asked why the Zhang family was generally looking for a China. The head of the sect suggested that the Chen family was looking for such a strong master of martial arts as Chu Ming to guard the house and yard. Chen Jumin coughed and answered Chu that this was a long story, but he was ready to tell everything to the head of the sect of the Heavenly Sword. He said that his cousin Zhang Tian was abused by Chu Min, and the methods of our hero were very cruel. Jumin claimed that Mr. Zhu Yin, the younger brother of Yang, defended justice, but he was accused of supporting villainy. A smirk appeared on the face of the head of the sect of the Heavenly Sword when he listened to the version of Chen Jumin's events and made conclusions. Kui Yang said that his younger brother acted righteously, and it was his choice to die, so he could not blame anyone else. Jan turned around and decided to leave, and Jumin screamed after him, accusing the man of cowardice and unwillingness to take revenge on his blood. The words of Chen Jumin took the man out of balance. He turned and sharply put the tip of the sword to the guy's face in a pink shirt. Kui Yang said that he knew what his younger brother's character because he grew up with him, and he raises questions that Yin defended justice. Jumin was trembling with fear when the tip of the sword was at his throat, and Zhu said that he would become the same person as his brother if today he took revenge on everyone indiscriminately. The man got angry even more and cried out that in this case his sect of Heavenly Sword would have had a completely. The poor monk mentioned the name of the Buddha Amitabha and said that there was no need to take care of his false reputation, and it would be nice if Zhu killed Chumina for his brother. The angry Su Yang replied that the monk who does not distinguish good from evil and extremely cruel has no right to talk to him. Juyuan fell silent and looked warily at the head of the sect of the Heavenly Sword, who turned his anger at him. The guy calmed down a little, hid his sword behind his back, and stated that he himself was investigating the resentment of his sect, finally deciding not to obey Chen. The man finally said that their affairs are ending here, and left, leaving the monk and the gums trembling with anger on the lawn. Jumin was furious. He accused Zhu of not understanding simple truths, and the monk remembered the case of how he broke his teacher's head. Zhu Yuan, who retains peace, asked the young master to calm down and promised to take measures to catch that child. Chen Jumin stopped angry and smiled, thanking the respected master, and promised to double the reward for him. The poor monk thanked for this the son of Chen's family and pulled away, intending to find Chu Mina and his older sister. The enraged Jumin called someone, asking for mobilizing all elite family members so that Chu Ming would not return to the Yu living family. At this time, the protagonist carried an exhausted sixth older sister on his shoulders to find a quiet place where you can start treatment. Chu Ming has already been tired, because for a long time carrying the older sister through the mountain forest, and so far he could not find a suitable place for treatment. The guy stopped and paid attention to the lush vegetation near the cliff. He suggested that there could be a cave. The main character was delighted when he went through the bushes and saw a small cave in front of him, where they could hide. Chumin began to go into the cave. He asked the sixth older sister to suffer a little more and put it on the ground. Then, he again threw the exhausted sixth sister on his shoulders when he went into the cave, and said that he would heal her right here. All the way Nan Lin slept. And when they entered the cave, a girl who sweated due to malaise opened her eyes. The sixth older sister of Chu Mina was scared. From all sides she was surrounded by bony hands, and she did not understand where she was. The girl was horrified. She asked if they wanted to harm her too, and began to fight off the terrible hands that surrounded her. It turned out that all this time Chu Ming was trying to take her older sister by the hand, and she tried to break out of hallucinations. Nan Lin tried to reassure Nan Lin. He stated that all she sees now was an illusion due to the activation of the spell in her body. The guy handed the girl the gallbladder of a feathered snake, asking her to swallow him, but the girl was still captured by illusions. The protagonist started when the sixth older sister began to dismiss and scream that he was a sign, driving him away. The frightened Chu Ming realized that this was not good when he noticed that Nan Lin, pushing his hand away, forced the guy to release the gallbladder from his hands. Chu Ming flopped to the ground, grabbing the gallbladder in time, because a third of healing properties would be lost in the fall. Understanding that his sixth older sister is now in an inadequate state, he decided to go to radical measures. The main character grimaced greatly when he laid the gallbladder of a feathered snake in his mouth, because he was too bitter. The guy mentally asked for forgiveness in front of the sixth older sister for what he was going to do and grabbed her hand. Nan Lin opened her eyes wide when Chu Min suddenly kissed the girl to pass on her gallbladder of a feathered snake. The main character's method worked. The girl swallowed the gallbladder, which will now cure her from the spell of the poor monk. When the medicine fell into the body of the sixth older sister, she began to recover. The girl looked dumbfounded at Chu Mina. Nan Lin had a great stomach. She closed her eyes, putting her hand on it when the gallbladder was activated inside it. Chu Ming asked the sixth older sister to tolerate a little while. He would make her acupuncture to manage qi. The main character prepared the needle and inserted it into the acupuncture point on the body of the older sister to help her heal. The girl was surrounded by the true energy of qi yellow light. She closed her eyes while the needle and the gallbladder did their job. The guy was delighted when everything was ready, and now he needed to start the first step to unlock the spell. But everything went not according to plan, because several guys working on Jumin ran into the cave, where the guys were hiding. Chu Ming immediately noticed the appearance of uninvited guests. He understood that it was not good, that they were discovered so quickly. The poor monk entered those guys. He told the guy that he could follow his whereabouts as soon as he intervened in the Zuyan spell. The guy behind the monk warned the master that they would suffer losses if everything enters the cave with a narrow entrance, knowing the methods of Chmina. The poor monk Zuyan answered him that it is not necessary to go there. You need to stay here and smoke the heroes from the cave. The monk, distraught with rage, laughed viciously, saying that Chu Ming and his sister would suffocate if they did not come out of there. The guys working on Jumin smiled and praised the great master who came up with such a brilliant plan. The villains in black suits began to drive each other. One of them took the canister with fuel and began to pour it into the cave. The leader of this team was a shaved-headed bearded monk, so he ordered the guys to light a fire when the gas was poured out. One of the guys agreed to fulfill the order. He had no liners or matches, so he shot from a pistol on a puddle of gasoline. The method of the young man worked. After 1 shot per second, the entrance to the cave turned into a continuous flame. The bald monk laughed and said that he wants to see how long the students of the Seven Saints sect could persist him. Nan Lin still did not complete the process of his healing. Chu Ming sat near her knees and looked at the entrance to the cave. In the place where the guys were sitting, Strangling smoke already entered. The sixth older sister became noticeably worse because of the fire. The protagonist was gripped by panic. He understood that his older sister could suffocate if it continues. The idea came into his head to use a wet rag, so he tore off the flap of fabric from his white shirt. Fortunately, in this cave, there was a small pond, where Chu-min was able to wet a rag to close his nose and mouth of the older sister. The main character covered his mouth and nose with a line with a damp cloth so that the girl, who was still unable to escape, would not suffocate. In the same way, Chu-ming defended himself, but the young man perfectly understood that a wet rag would not protect them from suffocation for a long time. He understood that his sister could not move, and he could not go deep into the cave to explore her. Otherwise, she would be in danger. Chu-min came to the conclusion that he needed to use Tao techniques, which he was trained by the seventh master to escape from the environment. When our hero was very small, the seventh master told the baby that he needed to break 2 seals to use his techniques. Then the seventh mentor waved his weapon and told the little Chu-min that the Taoist skills that he possesses are unusual. Having hit the stone with an axe, the master defeated him and said that Chu-ming could not withstand the response if he was not strong. Remembering this episode from childhood now, Chu-ming knew that, according to the master, he needed to remove 2 seals. He knew that his sixth older sister just had a talisman to remove the seal, and before that, he himself had already removed 1 stamp. Nan Lin had a talisman. The hero knelt in front of his sister and decided to find him on his own. He was about to apologize for this in front of his sister when she wakes up, and soon found the talisman to remove the second press. The fire in the cave spread an incredible pace, and Chu-ming realized that someone uses his qi to incite fire. The guy was right. The bald monk at that time stood outside and stubbornly blew onto the fire, feeding the fire inside the cave with his energy. Zhu Yuan saw that the whole cave was covered by a flame. He could not believe that our hero still did not want to go out of there. The main character, meanwhile, was busy with the removal of the second press. He put the talisman in his mouth to begin the procedure. Chu-min folded his hands together and closed his eyes. He repeated 1 word in his head, and 2 whirlwinds of energy formed around his body. At the right time, when the energy reached the required level, the main character uttered a spell in his head to remove the seal. The people of Jumin was jubilant outside the cave. One proposed to share 10 million, and the second shouted that everyone was for himself. A skin-headed, bearded monk who stood with their backs started when changes began to occur in the cave. The guys in black suits also panicked. Smiles from their faces disappeared when they heard a strange sound from the cave. A moment later, the bald monk witnessed how a huge stream of water flew directly from the cave where he was a min. Now Zuyan was not so confident in himself. He cried out that this was impossible, not understanding where so much water came from. The water was already filled with the whole forest in front of the cave, knocking the guns of the Jumin. And the monk thought that a water dragon lived in the cave. The guys in black costumes could not fight against the water element. One of them began to go under the water because he did not know how to swim. A few minutes before that moment, our hero successfully broke the second seal. He stood in the middle of a cave with his eyes closed. The main character managed to break through the true Kui, achieve complete completion, and switch to the stage of the Sea of Qi during meditation. When the transition to a new level was finally completed, our hero slowly opened his eyes, becoming much stronger than before. The transition to the new stage is completed. The main character straightened his hands and finally came to his senses. The energy still hung around him. Immediately, Chu-ming made a gesture with his hand and read the change of the hexagram, the spell of the hexagram. The flow of energy rushed from his fingers. When Chu-ming uttered the words Duigua, a magic circle formed under his feet, and the image of a blue dragon appeared around him. This magic water dragon made it possible for our hero to use a spell of water perish using a gesture of his hand. A smile appeared on the young man's face when he succeeded, and the power of water rushed forward, extinguishing the whole fire. The guy decided to take advantage of the power of water to escape from this cave. Before that, he grabbed the sixth older sister in his arms. The cherry for a couple of seconds, Chu-ming and Nan Lin were underwater. The guy saw a Zoomin man in front of him, who called for help. The water was transparent, so Chu-ming immediately heard the voice of a monk, asking a smelly boy where he was going to escape. Realizing that Zhu-wan noticed them, the main character realized that the situation was not good, and he ducked deeper under the water, trying to escape. The poor monk followed him. Standing on a tree branch, he was about to jump down, asking Chu-mina, was he really hoping to escape so simply? Zhu Yuan directed the staff charged by energy towards the protagonist and shouted, ordering Qi to accept his death. The magical power of the monk reached the young man. He grimaced and clenched his teeth, holding his sister in his arms, and called the situation badly. Suddenly, the staff of the poor monk collided with another weapon. It was a heavenly sword that belonged to Jana. The confrontation between the two forces began. Juyan and Siu Yana, the head of the sect of the Heavenly Sword, was ready to protect our hero from the monk. The bearded, muscular man got angry and accused Zhu Yana of hypocrisy when he saw that the man was opposed to him. Kui Yang turned to our hero, who was in the water behind, and ordered the guy to leave while he would fight the monk. The main character thanked the elder for the salvation of his life. He emerged, holding Nan Lin in his arms, which was still unconscious. The guy got ashore and went to a safe place. He still carried in his hands the sixth older sister who did not finish the treatment. Chuming found a stone that you can get out to find a place where you can stop and continue healing. The main character laid the sixth older sister in tall grass so that she could relax in calm and safety. The guy thought that he had passed a fairly large distance from the cave, so this place should be safe. Our hero rounded his eyes with horror when he remembered that his sister was in a coma, so he could not hold his breath underwater. Chuming put his palms in front of him and, with the help of magic, made the water that filled his sister's stomach go out. The water left the lungs of Nan Lin, and then the girl began to show signs of life, after which Chu Min sighed with relief. He knew that Nan Lin needed a quarter of an hour to come to his senses, but for now he wanted to help John, not wanting to leave him alone with a ferocious monk. The main character pushed away from the ground and rushed forward, intending to eliminate the monk in order to avoid troubles in the future. The water retreated. The poor monk was opposite the Quiyana, asking how he dared to challenge him with his strength. Zhu Yang could no longer resist. He trembled in pain in the hands of a distraught monk, while he was humiliated as the head of the sect. There was a jubilant smile on the bearded man. He looked at Zhu Yana's face, whom he held by the collar, and called him a disgrace. The shaving-headed villain intended to finally deal with the enemy. He raised his hand up to deliver the final blow. The man stopped abruptly and turned the frightened look behind his back when he noticed the presence of another person. The bald monk reacted to the threat in time. He directed his staff, saying that this trick was absolutely useless to him. Zhu directed the magical power of the staff against the surge of the energy of our hero, extending his weapon into the sky. A man with a beard noticeably strained. He began to panic slightly, noticing what a huge force was directed against him. The poor monk, frightened, quickly jumped back when the three needles charged with energy almost hit him. The main character stood nearby. He still had needles prepared. He accused the monk of imposing a curse on his sister. Chuming brought a fist to his face, in which the needle charged with magical energy, and told Shuyan that it was time for him to pay for it. Zhuyan was scared. He did not understand why in just a moment the power of the needle of this boy increased significantly. A skin-headed monk with a beard decided to take Yana to the hostage of the exhausted Shu, and then decide on what to do. An enraged man, using his magical energy, jumped towards Jana Q to grab a defenseless guy. Chuming was ready to defend his elder. He ordered not to touch the Q Yana, saying that he was an opponent of a bald monk. Zhu Yuan answered our hero that he had no chance to defeat the poor monk only because he has a chance. The main character immediately attacked the enemy. He waved his hand and launched into the poor monk several needles charged with energy. It seems that the needles did not work in any way. The monk did not get damage and called our hero an idiot, saying that one trick would not work twice. Smiling, the hero replied that he did not expect that it would work. It was enough for him to break the defense of the poor monk. Chumin continued to attack Juyuan. He approached and struck with a fist. With a fist against the enemy. The attack was successful. Now the monk did not have the previous defense, so the man received damage after the blow of our hero. The monk barely stood on his feet, trembling in pain. He asked if the boy was really stepping into the sea of Qi, because he had just been in a state of true Qi. The protagonist showed the enemy a magic ball in the air and stated that he had just restored his strength. The guy squeezed this ball in his hand, because of which a surge of powerful energy was formed, and stated that it was time to kill the monk. But the main character could not do this now, because he drew attention to the voice that orders him not to move. The bearded monk, who was already exhausted kneeling, also noticed someone else's scream and turned a tense look to the side. 3 men in business suits appeared on the horizon. One of them was the head of the Chen family, requiring Chu Min to stop resisting. The discouraged Chu Ming looked at this man. The bald monk at that time realized that he was safe, so he rose to his feet. The monk with a beard laughed viciously and said that Mr. Chen had come just at the right time. Zhu Yuan complimented Chu Ming for making a breakthrough right during the battle and said that he was sorry that the boy would die today. The protagonist, when the monk suggested how the old woman would cry after the death of the boy, asked why Zhu Yan would be angry with the sixth master. The shaving-headed monk said that he entered the kingdom of the Sea of Qi 20 years ago, and the Chinese world of martial arts was in his pocket. The man said that once he spent time with some woman, this young girl was clearly not happy about this. Then the old woman, as the monk calls the sixth master of our hero, just passed by and hit him, damaging Dantan Zuyan. The sixth master defended a defenseless girl, and then the bald monk could not improve her skills until now. Zhu Yuan shouted that God did not let him down and gave a chance to meet with the student of the master, whom he took revenge so that she would feel the same as he. The poor monk rushed forward and loudly told Chu Min that now the boy, like a descendant of the sixth master, will die. And this is a great joy for him. But the protagonist had a different plan when the monk approached. The guy suddenly delivered a powerful blow to the man's chest. Chu Min looked at a shaving-headed monk with his eyes full of contempt. He did not feel a share of pity for a man. The poor monk twisted his face in pain. A powerful stream of magical energy permeated his body, causing hellish torment. Chu Ming said that his sixth master had good intentions, because then she retained his life to the monk, and Zuyan did not value her. Mr. Chen was afraid for the master when he was defeated by our hero. The bodyguard directed the pistol to Chine. The head of the Chen family gave the order immediately open fire on the guy. 3 guards began to shoot from pistols. This was not frightened by Chu Mina. The guy released several needles charged with magical energy in these bodyguards. After that, the protagonist jumped high up, thereby avoiding the bullet entering his body. When the bullets flashed past and got into the ground, the guy launched several more needles in armed guards. One by one, men working for Chen's family began to lose their balance and fall to the ground after the needles entered their body. Mr. Chen strained when he saw that all his guys began to fall on the ground and tremble, losing control of his body. The man panicked. He did not understand what was happening and began to scream at his bodyguards so that they rose from the ground. The head of the Chen family grins in pain. When the next needle charged with energy, our hero hit him at his neck. She fell into an acupuncture point, which instantly paralyzed the body of a man. He collapsed to the ground, not understanding what was happening. The main character, neutralizing all opponents, went to the main one of Chen's family and apologized, saying that this was his needle. The guy took all his needles back, holding them between his fingers, and said that a shot from a pistol was a fatal point for him. The guards came to their senses and rose to their feet. They were horrified, believing that the protagonist deprived their life of Mr. Chen. Chu Min cast a cold look at the frightened guards and stated that he could help them if they also want to lose his life. Having panicked, the guys in black suits began to scatter in different directions, believing that it makes no sense to fight if the head of the house was dead. Our hero approached his elder and helped him to rise. Kui Yang felt bad after the battle with the bald monk. The young man took advantage of healing skills to treat the elder. He put his palm on his back, passing energy, but the head of the sect of the Heavenly Sword, it seems that after the action of Chu Min, it only got worse. The guy coughed loudly, spitting blood. The worried young man looked at the elder and asked Zhu Yana how he feels now, hoping that his manipulations helped. Having cleared his throat, John really became much better. He asked our hero not to worry, saying that he was still alive. Chu Ming stared at him dumbfounded, and Ji Yang realized that Chu Ming was stronger than he thought, and he also deserves confidence. The head of the sect of the Heavenly Sword asked our hero to tell him what actually happened between him and his dead brother. Chu Ming replied that this is a very long story, and first he needs to come to the 6th older sister, and they can talk on the go. When Nan Lin was lying in the bushes, Zhu Min and his minions ran nearby. The guards assured that they saw Chu Mina and the girl here. Chen Jumin wandered through the forest surrounded by 3 armed bodyguards. They tried to find our hero and his sister. The guy in a pink shirt did not understand what was happening. He heard the sounds of a shot in the place where his old Chen was located. The guard asked Jumin not to worry, because Chu Ming would die anyway, and offered to find that girl to begin. Jumin slapped the bodyguard on the shoulder and delighted the guy, promising to treat him to a lunch for a good job when they returned to the city. Nan Lin still did not wake up, so she could not protect herself, and the 4 villains were already a few steps from her. One of the bodyguards found her. He immediately reported to the young master that the woman with whom he was in Ming lies there. Chen Jumin replied that this was excellent. The guy's mood immediately improved when they found at least the older sister of our hero. When they came closer, the eldest son of the Chen family complimented, and the figure of Nan Lin, while she was still asleep. Smiling viciously, Chen Jumin gave the order to the subordinate to tie the girl for the master of Juyin. The guard agreed to do this. The guys in black suits approached the sixth older sister of Chu Min and extended their hands to grab Nan Lin and tie. But they didn't succeed in doing this. After a moment, the villains grimaced when the charged needles hit their neck. Chen Jumin panicked, looking around. The guy did not understand what was happening, and all his guards collapsed to the ground. The main character appeared on the spot. He was calm, but anger was in full swing in his soul for daring to touch his older sister. The main character could not restrain his rage within himself, and loudly stated that all those who allowed themselves to do this should die. Chen Jumin trembled out of fear. He could not understand how this child appeared here, as well as where the master of Juyuan and his old man father. San joking, the guy in a pink shirt ordered his bodyguards to open fire, and promised a large monetary award for the elimination of Chu Min. The guys in black costumes immediately executed the order of the young master. They began to frantically shoot at Chu Min. Several people simultaneously opened fire on our hero, but he stood firmly like a rock and did not even try to run away. The main character stood motionless and looked at his opponents with a cold look. The bullets of the gun did not scare him. Only when many bullets had already approached our hero, Chu Ming sharply dodged and fled to the side, using the inhuman level of the QC speed. One of the bodyguards, Chen Jumin, was dumbfounded, he shouted, asking the rest what was happening. The guys in costumes could not get along Chu Min. He moved quickly like lightning, and they thought that it was not a man but a ghost. Chen Jumin settled on the run. On the go, he shouted, ordering the guards at least once to get along our hero in exchange for a generous reward. The guy was horrified. He did not want to stay here. He wanted to return home in Jiangzhou as soon as possible. Chen Jumin did not succeed in escaping from the forest. Our hero appeared before him. He asked the guy in a cold voice if he was running away. The eldest son of Chen's family started. His whole body pierced horror when he saw the protagonist in front of him, and after a moment he was attacked. Chu Ming, with the help of magical energy, attacked Jumin's legs. The guy lost the opportunity to escape and collapsed to the ground. The next in line were guards. Energy charges paralyzed their bodies. They complained that they could not move. The bandits panicked. Their bodies did not obey them. They began to lose their balance and fall, not having the opportunity to move even their hands. Chu Min, going up to Zumin, said that he knew that his family and family Zhang have ties, and knows that he destroyed the way of climbing for them. The hero said that the Zhang family was the first to damage his seventh older sister, and if Jumin had not come to him, he could live calmly. Chen Jumin raised his head and began to scream, begging to spare him, and promised that he would never disturb the main character. The guy in a pink shirt, wanting to save his life, promised the hero to give him all the property of Chen's family if he survives. Chu Ming replied that this was a very good offer and suggested that he would become a billionaire if he took all their property. Trembling with fear, Jumin said that their family was very rich, in fourth place in the city, and once again promised to give everything if he was released. A meaningful smirk appeared on the main character's face. He withstood a small pause before giving an answer. Chu Min told Chen Jumin that he was not needed by any real estate and directed his palm forward, striking the guy with magical power. This attack of the protagonist became a fatal for a guy in a pink shirt. He wanted to ask Chu Mina, but could no longer. Leaving, Chu Ming told Jumin in the end that he was already dead at the moment when he dared to think about something about his sister. First of all, our hero went to the sixth elder sister. She was still in a coma, so he held out his hands to raise her. The guy picked up Nan Lin in his arms. A smile finally appeared on his face when he successfully dealt with all the enemies. Chu Ming tried to wake the sixth older sister. He told the girl that the question was already resolved, but she did not answer. The main character said that now they could go home, and he went to the exit from the forest, holding Nan Lin in his arms. Nan Lin opened one eye, pretending to be still sleeping. She thought that it was very good to have a person who could be relying on. Having completed all the affairs in the city, the protagonist and his sixth older sister went to the international airport in the city of Mioshan. There was a Ku Yang. He thanked Chu Min for telling him the whole story, and admitted that his deceased brother was really a shame. The guys made gestures with their hands as a sign of respect. The head of the sect apologized to Chu Min for anxiety and said goodbye. When the Yang left, Nan Lin told the younger brother that he considers the head of the sect of the Heavenly Sword to be a free and honest person. Chu Ming replied that those who are engaged in martial arts should develop their mind in order not to violate the original intention of creating martial arts. The sixth older sister asked her brother whether their masters taught the guy what a real martial arts master should be. The main character hesitated, answering this question. He said something about the masters but then paused before continuing. Chu Ming, smiling broadly, handed the words of the masters that those who are engaged in martial arts should have a group of wives and concubines. The words of the younger brother were anger at Nan Lin. An angry girl screamed, asking how the master taught him. An angry, the sixth older sister turned around and left. The main character tried to calm her down, saying that he was just joked. Soon, the main character and his sister were already on board the aircraft. The conductor asked the passengers to fasten the seatbelts. Nan Lin asked whether Chu Ming was already contacting Yu's family, because in the family of Chen, after the loss of their head, the riots probably began. The guy replied that he had not yet contacted Yu's family, and asked the sixth older sister why she was so worried. The girl advised her brother to allow the Yu family to use this moment to absorb everything that belongs to the Chen family. The main character replied that he does not understand why he would do this because he just wants to take off the seals, find the sisters, and establish a sect. Nan Lin sighed and stated that his fifth older sister is part of the Van family, which is now the second most powerful in the city. Chu Ming stared at the sixth older sister dumbfounded when she said that the fifth older sister could become an enemy of the guy. The girl said that at the moment she could not tell anything to his younger brother, but advised him to develop power as soon as possible. When the guys flew over the city, Nan Lin warned his brother that otherwise the fifth older sister could bring him trouble. At this time, in another city, a young Madame Yu sat at the table. Suddenly her phone vibrated. Someone called her. The girl shone with joy when she picked up the phone and saw that Chu Ming called her after a long pause in communication. She jumped sharply and told her girlfriend named Xiaoli that she needed to urgently leave, and asked her to copy the notes for her in her lesson. Xiaoli was surprised by the act of a friend, because before, Lin Lin never walked classes, about which she asked. Lin Lin did not answer. Xiaoli, the girl, smiling broadly, winked at her friend, holding a calling phone in her hands. When Lin Lin picked up the phone and began to leave the class, a guy with blonde hair in an expensive gray suit passed by her. He stared at the girl and heard that she was talking with some stranger named Chu Ming. Not paying attention to him, the guy stopped and looked after Lin Lin. This was the only heir to the Van family, whose name was Van Qiyu. The young man was wary when he heard that the girl was talking to someone named Chu Ming, and Lin Lin at that time ran out of the class. The subordinate told the young master that they heard that Chu Min is a man who destroyed the Zhang family, and he also helps the Yu family. Chu thought that the marriage between their two families has long been determined, although the marriage contract has not yet been made public. Van Qiyu realized that he had to act, so he turned and hurriedly went the other way, calling his subordinates. The guy was interested in seeing who this Chu Ming is like, since the Yu family dares now to behave so impudent. Meanwhile, the protagonist and his friend Lin Lin went to a fast food restaurant to dine together. Chu Ming chewed burger and praised how tasty he was, and Lin Lin laughed and claimed that the guy really could eat as much as he wanted. The girl became more serious and asked the young man why he decided to suddenly meet her, because he usually has some important things. The main character, continuing to chew food, finally remembered thanks to Lin Lin, for what reason he invited her to lunch. Without setting aside food, Chu Ming asked his girlfriend to tell his grandfather to annex the property of the Chen family as soon as possible. The girl was not enthusiastic about this idea, saying that it was not so simple because Chen fourth in the size of the family in the city. Chu Ming asked her not to worry and said that he had taken care of the Chen family, and after the ambush, he and his sixth older sister eliminated everyone. The girl was in shock when she heard this news. She screamed, asking her friend whether he was joking, making such loud statements. The main character convinced his girlfriend, which he said seriously, and said that it was necessary to act very quickly until the information spread. Lin Lin realized that our hero was seriously talking, picked up the phone, and reported that she would call her grandfather right now. Chu Ming yawned and told his friend that he would go, since they completed, because he came to her as soon as he left the plane. The young Madame Yu looked at the guy with disappointed eyes and asked if it was all that he wanted to say. Chu Ming thought a little, and he dawned on him. He remembered that he needed to say something else. Lin is linked before leaving. The girl was delighted when the guy suddenly got up and with a wide smile on his face said that he still has something to tell Ms. Yu. Grinkling, the protagonist confidently asked the girl again if she agreed to become his first student. The question of Chu Mina brought a girl into a stupor. She froze in surprise and fell silent, without responding to the main character. They were not the only one in the fast food restaurant of the Chu Ming. Van Qiu already watched his bride and strange stranger, The blonde and his two subordinate guys were sitting at a table nearby. They stared at China and Lin Lin. Lin Lin was furious on the guy. She was pulling Chu Mina by the cheeks and screaming, asking who would even want to become his student. The subordinate of the Van family began to squeeze the fists. They asked the young master whether they should teach this minor to this Min. Van Chiu shook his head and replied that this is not worth it, because before you Lin Lin, you can easily make a mistake. The only son of the Van family asked his subordinates to follow a man named Chu and wait until he was left alone. The guys agreed to fulfill the order. Chiu allowed Grimila to feed Chu Min to dogs if he did not have any skills. After lunch, Yu Lin Lin and Chu Ming fool around for some time and laugh together, walking along the street. Lin Lin was worried about her friend. She told the guy that he already had dark circles under his eyes from fatigue and lack of sleep. The main character rubbed his eyes with his fist and answered his girlfriend that he was just a trifle. He just a little naughty and everything will be fine. The girl offered Chi to take him home and promised that to take care that grandfather and others would solve problems with Chen's family. Chu Ming did not want to bother Lin Lin, so he waved his hands and answered his girlfriend that he would get home on his own. The guy was about to run back to the apartment to sleep. In the end, he waved his hand tench and said goodbye. When Chu Ming was left alone with himself, a smile disappeared from his face. He understood that Lin could not allow Lin to take him home, and the reason was that the sixth older sister Nan Lin is now sleeping on his bed, because he was still recovering after treatment. The young Madame Yu stood in one place for a long time and looked after our hero. She was surprised that Chu was so easy to remove Chen's family. She understood that only Chu Ming could do this. Destroy a whole family and allow Yu to get their resources without a fight. Returning to the car, Lin Lin immediately called her grandfather, the head of the Yu family, to tell the latest news. A snow. White smile shone on his grandfather's face when his granddaughter called him because he was always glad of Lin Lin. An elderly man was surprised when the granddaughter said that she needed to annex his family Chen, suggesting that Lin was fated. The old man was dumbfounded when he heard that the head of the Chen family and all the masters were killed by the main character. He could not believe his ears. At this time, the main character was already returning home. He crossed the street with a calm step, dreaming of relaxing after adventure. The guy sighed heavily and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Finally, he could afford to sleep calmly after the end of his affairs. At that moment, he still did not know that it would not be possible to calmly go home, because the hero had already weighted the hero with a knife. Chu Ming was surprised when in the lane, raising his head, he saw a whole crowd of strong guys with weapons in his hands in front of him. The old people who noticed that the case came to a showdown on the street rushed to run away, saving their lives. On the street was ongoing cries. All the inhabitants of the residential complex were scared by the fact that so many bandits gathered there. The main character asked the hooligans who stood in front of him who they were. He tensed, preparing to fight back. One of the villains replied that Chu did not need to know this, and at that moment the whole gang rushed forward to attack the guy. Chu Ming grinned. He thought that the guys came at the wrong time, because he only broke through the kingdom of the Sea of Qi. Just a moment passed before Chu Ming was already riding the defeated fighters and demanded to tell who they were. The whole gang of villains was defeated. They lay on the ground on each other and could no longer resist our hero. Chu Ming put a boot on the head of one of the guys, and he admitted that they were a gang of a green snake and came to deal with Chu Mine for money. The main character did not answer, but he did not let go of the villain, and he began to cry, saying that they should be ethical. Chu Mines hit the guy again, saying that he could say goodbye to his teeth if he does not want to tell the young man all the details. Having lost one tooth, the guy, trembling with pain and fear, replied that the truth does not know, and he had nothing to tell, even if Chu mines him to death. Seeing the bandits' reaction, the main character thought and concluded that this guy really knows nothing. Chu Ming jumped from the tower from the defeated bandits back to the ground and ordered the hooligans not to catch his eyes anymore. The hooligans began to diverge right away, helping each other. They thanked Chu Min for the fact that he let them go and saved their lives. The protagonist suggested that the customers could be the Van family, as well as one who had never shown himself before. It turned out that Chu Ming was not alone on the street. The dark silhouette of a man looked around the corner, closely following the guy. This pursuer was trembling with fear. He took the phone to tell about everything to the young master. What a Chu Min is fierce. In the evening, Van Chiu drank wine and sat, staring at his phone. The heir to the Van family received disappointing news from his people. Van Chiui realized that Chu Ming could release his true ki and control it at will. This power looks like him to the skills of his uncle and aunts. The guy who was nearby told Chiu that Chu Ming is very strong, and therefore it is not surprising that Yu wants to be friends with him. The concerned close to the son of the Van family asked the young master what they were going to do with Chu Min further. Chu asked the guy not to panic. He said that the Yu family understands that there are two very strong people in the Wang family. The guy asked whether Chiu was in mind that the Yu family does not let Lin Lin and Chi be together if the girl likes him. Chiu took a sip of wine and said that Chu Ming, without ties, could not raise noise, and a business brief is more important for the Yu family. The son of the Van family directed all his anger at the chin into the glass and broke it in his hand, but he hoped that his father and aunt were strong enough to kill the guy. The blonde stood up from the bar stool to leave and called his subordinate along, and the bartender smiled goodbye to them. The guy working at the bar wiped it with a rag. He stared at the visitors who leave the institution. Brother Kiao was worried, because in the photograph that was on the blonde's phone, he was Mr. Chu Ming. After work, Brother Kiao came home to our hero and swore that today in the bar that guy was holding a photograph of the hero in his hands. The main character did not pay attention to the guy's words. He yawned, opening his mouth wide, because he could not relax after the trip. The guy in a leopard shirt tried to convey to our hero that, obviously, this is not profitable for Chu Min, that someone was aiming at him. Brother Kiao was pleased with himself. Finally, he was able to please Mr. Chu with good work, and hoped that in gratitude to Chu, Min would teach him some kind of technique. The guy was surprised when Chu Ming reacted completely indifferently to this news, and allowed the Haiyao to leave if he finished. Halfway, Brother Kiao stopped and looked at our hero when he asked the young man whether he knew who were those people. Kiao replied that he did not know, but those two guys were quite restrained. But they spoke mainly about the Van and the Yu family. The guy left the apartment of our hero and slammed the door. Chu Ming closed his eyes and plunged into his thoughts. Thinking, the protagonist came to the conclusion that that family of Van could be the same that Lin Lin wants to get married. When the evening came, Lin Lin returned from a walk. She was sitting on the couch. Her grandfather was sitting opposite her. Grandfather Yu held a cup of hot tea in his hand. After a conversation with his granddaughter, the old man looked at one point and sighed heavily. Lin Lin asked his grandfather whether it was possible to carry out an annexation of the Chen family if her second uncle simply brings people there. Mr. Yu answered his granddaughter that this was impossible, and dumbfounded Lin Lin asked the old man why he was not panicking then. Grandfather sharply placed the glass on the table and asked why panic if the girl's father had already intervened, and his second uncle went to help him. For Lin was the news that her dad was already engaged in this matter. She asked her grandfather whether he said what he said. After some time, family subjects opened the front doors and knocked their heads, announcing that the head of the house had come. Holding his hands in his pockets, a stately man in an expensive suit entered the room. It was Yu Chuangyi, the head of the Yu family. Chuangyi sat on the sofa next to his father, and Lin asked his dad why he had not told her daughter before that he had returned. The girl got up from the sofa and went to the table to take a look after her father. Lin offered the head of the family to drink tea. The man took a cup of tea in his hands. He was clearly concerned about something, and Grandfather Yu asked him how to deal with Chen's family. Chuangyi replied that everything was already settled. There was a little resistance from the youngest son, but then they went to cooperate. The old man was delighted to hear this news. He said that thanks to Chu, the mine this time their family increased significantly. Lin clenched his fists and told Dad that this is a completely merit of Chu Mina in the destruction of the Chen family, and now they will not have to depend on Van. The girl was delighted because it became possible to cancel the engagement with the Van family because the old man helps her show her face of Chu Mina in front of her dad. But hopes Lin. Lin fell upon the girl, answered the girl that things were not as simple as she thinks. The puzzled Tench Lin asked if now, after the absorption of the two families, their family Yu will not be equal with the Van family. Chuangji sharply placed a glass of tea on the table, causing a roar. He agreed with his daughter's assumption. But there was one but. He did not explain to the girl what was the matter, but asked his daughter to invite Chu Mina to the house tomorrow because he wanted to personally see him. A wide smile appeared on Lin's face. She was delighted, asking her father, did he really come to some kind of decision? The head of the family got up and said that Chu Ming helped their family a lot, and he, as the main one, was obliged to express gratitude to the boy. Joyful Lin. Lin grabbed his dad's hand and promised that tomorrow she would definitely bring the protagonist to their mansion. Accompanied by the bodyguard, Yu Chuangyi left the living room. Lin waved her hand goodbye and wished her father's good night. Grandfather Yu was afraid that things in his family were not going as smoothly as it seems, but his granddaughter would not stay with them for a long time. There was a night outside. The residential complex of our hero on the outskirts of the city was lit only by moonlight. Chu Ming at that time was in his apartment. The guy was finally able to go to the bed to sleep. He slept tightly when the phone that was lying nearby began to vibrate. The bell immediately woke Chu Mina. The guy reached out to the phone to take him and find out who bought him in the middle of the night. The sleepy main character scratched his hair with his hand, put the phone to his ear, and was able to make only some kind of sound when he answered the bell. The dumbfounded Chu Ming abruptly jumped out of bed and shouted when he was informed that Father Lin 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 wanted to see him. The next morning, the head of the protagonist was clogged with confusing thoughts. Nan Lin brushed her teeth and looked at his younger brother. The sixth older sister noticed her brother's concern and asked what happened and why he was worried so early in the morning. The main character did not hide anything and complained Nan Lin that Lin Lin said that her father wanted to see him. The older sister, continuing to brush her teeth and look in the mirror, suggested that the man wants to just thank him for his help. Chu Min sighed heavily. He was afraid that he would harm the family of Yu if he was too friendly with her, because the Van family complicates the task for him. Nan Lin looked sharply from the bath and asked, "Was that wild younger brother who was before her?" The exhausted Chu Ming lay on the table and complained that his sister laughs at him, because he had just talked about a serious business. The girl left the bathroom and said that the nickname of the Sunday Chu was given the seventh older sister, not her. Having patted his brother's hair, Nan Lin said that Chu Min would be useful to get the support of local forces to base the sect. Chu Ming abruptly jumped up from his chair and started when he heard a scream outside the window. The girl said that she had arrived to pick him up. The guy looked out of the window. A tench was standing on the street and waved his hand. The girl arrived on her yellow convertible. The protagonist said Lin Lin that he was already going on. It was evident that the guy was not enthusiastic about the future trip. The corners of the mouth. Lin Lin sank down. She strained when she saw an unfamiliar girl on the balcony next to Chu Min. Chu Min hastily left the apartment. In parting, he waved his older sister and warned that he was leaving. And Nan Lin continued to look out the window. The sixth older sister thought that the little girl below misunderstood everything when Nan Lin saw next to Chu Min. Nan Lin remembered how Chu Mines carried her in her arms through the mountain forest, and was in shock when she realized that this was not a complete misunderstanding. The main character went out into the street, sat in the convertible Lin Lin and fastened the seatbelt, and then offered to go. The girl looked at Chu Mina with her eyes full of resentment and anger. She only grunted offended in response. Due to anger at the chin, the young Madame Yu rushed along the street at high speed, scaring not only the hero but also passers-by. The girl almost knocked the old man, who then stood and threatened her with her fist, complaining that she was driving a car. So Chu Ming became embarrassed when evil Lin Lin demanded to tell who the girl was in his room and whether she spent the night with him. Smiling, Chu Ming said that it was his older sister, who once saved them in Zhang's house, and he helped her find the medicine. Lin Lin blushed when it turned out that she misunderstood everything, and that girl was the sixth older sister of Chu Mina. The main character, obviously fearing a meeting with the head of the Yu family, asked Lin Lin that her dad wanted him. The girl's mood has already improved. She said that her dad just wants to thank Chu Mina for the help of their family. The perplexed Chu Ming did not understand why the expression of face Lin Lin changed again when she plunged into her dreams. Soon, over a cup of tea, Mr. Yu thanked Chu Min for help in resolving things with Chen, and also praised for a rare talent. The main character asked Uncle Yu to voice the request when the man said that he wanted to ask the guy, despite his kindness to his family. Lin 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 hoped that her dad sees the boundless potential of Chu Mina and wants to ask him to engage in a girl. Chuangyi's gaze became angry. He asked Chu Min to stay away from his daughter if he wants to do good to the Yu family. The main character did not expect to hear such a request from the head of the house. He was taken aback, staring at the man with dumbfounded eyes. For Lin Lin, the demand of her father for Chu Mina to stop communication with her was also a surprise. The girl tensed. Lin Lin screamed, demanding an explanation from his father that this means that it is good to stay away from her for a family. He stated that Lin Lin and the son of the Van family have already concluded a marriage contract, so you should not be too close to another young man. Chu Ming realized that he was not invited for gratitude, but he knew that it would be so, because before Lin Lin warned him, the young Madame Yu was outraged. The girl blushed with anger. She screamed, telling her father that she did not want to get married. Lin Lin looked at his father with offended eyes when he ordered his daughter to shut up, because he speaks with Chu Min. The head of the family, Yu, crossed his arms over his chest and said that he was interested in whether Mr. Chu could help him with this service. The main character said that he already knew about the grinding of Lin Lin with the Van family, and he also knows what the Yu family wants. Chuangyi said that they do not need to talk more, because he considers Mr. Chu Min to be an intelligent person. Lin Lin did not calm down. She accused her father of only an engagement in his mind, but he never asked what she wanted. The screams of his daughter did not act on his father. He took a sip of tea and calmly ordered the subordinate to take the lady to her room. Outraged, Lin Lin said that this was not necessary, and she would leave herself when the Pope's personal bodyguard approached her. In the end, she apologized to Chu Min for bringing him troubles, and the guy asked her not to worry about it. Chu Min rose and stated that he was not obliged to follow Mr. Yu's instructions, and the future Lin Lin does not belong to the man. Yu Chuanji sat for some time and looked at one point. Without reacting at our hero, he realized that the conversation would have to continue. He decided to make Qi a profitable proposal, promising to transfer to him half of the Chen family if he agrees. The guy grinned and asked if he allowed the Yu family to get property Chen and Zhang, if he really wanted money. Leaving the room, Chu Ming said that even members of their own families are becoming a bargaining coin due to obsession with money and power. Chuangyi asked Mr. Chu to think everything well, and his offer regarding assets is really within a day. The main character, about to leave the mansion, stopped when Grandfather Yu appeared behind and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The guy turned around and asked his grandfather if he came here too, to convince Chu Mina to stay away from Lin's tench. The old man laughed and replied that he was not the head of the house more, and just wants to delight his little granddaughter, so he would not persuade him if Lin is not happy. Grandfather's words caused the main character a lot of questions. Chu Ming asked the old man what he meant. Grandfather said, rubbing his gray beard, that in his youth he was disappointed in his beloved people because of some things. The old man sighed heavily and admitted that he was afraid that because of all this, Chu Mines would surrender and would regret it for the rest of his life like him. The main character thought that grandfather is right, because it is really very difficult to find such a talented student as Lin Lin. An elderly man advised our hero to boldly act and not pay attention to all nonsense if he wants something. The main character became embarrassed, but he dared to tell his grandfather that they may have different opinions on this subject. Chu Ming told the old man that thanks to Mr. Yu, he now knows what to do in this situation. The guy turned around and left, and the old man thought that his son was short-sighted because Qin had a much brighter future than the Van family. The following actions unfolded in the territory of the Van family, which was the second most powerful in the city. The only young heir to the family, Chiu sat in a chair opposite the man in a traditional suit and a red-haired woman. Van Kyosun, the head of the Van family, after listening to the story of his son, asked the guy whether the guy had just told him about. The guy said that he had already sent people to check Chu Mina, and indeed this young man is in the kingdom of the Sea of Qi. The head of the Van family warned that this would be a path without a return if the Yu family decides to resist their family. The second chapter of the Van family, Van Chowen laughed. She offered to calm the Yu family as soon as possible until they dared. The red-haired woman turned to Chiyu, calling him a good boy, and praised him for bringing them the truth of important information. The head of the family told his son that his aunt is right, and they are obliged to grab this man named Chu Ming until Yu dares to make a decision. Kaoxin said that he would go to the Yu family to set a wedding date, and Chowen offered to take up this business for her. The man looked at his sister, who expressed a desire to visit the family Yu instead of him, and agreed to shift this task to her. The seventh older sister of our hero talked with Nan Lin. She asked the girl if she really thought it over. Nan Lin replied that Chu Ming would soon encounter the Van family. She asked if Ji Hen Xuan could stay in this case. The girl admitted that she wanted to hide from him the question of betrayal of the fifth older sister longer. But he suddenly grew up. The indignant Nan Lin said that that girl is not worthy of being the fifth eldest, because she even uses the methods of 7 saints to serve Tiger. Having a sip of a hot drink, Ji asked her sister, who was then going to go and tell the whole truth to the younger brother. Nan Lin looked away and said that Ji was younger and had a thin mind, and Han Xuan replied that Nan Lin acts energetically and decisively. Having flattered each other, the girls wanted to give in to each other the task of telling about this to the younger brother, not wanting to do it. Meanwhile, in the mansion, Yu Chuangyi gathered all the pillars of the Yu family and laid a congratulatory card on the table from the Van family. According to the man, this postcard says that tomorrow the Van family will visit them to discuss the date of the wedding, Lin Lin and Chiu. The second uncle Lin Lin complained that the Van family offers a discussion, But in fact, this is a clear notice. The main master of the martial arts of the family Yu Du Genfan asked, unless it was written on the postcard, exactly who would come from the Van family. Chuangyi answered the master that the card indicated that the second head of the Van family, that red-haired woman, would visit them tomorrow. When the night came, our hero raced along the street to meet Lin Lin. On the eve, she called him and demanded a meeting. The guys met in a night park when Chu Ming saw a girl and stopped. He was worried about his friend's condition. The young Madame Yu did not pay any attention to the guy. The girl was sitting on the bench, staring at one point with sad eyes. Lin Lin turned her head and looked sadly at her friend. When Chu Ming asked the girl what had happened, Lin Lin told him that her father insisted that she marry a Van family member, and tomorrow there would be a discussion of marriage. The protagonist sat down nearby and asked the saddened Lin what she herself thinks about the soon marriage with Van. The girl, unable to withstand the storm of emotions inside, burst into tears and screamed that she did not want a wedding, and would not even agree under the threat of death. Chu Min said that the life of a friend would not be enough for a long time if she would react, and suggested first to think about how to solve everything. Lin Lin calmed down a bit and said that the Van family was strong, and even grandfather could not resolve this issue. The girl was frightened when Chu Ming suddenly raised her head, looking up, and said that for a start they would deal with them. She warned the guy that this was a powerful family, and they even have a martial arts sect called the Golden Sword Sect. Grabbing a falling sheet, Chu Ming said that he heard that the Van family relies on martial arts, but his sect would not give in to others. The main character looked at the leaf falling from the tree and said that he had to make 7 saints sect in the city and in all China. Chu Ming admitted to the girl that Lin Lin helps, not only because she is his friend but also for his own interests. The worried Lin Lin told the guy that he somehow changed compared to what the main character was before. The guy replied that people are always changing, and it was necessary to match the time, passing the path and experiencing complex events. When the guys were sitting on a park in the park and talking, our hero disturbed an unexpected call in the middle of the night. Chu Ming immediately took out the phone and was surprised when he saw that the number of his 7th elder sister was displayed on the screen. The guy answered the call. The 7th older sister asked her brother to come to her house because they have something to talk about. The main character asked Ji Hanxuan if they could discuss this on the phone, but the girl immediately hung up. The guy tensed when he received such an alarming call from his sister, who immediately hung up, not wanting to discuss anything more. The young man got up with a bench and said that he needed to leave, and asked Lin Lin not to act recklessly, and he would find a way to turn the situation. Frightened, Lin Lin asked his friend what to do, because tomorrow, representatives of the Van family will visit her house to discuss marriage. Chu Ming ran away, and the girl thought that this stupid boy became much smarter when he offered to calmly observe and wait for the opportunity. The young Madame Yu blurted out in a smile, and her face blushed. She considered that Chu Ming became even more charming. Soon, Chu Ming appeared on the threshold of the house of the 7th elder sister. He was opened by Qin Yan, and the guy asked what sisters want from him. Qin Yan answered Chu Ming, which also does not know this. But, according to her, Nanlin and Ji Hanxuan do not look very joyful. The protagonist went inside. Ji Hanxuan and the 6th older sister stood with his back to him, crossing her arms over his chest and looked out the window. Chu Ming was sweating with tension when he saw the sisters. He understood that a big catastrophe was coming. Analyzing their mood, the guy with a nervous smile approached both sisters and asked the girls who still stood with their backs to him what they wanted from him. Looking at each other, the girls agreed to act according to the plan. They wanted to talk to Chu Min, preparing the script in advance. Ji began to speak first. She said that she was thinking, the guy already knows something about his 5th older sister. The surprised protagonist admitted that the 6th older sister had already mentioned something earlier, and asked if she was not part of the Van family. Hanxuan confirmed that the 5th sister was there, and asked if her brother knew why the girl there. The 6th older sister continued, telling her younger brother that she had previously mentioned that some had betrayed 7 Saints sect. The guy was alarmed when he heard about betrayal. He began to guess who exactly could do this with the sect. Crossing his hands on his chest, the 6th and 7th older sister confirmed the guess of the brother that the 5th sister is a traitor. Chu Ming was in shock. He screamed, asking how this could happen. He stated that he would go to the house of the Van family and demand an explanation. Jai said that the creators of the 5th sister are noble guests who were raised in a royal family, and the girl improved the elixir, which is used by Van. Chu Ming knew that the 5th sister created an elixir to overcome the border, but the 5th master forbade them to produce to raise the level of practice. Having learned the details of the betrayal of the fifth older sister, his younger brother overwhelmed anger at the girl. The protagonist's hands were trembling with anger. He understood that the fifth sister could not easily break the ban. He was interested in what happened. Nan Lin suggested that they told about everything brother early, and Ji noticed that the news was a big blow to Chi Min. The angry Chu Ming shouted, saying that now he has another good reason to go and destroy the Van family. The older sisters were surprised. They could not believe their ears. So they asked the brother whether he wanted to do it. Chu Min said that Yu Lin Lin had already decided to accept as his student, and now her family is forcing the girl to marry Van. Clutching his fist, the guy said that he did not believe that the fifth older sister betrayed the sect, and, destroying the family, they can save her. Ji was not enthusiastic about the idea of fighting such a giant as the Van family, only to get a student, and Nan Lin agreed. Chu Min stood his ground, saying that Nan Lin used to tell him that he needed to enlist the support of rich families to create a sect. Piercing the sisters with the gaze of the predator, the guy said that his goal is to make the family the richest in the city and the 7 Saints #1 in Jiangzhou. Ji Hanxuan agreed that this is a good step to include the future head of the Yu family in their ranks, so that the family was connected with their sect. Nan Lin asked his younger brother why he, a stupid boy, suddenly became so smart, and the guy laughed, scratching his head. When the sixth older sister and the protagonist were discussing something, Qin Yan approached them. The girl brought drinks to the guys. The girl had no idea that those three were being discussed now, but it always seems to her that the topics of their conversations are very terrible. The next day came. The whole family of Yu went out into the courtyard of their mansion to meet the representatives of the Van family. The red-haired laughter of Van Chewen got out of the black car. She said that she was delighted that the owner of the house personally met her. Grandfather Yu Wan was postponed by the guest. With a friendly smile on his face, he said that the head of the family was waiting for her in the house. Drinking passed indifferently, Van Chewen asked the older owner to take her inside so that she met with the head. Family bodyguards were annoyed due to the arrogant behavior of a woman and the fact that their master should serve her as a doorman. At this time, the main character through the fence entered the territory of the Van family. He knew that there are not only them, but also his fifth sister. Having concentrated on the task, a serious Chu Min decided to get into the mansion to begin with and check the situation. The guy Nu saw a huge territory with several luxurious mansions in front of him. He was surprised that the Van family could afford this. The main character has so far hid in the bushes, he did not know how to identify his fifth sister, because he was not even shown a photograph. He decided to be careful not to be discovered, and he will have to look for his sister only on the basis of perception of true key. The head of the Van Kutsian family went out into the courtyard of the mansion. He slowly walked along the street surrounded by two bodyguards. The man went to one of the buildings. The door opened slowly. The hand of a girl who worked for a family appeared. The court young lady appeared in front of the head of the family and looked at him with a smile, saying that Miss was now resting. The head of the family, Van Kaoshin, dutifully nodded his head and said that he intends to wait here until the woman wakes up. The bodyguard asked the partner who lives in this house if their master is so respectful, because the guy was the first day at work. The partner advised the newcomer to ask fewer questions if the guy plans to live long, and he no longer began to ask. The subject entered the house, bowed to the woman reading the book, and said that the head of the family would wait for her at the door. The girl with snow-white hair looked at the subordinate when she said that the master would not leave until she saw him. This girl, with whom Van Kaoshin is waiting for, was Lan Signer, the fifth student of the sect and the older sister of Chu Mina. The girl wanted to get up from the floor. The assistant wanted to help her, extending her hand, but the fifth older sister refused help. The assistant asked the young mistress why she did not want to see Van Kaoshin today. Lan Sinier asked what the head of the family is doing at her door if he is planning to personally appear at the Yu family house today to discuss the wedding. The subject of the girl guilty lowered her head and answered the mistress that she does not know why the man wants to meet her. Siner said that Kaosian wants to ask her elixir to make his family stronger, and he came because she did not respect Yu's family at all. The girl asked, "Is it not good? Because it proves Miss Lan's talent, because even the chapter does not dare to neglect it." Lan Chinier sighed heavily and replied that it was not good, because the girl had already paid off for the kindness of Van family. The fifth older sister turned away and said that she was not their bird in a cage, and she was not obliged to stay here forever. Sighing heavily, Zenier realized that she could not return to the master after all this, and she did not know the place where she could take refuge. The saddened Lan Chinier turned sharply and looked back when she noticed the presence of blue energy in the room. She opened her mouth wide in surprise when she realized that it was true Qi, the power that belongs to the sect of Seven Saints. She did not say anything about this assistant. She only ordered her to urgently inform the head of the family that she was not waiting for guests today. The subject of the girl did not ask why Miss made such a decision, and agreed to fulfill her instruction. Miss Lan was confident that this true Qi belongs to people of the Seven Saints sect, because after loss of vision, her other feelings improved significantly. A girl with white hair was frightened when she suggested that not only sisters but also masters could look for her. The protagonist at that time stood near the Van family mansion and scratched his head. He did not understand why it seems to him that he was already here. The guy was embarrassed, and he tried to convince himself that he was not lost. But he had long wrapped circles in a large territory. Chu Means did not even notice how he was discovered. Two bodyguards noticed a stranger and asked what he was doing here. The protagonist instantly decided to go on the attack. He put his hand forward, throwing several charged needles into the guards. The needles, charged with the magical power of our hero, hit the target, neutralizing two guards. The young man realized that he could not just walk around the territory. He decided to inform the fifth elder sister that he was here. The guy knew that in the kingdom of the Sea of Qi, he had the opportunity to mix the true Qi with air, directing it to the right place. Soon, Chu Ming raised his head and noticed the presence of someone else's energy of Qi, realizing that this is the fifth older sister who was responsible for him. Following the stream of true Qi belonging to the Seven Saints, the guy jumped onto the roof and found where it came from. He climbed higher and saw that the stream of true Qi of blue light passes through the entire street, wrapping around the corner. At this time, the head of the Van Chaosian family, Assistant Miss Lan, stunned the news that her lady is busy with other important matters today. The subject of the girl dutifully lowered her head to the master and answered the man that she did not know what kind of business Miss was busy. The man did not insist at the meeting, waved his hand, turned and left, agreeing to visit tomorrow again. Chaosian strained. He understood that it was impossible to allow someone to take Miss Lan from them, because she is the greatest support for their family. Miss Lan Xinyer, the fifth sister, meanwhile, emitted energy from her hand to answer the call of the stranger. The girl was sure that if she was really looking for a member of the 7-7 sect, he would feel the true Qi that she released. A moment later, our hero was already shamelessly bursting into the chambers of Miss Lan through the window while the girl was engaged in energy transfer. Having straightened up, Chu Ming saw a girl in front of him. He did not know what his sister looked like, so he asked if she was. The frightened Miss Lan did not understand what kind of person with an unfamiliar male voice in front of her, who called her the older sister. The girl opened her mouth wide when a conjecture appeared in her head. Who could be the guy who came to her? Miss Lan asked the stranger with an uncertain voice whether he was Chu Min. Once again, she asked if she was right in that he was Chu Ming, and the guy, having guessed that her sister did not see, began to wave in front of her with his hands. After making sure that she had problems with her eyes, Chu Ming confirmed that she was right, and asked why she did not see. When the girl heard that her younger brother was standing in front of her, she opened her eyes wide in surprise. Miss Lan said that she was blinded, and also that she did not worthy to be a student of the Seven Saints sect, and that she does not have the status of the fifth older sister. But the protagonist did not agree to stop having to call her so. He asked the fifth older sister, "What happened?" The girl said that because of her insufficient skill, she is ashamed of the Seven Saints sect, and she is not worthy of her master. Miss Lan began to back during the conversation, not having the opportunity to see. She did not notice how she stumbled against the chair. The girl screamed loudly with fright when she lost her balance from behind a chair that she did not notice, and began to fall back. The main character extended his arms forward to save the fifth older sister. He was also scared for the girl, screaming, so that she was careful. The guy picked up the fifth older sister and saved her from the fall, and Miss Lan asked her brother if he was really China. She told her younger brother that she remembers that time from the past and wanted to say what the guy was, but she was killed. Chu Ming said that he had come to save the doe and asked if it was true that, as the rest of the sisters say, the girl betrayed the sect. Lan Xin'er turned away when she heard this awkward question. She hesitated before telling her brother about betrayal. The conversation of the younger brother and the fifth older sister was forced to interrupt when a stranger flew into the room. A man in a long traditional skirt shamelessly entered and asked where he got this unfamiliar sense of power. The head of the Van family turned out to be an uninvited guest. Chaosian told the boy that he was very brave. He would dare to touch his family members. The girl immediately tried to justify herself before Mr. Van, saying that the man understood everything misunderstood. Chu Ming defended his sister with his back and told her that Van should not be afraid, because the guy recently entered the kingdom of the Sea of Qi. The main character did not feel the fear of the head of the Van family. He stood and pierced the man with a fierce and confident look. The looks of the guy and Kaioshin met. The head of the Van family also stood silently, staring at the protagonist. A moment later, a fight began between them. Chu Ming put his hand forward and his fist encountered Kaioshin's fist. The man looked at the guy with a crazy smile on his face. He asked if he was really thinking that he could defeat Van with one hand. Cao Kusi's palm was already centimeters from Chu Mina, but for him, the true key Miss Lan became an obstacle to him. The girl tried to stop the fight. She asked Mr. Van not to create a problem for her younger brother Chi Min. The man removed his hand. He realized that in front of him was Chu Ming. For the sake of Miss Lan, he allowed the guy to leave, promising not to pursue him. The main character grabbed the fifth older sister by the hand. He insisted that the girl go from this house with him. Siner escaped. She replied that the Van family was good to her, and she was sorry for the master, and she was ashamed to return to the sect. The girl did not want to leave this house. She asked her younger brother to leave here without him, although her face was sad. The main character did not insist, but he warned the fifth older sister when he passed by that he would return. In the end, Chu Ming said, "Seen that, whatever happened, the 7-7 sect will forever remain her house." The guy hurriedly left the room without saying anything else, and Miss Lan was left alone with him in the middle of a large room. The words of the younger brother touched the girl. Tears appeared in her eyes. She wondered if the sect was still her house. Mr. Van turned to Miss Lan and asked the girl not to leave his family because big events were coming in the city. She convinced the man that Van's family had nothing to worry about, and calmed down when she became convinced that the aura of his younger brother was already far away. The head of the Van family gave the assistant to take care of the girl and let him know if something happens to Miss Lan. Van Kaosion was trembling with anger at Shimina. He intended to eliminate the guy who dared to break here as soon as possible. Soon, Qin Yan, who was in Ji Hanshuan, asked who was there when she heard an unexpected knock on the door. When the girl opened the door, she was frightened, seeing on the threshold of Chu Mina, on which she was not face. The guy was exhausted. Qin Yan closed the door behind the guy and asked what to do with him while Chu Ming barely moved around the apartment, leaning against the walls. The main character became so bad that the guy coughed loudly and spat out a clot of blood. Wiping his mouth, Chu Ming said, "Qin Yan," not explaining anything that a person named Van had 2 sons. The girl began to worry very much for her friend. She ran to him and looked at the guy, asking if he was coughing with blood. The main character replied that this was not a problem. It was just a gap in true energy, and he will be cured as soon as he establishes his breath. Ji Hanshuan entered the room. The older sister crossed her arms over her chest and asked his younger brother who offended him. Chu Ming, sitting down on the sofa, told the 7th elder sister that he went to the Van family and had a fight with the head of the house. The indignant Ji said that this was a real mess, and that Chu Ming could not directly attack Van, since he is a master of martial arts. The guy folded his legs under him and sat in a pose to restore energy, and then he told his sister that his goal was not Van, but a 5th sister. Ji Hanshuan asked how the younger brother did when he met with the traitor. The guy replied that it seems to him that the 5th older sister had something difficult to express, and asked why she was blind. For the 7th older sister, this was a shocking news. She was surprised when she heard that Miss Lan was blind. Ji said that she only knew that she was in the Van family and violated the bans of the sect, and also helped outsiders. The protagonist suggested that the secret that the 5th sister is so reliable hides so reliably with the eyes of the girl. Hanshuan suggested leaving this issue aside and stated that the aunt of the young Master Van was already in the house of the Yu family on wedding issues. Chu Ming suggested just to wait and see what would happen. He knew that the Yu family was angry because the head of Van personally did not come. Meanwhile, the reception of the 2nd head of the Van family in the mansion continued. Grandfather brought the woman to the main hall of the house. The red-haired woman said that the main hall of the Yu family is very stingy, and noticed that they were quite economical people. Grandfather took this as an insult and changed in his face, but admitted that his family was really quite modest and not wasteful. Pacing the mansion on the main hall, Van Chowen said that extravagance also requires extravagant capital, subordinate families. Yu were outraged by the daring behavior of a woman. They did not understand how to arrange a wedding with such people. The head of the house entered the hall. Chuanji ordered his subordinates to shut up when they stood aside and complained about a woman. Sitting on the sofa, he smiled with an amusing person and told Madame Van that he had heard about her greatness for a long time, and invited her to sit down to discuss the marriage. Van Chowen refused to sit down and stated that she came to announce the date of the wedding, which would take place in a week, as her family decided. Immediately after these words, the arrogant woman turned and stated that she was returning home. Du Jianfan asked a woman how to solve everything unilaterally, because marriage is an important event for both families. The woman turned around, inquiring with a cunning smile on Mr. Du's face whether the guy broke through the kingdom of true Qi. The chubby guy was indignant and replied that the current question had nothing to do with the field of martial arts. This angered the second chapter of the Van family. A red-haired woman pierced the indignant guy with a cunning look. A moment later, Van Choen was already clutched in Mr. Du's neck. The guy tensed strongly, because the woman was strong. Mr. Du was trembling in pain, not having the opportunity to fight back. The woman brutally squeezed his throat while the rest of his subordinates stood up for the guy. Van Chowen, not letting go of Mr. Du's throat, said that her nephew was the only man in her family, so marriage with Lin Lin is a compliment for you. As a result, the woman released him, throwing him to the floor, and stated that everything was decided, and ordered them not to rant once again. Chowen hastily left the main hall of the Yu family mansion. Slamming the door loudly, Chuanji remained on the couch. Grandfather ran to Mr. Du and asked if he was in order. Zhengfen replied that everything was fine, and he simply did not expect such an act from that woman. Mr. Du shouted that the Van family did not take them seriously, and stated that the marriage of Lin Lin with them would not strengthen the power of the Yu family. Uncle Ye, who was also present in the hall, intervened. He did not agree with his brother Du, considering his conclusion not entirely true. Showing the index finger, the master said that their families will necessarily appear if they seize the Van family. Zhengfan was categorically disagreed. He ordered Uncle Ye to shut up, shouting that Wang was destroying everything that he was touched. Uncle Ye also switched to screaming, saying that he was doing it for the sake of the Yu family. And it is better than giving a muffle to the poor guy Chu Min. The head of the house intervened in the dispute. Yu Chuangyi, sitting on the couch, screamed so that both masters stopped cursing. Grandfather Yu was confused. He asked his son how they should do in this situation. The head of the Yu family was immersed in thought. He stared at one point, not answering his father's question so far, and made a decision. Having finally made the decision, the man said that they would act as the Van family told them. Covering his eyes, Yu Chuangyi said that in a week his daughter Lin 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 should marry the son of the Van family. Subordinate families. Yu were shocked by the decision of the master. They were sorry for Lin Lin, who was so humiliated before the wedding. The maid Lin Lin told the girl about all those events that have just occurred in the main hall of the mansion. Lin Lin, who was sitting at her toilet table, calmly replied that she understood everything, and allowed the maid to go down. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, Lin Lin realized that the Yu family was unhappy with the arrogance of the Van family, and realized that her friend was right. Meanwhile, Chuming was lying on the bed and thinking what methods the Van family could use to deceive his fifth sister. The guy had to be distracted from his thoughts. He looked at his phone, which was lying nearby when he vibrated. Chuming answered the call. It was Lin Lin, who said that the Van family had come home today to set a wedding date. After hearing a girlfriend, the guy replied that he understood everything and promised the girl to find a solution as soon as possible. Nan Lin came to the seventh older sister and asked Ji Hunxuan what happened, because she was very in a hurry to come here. The girl froze in surprise when Ji Hunxuan said that Chu Min went to visit their fifth older sister. The sixth older sister was scared for her younger brother. She asked if Chu Ming was injured, because this is the Van family. Han Xuan said that the guy received a small injury, but it doesn't matter, because he brought the news that the girls were previously unknown. The seventh older sister decided not to hesitate and told Nan Lin that Lan Siner, their fifth older sister, is blind. Nan Lin froze when she heard this news. The girl also did not know before that Lan had vision problems. The sixth older sister transferred an angry look to Ji Hunxuan and asked who did it with their sister. Ji replied that Qi is unknown, but he suggested that there could be a hidden reason why the Dou betrayed the sect. Nan Lin started up. The girl said that she intends to go to the Van family right away and figure it out. Jai sharply got up from her chair and hit her hands on the table. She asked Nan Lin if she was thinking that Van would allow her to meet her sister. Outraged by Nan Lin asked her sister what to do then. And is it possible for them to wait for the death of the head of the Van family to find the Dou? The girls turned around when Chu Ming intervened in the conversation, saying that he could not wait for so long, so he has an idea. The guy said that the city has another force with which they can cooperate, because even with the help of you, they will not destroy the Van family. The sixth older sister, interested in the words of the younger brother, asked what third-party power Chu Ming was talking about. Chu Ming showed the sisters a telephone with the news about the first family of the city of Seaman, who recently fell with Olympus because of the Van family. The sisters replied that it was useless because the head of the Seaman family is not engaged in martial arts, and there are no experienced masters. According to Ji Hanchuan, they still barely maintain their status, relying on the remaining power of the old family boss. The guy was disagreeable. He said that they have a chance to win if they unite with the Seaman family, and also said that many of the Yu were dissatisfied with the Van family. Ji Hanchuan no longer argued with her younger brother and said that she and the sixth older sister would go with him. Soon, all three were sitting in a car. Ji said that they needed to offer the benefit of Seaman, who would touch their hearts, and simple words would not help. The main character asked the seventh older sister not to worry and assured that the guy had already prepared a plan. Soon, the Tsai Hanchuan car drove up to the high-forged gate, which led to the mansion of the first family of the city. They were immediately stopped by a family subject at the gate. He stated that this is a private territory and parking is prohibited here. Chu Ming looked out of the car window and asked the young man to give the Simon family to know that Chu Ming came to visit. The guy suggested that our guys were just charlatans who came to deceive the master, because he did not know anyone named Chu. Jai got out of the car with a smile on her face. She explained that they had come to discuss cases and introduced herself as the director of HSL. Taking advantage of her charm, the girl asked the guard to inform the family that they had arrived, and the guy turned red. The beauty and charm of the seventh eldest sister instantly affected the guard. He immediately agreed to do everything. Nan Lin told his brother that the G's beauty trick worked better than the name of Chu Mina, and the disgruntled guy replied that people were simply frivolous. They did not know him. The head of the Seaman family named Dan at that time spent time in the yard. He missed, doing fishing at a small pond. The fishing was successful. The butler, who stood behind, told his master that the fish was falling on the hook. But Dan reacted to this news indifferent. A man with bright red hair was not at all pleased with fishing. The man holds the fishing rod and pulled out a large goldfish, while receiving the news that the director of the HSL asks for a meeting with him. Dan turned around and looked in surprise at the guard who arrived with this news. He was not familiar with this director. The guard dutifully lowered his head to the master and once again said that the executive director of HSL wishes the meeting. The man briefly replied that he did not want to see her. The guard did not argue with his master and no longer disturbed him. The guy already wanted to leave but stopped when Dan asked if only a girl came to a meeting, or there was someone else. Having scratched his face, the young man in glasses replied that a certain named Chu Ming arrived, having no idea who it was. When the head of the Seaman family heard this name, the shocked man grabbed his head and shouted, ordering him to bring him here as soon as possible. Prating from tension, the guard agreed to execute the order. He did not understand what was happening and why the head of the house knew that guy. Excited, Dan screamed the butler to immediately go to the living room and prepare the best tea and cakes for an important guest. Meanwhile, the guard returned to the car, turned to our hero and said that the owner of the house was asking Mr. Chmina to enter. Ji smiled and told her sister that she was mistaken, because HSL is nothing, and a real honorary guest who destroyed 2 families. Chu Ming, along with 2 older sisters, got out of the car and went to the mansion of the main family of the city of Seaman. The subject respectfully invited the protagonist and girls to go inside, respectfully opening the door for guests. Inside Cho, Mina was met by the head of the Seaman family. Dan turned to Mr. Chu and said that they had finally met. The main character stood dumbfounded in the middle of the room when the head of the family rushed to the guy, calling him a young hero. Dan shook the hand of Chu Min. His eyes burned with delight, and he said that he knew everything about the guy's affairs in the city and invited him to sit down. The guy was not used to such enthusiasm, so he was embarrassed. Sitting at the table, Dan continued to look at Chu Mina with delight. Dan said that they were both smart people and did not want to walk around the bush. He wanted to go to the essence of the conversation with Chu Min. The man smiled and stated that he understood why the guys came, and suggested that they needed help from him to cope with Van's family. Jai was tense. The girl realized that the rumors were false, and the head of the Seaman family was not as incompetent as it seemed to her. The main character did not lie to the man. He directly stated that he was very hoped that the Simon family could help him in this matter. Dan admitted that he could no longer endure the Van family, who was too arrogant and did a lot of evil things in the city. According to the man, the problem was that his family behaved with restraint for many years, and now it is not so easy to start taking measures. The main character said that they came to discuss the conditions and mentioned the property of the Van family, which Seaman could receive. Stirring tea, Dan stopped the guy, saying that he did not understand him, and his family is not at all greedy, although Van had a lot of property. Dan voiced his condition. He stated that he wanted Chu Ming to become the head of their battle hall, passing them his skills. Nan Lin was disagreeable. She got up and stated that they were here in order to discuss cooperation and not selling themselves. The head of the house replied that these were too loud words, enough for him to teach their students and receive tribute in response. Ji asked if Dan was concerned that after the overthrow of Van, they to unite with the Yu family to attack the Seaman family. The man admitted that this is so, and suggested that this should not be considered unreasonable anxiety. Han Xuan replied that the Seaman family master has unprecedented martial arts skills, so such plans would be unsuccessful. Dan fell silent, realizing that his father's body was no longer what was before, so he needs to build a future for the Seaman family. The head of the Seaman family said that if Mr. Chu Ming does not accept such a condition, his family could not help him. Chu Ming said that he arrived in the city to establish his sect, and he does not agree to become someone's dog, which belongs only to the Seaman family. In return, he promised Dan not to ignore and not sit back if the Seaman family has difficulties in the future. Dan was surprised when he found out that the guy was going to establish a sect, and asked, was he not just an assistant sent by Yu family? The man's assumption insulted our hero. He indignantly answered Dan that, of course, he was not an assistant to Yu. The head of the Seaman family was puzzled. He asked the guy why he then helped the Yu family destroy the Zhang family. Chu Ming said that this happened because Zhang wanted to kill his seventh sister, and Chen wanted to kill him and Nan Lin, and he gave the property of destroyed families as a service. Dan was dumbfounded by answering that two services that Chu Ming performed are really large, and even excessively. The sixth older sister suggested that Dan simply believes that they are three thugs invited by the Yu family. The man waved his hands, claiming that this was not so, and promised to provide full support for Mr. Chu, who wants to establish his sect. The main character decided to move on to the essence of the request and voice what is required of Simon to overthrow the Van family, but he was killed. Encouraged, Dan climbed onto the table and solemnly stated that he would reach out to help Mr. Chu Min to overthrow the arrogant Van. Chu Ming was pleased with Dan's decision. The guy smiled broadly and replied that then he would rely on a man. The conversation ended successfully for our hero. In the final, the head of the Simon family shook his hand in Chu Min, grabbing it with both hands. The main character became embarrassed when Dan did not want to let go of Chu Mina, continuing to feel the guy's palm. The old man burst into the hall and screamed to stop. He stated that this baby Chu Ming wanted to arrange troubles. Dan tried to stop his dad. He asked the old man to listen to him, but the elderly man immediately interrupted him. The old man rudely ordered his son to shut up and said that the Van family in recent years is becoming more powerful, and it is not so easy to cope with her. He asked the boy not to treat their family as fools, and stated that there is a difference between the Kingdom of Qi and the Kingdom of the Sea of Qi, which is owned by Van. Seeing the angry reaction of the elderly master, the main character concluded that Seaman did not know that the guy had already broken into a new stage. The guy got up and greeted the old man with a gesture. He suggested that the senior head of the family was still doubting his power. Chu Ming dared to ask his grandfather that to make him believe that our hero has the power to defeat the Van family. The old man replied that he was very old, but still at the top of the Kingdom of the Sea of Qi. So he offered a battle, and if Chu Mines wins, he will prove his ability to overthrow Van. Nan Lin was surprised to learn that the old man was on top of the Sea of Qi, and now he realized how Seaman holds power in the city for so many years. Dan sided with his father and agreed that the Van family was not so weak, although Chu managed to overthrow Zhang and Chen. The main character made the gesture with his hands and agreed to accept the challenge, asking the elder to the head of the Seaman family to show what he was capable of. Soon, Chu Ming and the senior chapter were in the arena. The guy apologized in advance to the old man if an error occurs or he offended him. An elderly man replied that now he did not need to worry, because Chu Min needs to train for another 20 years to become stronger than him. The protagonist looked at the older chapter of the family and squeezed out a laugh when his grandfather doubted the skills of martial arts of Chu Mina. Having released the true Qi, Chu Ming said that the old man would win if he was able to push the guy out of this circle. The old master had an interest in the duel when he saw what kind of courage his young opponent demonstrates. An elderly man pushed away from the ground and rushed forward, attacking our hero, and said that then the guy would definitely lose. When the old man's hand was already close, Chu Ming only smiled. He defended himself, crossing his arms in front of him. The attack of an elderly man did not act on the guy. Chu minds her successfully blocking her, protecting her body with his hands. A noticeable surprise appeared on the old man's face when he saw that his young opponent easily blocked his attack. The protagonist looked at the enemy directly in the eye, brazenly grinning. The fight for the guy was still easy, and he was confident in himself. Grandfather admitted that Chu Min has some power, so he also needs to become more serious, and continued to strike. The grandson of the senior head of the Seaman family watched the fight with a wide smile on his face. He was proud of how his grandfather was cool. The boy agreed. He said that otherwise his grandfather could not build a business that their family now has. The main character was still standing in front of the old man in a protective pose, defending himself. The guy noticed that the master was changing tactics. This only raised Chu Mina. He took advantage of the moment and went on the attack, using his energy to true key. The whole arena near the mansion of the Simon family was filled with bright magic lights. The fists of the master and Qin collided. The elderly master of martial arts, seeing the power of the boy, finally realized that the guy was in the kingdom of the Sea of Qi. The protagonist persistently held a fist in front of him, withstanding the opponent's pressure, and his grandfather did not understand how it was possible at such a young age. Grandfather's power was exhausted. He removed his hand, and the energy almost came to naught. The master asked Chu Min to forget and admitted his defeat. The descendants of the elderly man were dumbfounded. Dan could not believe his eyes that his father really gave up. The main character made a gesture with his hands as a sign of respect and apologized to the old man, saying that, if not for his grandfather's age, he would definitely not defeat him. Chu Ming was alert after a fight with his grandfather. He noticed that he had some kind of hidden illness and asked him about it. Grandfather stared at the guy with dumbfounded eyes. The master asked Chu Min, how did he know about his illness? Having bowed, Chu Ming admitted that he was a little versed in medicine and asked for permission from the master to measure his pulse. The senior head of the Seaman family was not opposed. He lifted his sleeve and held out his hand to our hero, agreeing to let him measure the pulse. Chu Ming went to the elderly master and put his fingers on his grandfather's wrist to analyze the pulse of the older chapter of the house. Grandfather realized that the martial arts of this guy were unusual, so his family should definitely not be at enmity with Chu Min. When Chu Ming analyzed the state of health of the elder, measuring his pulse, a fright appeared on the face of the protagonist. The old man asked the guy not to be shy to speak directly, because he himself knows what is happening with his body now. The main character had to dumb the grandfather with the news that the old man had to live with his current pulse for 3 months. Inside the older chapter of the house, everything turned over. He was surprised that our hero had such skills in medicine. Dan and the old man's grandson approached them. They were disagreed with Chu Min, claiming that this was nonsense, that his grandfather was left to live for 3 months. An elderly man stopped his eldest son. He told our hero that the guy really managed to determine this. The grandfather of his grandfather and his eldest son were in shock. They did not understand what the old man was talking about and hoped that he was just joking. The old master admitted that for 3 months this is his limit, because his vessels are overloaded, and qi could not circulate normally for a long time. The descendants of his grandfather were frightened for him. Dan invited his father right now to go to the best hospital in the city and find the best doctor for him. The senior head of the house answered his son, laughing that the doctors are powerless in his case because this is the fate of the old man. The master told the little friend Chu Min that he was very talented and his family's seaman is ready to do everything possible in the fight against Van. The main character asked to postpone the discussion of this topic for later and stated that he was able to extend the old man's life for 10 years. The red-haired head of the family stared at the protagonist with shocked eyes, asking how possible. Ji Han reassured his grandfather's relatives, saying that if her brother says that she would prolong life, he would definitely do it. Dan calmed down a little after the words of the 7th elder sister, believing the girl and his grandson was still worried about his grandfather. Having laid the old man in the bed, Chu Ming before the procedure told him that he does not suffer from blockage of blood vessels or a lack of qi in blood. The guy admitted that his illness could not cure his disease because the old man's health foundation has long been destroyed. When Chu Ming put him a needle at an acupuncture point, the master said that he would be lucky if he lives longer, because now his family is weak. The main character continued the acupuncture procedure, and his grandfather said that his guy seemed to be worthy. Smiling, an elderly man asked a little friend Chu if he was ready to accept his boyfriend as his student. Chu Ming did not answer the question of his grandfather. Instead, he sharply put the needle in another acupuncture point on the old man's body. This time the needle was painful. His grandfather sweated from tension and changed in his face, feeling a sharp pain. After Chu, Ming replied that he could accept his boyfriend as a student, but his senior student was already defined. Grandfather was not opposed. He told the main character that becoming an ordinary student of Mr. Chu Min is already a great thing. The guy warned the older chapter of the house that the next 3 injections would be painful, so much so that he could not withstand. Chu Ming did not lie. He simultaneously put the needles in the necessary acupuncture points, after which his grandfather pierced incredible pain. The old man's grandson was frightened for his grandfather when he heard his scream. He wanted to run to him, but his father stopped him, driving not to interfere with Mr. Chu. Ji Hanxuan knew that his younger brother's acupuncture is much more painful than the 7th master, and she even painted that procedure. The 6th older sister, in turn, did not understand why the old man was so painful because she was pleased during the procedure. Soon, Chu Ming left the chambers of the old master. Outside, the old man's grandson immediately asked him how his grandfather. Smiling, the guy said that his grandfather was in very good condition, but he needs to rest for several days. Going to sit down at the table, Chu Ming said that he was going to prescribe a medicine that should be taken 3 times a day for 27 days. When Chu Ming was engaged in the extract of the recipe, Nan Lin approached him and asked his brother whether he could really prolong the life of people. The hero replied that the essence of healing is in choosing, and the senior chapter could really live longer, but his combat skills will gradually fade away. Nan Lin realized what price should be paid for the extension of life, but she said that it was better to lose skills than to die. The senior head of the family entered the house and asked relatives did not worry, because he himself is calm while Chu Ming cares about the Simon family. The pacified old man sighed with relief and told the family that the future Simon should be left to the next generation. In front of Dan and grandfather's grandson, smiles shone. They were glad to see their old man and asked how he feels. The senior head of the Seaman family approached his son and grandson and ordered him to bow to Mr. Chu Min. Grandfather's grandson stared at him with dumbfounded eyes. He was shocked when he heard such an order from the head of the family. Grandfather repeated that they wanted both of them right now to bow to Mr. Chu Min as his new teacher. The red-haired boy objected. He said that he did not need to worship because he can independently study martial arts. The old man replied that their progress would be very slow if the teacher does not direct them, and he can no longer train them. The grandson turned around and looked at the Chine, who was sitting and writing down the recipe. The guy was not enthusiastic about such a new teacher. Grandfather's words changed the opinion of the grandson, and the guy still submitted. He bowed to the floor and asked Chu Min to accept the student of the student. Chu Ming replied that the ceremony would take place when he creates a sect, and now it is just a formality. The main character said that the guy is now his 2nd student. There is an older sister above him, but he cannot voice her name yet. The guy handed 2 cards to his grandson, one for the extension of his life to his grandfather, and the second with a recipe for cleansing the body and mind for him. The red-haired guy accepted the papers and thanked his young teacher, agreeing to follow the recommendations. Dan spread his arms to the sides, solemnly stated that his family would do everything possible to help Qi destroy the Van family. Soon, Chu Ming and his 2 older sisters left the estate of the Seaman family. They rushed along the wide avenue. Sitting at the wheel, Ji Hanxuan yawned and admitted that she did not expect that today everything would go so smoothly in the Seaman house. Nan Lin was also glad that the journey did without problems, smiled and praised the fish, which was at dinner. The main character was also in a good mood. He liked his new student, and he believed that he had a good character. Ji was glad that they finally took the first step to create a sect, and Nan Lin did not expect that Chu Ming would immediately become a teacher. Han Xuan reminded her younger brother about the mission that she entrusted to him, and repeated that she wanted him to accept the first student. The main character today already accepted the first student of the future sect. He asked his sister if he coped with his task. Ji agreed and promised her brother a reward. At her house, they will open a box that the master left for her, where the treasure of the sect is located. Chu Ming was delighted when he heard that he was waiting for a gift. He was wondering what the 7th master left for the guy. On the way home, the sisters and Chmina had problems. Suddenly, an accident happened. The truck collided with the car of the heroes. The clash was so forced that the explosion formed at the site of the blow, and the front of the truck was badly damaged. Ji Han-xuan, having panicked, screamed that this truck did not stop and continued to drive, shinging their car. Our hero was unprepared to this attack. He drew attention to the fact that another car was approaching them from behind. Frightened, Chu Ming screamed to the seventh elder sister that they were another big car and ordered everyone to go out. After a moment, the second same truck crashed into the back of the Ji Han-xuan car, provoking a deafening explosion. Drivers left the trucks. Evil smiles shone on their faces. The guys suggested that people in the car were dead. The second driver answered the partner that people in that car could survive only if they were saints. Already a second later, Nan Lin suddenly attacked the villain. The sixth older sister hit the guy with his knee in the face. Our heroes quickly dealt with the drivers of trucks who made an attempt on them. Chu Ming pressed the head of one of the guys to the asphalt. The main character demanded that the attacker answer his question whether the Van family sent them here. The Brito-headed driver of the truck, writhing in pain, was in a helpless position, so he immediately confirmed the guesses of Chu Min. A fright appeared on the face of Chu Mina when he saw that those guys were not the only ones who came here. Several people stood in front of the guy. They held swords and other cold weapons in their hands and were clearly hostile. Having examined the strong guys, the main character immediately came to the conclusion that these people are from the sect of the Golden Sword of the Van family. All strong guys wore yellow bandages on their heads. One of them told Chu Min that they came behind the head of our hero. The protagonist reacted to the guy's words only with a mockery. He answered, smiling that they were not enough to defeat him. The words of Chu Mina caused a fury among a strong man who was the leader of the bandit group, and he ordered his guys to take the medicine. The rest immediately obeyed the order of the leader. They handed round pills to their mouths, which would make them stronger. The soldiers of the Golden Sword sect were delighted with the power gained. They admitted that Mr. Van gives these magic pills to them. Nan Lin told his brother that this medicine looks like the pills of the vitality of their 7-7 sect, and concluded that the fifth sister betrayed them. Chu Minez did not agree. He replied that these were not real pills of 7 saints because the real ones do not cause such side effects. The soldiers of the sect of the Golden Sword looked at our heroes, smiling insanely, and Chu Ming noticed that the meridians would burst from these guys now. The seventh older sister approached Chu and Nan Lin. She asked her brother if he was sure that it was not the fifth sister. The main character replied that he was not sure. He is a pill, recipe is a secret of the sect, so it is not so easy to imitate strangers. The leader of the gang, putting forward a machete, ordered Chi to stop talking and ordered his brothers to attack our heroes. A whole crowd of members of the sect of the Golden Sword ran forward. They were ready to tear the Chin and older sisters. Chu Ming, preparing for the attack, gave the Nan Lin command to protect the seventh older sister while he dealt with everyone. The sixth older sister agreed. She defended Ji Han-xuan and attacked the sect fighters who approached them. When one of the guys received a blow to the face from Nan Lin, the fighter spat out the tooth, but stood tight on his feet, stating that he was not feeling pain. A strong guy stood opposite Nan Lin and stated that now he had a kingdom of true ki, and the girl was ready to defend herself. Nan Lin was tense. She only recovered after a severe injury, and now she will have to fight with a whole crowd of rude. The sixth older sister considered it a little unpleasant, but nevertheless entered the battle, once again attacked one of the guys. The protagonist also fought with opponents. He with lightning speed neutralized several fighters and broke forward. When Chu Ming turned back, he noticed that one muscular and high villain crept up to Ji Han-xuan. The guy panicked. The situation was not good. He noticed that the healthy man swung machete, wanting to harm Ji. Chu Ming was far away, so he was forced to urgently release several needles in order to hit the villain at a distance. All 3 needles hit the target. They got into the back of the healthy man, after which the guy immediately stopped and was neutralized. Ji Han-xuan was afraid when she saw that the muscular fighter of the sect of the Golden Sword collapsed right next to her. The representative of the Van family tensed. He saw that their opponent Chu Ming could effectively use hidden weapons. While Chu Ming was looking the other way, this villain decided to jump up high to take his sisters hostage. Swinging the machete, the villain flew right on Ji Han-xuan, planning to get rid of one girl and take the second hostage. The sixth older sister at that time was engaged in another bandit. When she raised her head, she noticed an approaching threat. Nan Lin was at a loss when an unexpected turn of events occurred in their duel with the sect of the Golden Sword. A bearded man who intended to attack the sisters, not having time to attack, was injured in the back with a sword, which was shrouded in the true key sect of 7 saints. The plan of the bearded fighter failed. He twisted his face and shouted loudly in pain. falling to the ground after the injury received. A strong man no longer had the opportunity to move. He lay on the ground, trembling in pain, and looked at Nan Lin. Nearby was the main character who knocked down a bearded man. He warned that he was waiting for people who touch his sisters. The angry Chu Ming looked at the man with a fierce look and said that only death awaits such people as he expected. Sanazing, the wounded villain, cried out that this child is in the kingdom of the Sea of Qi and could control objects, and ordered everyone to run away. The rest started when they heard the order of the leader. The soldiers of the sect of the Golden Sword, having panicked, began to scatter in different directions, but the protagonist had other plans. He was not going to let the people who wanted to harm him and the sisters be so easy, so he prepared the needles. The young man spread his legs wide and stated that today no one could escape, after which he launched the needles towards the opponents. Each needle reached its goal. Fighters with yellow bandages on their heads could no longer run. The needles were immobilized. Ji Hanxuan saw that the danger was no longer threatened with her and was going to come closer to her brother, worried about him. The whole street was dotted with guys from the Golden Sword sect, who lay on the asphalt and trembled with pain, not having the opportunity to rise. Ji Hanxuan demanded an explanation from his younger brother why he did not immediately use this method to neutralize enemies. Chu Ming said that the main goal of this technique is taken by surprise, so he did everything so that his reception was not disclosed. The seventh older sister admitted that she did not expect this, and Nan Lin concluded that his brother is sorting out in martial arts deeper than she. The main character approached one of the fighters of the enemy sect and demanded that he tell where the guys took the medicine. The wounded leader of the gang, without hiding, told the main character that they received them as a gift from the owner of the house. The answer of the bearded man of our hero did not arrange. The guy grabbed the sword that was Vonzin in the enemy and began to cause him hellish pain. After the main character asked the bearded bandit where the head of their family Van took these pills, which, similar to the medicine of the Seven Saints sect, the man could no longer endure the pain. Therefore, writhing from hellish torment, admitted that it was a gift to Miss Lan. The seventh and sixth older sisters were indignant when they heard that their fifth sister really betrayed their seven saints. However, the main character did not believe him. The guy demanded from the leader of the gang of villains to tell the truth, otherwise he would force him to suffer. Chu Ming once again grabbed the handle of a sword, which was wounded by a bearded man, warning that he had a couple of moments left to tell the truth. Men from the Golden Sect again screamed heartily when our hero made him suffer, worrying the wound. The villain begged the guy about mercy. He shouted that the head of the house, who received them from Miss Lan, really gave them pill. Chu Ming left the wounded man alone and completed the interrogation. He returned to the seventh older sister, who asked him if he finished asking him. Turning around, the protagonist said that that man is just a bandit, and the truth is most likely known only to the main members of the family. The sixth older sister asked her brother what to do. What the Chu Mine said to the Lan should be done in accordance with the rules of the sect if she really betrayed them. The young man admitted to the sisters that he was not abandoning the concern that Miss Lan Signer could simply substitute. When the evening came, the head of the Van family was sitting at the table with his sister. He picked up the phone when he received a message. After reading the message, Van Kyoshin was forced to share the sad news with relatives that Lao Ma had failed. Jin Zhong, the Wind Sword and one of the 13 great guards of the family, shouted that he wanted to personally meet with Chu Min. Li Yang, a poisonous sword and one of the 13 great guards, told the partner to forget this idea, because he is no better than Lao Ma. The guy was indignant because of the words of his partner. He pointed to her with his index finger, because he was offended. Ji Duan, nicknamed the Sword with a Hoop, intervened. The old man hit the table with his fists and ordered those two to shut up. The old master asked the master how Lao M lost, if they can now make real pills of vitality. The head of the Van family fell silent, staring at one point when an elderly man offered to take more medicines from Miss Lan. Van Coin said that they will be able to capture the entire province of Yuzhou if there are 2 more or 3 more people in their family in the kingdom of the Sea of Qi. Angry, the older brother of the woman rose and accused all those present at the meeting that they were a bunch of useless people. Getting angry with his family, Van Kutsian left the meeting room. The rest remained silently sitting at a large table. The head of the house Van went to the building on his territory where Miss Lan lived. 2 bodyguards arrived with him. He was not sure that the previous arguments would work on Miss Lan today, and that the girl would agree to help him again. The assistant to the 5th older sister came out and greeted the master. Van asked her whether Lan could meet him now. The subordinate to the 5th older sister said that her lady was free. So she invited the owner of the house to go inside. The head of the Van family went to the entrance to the house where Miss Lan lives. He was tuned to a serious conversation with the fifth sister. When he went inside, the girl read the book. He from the threshold informed Senior that he had something to ask Miss Lan. The girl turned away and immediately warned the man that he could not continue the conversation if it concerns the pill. It angered a man, but he took control of emotions and asked Miss Lan if she forgot that Kaokian had saved her life. The girl answered the owner of the Van house that of course she remembers that it was he who was the one, thanks to which she survived. However, according to Lan, she had already paid the Van family with previous pills of vitality and destroying worlds. Van Kaochin clenched his teeth with anger, but did not argue with Lan Signer and insist on getting a healing electrician again. The annoyed head of the house immediately turned around and went to the exit of the house. Finally told the girl that he had heard her. Lan realized that she was a sinner of the Seven Saints sect, because she still violated the prohibitions, although she had no choice. The following actions unfolded right under the house of the Van family, where a whole system of tunnels with underground rooms was dug. Mr. Van Kaochin came there. He went down underground alone and walked along the tunnel to the secret premises of his family. Under the ground, the Van family had a modern laboratory. Now there was work there, and an elderly scientist complained that he did not go out to calculate the ratio. Van Kaochin entered the laboratory. Employees immediately paid attention to their master and began to welcome him. An elderly man with a mustache and lush gray hair stared at the head of the house with surprised eyes when he appeared. A low old man in glasses ran to Mr. Wan and asked the owner of the house why he suddenly came. Van Kaochin asked if effective pills were already developed to increase vitality. The gray-haired scientist answered the master that it is impossible to make the same effective pills as Miss Lan, even if you follow the recipe. When the old man was justified that the case could be in the stove or warmth, the enraged Van Kaochin grabbed the scientist by the collar. The man lifted his grandfather in the air with one hand and ordered the old man to hurry, because he paid the scientists a lot of money. Trembling with fear, an elderly scientist, frightened by the master, promised Van Kaochin to do this as soon as possible. The irritated Van Chatson snapped his tongue and rudely threw the old man right onto the floor. Grandfather lost his balance and plopped down. The head of the house understood that he could not use power to Miss Lan, and these scientists are useless, so you need to come up with another way out. Pacing through the territory of the laboratory, the image of Senior surfaced in Van when the girl bravely defended her brother. A crazy smile shone on the face of Men when he realized that he needed to put on a weak point in the dough so that she would become obedient. He was in anticipation to capture the entire province, when his family would receive many pills of destroying the world and vitality. When there was a pitch night outside, the following actions unfolded on the territory of the Yu family mansion. The heiress of the family, a girl named Lin Lin, did not sleep yet. She carefully opened the door to slip inside. The girl moved around her own house like a criminal. She looked around to make sure that there was no father. Lin Lin managed to successfully escape from her house. She intended to find Chu Mina to talk to the guy. The young Madame Yui had not yet realized that her father, the head of the family, Yu Chuangyi, perfectly saw from the window that she had escaped. Grandfather Yu asked his son whether he intentionally allowed his daughter to escape from the house to go in search of Chu Mina. Chuangyi answered his father that he needed to be prepared for everything, and stated that today Chu Ming went to meet with the Seaman family. The head of the family, Yu, moved away from the window and sat on the sofa with his father, and his grandfather asked his son whether Chu Ming went there. Chuangyi told his elderly father that he first of all considers himself a businessman for whom it is a priority to make a profit. At this time, the main character spent time on the couch in his apartment. He looked at the front door when he heard a knock. The guy did not get up to rise from the couch and go check who came. He asked who was there, and the girl answered him. Opening the door, Chu Ming saw a muffle in front of him. A smile shone on the girl's face. She was in anticipation of a meeting with a guy. The protagonist asked his friend what happened, since the girl decided to visit Chu Mina at so later. Lin Lin rushed into the arms to Chu Min. She said that people from the Van family came today, and now she hates them even more. The young man was taken aback and stared at his friend with a puzzled look. He did not understand what the girl demanded of him, and asked. The young Madame Yu took a step closer and looked into the eyes of the guy whom she was in love, and invited him to be together. Lin Lin began to tighten his shirt from the shocked chin. The guy took a step back. He was dumbfounded by his girlfriend's actions. The girl cried. She found the courage to admit the young man who was already in love with him for a long time, and so her father would not marry her for Van. The main character stopped Lin Lin, grabbing her by the wrist. He ordered the girl to wait and did not reciprocate. The guy tried to convey to his girlfriend that what she offers would not solve the problem of her soon marriage with Van. Chu Ming said that the third young Mr. Wang wants to marry her, but in the whole family of Yu, so this would not change anything. Mrs. Yu cried loudly. She asked what to do then to get rid of Van's family, and why she could not marry a person she loves. The main character laid his palm on the girl's head to calm, asked his friend not to worry, and said that he already had a plan. Lin Lin reacted to his words with distrust. The girl, wiping her tears, asked Chu Mina if he had just listened to her carefully. Chu Ming blushed when he was ashamed of the girl. He stopped smiling and froze, without responding to his girlfriend. With a smile on her face, the girl once again admitted to the young man that she liked him, but he did not take it joyfully. In the hope of reciprocity, Lin Lin, almost sobbing, asked Chu Mina whether he heard this time what she said. The main character looked the girl in the eye and said Lin Lin that he perfectly understands what exactly she feels for him. A smile shone on the girl's face. She looked at the guy and was full of hopes that now Chu Min would reciprocate her. But Chu Ming replied that it was not a suitable time now, and this would only give the Van family to make accusations to her and the Yu family. Lin Lin realized that the face of her family would be spoiled, and Chu Ming would be in danger if they are now converged in contrary to the planned marriage. The guy once again comforted his girlfriend and said that he was glad that she understands this, and promised to give her an answer when everything would settle. The young Madame Yu blushed when Chu Ming stroked her head, and said that in this case she would go home. The girl stopped when Chu Ming asked her friend to give him a message to Mr. Yu that he wants to meet him. Lin Lin promised to pass his message to his grandfather, although she does not know what he was going to do with him when he meets. Chu Min looked out the window when Lin Lin sat back in his convertible and realized that she was really a good girl who understands the situation. The guy remembered that he had finally completed the mission of the seventh elder sister, because he took that boy as a student. The young man scratched his chin. He was very interested in what a reward awaited him tomorrow from the seventh older sister. Chu Ming was in anticipation. He hoped to receive a good gift from the seventh master as a reward for his successes. The next day, the guy was already sitting in the living room of the house at Ji. Two sisters were opposite, and there was a wooden box on the table. Ji Hanshuan said that this is the most precious treasure of the sect that the master asked her to convey to the younger brother. With a smile on his face, Ming grabbed the wooden box. He was eager to open it as soon as possible and see what was there. The seventh older sister allowed his younger brother to finally open a gift from the master, because he completed the task. Ji also gave her brother a talisman of printing that the master handed over to her, and asked Chu Mina what they sealed. The guy accepted the talisman with both hands and explained the seventh elder sister that the master seized all his skills. Nan Lin told her sister that she saw that the real power of their younger brother surpassed all her expectations. The girl admitted that at first she believed that her brother was not strikingly stronger than her, but then she realized that there was a huge abyss between them. Chu Ming asked the sisters to stop chatting. He wanted to see more about what kind of treasure was in the box, and opened it. When the guy opened the chest, golden light poured from the inside. Inside, Chu Mines found a small purple ball. The sixth and seventh older sisters, as well as Chu Ming, stared perplexedly on the treasure, which turned out to be a simple pill. Nan Lin was disappointed. She said that the masters were a little stingy, because her brother knows how to make pills on his own. Ji Hanshuan said that the masters are certainly smart, and most likely there are reasons for this if they gave it to Chi Pilyul. Chu Ming began to carefully examine a small purple ball and stated that it was a Renaissance pill. The girls looked at the younger brother with puzzled glances and asked what kind of pill it was, because they had not heard about this before. The protagonist explained that in his hands the divine pill, which was long lost, and even in their sect there were only a few words about her. Ji and Nan Lin were distrustful to the version of his brother. The seventh sister said that even the fifth master of alchemy did not dare to say that his pills were divine. The indignant Chu Ming replied that the Renaissance pill had a purple color and was able to revive the dead, which he read in the book. The sixth older sister did not believe her younger brother. She suggested that Chu Ming was just joking, claiming that the pill could resurrect. Ji Hanshuan also did not really believe that it can be returned to the life of the dead and perform a miracle with the help of one pill. The main character himself was not sure that what was described in the ancient books about this pill is not an exaggeration. Nevertheless, Chu Ming decided that this pill is precious, so now he will carry her everywhere with himself. The conversation between Chu Mina and two sisters interrupted an unexpected phone call. The main character's phone was lying on the table at that time. Chu Min, hiding a precious pill in the inner pocket of the shirt, immediately answered a phone call. The seventh older sister and Nan Lin did not hear with whom and what their younger brother was talking about. But soon the call ended. The guy smiled, looking at the older sisters, and warned the girls that he needed to leave for a while, crossing her arms over her chest. The seventh older sister asked his younger brother where he had exactly gathered. Chu Ming said that he needs to discuss the support of the Seaman family with someone who is trusted by the Yu family. So he goes to the planned meeting. The protagonist went to the streets of the noisy metropolis. The day was in full swing, and the sidewalks were filled with passers-by. Grandfather Yu and his granddaughter were already sitting in a coffee shop and waiting for a guy. The old man complained about a bitter thing, which was in his cup. Lin Line, leaning her head in hand, answered his grandfather that all young people rely on coffee to survive. A moment later, the doors opened. Our main character entered the coffee shop. Lin immediately noticed that her friend had come. Rejoicing, the girl began to wave the guy so that he would pay attention to her and shout the name of Chu Mina. Chu Min apologized to the Yu family for being late, and his grandfather asked the guy if he also drinks this bitter liquid. The guy said that his seventh sister often drinks coffee, but he did not, and advised his grandfather not to drink him too much because he is harmful to the elderly. Lin was outraged by the behavior of his grandfather when the old man immediately refused to drink coffee in general, since Chu said so. When Chu Ming sat down at the table, grandfather turned to a little friend and asked if something urgent happened. Since the guy made an appointment, Chu Ming decided to say right away and stated that he was planning to catch everyone on the wedding day, planned by Van family. Lin was shocked by the statement of our hero. She looked at him with rounded eyes and asked to repeat what he said. Having scratched his beard, Grandfather Yu asked the young man whether he was really ready for such an important event. The main character admitted to the old man that in fact, not everything is ready to attack the Van family on the wedding day. Grandfather Yu, who was clearly in anticipation of the upcoming event, asked the guy what he still lacks to prepare. Chu Min, looking in the old man in the eye, said that for success at this event he would need support from his grandfather's family. The guy's words were so unexpected and dumbfounded for the old man that Grandfather Yu choked, spitting out of coffee. The old man stared at our hero, silent, and Lin asked his grandfather to take a napkin to wipe off coffee. Lin tried to convey to the guy that her father, with whom he was already familiar, is now full of determination to maintain relations with Van. Chu Ming replied that he understands everything, but does not think that Mr. Yu would easily abandon his family, and grandfather would not sit here if the Chuanji was devoted to Van. The old man laughed and told the young man that Chu Ming really grew up compared to what the boy was then. Grandfather said that the maximum that his family can do is not to intervene, otherwise the whole family of Yu will be in ruins. The main character looked at the old man with a wide and cunning smile on his face and suggested that his grandfather did not trust him. Chu Min decided to offer the old man a profit and announced that, in case of help from the Yu family, he would allow this house to stand at the top of all Jiangzhou. The main character's proposal shocked the old chapter of the family. He looked at Chu Min with rounded eyes. The guy said that he would create in Jiangzhou his own sect of martial arts called Seven Saints after Van is destroyed. Lin started when Chu Ming said that she would be his main student, and the sect's affairs would be transferred to her in care. The girl wide opened her eyes and mouth, being a shocked promising to become the main student of her lover. Her cheeks were covered with a blush, and she closed her eyes, enjoying the feeling that she was special for Chu Mina. And they have a connection. Grandfather thought that he should not rely on the Van family if Chu Mines is right, and his family could really be at the top of the city. The old man told the guy that this issue is of great importance, so at first he will have to discuss this with the owner of the house. Chu Ming was not opposed. He answered Grandfather Yu that in this case he would expect good news from him, and reminded that the wedding in a few days. Soon a meeting of the Yu family took place. Grandfather told about his son, while he smoked a cigar and looked out the window. Yu Chuangyi looked at his father with a degree of no confidence. He asked if the main character really told him. Grandfather once again confirmed that those words of the Qin Minu that he now handed over to his son really belonged to the young man. Mr. Du intervened, saying that if it is true, now they would not have to look at the faces of the arrogant Van at all, which he had endured for a long time. Holding a cigar in his hands, the head of the house could not immediately make a final decision and asked his family to give him time to think. Uncle Ye was not enthusiastic about what proposal his grandfather Yu came. He stood silently, crossing his arms over his chest, The following actions took place already in the evening in the hotel, in the city where many wealthy people rested. Van Chiu rested there that evening. A girl who poured him alcohol was sitting next to him, and he asked the man whether his words were true. It turned out that he was at a meeting with Uncle Ye. The man said that he had heard everything with his ears. But Chuangyi did not express his position. Van Chiu admitted that if the Yu family agrees to cooperate with Chu Mine, Van will really have problems. The guy realized that it was not for nothing that they threw a chess figure in the face of Uncle Yi and the Yu family. Otherwise, they would still be ignorant. Uncle Ye, who turned out to be a traitor, asked the young master Van Chiu what to do in this situation. The third young family of the family Van put a glass of whiskey on the table before giving the following instructions to Uncle Ye. The guy took the phone and said that he had already informed about all dad and aunt, and they themselves will decide how to continue with the Yu family. Chu said that he was now even more curious why Lin Lin, who marries him, went to look for another guy in the middle of the night. The martial arts master was wary when he heard these words and asked the young master what he was talking about. The young master suddenly threw a whole stack of photographs in his uncle, in which Lin Lin and Chu Ming was. Uncle Ye took one of the photographs in his hand and immediately recognized on her Yu Lin Lin, who stood next to our hero. Flying out with a brunette, Van Chiu told the master that tomorrow these photos would be in the first lane of all newspapers of the city. The man warned the guy that Van's reputation would also be spoiled if Chiu is going to spoil the reputation of his bride. Chiu was disagreeable. He believes that people's opinion about the young master, who is still ready to marry a dishonest woman, will be different. Van said that he would direct public opinion from an angle that is beneficial to his family. And now anyone who will take a step against them will suffer. The martial arts, after hearing the arguments, admitted that this move Van Chiu is really highly effective. The seventh older sister at that time was still at work, on the top floor of the high-altitude modern building of the company. Ji Han filled out some documents and thought that they had more and more partners after the decay of YQ. When the girl worked on the documents, she suddenly disturbed the call. The phone lying nearby vibrated. The seventh older sister took the phone in her hands. The editor-in-chief Jian Yu called her, and she did not understand why he was doing it so late. Jian Yu was a girlfriend of the girl. They met at a party once, and since then he has given her a lot of advice on sundressed marketing. The girl picked up the phone and greeted Jiang's brother. She asked the guy why he called her at such a later time. Jian Yu at that time was also at work. He held the photograph in his hands and asked Ji whether it was true that her younger brother was called Chu Min. The guy told the seventh older sister that his brother was in trouble. In his hands there was a photo in which Lin Lin hugs him. Ji Han first asked his friend how he generally knows that she has a younger brother. The guy in a white suit stated that the situation this time was special. So, he offered to meet in the same place to discuss everything. Soon, the seventh older sister of our hero and her friend editor met. The guy handed her photos. Ji Han immediately recognized her younger brother and Lin Lin. She asked his friend, "Where did he get these photos from?" Jian Yu said that the matter would be very serious if someone published these photos before the wedding. Lin and Van Chiu. The guy asked his friend if she knew who sent these incriminating photos to the chief editor. Excited, Ji Han asked the editor-in-chief, "Who is this person who wants to harm the guys so much?" Jian Yu admitted that these pictures were sent to him by people who work under the leadership of the young master of the Van family. Holding the pictures in his hand, Ji Han said that the Van family was going to substitute her younger brother using these photos. The editor-in-chief Jiang Yu said that the Van family intends to substitute not only her younger brother, but also the whole family of Yu. Starting at the compromising pictures, the excited seventh older sister said that they could not be published. The guy replied that he knew this, but the Van family will definitely not give up, and they will certainly find someone else to publish a photo. When Jiang Yu asked her friend what she plans to do, the girl looked at the photo again and asked to give her to think. Without thinking twice, the seventh older sister of the protagonist came to the decision of what they should do in this situation. She got up from her chair and stated that she was going to return and find something, and asked her friend to see her tomorrow at the same place. The next day, Ji Han stood near her broken car. Her younger brother was picking in him at that time. Chu Mines took out some device from the car and was delighted when he finally found what his sister was talking about. The guy showed the seventh older sister the device and asked whether this is the registrar that the girl was talking about to him. The girl took the video recorder. She was glad that he was whole, although her car was completely damaged. The perplexed Chu Mines, a man who grew up in the mountains, did not understand what the function of this thing, and the sister said that everything would be much easier with the registrar. The seventh older sister explained to her brother that the device itself is useless. They need a video that is inside. When the evening came, the girl went to the same institution as yesterday, where the editor-in-chief was already waiting for her at the table. The guy in a white suit without unnecessary greetings immediately asked his friend what she was looking for today. Ji Hanxuan put a memory card on the table, saying that on her a video that proves that the clan of the Golden Sword of the Van family was eaten on Chu Mina and his sisters. The girl warned a friend that the video on the memory card can only be used after a little editing. Angry at the Van family, Jianyu asked his friend, did they really directly attack her and Qin? Ji Hanxuan confirmed the guesses of a friend, but said that the Van family did not succeed and they managed to repulse. The editor-in-chief asked to entrust the rest of him and promised Ji Hanxuan to expose the atrocities of the Van family. Ji smiled and said that she wanted to really thank him, because if not for Jin, Chu Ming would have become a victim of Van's conspiracy. Jian Yu, in response, thanked Ji for taking the initiative to put all the HSL advertisements in their newspaper, which saved their life. The girl smiled and said that it seems to her that then she made the right decision, and apparently was not mistaken in a man. The smile disappeared from her face, and Ji said that just in case it is better to use other channels for publishing a video, not a newspaper. The guy asked Han Xuan not to worry, because he has been in a media circle for a very long time and has some connections. The next morning, the third young family of the family Van reached out to the phone when the guy rang the alarm clock. In the morning, the guy had a good mood. He thought that this time, Yulin Lin and Chu Ming were defeated. The smile immediately disappeared from the face of the young master when he checked the news feed that surprised him. The dumbfounded guy shouted, asking how it could be, and why this major news passed by the newspaper Zhangzhou Daily. Not having time to get acquainted with the news, Van Chiu called. It was an unfamiliar number, so the guy did not immediately answer the call. Mr. Van still decided to pick up the phone and ask the stranger who he was. The expression on the guy's face was wary. At the other end of the wire on Van Chiu, insults rained down. The stranger shouted, calling him seven scum of society. The guy once again asked the stranger who he was, but this man hung up. So instead of answering Van, he heard a beep. The third young family of the family Van did not understand what was happening and why strangers call him, insulting him. A moment later, another stranger called the young man. The annoyed guy decided to answer the call. Having gripped his face, he removed the phone from his ear when he again heard the cries of some stranger who accused his family of banditry. The guy was furious, he shouted, asking what was happening, and calls from strangers continued to enter his phone. Van Chiu did not have time to put the smartphone aside, as someone called him again after a second. The number was again unfamiliar. Clutching his fist, the guy threatened the stranger that if he dares to call him again, the guy avenge him with a perverted way. It turned out that this time, not a stranger called the young master, but his father, who got angry because of his son's threats. Van Chiu was dumbfounded when he heard that the head of the family was on the other end of the wire. He asked why he was calling. The head of the Van family at this time watched a video that appeared on the network today, thanks to the registrar Ji Hanxuan. The very video was played on the TV. The registrar wrote down how the leader of the gang Van Kaoshin was wounded and threatened Chu Min. The enraged father ordered his son to go online and see the video that was shot when Chiu sent people to revenge Chu Miu. Van Chayu was horrified when he discovered this video in which Lao threatened Chu Min and sisters for insulting the Van family. The guy felt completely lost. Drops of sweat from tension appeared on his face. He did not understand how this happened. The young master clenched his teeth with anger. At that time, his friend woke up, wiped her eyes and asked the guy what happened. An enraged Chiyu, instead of explaining, gave a slap in the face of the girl, drove her away and got out of bed, saying that he needed to urgently leave. Meanwhile, in the house of Ji Hanxuan Chuming, his two sisters and Qin Yan sat at the table and had breakfast, holding phones in their hands. Qin Yan was delighted when she saw today's hair. She said that now the Van family is completely on fire. Ji Hanxuan noted the installation style, which was used by his friend's employees when the video was preparing. The sixth older sister, chewing a steam bun, also watched the video on her phone and praised the emotional mood. The main character finally realized that yesterday he was looking for a registrar in a sister's car because she was doing a good thing about it. The girl smiled, telling her brother that it was not her, but her friend. But on her phone there was a message with a proposal to have dinner together. Everyone in the city, from passers-by to the wipers, stared at the phone, condemning the arrogant behavior of the Van family. Even auto mechanics instead of work buried in phones and discussed the main news of the day, praising the experience of Chu Min. Residents of the city of Jiangzhou believed that our hero acted correctly and legally, counterattacking people who attacked him. The next events took place in the mansion of the Yu family. Grandfather Yu and his son gathered to discuss the news. Old Man, having got acquainted with the video, told his son that the Van family will now have to spend a lot of money to hush up this business. Grandfather was surprised that events unfold quite quickly. He stared at his phone, reading new news. The senior head of the Yu family, scratching his beard, looked at his son and asked Chuangyi what he was thinking about this. The head of the family, Yu Chuangyi, extinguished the undimmed cigarette on the ashtray, laughed, and said that it was interesting. The man got up and stated that they would have to change his plans, and his grandfather was hoped that his son no longer wanted to give a delay of Lin to marry. Chuangyi replied that she had to get married, because the wedding is the best scene for overthrowing the Van family. Grandfather Yu hid a grin and asked his eldest son whether he was going to finally choose the side. The man answered his father that he was just going to see what this Chu Ming is capable of. On the territory of the Van family, screams sounded. Someone argued about the incitement of public opinion. Qiaochen argued with his only heir to Qiyu. He asked his son whether today's video was that it was to destroy Chu Mina and Yu. Qiyui, moving to a scream, admitted to the Pope that he did not understand what was happening because he delivered the incriminating evidence to the chief editor of the newspaper. The angry head of the house told his son that he knew that in the newspaper Jiangzhou Daily there is a mole. A fierce man told the heir that he wanted a person who caused them such troubles to lose his life. When the evening came on the street and the working day was finished, the actions unfolded at the newspaper's building Jiangzhou Daily. The editor-in-chief Jiang Yu left the office with a bag in his hand. He did not suspect that people with cold weapons would meet him outside. A whole gang of thugs with blue bandages on their heads was waiting for a young man. They were all armed. Jiang Yu strained because when he saw these guys, he immediately realized that they had come here not with good intentions. The red-haired gang leader told his brothers that this is the person they are looking for when Jiang Yu noticed. The guy with red hair put the weapon forward and gave the order to his subordinates to deprive the editor of life. Ji Chuming and Nan Lin, at that time, were in the car. His brother asked his seventh sister whether they should go with her for dinner with Jiang. The seventh older sister answered the younger brother that there was nothing inappropriate here, and she and Jiang Yu are just good friends. Nan Lin told her sister that perhaps it is only she thinks that he was a friend. But in fact, the guy fell in love with her. Ji answered the sixth sister that she just thinks too much. And friendship between a guy and a girl happens, for example, her friendship with Chu Mine. The main character objected, answering the seventh elder sister that this was not friendship, because they are his older sisters. The sixth older sister was quiet. She thought that she did not want to have a pure friendship with Chu Min at all. Soon the guys got out of the car. Ji did not understand why Jin Yu did not see anywhere, because he had to finish his work. The protagonist and his sixth older sister were dumbfounded when they turned around and saw a large pool of blood in a bag lying nearby. Chu Ming stared at the stains of blood. The guy was wary, feeling something was wrong in this place. The main character realized that something bad had happened, and immediately rushed forward, intending to figure out what happened. Ji Hanxuan did not yet understand what had happened. She screamed, trying to get an answer from her brother. What happened? Without stopping, the concerned protagonist answered Ji Hanxuan that trouble had happened to Mr. Jiang. At this time, Jiang Yu was inside the building, he was wounded, and the bandits surrounded the guy, shouting that he would now not dare to publish such things in the future. Chu Mines appeared on the horizon. The guy stopped abruptly when he noticed a gang of young people with weapons at the top of the stairs. Chu Ming clenched his teeth with anger when he saw that one of the bandits was about to push everyone and approach the wounded in order to deprive him of his life. A jubilant, bloodthirsty thug with red hair waved a machete, wishing an employee of the newspaper to go to hell. Fortunately, he failed to harm Jiang, because Chu Min managed to strike the guy with a knee right in the face. One blow was enough to cut down the bandit, and the rest were about to attach to Chine for hitting their brother. The main character turned his head, casting a cold look at the other bandits who were going to attack him. The editor-in-chief of the local newspaper, meanwhile, felt bad. He sat against the wall, closing his eyes. He had stab wounds. The rest of the bandits fled, intending to attach to Chu Mina, but the needles of our hero were already centimeters from the target. When the needles charged with true ki hit the target, the bandits with blue bandages froze, bulging their eyes in pain. Chu Ming hit 2 acupuncture points, which simultaneously caused hellish pain and an irresistible desire to laugh. Having neutralized the opponents, the protagonist sat on his knees in front of the wounded Jiang Yu, grabbed him by the shoulders and asked his well-being. The newspaper's employee was conscious, but clouded, he did not immediately recognize a man opposite Chumina and asked who he was. The older sisters arrived at the scene. They saw in front of them the bandits and wounded Jiang Yu, who were writing from pain. Ji Hanxuan was very scared for her friend when she saw the editor-in-chief, who was badly injured after the attack. Jiang Yu, trembling with pain, came to his senses a little and recognized his friend Ji Hanxuan in a red-haired girl. The main character took out a cover in which his needles were stored, and the seventh older sister asked what the state of her friend was. Having inserted the needles into the necessary acupuncture points, Chu Ming said that the guy was lucky because only one organ hurt the stab wounds. The young man warned the older sisters that they could only provide first aid to the wounded guy. The guy got up and hid the case with needles. He asked the sisters to take the wounded to the hospital, and Ji asked where Chu Ming would go. The main character turned around, looking at the bandits, and told his seventh sister that he wanted to talk in a friendly manner with those guys. Noticing Chumina piercing the gaze on themselves, the bandits felt horror. They screamed, promising to tell the guy. The main character, crouching on the stairs, put the villains in front of him and, holding the phone in his hands, asked who sent them. The guys in blue bandages dutifully admitted to Chu Mine that they were sent here by order of the young master of the Van family. He propped his head with his hand. Chu Ming asked the guys with an indifferent tone why Wang wanted to kill that employee of the newspaper. One of the bandits explained that earlier Jiang received information from Van for publication, but did not obey the order. Chu Ming suggested that this is why Mr. Van sent the thugs to deprive Mr. Jiang's life in order to throw his anger. 3 hooligans knocked their heads to the main character and confirmed the assumption of Chumina. Chu Ming warned the guys that he would ask them the last question now, and asked where Van Chiu is now. One of the hooligans admitted to Chu Mine that the young gentleman is now spending time in a bar called Zhanghai. The ominous shadow of the protagonist hung over the terrible bandits too terrible when the young man rose to say something. The guy promised the hooligans to save their lives because they answered truthfully, but tied their hands so that they could not move. The young man returned to the car. Ji informed his brother that the ambulance was already taken by Jiang Yu, and she and her sister would go to his hospital. The protagonist ordered the older sisters to take care of Mr. Jiang, while their younger brother took over the other tasks. Ji Hanxuan got into the car with Nan Lin. The girls went to the hospital, and Chu Ming stayed on the street, watching them with his gaze. Chu Ming realized that we needed to teach Van Chiu lesson, because the problem began because of our hero, and Jiang should not suffer. The next events unfolded on a noisy evening street, where Bar Zhanghai was. There were many people outside. The main character came to the street where this bar is located. He became uncomfortable because it was very noisy here. Chu Ming was convinced that a long stay in such an environment could cause the instability of the psyche and lead to sudden death. When the guy went to the entrance to the bar, the guard stopped him and did not let him go forward, saying that this place was not for the poor. Vice Control security guard with lush yellow hair looked arrogantly at Chu Mina and said that today in the Ka Yang bar, the perplexed protagonist first heard this word. He asked the guard what it means. Crossing his arms over his chest, the guard answered the village martel that only beautiful women and rich men fall into the bar today. Chu Ming replied that he did not understand these dirty rules, asked the guard to leave the road and said that he needed to see Van Chiu. The mood of the guard changed dramatically. He invited the guy inside when he realized that he was facing a friend of a young master. Our hero went into the bar. Inside the full party was a party. The girls and guys listened to loud music. He sharpened his rumor when he heard someone screaming, expressing his gratitude to Mr. Van and demanding to open the best drink for him. At this time, the young Mr. Van Chiu was sitting on the couch, folding his leg on his leg. He was surrounded by girls, and in his hands, he held a glass with a drink. He had a good mood because he was sure that now Mr. Jian Yu was already in the next world that Van had prevented. The guy held out the glass. The young master was surrounded by 4 girls who entertained him and treated him with drinks. The expression on Van Chiu's face changed dramatically when he saw in the reflection of his glass of a man standing behind. He found out in a guy whom he saw through a reflection, Chu Mina, the main character stood silently behind. The young Mr. Van turned around and shouted, wanting to say something to Chu that so unexpectedly crept up, but did not have time. At that moment, our hero hit the blonde in the face so that he dropped the glass from his hand and closed his eyes, feeling severe pain. The girls in the costumes of the bunnies who were nearby scared and shouted when they saw that a fight had begun in the bar. The bodyguards fled to the cry. 3 strong men came to the scene asking who creates problems here. The protagonist, whose body was enveloped in true qi, looked indifferently at the thug and ordered them to go away. The guards of the bar were afraid to horror, seeing the energy enveloping the guy, and realized that they were in front of them. Chu Ming turned to Van Chu, who was lying on the floor. He apologized to him for now poorly controlled his strength. The young gentleman shouted indignantly, asking why Chu Ming dared to hit him, knowing that he was a member of the Van family. Letting out the stream of true qi from his hand, the protagonist pierced the blonde with a cold look and asked him not to worry. Chu Ming promised that this was only a greeting, and kept his promise when he grabbed Chiyu by the tie and called him the discharge of Van's family. The guy tried to hit Chu Mina in response, screaming that only others were afraid of our hero, but he is not like that. The main character blocked the guy's miserable attempt to attack him, grabbing Chiyu's hand and called the young master insects. The angry Chu Ming easily threw the heir to the Van family forward. The guy lost his balance and plopped down on the floor. When the guy came to his senses, he began to scream again to Chu Mina, calling him a bastard. After that, the protagonist released the needle into Van Chu. She landed right in the back of the palm of the young master. The hand of the heir to the Van family trembled. The guy screamed, because the needle fell into an acupuncture point, causing severe pain. All visitors to the bar were crowded, watching the fight of Chu Min and son Van. The guard ordered the phone to contact the head of Van, saying that his son wanted to kill in his bar. Chu Ming stood silently and stared at Chiyu. He waved his palm, but so far he had not taken any action. The battered Chiyu screamed, threatening our hero that Mr. Van would not let him go if Chu Ming dares to touch him. The threats did not work. Chu Ming gave a slap in the face of a blonde and said that this blow was called to help his father teach Chiyu to be a man. After that, the protagonist once again gave him a slap in the face, shouting that this blow was from Yulin Lin, which the Van family forces to get married. Swinging, our hero said that the next slap will be from Mr. Zhang, whom Van people were sent to the hospital today. The exhausted Van Chui lay on the floor and could not resist when he received another slap in the face from our hero. The battered Chiyu was trembling with pain and cried. He implored Chu Min in a low voice to spare him and recognized his wrong. The main character realized that there is enough for today because the Van family can panic if Chu minds the guy's life. The guy lagged behind the blonde. He turned around and saw a crowd of visitors to the bar, who crowded around. Passing by friends Chiyu, Chu Ming asked them not to be afraid, and asked not to forget to inform the head of the family that our hero was beaten by his son. After some time, a whole crowd of fighters of the sect of the Golden Sword arrived at the bar, where the third young gentleman rested today. Van Kyoken was furious when he saw his battered heir on the floor of the bar. He screamed, asking who did it. The waiter who works in this bar approached the head of the Van house with an uncertain step. He held a towel on his hand. Smiling ingratiatingly, the employee of the institution told the man that this bastard called his name, and his name is Chu Min. In the head of the Van family, anger began to boil when he heard who did this with his only heir. The man stood in the middle of the bar and looked at his battered son. The streams of energy filled the space around. Van Kyo-sun frowned and gritted his teeth. Anger was in full swing in the man. He thought that Chu Ming had to pay his life for his act. At this time, the previously wounded Zhang Yu, an employee of the local newspaper, was treated in the first hospital in Zhangzhou. The man rested after severe injuries, and the girls who came to visit him asked the doctor how he feels. The doctor answered the sisters that they just needed to make a little bandage, and said that injections to stop the bleeding that the girls made pleasantly surprised him. Smiling, the 7th and 6th older sister answered the doctor that first aid provided by Zhang Yu. This was not their merit. When the girls said that their younger brother provided first aid, the doctor suggested that their brother was Chu Ming. Nan Lin was surprised. She asked the doctor where he knew the name of their brother, and she did not understand when Chu Min managed to become so famous. The doctor said that their director often mentions the name of Chu Mina at meetings, because this boy refused to be a student of the head physician for the first time in his life. The doctor said that at that time a girl named Yai was sick, and the operation was carried out by Dr. Chu Ming, and the director of Shu Minrei helped him. Nanlin shone with pride in Chu Mina, saying that her brother was capable of incredible things, and Ji admitted that she had not even heard about it. The main character entered the corridor. The first thing the guy asked the girls whether Mr. Zhang was threatening anything. Nanlin immediately told his brother that the doctor had just praised him, and with Mr. Zhang, everything is already all right. The hospital's doctor took the hero by the hands and told Chu Min, which now understands why his director is so constantly sigh, because he is a young genius. The main character blushed slightly because of the admiring words of the hospital's employee and answered the man that he was simply flattering him. The guy smiled awkwardly when the doctor wanted to take a picture with Chu Min, then to show off in front of his colleagues. The hospital employee took a photo with our hero with the help of the phone. He smiled broadly and showed the gesture with his fingers. When Chu Ming and the sister returned home, his brother asked Ji whether Nan Lin could independently ensure the safety of Jiang. Han Xuan replied that Nan Lin reached the development process and through months can enter the kingdom of the Sea of Qi after Dantian's healing. The protagonist admitted to his sister that Van Qiu lesson had just taught, and most likely this is tantamount to the declaration of war. Zhai replied that it was worth it, because the residents of the city have long suffered countless cases of crimes by the Van family. Han Xuan solemnly announced that the time had come in the province of Jiangzhou, and her car rushed along the night road. When the morning came, Wang's subordinates were cleaning in the yard, sweeping and preparing the scenery. Van Qiu complained that he would have to go to meet the bride himself and asked his parents to come to Lin himself. The guy told Ant and his father that if this Chu Ming came again, he would definitely not be greeted, and therefore was afraid to go. Van Kaiosiun shouted, asking his son, did Chu Ming hit him so much that he does not even dare to go to the wedding? Aunt stood up for the boy. She told her brother that Van Qiu is still a child, and he should not do this with his family members. The red-haired woman comforted the guy and promised that she would go to the wedding with him, so no one could offend him. Chowan told his brother that they could not allow the face of their family today because there will be representatives of various circles at the wedding. The head of the family warned his sister that not only friendly personalities would be guests at the event. The angry Van Kaiochin said that he wanted to catch them all in one network, knowing that Chu Ming would also come to the wedding. An elderly woman, dressed in a red festive outfit, waved a handkerchief, reporting that it was time to go to the car. The head of the Van family went out into the street. The man looked at the festive decorations without delight on his face. The bodyguard in the ear informed his master that everything was done according to the instructions of the head of the house. The man promised all members of the sect of the Golden Sword a generous reward if today everything goes as it was planned. Van understood that today is fateful, because he was going to seize not only Chu Mina, but also capture the whole city. Kaosin stood on the threshold of the house and met the first guests. The man and woman greeted the master and apologized for anxiety. The owner of the house, with a smile on his face, asked them not to be shy and entered, saying that they were all famous masters of martial arts in the city. The man was in anticipation. He could not wait until from today, only his sect of the Golden Sword will remain in the city. At this time, in the mansion, Yu was also preparing for an ambulance. In the courtyard, there were several guards who were instructed. Lin Lin was already dressed in a traditional wedding outfit, with a gold jewelry on her head. But the bride was not happy with the upcoming holiday. It was clear from the girl's face that she was not happy to prepare for a wedding with a person whom she did not like. But she was determined to go to the wedding because she knew that she needed to remain calm and believe in Chu Mina. The offended girl sat in a chair, not paying attention to her father, when Chuangyi appeared on the threshold of the room. The head of the family ordered the people who prepared his daughter for the wedding ceremony to leave here. Lin Lin did not understand what her dad forgot here, because from the day when he decided to marry her to Van, he had never communicated with her. A man with a smile on his face went to Lin Lin and noticed that his daughter had grown, which caused surprise on the girl's face. But the girl was overwhelmed by the insult. She replied that she grew up enough so that she could be used as a tool. Lin Lin looked at the dad through the reflection in the mirror when the man invited her daughter to talk about her plans. Yu Chuanji said that he wanted to know what man his daughter fell in love with, and by what charm a person named Chu Ming possesses. At this time, Miss Lan spent time in her house on the territory of Van. The assistant asked her what she was going to do. The saddened senior, standing in front of her bed, answered the subject of the girl that she should go. She advised the assistant to think about her future, because from today, the Lan will not be able to protect her. The subordinate was scared. She immediately stated that she intended to go with Miss Lan, and no matter where she was gathered, with a bitter smile on Miss Lan's face, she replied that she was afraid that this time her faithful assistant could not accompany her. The main character in the morning before the wedding ceremony also stood in front of the mirror, preparing for today's important event. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, Chu Ming, with an ominous expression on his face, stated that the plan to destroy the Van family began. Soon, a black car decorated with red roses parked at the Yu mansion. The guests were met with crackers. Clamps of the Yu family blew up the crackers who strewn the path with red roses petals in honor of the Van family. Van Qiu sat in the car. The guy complained to the aunt that he did not want to get out of the car, and the path of Lin Lin leaves himself. Van Chowing scolded her nephew for being so timid and once again promised that she would not give him an offense. The guy continued to scream and be indignant, claiming that he would not get out of the car because Chu Mines was hiding somewhere and waiting for him. The woman was worried and asked a frightened guy whether Chu Ming was able to cultivate such a fear in him. Van Chiu screamed on the aunt, claiming that he was not crazy, and once again stated that he was not going to go anywhere. The second head of the Van family decided to get out of the car, ceasing to persuade the nephew to greet the bride. She thought that this was enough to show the face of her family. And on the street she was met by Chuangi and Master Du. Master Du asked Madame Van why the groom did not even want to get out of the car, and did someone really scare him? The second uncle Lin Lin suggested that Van Chiu simply neglects their home, if he does not even want to get out of the car. The red-haired woman answered men, saying that she came to greet them on behalf of the Van family. Master Du was angry with a woman. He did not see logic in this, because the bride is already ready, and the groom behaves dismissively. The second head of the Van family replied that it is customary to arrange weddings, and ordered them to hurry so that Lin Lin had already left. Du Chengfan barely restrained his anger against an arrogant woman. He clenched his teeth with anger, trying not to blur the insult. The head of the family, Yu, asked the subjects to go to his daughter and command Lin Lin to go down and go outside. The remaining members of the Yu family were angry with their master, believing that he was too cowardly and allows himself to humiliate himself. Soon, surrounded by women of women, the bride went outside. Lin Lin was dressed in a traditional wedding red dress. Van Chowen admitted that the girl looks good and is suitable for continuing the family line of their Van family. Family members of Yu were angry at a woman who considers Lin Lin simply an instrument and thought that in place of the master would not agree to such a marriage. The young Madame Yu sat in the second black car, decorated with ribbons and roses to go to the wedding. Yu Chuangi gave the command to subordinates and family members to complete the preparations and go to the ceremony. The brother of the head of the family asked Chuangi how he endures everything so, and called him a really worthy head of the Yu family. The man answered his brother with wise words that a small leak is able to sink a large ship. Cars drove up to the Van mansion, and Chuangi thought that this was a good show, and the actors should be in their places before it began. Guests continued to converge for the wedding. Announcements sounded about the arrival of the heads of the Xuandao, Tunbi, and Jinhe clan. One of the 13 great guards of the Van family, Jiduan, told the master that the groom was already going back to the house. The warned Van Keokun asked the elderly master if the family of the Yu family is coming here. The great guard answered the master that all members of the Yu family were in the convoy accompanying the convoy. An evil smile shone on Van Keokun. He said that he was sorry that as soon as the daughter-in-law would get married, she would become an orphan. The worried old man asked the master about Jian Yu, whether he considers Li Yan can handle it. The head of the house waved his hand and replied that this Nan Lin is only a master of martial arts hall and is in the field of true ki. So Li Yan is enough. The guard approached the men and congratulated the master on a joyful event, and Van ordered him to stop chatting and starting to act according to plan. At this time, in another part of the city, the black car abruptly stopped at the high building of the first hospital Zhangzhou. Li Yan and several bodyguards came out from there. The girl went to the entrance to the building and called all the men accompanying her along. The girl gave the guards to send several people to follow all the entrances and exits from the building. One of the thunder threatened the whole crowd of nurses with a pistol. He screamed, warning the girls that they did not dare to move. Li Yan at that time was unpleasant that during such a large event as a wedding, she was sent to deal with the living dead. One of the 13 great guards of the Van family went to the door leading to the desired ward. She was accompanied by 4 guys. A girl with purple hair knocked on the door and lied when she greeted, and said that it was an audit of the rooms. The bodyguards in black suits and glasses at this time were ready to open fire. They held charged pistols in their hands. After some time, the person who was in the ward said that the door was open so the girl could go. Li Yan asked for permission to enter this case and knocked out the door from her feet, unceremoniously bursting into someone else's ward. Nan Lin seemed to be not surprised. The girl was sitting on the bed, crossing her arms over her chest, and smiled, saying that she had been waiting for them for a long time. The great guardian of the Van family, accompanied by the armed people, thugs the first thing Nan Lin, where Mr. Jean. With a stretch of her hands, the 6th older sister invited the girl to first defeat her, and then they will talk about Jian Yu. Li Yan ordered the guards to lower the weapon and stated that she would deal with Nan Lin herself because she considers her a brave rival. Armed men followed the orders and went to the exit from the ward. Li Yan looked at Nan Lin with a grin on her face. She said that now only 2 were left, and asked Nan to show her what she could, and if it would be bored, Yan would bury everyone in this hospital. The 6th older sister activated Qi and pushed away from the floor, saying that then Li Yan could not just leave this room. The 6th older sister began to attack the 1st. She tried to hit Li Yan with his foot in the chest, but this caused only a grin of the opponent. The great guard of the Van family easily blocked the attack by Nan Lin. She grabbed the girl's leg, preventing her from beating. The latest preparations in front of the ceremony continued on the territory of the Van family. The subject announced that the Simon family had arrived. Everyone was alarmed. They shouted that this is the first family that had not interfered in the affairs of the world for many years. The senior head of the Simon family and his descendants appeared in the courtyard. He congratulated the Van family on his face, on his face, on his face, on his face. Van Kyokon smilingly greeted the old man and said that 3 generations of talented people from Seaman have come a long way. The man showed his hand to the direction where the Seaman representatives should go, and he thought that their visit was a gift for him because he did not invite them. The head of the Seaman family did not have time to leave. A loud announcement that the bride and groom had returned in the courtyard. The face of Lin Lin was covered with a red veil. She walked behind the groom, and Van Chiu at that time frantically turned around. Aunt Chowan asked for a frightened nephew not to panic and assured the guy that everything was under her control. Yu Chuangi got out of the car. He greeted the Van family with a smile, straightening himself that they were now his relatives. Van Kaosun also kept friendliness. He told the man that he was also very happy and asked him to pass more. Both men looked sharply at the sky when they noticed a bright, fiery trace in it. And after the explosion of the fireworks, the head of the house Van took this as a signal. The man realized that the explosion of the fireworks means that some are already here. Chuangi asked the owner why the fireworks were launched in the courtyard, and Van replied that perhaps it was just the children. Events continued to unfold in the vast territory of the Van family, which consisted of several buildings in a traditional style. The main character also arrived at the wedding ceremony. He has already dealt with one of the bodyguards of the Van family. He concluded that the Van family was well prepared, which was expected, and decided to start finding the 5th older sister to begin. The guy remembered well how last time he walked this way, and the house of the 5th older sister is under the roof on which he climbed. A smile appeared on the face of Chumina when he easily found the right building where Miss Lan Senior lives. The main character jumped from the roof to the ground. The true Kui enveloped his whole body, and he realized that his sister knew that he would return. One of the windows was ajar when Chu Ming entered the house. He was met by the 5th sister and told the youngest that but really here. The young man apologized to the 5th older sister and stated that now is not the time to talk. The guy turned around and demanded to go out people who, as he suspected, hid. He clenched his fist, preparing to defend himself. Immediately armed fighters of the Van family appeared. They noticed that Chu Ming dared to come, although he knew that there was a trap. The main character said that the Van family is really afraid of him. Once sent 3 people to him in the stage of True Key. The 5th sister was frightened. Seeing the students of the sect of the Golden Sword, she asked them not to touch her younger brother and leave him alone. A student of the sect apologized to Miss Lan and said that they were fulfilling the order of the head of the house and came to grab and kill Chu Mina. Another fighter with a smile on his face offered to stop chatting. He held in his hand a small box emitting magic light. The magical flame instantly spread and enveloped our hero. The enemy kept the distance, attacking Chu Min from afar. Miss Lan Siren was frightened when she felt the energy of the students of the Golden Sword attacking her younger brother. Carving, the main character put his hand in front of him to repulse the opponents with the help of his magical military skills. Having activated Kui, Chu Ming asked his sister to go into the room and wait a bit, and he will soon return to talk. The girl did not agree to return home right away. She stood on the threshold because she was worried about her younger brother. Then the main character himself closed the door in front of the 5th older sister so that she remained inside and was safe. Chu Ming did not feel the share of fear of opponents. On the contrary, he provoked them, inviting them to come closer. One of the students of the sect of the Golden Sword in the Kingdom of True Qi flew into the air and waved his sword, wishing the death of Chu Ming. A strong guy tried to attack Chu Mina with a weapon, but missed because our hero instantly jumped up. When Chu Ming landed back to the ground, he first released several Qi needles into opponents. One of the opponents waved a sword in front of him to dismiss the needles. He smiled at Chi's face. Frowning his eyebrows, the fierce student of the sect looked intently at Qin and said that his small tricks would only amuse him. another enemy, holding a box in his hands, once again directed a stream of fiery magical energy towards the protagonist. The main character in time jumped onto the roof. The fire cloud of true ki filled the entire yard and headed towards the guy. The guy frowned and continued to blow on his box with fire. He was indignant, asking Chu Mina where he was running. A student of the sect of the Golden Sword sent another stream of fiery magical power to attack our hero. The response of Chu Min was that the guy once again tried to attack the opponents with charged ki needles. The long-haired fighter again shot down a chim of Chu Min with his sword from the course of the needle and shouted, repeating that the boy's tricks were useless. But the main character smiled. He did not agree with this, and once again repeated an attempt to hit the opponents with needles. One of the students of the sect in a blue t-shirt tensed when he saw several needles headed right in his direction. The enemy defended himself with a wide sword from needles and shouted to Chu Min so that he would not think that he was afraid of his hidden weapons. Chu Ming sat on the roof and laughed, watching how his opponents on the ground behave, because everything went according to his plan. The guy who thought he was defended suddenly froze and rounded his eyes. He did not understand what had just happened. The muscular man collapsed to his knees and trembled. He could not believe that his steel sword could not stop such a small needle. After a second, a fighter of the sect of a gold sword collapsed in the ground. His partners stared at the defeated guy. This caused a rage in the students of the sect. One of them directed the flow of energy in China, and the second shouted and rushed forward, wanting to kill Chu Mina. But it did not work out to take revenge on his brother, because the enemy's attack is easily blocked by stopping him with his foot. After the main character took off high up, the man could only stand and look at the sky, waiting for a counterattack. Chu Ming told the opponents that in fact he already knows perfectly what the students of the Golden Sword are capable of. The guy landed on the ground nearby and said that the needles that he used were made specifically for the Van family. The main character smiled broadly and demonstrated to the opponents another set of needles between his fingers, saying that they could break even the highest quality iron. The long-haired fighter was horrified when he looked at his favorite dagger and noticed that chips had formed on him. The jubilant Chu Ming announced that the turn of the guy with long hair came to become a victim of the sharp needles of our hero. The fighters panicked. They understood that the owner of the house would not spare them if they could not overcome Chu Mina right now. The long-haired student of the sect said the fiery whirlwind of the dragon and rushed towards Chu Mina. He smiled, asking the guy where he would now go when chicken pile and fiery swords act against him. When the man was high in the sky, surrounded by fiery energy, the true ki of Chu Mina reached him, and he began to scream. Smiling, the main character said that today he wants to try the deadly reception to which the sixth master trained him. As a child, Chu Ming met the sixth master in the middle of the night. He told him that today, he would give the boy the unsurpassed teachings of the Seven Saints sect. Little Chu Ming, in bewilderment, asked the sixth master, did he not learn this teaching before? The woman replied that these were just the foundations of martial arts, without which it was impossible to become recognized by the holy warrior. The sixth master extended his hand and asked Chu Mina to listen carefully, wanting to tell more about the unsurpassed teaching. The girl told the boy that this teaching is divided into 3 categories, among which the form of Tao, the form of the spirit, and the form of Qi. To begin with, she told Chu Min that he was better to use the form of Qi when the guy was already moving to the kingdom of the Sea of Qi. Now, Chu Ming stood in front of the golden sword fighter, who was distraught by the thirst for blood, who swung a dagger, wanting to send a guy to hell. The guy prepared to apply the same technique of the sixth master. For this, he closed his eyes and snapped his fingers. When the enemy's dagger was centimeters on the face of Chu Min, he remained calm. The stream of true ki came out of his body. In his head, the main character uttered a spell and for the first time in his life applied the teachings of 7 saints, the form of Qi. When it was done, Chu Ming opened his eyes and pierced his opponents with a cold look. Without using any weapons, the guy, without even moving, managed to deprive the long-haired fighter of the golden sword. Chu Ming remained motionless and calmly watched his enemy, devoid of life, falls directly to the ground. A man with long hair no longer showed signs of life. He lay on the ground, and next to his head was his dagger. Now Chu Min understood why the form of Qi could only be used in the Kingdom of the Sea, because even now the reception devastated half of his energy. The second fighter was shocked because Lao Chen was the strongest in their team, but lost his life in one movement of Chu Mina. He continued to blow, releasing the streams of fiery magical energy towards Chu Min, hoping that our hero would be defeated. In response, the calm Chu Ming only waved his hand and defended himself with a stream of blue true ki, creating a shield near him. The main character noticed that after that the last enemy rushed on the run. But Chu Ming was not going to let him go so easily. The guy pushed off the ground and grinned, saying that he could not escape so simply. He intended to deal with that fighter. The muscular man with a beard stopped. He only managed to turn around and ask our hero about mercy. A student of the Golden Sword sect felt hellish pain when several needles soaked in ki yaned in his back. After that, the man could no longer escape. He began to lose his balance, rested his hand on his knee, but could not resist his feet. The bearded man collapsed, not having the opportunity to move more since Chu Ming hit the necessary acupuncture points on his back. The case was done, and now our hero intended to go to the house of the fifth older sister to talk. Meanwhile, the city hospital continued the duel between the sixth older sister and Li Yan. Both still stood on their feet. Nan Lin was still full of time to repulse the opponent. She landed on the floor, swinging her fist. Her body was enveloped in energy. Li Yan grinned, admitting that the girl's speed is not bad, but even those who reach true ki power can be different due to training and body structure. The great guardian of the Van family jumped and attacked Nan Lin, hitting the girl with her lower face using true ki. The sixth older sister managed to dodge in time, but realized that the opponent's legs were so strong that they looked like a couple of swords. Having hung up with his foot, Li Yan said that she wanted to see how much it is enough for Lin to hold out. The older sister of Chu Mina continued to block the girl's blows. She put her hands in front of her when she was attacked again. The hospital's ward was filled with energy flows Nan Lin and Li Yan. The sister tried to withstand the pressure of the opponent. Li Yan continued to crush the girl's arms in her arms, breaking protection and defending himself. Nan Lin became harder and harder. With an ominous smile on his face, the great guardian of the Van wished the sixth older sister to lose his life. Nan Lin understood that she could not win. She could use a technique that could only be used in the Sea of Qi, but she had no choice. The sixth older sister removed her hands and concentrated. She enveloped herself with a yellow light of true ki to apply a reception. In her head, the girl read the spell of the death of a flower. A stream of yellow magic color fell into Li Yan's heart. Not realizing what her opponent had just done, the girl with purple eyes stared at Nan Lin perplexedly. A second, Li Yan twisted. Her body trembled. Horror appeared on her face. She asked Nan Lin what she had done to her. The sixth older sister was also not good. She trembled, because the reception forced the girl to use all the energy. After a couple of moments, a girl with purple hair lost her balance and flopped loudly to the floor, hitting her back. On this, the battle between Li Yan and Nan Lin was completed. The sixth older sister deprived the opponent of life with a fatal reception. Having risen to her feet, Nan Lin understood that she needed to recover as soon as possible, because there are many more Van minions outside. The girl took out a small red ball out of her pocket. She was worried about Jiang, who was transferred to the next room. The sixth older sister was reassured by the fact that her younger brother prepared pills in advance to restore. The main character went to the house of the fifth older sister. He sat opposite Miss Lan to talk to her. The guy said that now no one would bother them. He asked why Lan passed the secret pills for their sex to the Van family. Before telling everything to the younger brother, Lan Siner said that, of course, she wanted to make clarity. She said that 5 years ago she heard that her older sisters were coming to the city, so she also arrived there. The girl's journey was peaceful until she met an old woman in the mountains. Her grandmother looked miserable and helpless. It turned out that the old woman turned out to be an enemy of the master's. She smelled her true ki and deliberately waited to harm the doe. The fifth older sister applied the techniques that the master taught her to deprive the old woman of life. But at the same time, Lan herself was seriously injured. The girl was sitting in the forest, leaning on a tree. She thought that she would die right there, but then some guy appeared on the horizon. The man was frightened when he saw the wounded girl. He came up and asked the stranger if she was in order. He immediately helped Miss Lan. The man put the wounded girl on his shoulders and asked her to just tolerate a little. Mr. Van, who was saved by her, was saved. After that, the doe remained to live in their family, who took care of her very much. Chu Ming asked his sister how the Van family could be so kind and caring towards an unfamiliar woman. The fifth sister said that before Van was not the same as now. Then the family knew that kindness for others was the basis of a good life. The saddened Miss Lan was ready to tell the younger brother what happened to the Van family in the future, which changed them. Once Van was summoned to the battle of the master of Chen's family, and when Van lost, Chen demanded that Chewen marry one of them. When Lan found out about this, She felt compassion and gratitude for the fact that Van saved her life. To support the Van family at a difficult moment, the girl decided to give them secret pills of the destruction of the kingdom and vitality. Mr. Van, thanks to half the pill of the destruction of the kingdom, managed to get out of the shackles and enter the kingdom of the Sea of Qi. Siner did not suspect that Mr. Van would deprive all the masters of Chen's martial arts after the transition and make them bow to him. After that, his sister took advantage of the pill. And since then the Van family began to become more powerful and arrogant. Siner told his brother that he knew that she was to blame for everything. But the former Van family was different from the one he sees today. The main character said that it is impossible to completely blame the girl. But perhaps the old kindness of Van was just a mask. The fifth older sister praised her younger brother for well able to calm people. Miss Lan said that she was aware of his guilt and not dare to return to the sect and ask for forgiveness, because her sin became very deep. Siner admitted that she realized that she would always be a student of the 7-7 sect only when Chumin came to her. Chumin said that the master would definitely understand everything. He asked his sister to return to the sect and promised to accompany her. Miss Lan stood on the fact that she wanted to bear responsibility for the misconduct, because violation of the sect prohibitions is equal to its betrayal. The main character was horrified. He was very scared for the fifth older sister when he saw that the girl was noticeably worse. Chuming shouted the name of the fifth older sister. The girl, losing consciousness, began to fall on his side when she got worse. The young man was very angry at the fifth older sister and accused the girl in stupidity. He did not understand how his sister could be so short-sighted. The guy knew that his sister was soft by nature, and most likely feels guilty also because Van with her help was deprived of the lives of many people. The main character said that the responsibility for these crimes lies with the Van family and has nothing to do with his fifth sister. Chuming suggested that the Renaissance Pelia presented to him was intended just for this moment. The guy handed the girl a purple small ball, radiating soft light to return the fifth older sister to life. For Chu, it was a surprise that after a moment the body of the fifth older sister would rise into the air and release a huge stream of true qi. Under the fifth older sister, a large luminous magic circle appeared. The flows of true qi surrounded the girl's body. When it all stopped, Miss Lan Senior coughed with blood. The Renaissance pill successfully worked, and she returned to life. The frightened Chu Mines grabbed the fifth older sister in his arms when she began to fall back to the ground after taking the pill. The fifth older sister returned to consciousness and slowly opened her eyes. She asked her younger brother, "Did she really not die?" Chu Ming explained to the girl that he returned her to life with the help of the Renaissance pill, which the seventh master passed to him. Miss Lan asked her brother why he wants to save her, because she can only pay her life to people who became the victim of the Van family. The girl was dumbfounded when Chu Ming said that he had arrived here today to take revenge on Van's family for innocent people. He put the fifth sister on the sofa and stated that her life was saved, so from now on, her life belongs to him. The main character promised the girl that no one would now take her life from Miss Lan, and even she would not dare to do this. In the end, he said that he was going to the wedding of the Van family, and when he returns, he will cure the eyes of the fifth older sister. When he climbed through the window, Chu Ming turned around and repeated to his sister to remember that now her life belongs to him. Miss Lan mentally thanked his younger brother, and the main character jumped out into the street through the window, hurrying to the wedding. A smile finally appeared on the face of a depressive girl with snow-white hair after a noble deed of Chu Min. In the main hall, where the wedding ceremony should take place, people in festive costumes have already gathered. The guests were sitting at round tables, and the couple that only entered the hall admitted that Van is really the richest family in the city. Sitting at the table, the girl told her husband that the greatness of this wedding, as the difference between heaven and earth compared to their ceremony. The grandson of the senior head of the Seaman family, hearing these words, wanted to object to the girl, but the young guy was stopped. The elderly master ordered his grandson to shut up, ordering not to arrange a scandal here, which upset the student of Qin. Mr. Van appeared in the hall. He told dear friends and relatives that he was grateful for support and allowed to eat and drink as much as they want. The guests raised their glasses and thanked the owner of the house for hospitality. Mr. Van timidly smiled in front of them. At the ceremony, the host was present. The guy in the microphone invited guests to invite the main heroes of the wedding here. Lin Lin appeared in the hall. The girl dutifully went to the red carpet, stepping around the hall to start the ceremony. The face of Lin Lin was closed by a veil, and Van Chiu was clearly tense, although the presenter praised the charismatic style of the groom. The bride and groom welcomed, throwing red rose petals in them. The presenter congratulated them on behalf of all guests. Van Chiu was extremely tense. He remembered that his father warned him that he had no need to drink alcohol at this event. The host invited everyone to raise a toast and offer a couple of a happy marriage. Chiu noticed that the guy was holding alcohol in his hand. The guests rejoiced, congratulating the newlyweds. They lifted the glasses, wanting to drink Van and Yu for the future happy marriage. The host of the wedding ceremony also decided to drink for the bride and groom. He brought a glass of alcohol to his mouth to take a sip. Happy guests drank alcohol, wished the guys a happy wedding and the birth of a noble son in the future. Seaman was not such a good mood. The men sat at the table without smiles on their faces and refused to drink. The head of the family, Yu Chuangyi, also did not dare to drink an alcoholic drink offered by Van. The man did not rejoice for his daughter. In the hall where the ceremony was held, there was a crack of beating glass when one of the guests dropped a glass of drink to the floor. The guests became sharply bad after the drink drunk. They trembled and coughing, not understanding what was happening. Van Kaoseun asked them not to be nervous, saying that it was just the scattering of ki, and those who have combat skills will now lose them. The guests were dumbfounded. One of them, angry with Kaoseun, asked why he was doing this because they were always friends. When Van Kaoseun deprived all the capables of their skills, a crowd of armed fighters of the Golden Sword burst into the hall. Mr. Van told the guests that from today in this city, there would be only a sect of his family, and only the dead would not betray him. One of the guests was ready to submit, just not to be killed, and someone shouted, asking if Van was afraid of God's punishment. The owner of the house, looking at the tables of Yu and Seaman, said that it seemed that these two families have long been on his guard against their family Van. Dan got up and screamed, accusing Kaoseun of atrocity, and stated that fortunately his family's Seaman was ready for this. Mr. Van did not agree that they were ready in advance because he had long known about the conspiracy between Chu Min, Seaman, and Yu. The guests sitting at the tables were wary, rounding his eyes when the owner of the house asked Vanny to go out here. The jubilant head of the Van family asked Vanny to go out and allow those present to see who he was. Uncle Ye, who was sitting quietly at the table all this time, stood up and told Mr. Van that he had been waiting for this day for a long time. The guests were shocked that the Master Ye turned out to be a spy thrown by Van's family. They called to the conscience of a man. Mr. Van admitted that Van Ie was born from a sect of a gold sword and is also one of the 13 great guards. Vanny said that he could now return to his family after he informed the master of everything that happened to the Simon family. The brother of the head of the Yu family, outraged, said that they were not afraid of Van because Seaman and Yu united, and they also have Chu Ming. The man said that the traitor cannot be the enemy of the owner of the house Seaman, who is in the kingdom of the perfect sea of Qi. The old man said that their city has long been suffering from the Van family, and today there will be a decisive battle. The words of the elderly master caused laughter of Van Choen. She said that it was funny to see how the cowardly old man hid all these years. The red-haired woman asked the owner of the house Simon, is he really believed that he is still capable of something? The owner of the house Simon tensed when he felt pain in his hand. An elderly man stared at his palm. The rest of the guests also began to guess that something was wrong. They screamed that the tables were saturated with poison. And here is poison everywhere. The head of the family. Yu all this time remained silent and calm. He clenched his fist, removing his hand from the table impregnated with poison. Mr. Van smiled angrily, while his sister giggled against the background and told the old man that Mr. Seaman would seem to disappear today. Grandfather fell out of his place and wanted to pounce on Kaoseun. His grandson tried to stop the old man, ordered him to calm down. The owner of the house grinned and ordered all 13 great guards to go out into the hall and start the battle. The man smiled angrily and promised his team that the death of people present here would help them become famous. The families of Simon and Yu were wary. They were ready to meet with the guards of Van, but so far no one had appeared in the hall. The smile disappeared from Mr. Wan's face. He turned around and shouted, asking where all the guards he had just called. The beaten Jiduan collapsed in front of the man, and Van heard someone that he had already committed the 11 of the guards. Chu Minese went into the hall and told Kaokshin that the man also sent someone to look for Mr. Zhang, and plus Van I can be added. Having calculated the number of great guards who remained at Mr. Van at the disposal, Chu Ming said that this is all that remained. Mr. Van screamed on the protagonist, claiming that if he was in the place of the guy, he would not dare to come here. Chowen put her hand on her brother's shoulder and asked him not to say nonsense, because today she would deprive this dog Chu Min. The groom panicked and rushed on the run. He shouted that Chu minds Min and did not want to stay here anymore because of fear of him. Lin Lin finally took off the veil when she saw that her lover Chu Ming had come, and immediately turned to the guy. Vanny understood that Chu Ming came here for this girl, so in his head a plan was ripened to use her as a hostage. Uncle Ye ran forward, wanting to pounce on the bride to grab dull Dick. Knowing that this girl is important to Cho, the guy reacted with lightning speed. He closed the frightened tench Lin with his hand and released 3 needles into the traitor. The needles hit the target. Uncle Ye was defeated. The man collapsed to his knees, not having the opportunity to continue the battle more. The protagonist acquired the frightened tench Lin. The young Madame Yu looked at the guy and uttered his name. The girl looked at the chin and love eyes when the guy said that 13 great guards were no more. Mr. Wang was ready for the battle. He waved his sword, releasing the flows of red energy, and accused Chu Min of arrogance. The second chapter of the Van family was also ready to fight against Chu Mina. His brother and sister stood nearby, crossing their swords. Kaiochin asked the boy if he really thinks that he could defeat 2 people who are in the kingdom of the Sea of Qi. Chuanji strained, realizing that Chu Ming would undoubtedly die if he collides alone with 2 members of the Van family. The senior owner of the Simon family apologized to the little friend of Chu Min for being poisoned, so he could not help. The main character answered the old man that it doesn't matter, because he was ready for such a situation. The Seaman family was alarmed when he heard that Chu Ming was expecting such a turn of events. They asked him to have a plan. Smiling, the main character answered Dan that as soon as he reaches the peak of the kingdom of the Sea of Qi, everything will be in order. Mr. Van laughed loudly when he heard that the main character was about to climb to the top of the kingdom of the Sea of Qi. He held out the sword and shouted that in a trap of the Sea of Qi for 3 years now, and did not believe that the guy would achieve the top with simple conversations. The senior owner of Seaman said that the kingdom of the Sea of Qi is already a limit for the human body, and for entering the peak is needed from the outside. The red-haired woman was tired of conversations. She pushed away from the ground, offering her brother to finally deprive Chu Mina. Before joining the battle, the protagonist ordered Lin Lin to go to his grandfather and the rest, so that she was not injured. Mr. Van remained standing behind, trying to stop his sister, and she ran to Chu Mina, screaming so that he would not look at others. The main character took a large sharp needle in the hand, soaked in true qi, and pierced with it the opponent's steel sword. The angry Wang Chaoan shouted that she was going to deprive the Qin of life, and the guy would not even have a grave after death. Old man Seaman, his son and grandson stared forward when, after a skirmish, Chu Mina and the young lady came a deafening explosion. Lin Lin, who stood near his grandfather, was frightened for her lover when she saw an explosion in front of her. The flash in the place where Chu Ming fought against Chaoan was so bright that she blinded her eyes, and Lin Lin rushed forward. She was very worried about her lover, wanting to save him. But the dangerous fire in front of her did not let the girl come closer. Chuanqi grabbed his daughter by the hand and told Lin Lin that they could only believe in Qin, and ordered her to follow Dad. Lin Lin agreed to follow her father. She understood that if she remained here, she would only be a burden for our hero. When the fire was dissipated, everyone saw that Chu Ming was still on his feet and bravely fights against the second head of the Van family. The guy was in high spirits, destroying the woman's sword with a needle. He said that it seems that now her weapon is useless. Chaoan removed the weapon, raising her sword over her head. She was not ready to fight, and stated that they would still look. Clutching her teeth, the woman jumped up and swung, saying that it was not known how many more blades of Chu Mines could block. The main character bent his head so as not to get damage, and again pierced the canvas of the enemy with a sharp needle. Chaoan bounced back. The wedding ceremony hall was filled with the opposing energies of the guy and a woman. The woman did not understand what was happening, and why Chu Ming looked so relaxed if they are both in the kingdom of the Sea of Qi. The main character grunted and looked to the side when he noticed the bright stripes of the enemy's red energy behind him. It was Mr. Van, who entered the battle and was intended to attack our hero from the back. Jumping up, the man waved and struck with a sword. The red streams of qi blinded, but to where he hit, there was no longer a min. The main character managed to run back to a safe distance. He bent down, preparing another sharp needle. The second head of the Van family proposed to his brother, who joined. Combine efforts and deprive the guy's life together. Mr. Van waved his hand. He told his sister that Chu Min is a very talented person, so sorry for him to take his life like this. Van Chaoan screamed, trying to prove to his brother that he was just confused, because Chu Ming dealt with so many people. Mr. Van turned to the boy, saying that he knew that he wanted to establish a sect, and stated that his family could help him. The main character stared at the owner of the house when he suddenly offered his help to the worst enemy. Van took a step forward and promised unprecedented help from their family if he helped Kayoshin to reach the top of the city. The second head of the Van family was against the decision of her brother. She screamed, asking the master not to lure the wolf in their house. The leader of the family held out his hand, giving a signal to a red-haired woman that she should be a little silent. Chu Chun told Cho Ming that he should understand that Van would sooner or later capture the entire province and promised to give the guy the whole Jiangzhou. The protagonist, after listening to Mr. Wang's offer, answered the man that it sounds very tempting. Van added that he only needs to convince Miss Lan to continue cleaning the pill, and everything else does not require personal participation from him. Kayochin believed that his conditions were generous, and the guy would succumb to temptation because he offers more than the Yu and Simon families. Van was in anticipation to create 10 more sects, because Miss Lan will definitely help him climb above the kingdom of the Sea of Qi. The protagonist grinned and asked Mr. Wan what would happen if the guy does not say no in response to his proposal. The man switched to a cry, saying that Chu Ming should understand well that he was ready to give much more than other families. Chu Ming replied that it is completely unimportant. A lot or little was ready to offer Van. He had already prepared several needles in his hand. The hero said that some things cannot be measured with money, jumped and threw 4 needles into Mr. Wang. The guy shouted that he should achieve justice for the sake of such victims as Jian, and accused Van of hypocrisy and deceiving his sister. Defending himself with a sword, Kayoshin replied that people in this world should put their interests in first place, and asked Chu Min to stop being so naive. Mr. Van tried to hit the guy with a sword, but our hero jumped high up, bypassing the attack in time. Smiling, Chu Min apologized to Kayoshin for the fact that he was so naive, and rushed forward, holding a huge needle in his hand. The needle of the protagonist and the sword of Mr. Wan collided. The man clenched his teeth from tension, trying to withstand the attack. The owner of the house successfully blocked the guy's blow. He shouted, accusing Chu Mina that his stupidity is inaccessible. The second mistress of the house, Cowan, asked her brother to allow her to help him, and handed her a sword-charged key forward. The red-haired woman tried to strike a mini. The guy tensed a little, but still managed to bounce back in time. The head of the family invited his beloved sister together to use the technique to deal with our hero. An evil grin shone on the woman's face. She agreed with her brother's idea and was sure that that reception would help them. Brother and sister Van crossed their swords and made spells loudly, activating the golden sword and a ghost sword. Grandfather Seaman shouted to the hero so that he would not allow the enemies to activate this secret skill of the Van family. But our hero watched the opponents with a grin on his face. He replied that this was a very interesting move, and he wants to see him. The old man shouted, begging Chu Mina not to be so frivolous, because it was a murderous technique of 2 people in the kingdom of the Sea of Qi. Master Du Zhengfen and other members of the Yu family also worried about our hero. A chubby guy shouted so that Chu Ming quickly stopped them. Chu Min, watching the opponents, thought that they drained their true ki, which is really rare. The main character remembered the words of the 6th master that in order to achieve this, one must have a mental connection. The eyes of the 2 chapters of the Van family shone in red light. They simultaneously shouted and ran towards Chu Min. Chu Ming stood without moving when 2 flows of red energy, Van Kaosin and Van Cheon, were rapidly approaching. These streams of true ki were already centimeters on behalf of our hero. He recognized the speed of opponents, but did nothing yet. The protagonist bent in the back when the tip of the 2 blades of the opponents were right near the guy's neck. Chu Ming twisted his face a little when the opponents still managed to cause damage to him. Although this was a slight scratch on his neck, the guy just smiled at the enemies and wiped his blood with his finger. He said that his strength in the kingdom of the Sea of Qi is still small. Brother and sister Van in unison shouted to our hero that, after their next blow, Chu Ming would already lose his life. The main character laughed when he heard these threats. He closed his eyes and asked the opponents not to rush to this yet. Chu Mines took a talisman out of his pocket and squeezed it between his fingers. He activated the seal removal. A magic circle appeared under his feet. A moment later, in the place where Chu Ming stood, a powerful explosion thundered, which threw back Chaosius and Cowan back. The hall filled the smoke, and the powerful stream of energy went to the sky. Seaman and the rest did not understand what happened. Chu Ming was in order when the bright light scattered. The guy stood with his eyes closed, experiencing a transformation. 2 chapters of the Van house were dumbfounded. They shouted, asking how possible and what their enemy did. Holding the sphere of bright blue light in his hand, Chu Ming smiled and said that he had just reached the top of the kingdom of the Sea of Qi. The old owner of the Seaman family was in shock. He confirmed that this guy really stepped to the top of the kingdom of the Sea of Qi. The head of the family, Yu Chuangyi, smiled. He thought that this time, the bet played in his favor. The fog, which was formed after the transformation of our hero, began to dissipate. The magic circle under the feet of Chu Mina disappeared. True Qi enveloped the guy, and he told the enemies that now their reception, which they had just used, would not work anymore. The head of the house, Van Kyosin, did not want to give up. He invited his sister to change the equipment in order to still defeat the guy. Brother and sister waved their swords. The red streams of energy enveloped their bodies. They fiercely looked at their enemy. The actions of the opponents caused a smile on the face of Chmin. He said that he saw something like a golden sword in front of him. Mr. Van decided to go first on the attack while his sister was standing behind. He rushed forward, waving a charged sword. The main character remained motionless. He was sure that the true Qi, which circled around his body, would protect him. Calmly watching the enemy, the guy said that his reception is slightly similar to the form of Qi. But the energy is not so dense. Chumin said that with his current force, he could try more powerful tricks that he learned from the sixth master. The main character swung with both hands and spread his legs wide. He concentrated in his hands 2 streams of true Qi. Then Chu Ming put his palms in front of him and directed this energy to the opponents, uttering a spell, the form of Qi, a nightly journey. Streams of bright blue magic light rushed forward. 2 bright flashes were rapidly approaching the sister and brother of Van. The head of the Van family was panicked when these giant outbreaks approached. The man screamed, ordering his sister to escape. 2 streams of destructive magical power reached their goal. Cries of enemies and deafening explosions were heard. The hall filled with smoke. The protagonist was worried. It seemed to him that he was a little overdoing, using this technique. The Seaman family was dumbfounded by the guy's powerful attack. The Master of Du was also shocked by the top of the kingdom of the Sea of Chuqin. When a bright blue flash disappeared and thick smoke dispelled, it turned out that the brother and sister of Van were still alive. The woman did not take the attack and collapsed to the ground. The exhausted Chaojin sat on his knees, turning to his sister. The main character came closer to the defeated Mr. Wan, who looked at him from the bottom up, standing on his knee. Chumin said that the nightly wandering is not a simple skill. It destroys the meridians, and Van could no longer move. Van Kyosin admitted his defeat, but stated that he had a request for a guy before a man passed away. The main character was ready to listen to what a defeated enemy wants from him before going to another light. Kyosin asked our hero to give him the only son and other descendants of the Van family a chance to survive. Chu Ming agreed and stated that he would not kill people indiscriminately and let the guilty man be responsible for the mistake. The defeated owner of the house Van asked the protagonist to remember that the guy had just promised him. These were the last words of a man. He lowered his head and fell silent. Life in his body gradually faded away. The main character came closer to Van Kyosun, knelt down in front of him and checked the pulse on his neck to make sure. It was bad for many people in the wedding ceremony hall. Men panicked and called to the rescue, claiming that they could not move. Grandfather Yu noticed this and realized that the poison with which the tables were saturated in the hall began to act. The main character approached the guests and asked them not to move so that the poison would not spread throughout the body, and promised to cure them. A moment later, Chu Ming did the acupuncture of Chuangyi. The man thought that our hero himself barely holds on his feet, but helps others. The head of the Yu family told Chu Min that he asked for a medical brigade of his family to come to facilitate the work for the guy. The main character thanked the man for his care, but said that he would save another person if he has the opportunity. Chuangyi understood that Chu Mina had a good heart, so his daughter would be safe if he had married him. The head of the family Yu turned his head back and asked his daughter at what stage of relations she is now with our hero. The girl was very confused by the question of her father. She asked the dad what this means and what stages he now tells her. She got up and blushed when dad said that the girl should be more persistent so that the guy was tied stronger. Lin Lin was angry. She asked her father to shut up because she was embarrassed that there were a lot of people here. The main character at that time went to the poisoned guest, took her hand, and asked to wait a bit while he did everything. The girl lay on the floor after poisoning. Chu Ming put a needle on a point in her palm, and she screamed with pain in pain. Chu Ming assured the poisoned guest that everything was fine, realizing that the girl was too exaggerating the reaction. When the procedure was completed, the stranger thanked Chu Mina and asked if he could add her contact on the social network. The main character immediately turned around and left. coldly answering the girl who wants to meet that he could not do this. Healing the next guest, Chu Mina was bothered by the fact that chi in his body was almost exhausted, and he would not be able to hold on yet. And worried older sister burst into the large hall in the Van family mansion. She immediately began to shout her brother's name. The main character also called his sister when he suddenly saw her in front of him. Doctors in white costumes came to the hall with her. The girl ran to his younger brother, and Chu Ming said that it was such a relief that the seventh older sister is now here. Chu Ming was very exhausted and barely stood on his feet. He collapsed into the arms of Ji Hunxuan, and she called him a stupid boy. The main character fell asleep in the arms of the older sister. She stroked his cheek and asked to rest while she was completing all things here. Ji Hanxuan, in a strict voice, ordered the doctors to immediately begin the treatment of wounded guests. Yu Chuangyi recognized in the seventh elder sister Ji Hanxuan from HSL. He was wondering why she was here. Lin Lin looked at Ji Hanxuan and explained to her dad that this was the seventh elder sister of Chimina. The man asked his daughter if she was worried because he saw Ji Hanxuan as close to her lover. The girl answered her father that there was nothing to worry about. She trusted her beloved guy, so she was calm. But Yu Chuangyi categorically did not agree. He was indignant that still Hanxuan and Chu Ming are peers, a guy and a girl. When the events in the mansion of the defeated Van family ended, our hero was sent to the mansion of Yu. After sleep, the protagonist opened his eyes. He looked puzzled, and Lin Lin was delighted when he saw that he woke up. The guy was delighted when he got up and saw that the old man Seaman and his new student, grandfather's grandson, were also in the room. The old head of the house Seaman turned to his friend Chu Min and said that the Yu family was already regulating the situation in the Van family, so he will no longer intervene. Chu Ming agreed that the Seaman family no longer intervened in affairs with Van's family. He looked at his grandfather with a smile. There was Chuan Ji in the room. The head of the Yu family asked the old man, "Does he not want to receive Van's property as a reward?" The old man pointed to his grandson and said that Leo is already a student of Chu Mina, and this is the most valuable acquisition for their family. Master Du said that Chu Min is also at the peak of the level of the Kingdom of the Sea of Qi, like the old man, and asked why they appreciate him so much. Seaman replied that initially he just liked Chu Ming, his youth and potential, but he did not expect that he was using the form of Qi. Grandfather Yu wanted to learn more from Seaman, which means the divine art form of Qi, which is also owned by Chu Min. The old owner of the Seaman family plunged into memories from the past before telling Grandfather Yu to everything. According to Seaman, for the first time, he encountered divine art in distant youth. An unknown girl was on the pond. A stranger with long black hair was sitting in the water. In her palm, there was a clot of white light who released flows of energy. Two guys who were also in the forest nearby were dumbfounded when they noticed the divine art of the form of Qi. The girl noticed that someone was sitting in the bushes and screaming. She turned around and screamed, asking who was there. A boy with blue hair warned his master that they were discovered when he noticed that that lady was looking at them. The boy froze, and then covered himself when he looked at his master, but the man was gone there. The boy was abandoned. He had to tremble with fear to justify himself before the elder, saying that he did not want to. The girl regretted the boy and replied that since he was still a child, then they will not deal with this. Old man Seaman, when he was still a boy, fascinated at a girl who instantly disappeared, as if she was not at all. Grandfather said that this was the only time in his life when he saw divine art, and even now he is not capable of such techniques. The protagonist looked at the old man dumbfounded when Simon asked what was now with this sister, because he realized that Chu Min's her descendant. Chu Ming replied that her sixth master was very young, and perhaps his grandfather had met her master, and before he had not heard about this story, the hero came to the conclusion that Seaman was unlikely to meet her master, because she is several decades younger than her grandfather. The old man replied that that girl and masters of Chu Mina could be from the same kind, and told his grandson that his achievements would be immeasurable with such a coach. Master Du checked on himself and said that it is really impossible to control the form of Qi if you do not reach a certain level. Chuangyi thought that, it seems, the master of Chu Mina is a creature that cannot be understood, and decided to grab this opportunity for his family to contact the sect. Seaman Lei made a gesture with his hands and stated that he was ready to follow his new master Chu Min when he recovered. The main character asked his new student not to forget to say hello to the 7th and 6th sisters of Chu Mina. Ji Hanxuan and Nan Lin were also in the room. They looked at Seaman Li when he respectfully greeted the elders. The guy asked our hero who was the older student who had previously chosen Chu Ming but did not disclose. Chu-ming with a smile looked at Lin Lin, who was sitting nearby, and told the student that the older student was here. It was clear from the girl's face that she was not enthusiastic about this idea, and asked Chu-mina whether he was seriously talking. The main character answered his girlfriend that he was always serious, and asked her again if she was ready to worship him as her teacher. Old man Simon, Yu Chuanji, and grandfather Lin. Lin Lin stood, smiling. They were not opposed to the girl to become his student. Lin Lin plunged into memories. She knew that she just wanted to be with Chu Min in this life after everything experienced. Finally, the girl decided to agree. She thought that there was nothing wrong if at first she was just a student. Lin Lin firmly decided that Chu Mina chooses in this life and agreed to become a student for her the first step. The young Madame Yu agreed to the guy's offer and stated that she was ready to worship him as her teacher. The protagonist waved his hands when Lin Lin knocked out before him and said that she, as an older student, did not need to do this. Lin Lin, blushing, smiled and told the guy that he was happy, that he had at least a little conscience. The sixth older sister watched Lin Lin and Chu mine from the side, crossing her arms over her chest. She felt jealousy. Ji Hanxuan sighed heavily too. She thought that the charm of the younger brother was really great. The main character finally remembered his fifth older sister and with a frightened face asked where this girl was. The seventh older sister reassured him, saying that Miss Lan was at her house and asked if she wanted to see her. Chu-ming sharply got out of bed and said that Lan had vision problems, and he should heal his sister as soon as possible. In the car, Ji told his brother that he had not completely recovered, and asked why he was in a hurry to treat his fifth sister. The main character replied that on the eve of the pulse of the fifth sister, he determined that her vision problems were unusual and very complex. The sixth sister was outraged that they had to treat a doe, which violated the ban on sex of the seven saints and helped the Van family. Chu-ming answered Nan Lin, standing for the Lan, that the fifth sister was aware of her mistakes, and she had already lost her life for this once. While they were driving home, the main character told the sisters all the details about what happened to their fifth older sister. After hearing him, Nan Lin said that the fifth older sister seemed to have not become arrogant, and this is just the tricks of fate. Ji Hanxuan also admitted that they unfairly accused Signer, and they need to return home as soon as possible. Miss Lan at that time was sitting on the couch in Ji's house. Qin Yan asked a stranger if she was the fifth older sister. Signer looked at the girl with a smile and introduced herself like a sinner. She asked Qin Yan if she was the wife of Chu Mina. Qin Yan blushed with awkwardness after such an assumption and answered the fifth sister that there was nothing between them. Lan told the girl, smiling, that Chu Ming would not allow her to be alone with her sister if Qin Yan was not close to him. The girl explained to his fifth sister that this was the seventh elder sister. Ji Hanxuan asked her to take care of the doe. Miss Lan giggled and said that Qin Yan blows jealousy and asked the girl if she liked Chu Ming. Qin Yan lowered her sad look to the floor and replied that she had too low status, so she did not fit the min. To console the new friend, Miss Lan took the saddened girl by the hand and said that she needed to be a little bolder. Signer shared with Qin Yan that her younger brother is also a man of deep feelings and is a very faithful guy. In Qin, Yan woke up hope. The words of the Lan acted on her, and she suggested that the truth should be bolder. Suddenly, the fifth older sister of Chu Mina became ill. The girl cried out in pain and grabbed her head with her hand. Frightened, Qin Yan asked what was the matter, and Lan asked her not to worry and just bring her medicines. The girl hastily ran to another medicine room. Miss Lan at that time sat on the couch and trembled with severe headache. The fifth older sister grabbed her left eye with her hand. She cried out because the pain was unbearable. At that moment, a frightened protagonist ran to Miss Lan. He shouted his sister's name, seeing that the girl became ill. Nan Lin, when she saw her sister's symptoms, asked why she was so similar to the curse that was imposed on her. Signer was still trembling in pain, covering her face with her hand, and when she heard Nan Lin's voice, she immediately recognized her sixth older sister. Chu Ming was about to measure pulse Lan. He asked his sister not to speak and asked if she had pills to suppress the symptoms. Qin Yin ran into the room. She brought a small wooden box, which was a first aid kit of the fifth older sister. Still suffering from severe pain in the eye, Miss Lan asked Qin Yan to give her a purple pill that will help her. The protagonist opened the box from where the golden light poured. He told Lan that all the pills inside were exactly the same. Inside on a red pillow lay several purple small balls. Chu Ming took one of them. Chu Min handed the fifth older sister a purple small ball, which radiated bright magic golden light. Lan Xinye immediately put a pill in her mouth in order to get away from unbearable symptoms as soon as possible. Suddenly, the fifth older sister became only worse. She trembled even more and opened her eyes even more, and veins swelled on her face. Qin Yan was frightened for the girl. She asked Chu Mina whether this pill should work. The main character was calm. He answered Qin Yan that this pill is useful but also poisonous, so she feels bad. The sixth older sister, Nan Lin, asked her younger brother what this means and why the pill acts on the dough. Chu Ming explained that this pill calls the tribute of the gap, which was originally used to temporarily prevent the rotting of corpses. Qin Yan asked why Lan accepts them when she heard from Chu Min that, in the long run, the medicine gives complications and destroys the meridians. Looking at the fifth older sister, who became better, the main character answered his girlfriend that these pills are just helping. Siner came to her senses. She confirmed that this was really a tribute to the gap and said that only these pills were helping her now. Chu Min knelt down in front of his sister and asked for permission to inspect her eyes to understand the cause of the disease. The fifth older sister stopped smiling. She hesitated, not immediately allowing her younger brother permission to watch her eyes. Miss Langenier still agreed to give her brother to examine her eyes. She decided to remove her hair from her eyes, which always hides. A terrible picture opened in front of the girls and Chu Min. When Qin Yan saw that with his eye, she asked how it happened. Lan explained that since she was blinded, the situation worsened. There was a curse on her eye, and it turned into a dark clot of energy. Nanlin asked his brother if he could cure it, and promised to help with the seventh sister if there were some herbs. Chu Ming said that medicinal herbs are useless here, and the one who put the witchcraft sacrificed life for the sake of strengthening. Nan Lin was indignant and screamed, asking who could be so angry, and Han Xuan asked if there was really no way out. Chu Ming thoughtfully answered the older sisters that there is a chance to remove witchcraft, but for this we need a special item. The sixth older sister asked what special object her younger brother was talking about. The protagonist explained that it was necessary that their fourth older sister bring with her a black boiler of the chi source. Han Xuan said that she has information regarding the fourth older sister, and they can go to her. Nan Lin admitted that she did not communicate with her fourth sister at all, and asked Ji where did she get information about her. Ji said that the fourth sister put the first investment in her company because she was part of the Tan family. Famous in the province of the Tang family, Nan Lin was dumbfounded by learning that the fourth sister from the Tang family because she used to think that she was from a simple family. The main character asked the seventh older sister to tell more details about the representative of the Tan family. Han Xuan said that in fact, the fourth older sister is the native daughter of the head of Tan, the largest family in the southwest of China. According to Ji, the Tan family controls huge entertainment industry corporations and financial funds. It is also known the seventh sister that this family controls mechanical engineering and heavy industry in 4 provinces of the country. There are 4 representatives in the Tang family, and everyone has incredible abilities, and the head of the family is called Xiao, who is known as the king of the southwest. The dumbfounded Qin Yan asked her friend if it is true that even the usual rice worts are produced by Tan. The protagonist asked the seventh elder sister whether it was possible to compare the Tang family with the Van family. Han Xuan replied that each representative of Tang has more than 2 masters of the kingdom of the Sea of Qi, and because of them, Van dared to step in Guizhou. Nan Lin was glad that they now have a super patron, and asked Ji why she had not addressed a powerful sister before. Ji said that she returned the fourth family all the investment in 4 times, and did not want to rely on her. Chu Ming understood, after listening to Ji Han Xuan, that it would not be so easy to ask the fourth older sister for help. The fifth older sister told the younger brother that her affairs were not so important, and asked him to take care of his affairs. The main character agreed. He smiled and said that he has one more thing in this city that needs to be done. The puzzled Qin Yan asked if Qi really had to do some things with his great status personally. Smiling broadly, the protagonist explained to his girlfriend that his last thing in the city was the creation of his own sect. At a large house in a traditional style, Nan Lin, Lin Lin, Master Du, and Seaman Lei, who climbed onto the stairs, the red-haired student of Chu Mina was engaged in the fact that he hung a tablet. He was told that he needed to move her a little more to the left. Seaman the younger implicitly followed the instructions of the elder sister Lin Lin, which caused laughter of the master of Du. Old man Seaman, sitting at the table with Chu Min and Chuanji, asked the guy why he did not want to move to the house more. Grandfather, holding a glass with a drink in his hand, looked around and said that the house that Chu Ming chose seemed too small to him. Chuanji agreed. He suggested that Qi be allocated for him a plot in the city center and build a sect there for him. The main character smiled and replied that this house was enough for him, and the students of his sect are valued for his abilities, not quantity. Chuanji annoyed how the old man shamelessly flattered a mine when Seaman called our hero an unusually modest person. Chuman understood that the courtyard was too large at home, and it was difficult to clean it, and if he had 2 students, the rooms would be empty. He remembered that the masters taught him to be hardworking and leaning, and he was important to have enough space for masters. The main character was distracted and looked into the distance when he heard the voices of the people welcoming him, and realized that the guests had arrived. The guests congratulated Chu Mina on the opening of the martial arts hall. His brother Yue, his daughter, the head physician of the hospital, and Sui Yu came to him. Chu Ming met guests with open arms. He was glad to see everyone and asked them to enter. With a wide smile on his face, the guy grabbed the girl's girl in his hands and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Yai pointed a finger at Dad and said that he was bad because he asked her not to bother Chu Mina because of his employment. Yue's brother, smiling awkwardly, admitted to Chu Min that his daughter wanted to call Chu Min, but he did not want to bother the guy. The protagonist allowed the girl to call him at any time, and she began to grumble at the dad, boasting that Chu Ming did not consider her annoying. The head physician asked Chu Min whether he was going to engage in medicine further, since he discovered a sect of martial arts. Chu Ming lowered the girl to the ground and explained to the man with glasses that his sect was not a martial art hall. The head physician of the hospital and the student of Nanlin stared at the guy with dumbfounded eyes because they considered it before. Chu Min announced that his sect is the Chinese School of Martial Arts, where there will also be the arts of medicine, Taoism, hexagrams, and much more. Standing in front of the new section of the sect, the protagonist said that his organization would sooner or later revive the glory of Chinese martial arts. On the territory of the sect of our hero, it was already dark when the evening came, but many inhabitants of the house did not sleep yet. One of these was Qin Yan. She went outside and stood around the corner, peering out. The girl doubted that she was acting not too straightforwardly. The girl squeezed her fist and set about acting. She remembered the advice from Miss Lan to become more bold and persistent. Lin Lin also went out into the street. She intended to find out the answer to her question because now the problems have already been settled. The 6th older sister also stood around the corner and did not sleep. She realized that today is the day when everything was decided. Nan Lin looked around the corner, realizing that 2 days later, Chu Ming would leave the city to find the 4th older sister. The girl intended to find out everything. She blushed greatly when she remembered how on the eve of the cave of Chu Ming, she kissed her. The 6th older sister clenched a fist and decided to act, because today, the best opportunity to find out. In the courtyard of 77 Saints, there was a sound of heels. All 3 girls who had feelings for Qi, a mine were looking for a meeting with him. Lin Lin, Nan Lin, and Qin Yan looked at each other dumbfounded when they at the same time approached the room of Qin Mina. The shocked Qin Yan, who sweated with awkwardness, asked the rest of the girls why they were not sleeping yet. Lin Lin was also covered with a blush due to the fact that she was caught, so she asked the 6th sister why she did not sleep. The 6th older sister was then covered with a sense of awkwardness. She was unhappy that such a coincidence occurred. A second later, the door leading from the street to the chambers of Chu Mina opened. The main character went out, while not suspecting anything. All 3 girls who came to visit him froze and stared dumbfounded at their subject of sighing. Chu Ming saw his friends on the threshold of his room and calmly asked the girls what they were doing here. Lin Lin, Qin Yan, and Nan Lin became so awkward that they could not clearly answer the guy what they are doing here. Feeling shame in front of Chu Min, after a moment all the girls evaporated. They fairly said goodbye and said that they were already going to sleep. The main character did not have time to say anything. As they disappeared, he asked them to wait, but the girls had already run away. Returning to his room, the puzzled young man scratched his head. He had no idea what the 3 of them were doing at his house. The guy took out the phone and told himself that he had almost complete information regarding his 4th older sister. On the screen, there was a photo of a girl. Chu Ming knew that recently the family of the 4th sister was faced with some problems in Juncheng. Chu Ming first wanted to start digging with these problems with Juncheng, but then reminded himself that he still had business. Meanwhile, other actions unfolded in the city of Junqin in the province of Guizhou, where the 4th sister lived. The fair-haired girl Tan Zhenjin learned the news that her younger Chumin founded the sect of Chinese martial arts. The little duck in the headphones confirmed that it was true, and Chumin has already passed the official registration, although he chose a small house. The assistant Zhen agreed to continue to observe the younger brother of the lady when she gave him such an order. The fourth sister admitted that his brother has talent, because he destroyed 3 families and united the city, and also attracted Seaman and Yu to his side. Looking at the wine that she had a glass, the girl doubted whether the protagonist of the 7 Saints had enough for the protagonist. She stated that her brother's achievements are far from enough, and decided to test Chu Mina on behalf of the 7 Masters. Qin Yan buried herself in his room, because she was sad that the recognition of the love of Chu Min had failed again. She blamed herself that not as cool as Lin Lin and Nan Lin. And then in her room, the girl asked someone if she was still sleeping. The dumbfounded Qin Yan got up and saw a Qin in front of him, who climbed onto her windowsill. She asked what he was doing here. The guy warned that he would leave the city for a while, so he was going to give Qin Yan to protect, because she does not understand martial arts. Chu Ming showed his friend a gift from the 4th master. A protective spell was engraved on him, which will protect the girl in danger. Qin Yan answered his lover that the guy was going on a trip, so he needs a talisman than her. Smiling, Chu Ming replied that he was very strong, and he could not leave such a beautiful girl without protection. The girl no longer argued and extended her hands to accept a gift in the form of a protective talisman from the protagonist. Chu Min decided to leave, saying that he had other things to do, and asked Qin Yan not to forget to wear this talisman. After a moment, Chu minds, as if the wind swept past Qin Yan and disappeared. The girl bounced to the side, a little scared. Qin Yan rejoiced, believing that she was definitely in the heart of Chu Mina because he praised her beauty and took care of her safety. Dissatisfied, Lin Lin sat in her room and was indignant that because of the disgusting situation, Chu Min did not give her an answer. The girl was very angry with her lover. She began to say aloud that Chu minds a smelly boy. Lin Lin was rounded his eyes from surprise when Chu Ming, who was behind, asked why he was smelly. The girl smiled, turned her head and asked the protagonist why he was in her room. The young Madame Yu stunned at the book which Chu Ming was handed to her, saying that he was passing his knowledge to the girl. He explained that this is a sutra of the 7 Saints, the main book of the sect, with the help of which Smart Tench will quickly learn the basics. The girl accepted a gift. She asked if Chu really intends to teach her martial arts. The main character laughed when he heard the girl's question and replied that he naturally wanted, because she was his senior student. Lin Lin drooped. She asked if it was all that he wanted to say, because she did not want to be just a student. With a wide smile on his face, the protagonist reassured the older student, saying that this is not all that he came for. The young Madame Yu slapped her hands with joy. She looked at Chu Mina shining with happiness and asked what he still wants to say. Chu Ming put in the palm of the girl 3 small luminous balls and said that these were pills for a breakthrough that he secretly made in the mountains. Lin Lin immediately guessed that these were the same pills that Mr. Van took to break into the kingdom of the Sea of Qi. The main character confirmed the guesses of the girl and said that with them, Lin Lin could achieve more than the Van family. The dumbfound of the Tench Lin was embarrassed to accept such a gift. She asked Chu Mina, unless they were too expensive. He put his hand on the girl's head and reassured her, saying that they were valuable for others, but he did not mind giving pills. Lin Lin was in anticipation. She expected that behind these words, Chu Mina would follow the recognition of love for her. But the girl was not right. Instead, Chu Ming told the senior student to practice well and not disgrace the face of the 7-7 sect. The young Madame Yu did not have time to answer the guy anything, as a moment later the main character evaporated, running out of her room. The girl's head filled many questions. She was shocked and outraged that Chu Ming again did not give her an answer to the main question. The next morning, Chu Ming left the room and reached out. On the street, he was met by a student of Le and greeted the master. The protagonist said that today he is going on a long journey, and he has something for his student. The red-haired guy looked at his teacher with surprised eyes when he announced that there was a gift for him. Chu Min handed his student a blue book, the same as last night the guy gave the senior student Lin Lin. He said that this is the work of his 7 masters of the 7 Saints sect, and the main teaching, and also ordered Le to practice well and not be lazy. Secretly, Chu Ming giggled angrily, because in this textbook there were no personal notes of the hero, and LE will be more difficult to study. Seaman La took the book in his hands. He did not expect to receive such a gift, so he asked for whether this is true for him. A guy with red hair stared puzzled at the book when Chu Min confirmed that she, of course, was for him. Lei knew that for basic skills it was needed for 5 years in the middle sect, before she began to give real martial art. When Chu Ming left, Seaman looked after the guy with his eyes full of delight, because his master is really wonderful. The protagonist stopped and turned around when Seaman Lee suddenly thanked him and bowed his head to the floor. Chu Ming told the guy that this was only the beginning, and he was waiting for a long way ahead, and also advised him to ask for advice from the older sister if Lei did not understand something in the book. Seaman Lei agreed to follow the instructions of his master. He was still standing in front of him, kneeling to the ground. The main character saw the car of the older sister and was ready to go in search of the fourth to cure Miss Lan. Ji Hanxuan and Senior was already sitting in the car. The seventh older sister asked her younger brother to sit back. With a wide smile on the face of Chu Ming, he was ready to go to a new adventure, and Seaman Air wished the master of a successful way. When the main character got into the car, the fifth older sister thanked the younger brother for his help. The main character smiled at the older sister and replied that all the things that concern her are also concerned about him. The fifth older sister smiled embarrassedly and once again expressed gratitude to the younger brother for their help. Ji Hanxuan laughed and asked Lan not to thank her brother because they are one family, and Chu Ming helps each of them. The seventh older sister stopped abruptly and closed her eyes with surprise. The main character was also scared. Suddenly, Chu Ming received a kick in the face. The girl screamed, asking how they dared to leave her. The furious Nan Lin beat his brother, screaming that she also intends to contribute to the older sister and beat Chu Mina if he leaves without her. Ji Hanushin said Nan Lin that they were not going to throw her, and the girl just wanted to call the sixth older sister. The sixth older sister shouted at Ji, claiming that she did not believe her because she saw how Hanxuan tried to leave. The seventh older sister giggled, covering her mouth with her hand, because she found the behavior of Nan Lin funny. The fifth older sister smiled. She had not felt so free for a long time, and being with everyone was comfortable. Nan Lin continued to beat her brother, calling him a smelly boy who did not even wake her. And Lan noticed that the relationship between the sisters had become better. Ji Hanxuan asked the guys to stay stronger and warned that they were going, and they agreed. Lin Lin and Qin Yan at that time stood on the balcony, seeing a look with a look. Yu grunted displeasedly when our hero left. The young Madame Yu was angry at her lover. She was angry that this smelly Chu Ming did not even greet her. The girl was distracted from evil thoughts when she heard a melody that came from her phone. Lin Lin smiled broadly. She hoped that Chu Ming did not forget about her, and he was calling the girl now. The senior student of the sect again got angry when she looked at the phone screen and saw her father was calling her. The girl answered the call, greeted her father and asked why he called her so unexpectedly. Chuangyi asked his daughter to return home as soon as possible because he wants to tell the girl something important. Lin Lin was very alert because for the first time in her life she heard such a serious and strict voice of the dad. The girl immediately returned home. Two subordinates opened the door for her. From the doorway, she informed her father that she had returned. Chuangyi told the daughter that the case is due to the fact that the girl only recently entered the university and is very busy studying. The head of the family Yu said that he wanted Lin Lin to take control of half the family affairs. The girl was worried. She was not sure that she could do this and said about it to her father. The man explained to her daughter that she should grow up as soon as possible and promised that Uncle Du would help her. Lin Lin was saddened by these news. She tried to find the courage to object to her father. Chuangyi told the daughter that if she wants to be a woman worthy of Chumina, she should do family affairs. When the father mentioned the lover of Lin Lin, the expression of her face immediately changed, and the image of Chu Min appeared in her head. The girl clenched her fists, became decisive, and told the head of the family that she agreed and would do everything in her power. After some time, Chu Ming and his three older sisters were at the station building. Ji wanted to go on a high-speed train. She explained that there are no flights between the cities, and they can safely go by train because it is fast and safe. Miss Lan was not opposed because she had not felt human fuss for a long time. And besides, she never went on high-speed trains. Chu Ming realized that Ji deliberately brought his fifth sister here to see more worldly fuss, and noted her attentiveness. Going to the railway station surrounded by sisters, passers, Bai began to pay attention to the beauty of the girls. The inhabitants were delighted with unfamiliar. They thought that these were stars from the TV, and did not understand why this man was walking with three beauties. Passers-by men, losing their mouths, dreamed of being in the place of the protagonist because they believed that they were better than him. It turned out that in the square at the station there were not only simple passers. One of the men said to the headphone that the goal came into sight. Through the headphone, they ordered him to follow Chu Min and not lose him from the field of view, and promised to give the following instructions on the train. Soon, the high-speed train was already driving across the bridge, heading to the city in which our hero intends to find the fourth sister. Chu Ming said that the train is more comfortable than the one on which he arrived in Jiangzhou. And Ji laughed, remembering how much money the masters were given to his pocket expenses. Ji Hanxuan covered her mouth with her hand when the protagonist asked the seventh older sister to stop laughing at him. When Chu Ming himself giggled, Nan Lin immediately turned around and began to scream, demanding an explanation from Chu Min why he was laughing. The sixth older sister began to pull Chu Mina by the cheeks, asking how he dared to hide something from Nan Lin. The attacker stood in the toilet. He received instructions through the headphone to change and create troubles of Chu and the rest. Having changed into the costume, the guy asked the instructor what sizes there should be trouble, and they answered him that the more, the better. The conductor said Nan Lin and Chu Min that you can't make noise on the train because they go quickly, and in case of shaking they can suffer. Ji Hanxuan did not know why, but it seemed to her that this trip to the fourth older sister would not be at all easy. A conductor with a cart entered the car, on which vases and trays with desserts for passengers were placed. A woman stared dumbfounded at a young man who stood in a business suit in a bathroom and looked at the conductor. A man with a wide smile on his face went to the cart, pointed his finger at the dessert and asked the girl if this was for sale. She blushed because she considered the man very beautiful and replied that it was food for a person from VIP class. The guy replied that he was also from the VIP class, but he was sorry that he was not hungry, and he did not like this food and influenced the energy for desserts. The man offered a beautiful lady to share these desserts with other passengers and smiled again. The conductor smiled embarrassedly and went further along the car, taking the cart in front of her. She was fascinated by the beauty of the passenger. When the girl went to a safe distance, the man through the headphone reported to the boss that the task was completed. Chu Min's sister picked up food, which was poisoned by a powder of bone dissolution and rot through the influence of that man. The instructor in the headphones screamed when a man reported to him that he used a poison that leads to an instant decomposition of his body. The guy's boss shouted at him, demanding that he immediately return the food, and threatened him with death if something happened to one of those people. At this time, Chu Ming praised a high-quality food on a business-class train, which was very different from food on his last trip. The sixth older sister replied that she did not see the benefits of a beautiful present, because for her, the main taste of food. Nan Lin looked inquiringly at his younger brother when Chu Ming began to grunt, looking at a beautiful dessert. The main character took out a golden dust with his fingers from the dessert and told the older sisters that this food was poisoned. The shocked sixth older sister could not believe her ears when she heard that there was poison in food. Chu Ming immediately realized that this man had poisoned food behind, and suggested that this was the master of the Kingdom of the Sea of Qi. The main character released the true QE, intending to attack first, because he saw that that man was approaching. The guy stared dumbfounded at the man who approached our hero and asked him to sell him all 4 dinners. The sixth older sister wanted to say something about the words of his younger brother when she saw a man, but then stopped. The clumsy poisoner grabbed all the poisoned food from his hands, threw a mine a few packs of money and wanted to leave. Ji Hanxuan asked the bewildered brother, "Is he not going to pursue a man who poisoned their dinner?" Chu Ming admitted that this is strange because he is sure that this guy in the Kingdom of the Sea of Qi poisoned their food, but he did not attack. After some time, this guy in the Kingdom of the Sea paid for his mistake. The man was hit directly in the face. His boss was the furious fourth sister of Tan Zhenzhen. She asked the man whether he was an idiot. The guy, trembling with fear and pain, justified himself, saying that it was she who ordered him to create great troubles for those people. An angry girl screamed that she ordered him to create problems for those people, and not to take their lives. The shameful man dutifully hunched over in front of the boss and did not argue with Tan Zhenzhen anymore. The rest of the bodyguards were secretly disagreeing with the boss, because it gives ambiguous tasks and cares about the younger ones that she does not contact. Zhenzhen ordered everyone to carefully listen to her and warned that no one would use death methods to check her younger ones. Men in unison agreed to follow the order of the boss when she warned that otherwise they would lose their skills and would be expelled from the family. The girl held a photograph in her hands. She knew that she could not allow something to happen to her younger sisters. She knew that if she accidentally harmed them, then she could not return to the sect and meet her masters. When the guys arrived at the destination, it was already dark on the street. The actions unfolded at the station. Hanushan and Nan Lin asked his younger brother, as he guessed that poison was in food on the train. Chu Ming said that in the Kingdom of the Sea of Qi perception of things, it becomes very sensitive, so he felt the weak traces of qi of another person. Nan Lin said that it was really useful, and Ji replied that she had already forgotten that her brother had reached the kingdom of the Sea of Qi. The fifth older sister asked the guys where they go further and whether they should go right now to her fourth sister. Ji said that the fourth sister has a special status, so they do not need to rush. But for now, find a place for an overnight stay. Chumin and Nan Lin in unison told my sister that a good hotel did not necessarily need just a place where you can sleep. Han Xuan promised that she booked a regular place, but as a result, it turned out to be a presidential room in Leroy Hotel, where the best actor of China recently stopped. The hotel employee told the guests that there are 6 beds inside the room, and for 4 people this is more than enough. The protagonist and Nan Lin went inside and began to consider the situation with delighted eyes. While Ji gave the card, Ji laughed when Chu Ming began to be indignant that this was not an ordinary number. But Nan Lin stunned at the gold card. It was a pity to the fifth sister that she could not see the beauty of the hotel. She would like to know that the seventh sister considers usual. Nan Lin went out onto the balcony and screamed enthusiastically, saying that the landscape is amazing. Chu Ming followed her. The sixth sister looked at the look from the window with admiration, and our hero had no delight on the face. The guy remembered the moment when he was still very small, and the seventh master showed him an amazing landscape. The main character told his sister that his master once showed him a more magnificent landscape, but this one could not compare. The sixth older sister stared dumbfounded at his younger brother because she was surprised by his reaction. Ji Henshuan approached her sister and brother and asked them to draw up a plan together, and Lan asked what plan the girl was talking about. Ji explained what he meant, a meeting plan with the fourth sister, who is also the eldest daughter of the Tang family. All 4 sat down at the table. Nan Lin said that Ji talked the most with her fourth sister, so she better decides. Han Xuan said that she spent many years in the world of business, so to get assistance, you must first help others. Chu Means raised his index finger up and admitted that he already had an idea, but he does not know whether it could be implemented. The seventh older sister asked her younger brother to voice her ideas if he already has them. Chu Ming said that when he was looking for information on the internet, he came across the news that the fourth sister attracted the attention of the master. The sixth older sister asked the protagonist why he is so sure that it was their master. Chu Ming explained that this pursuer is very strong, because the bodyguards of the fourth sister could not catch him. The guy scratched his chin, thought and told the sisters that this pursuer may even go beyond the kingdom of the Sea of Qi. The seventh older sister had no idea what was after the kingdom of the Sea of Qi, so she asked her brother. Nan Lin talked about 6 levels of martial art for the seventh sister, who is not very good at this topic. The girl said that if you enter into overcoming heaven, the method of circulation of qi in the body will change, and a person will even get the opportunity to fly. Ji Henshuan was amazed when Nan Lin told her that such people could make real flights. Chu Min confirmed the words Nan Lin, saying that one day the master took him to fly on the mountains, and suggested that he himself could also do this. The seventh and sixth older sisters looked dumbfounded at his brother. Nan Lin said that in the kingdom of the Sea of Qi it was impossible. Then Chu Ming released true qi and climbed almost under the ceiling, saying that this is the height of its current limit. The sixth older sister was shocked. She rounded her eyes and mouth, seeing her younger brother really soaring in the air. Lan Xinyer told Chu Min that it is really unusual, although she cannot see it. He feels a wave of qi. Chu Ming went down to the floor and stated that his idea was to catch this pursuer of his sister and solve the problem. Nan Lin asked where to start because they can't just sit at the door of the fourth sister and wait for a stalker. The guy explained that in fact everything is very simple. They need to look for a sister with a scope, and is indicative to attract the attention of a stalker. After some time, Ji Henshuan's discussions told his brother that the method he proposed has a certain implementation. The main character replied that the key point is how exactly they need to arrange this large search for searches. Henshuan got up and asked to provide it to her, and promised the guys to arrange an excellent scene for them. After some time, when Tan Zhenzhen painted the makeup artist, the girl drew attention to her phone, who called. The girl was surprised that she suddenly called her, because few knew her number, only her sisters. Zhengjin answered the call and asked Henshuan if she finally had time to call her after more than a year of silence. Henshuan apologized and asked where Zhengjin now lives because they would like to visit her, and Tan ordered her to come to the first building. After Ji immediately hung up, Zhengjin was angry at her younger sisters, and Han Shuang, who told her nothing more. In the car, the seventh older sister ordered the driver to go to the first building, which belongs to Tan Group. The driver called her a boss, but she asked him not to call her so because his boss is a man who is sitting next to him. The man who was driving corrected himself and respectfully turned to the master of Chu, causing awkwardness of our hero. The main character turned around, looked at his seventh sister and asked if she was really going to do such a strange thing. The seventh older sister agreed that her idea is quite trivial, but she is going to create a definitely large scene. Nan Lin said that she was suspected that the fourth older sister would spend his whole life on putting things in order in this picture. The following actions unfolded near the first building of the Tan groups. There were several identical cars on the side of the road. The fourth older sister of Tan Zhenzhen was restless. She did not understand where her sisters who promised to come. In the headphone, the girl was transferred to the girl that several cars were standing at the entrance to the building and asked whether to drive them away. She was explained that a man and 3 women were sitting in the first car, and they claim that from the 7-7 sect. Having frowned, Tan Zhenzhen immediately ordered the subordinate to let those 3 women and a young guy. The girl hastily went down the stairs. Her assistant did not understand why her mistress was so excited for the first time. When Zhengzhen went out into the street, she spread her hands to the sides of surprise and changed a lot in her face. She saw how Chu Mines gets out of the car, and a whole crowd of men in suits bow to him and honorably greet the heir to the 7-7 sect. Passing by the men who knocked their heads, Chu Ming heard them shout that he specially arrived at a meeting with Lady Tan Zhenzhen. The guy tried to hide the terrible awkwardness that he was feeling. He blamed the 7th older sister in this, who arranged it. Lady Tan Zhenzhen was dumbfounded. She certainly did not expect to see that her brother Chu Mina would be accompanied by the retinue of subordinates. In the neighboring building stood an unfamiliar man with a pigtail, who needed a mine and the rest of the guests. The man was furious when he saw that the sect of 7 saints, which had been hiding for hundreds of years, suddenly sent someone. The guy turned around, turned to his older brother and told him to look at it, saying that these are people from the sect who came to Zhenzhen. The chubby guy ran to the window and screamed, asking how they dared to appear with such a large pump. And they really forgot about enmity. The man took out a dagger and invited his older brother to deal with several of the guests for entertainment, because it still would have to be done later. The guy grinned viciously and agreed to deprive several students of the 7 Saints sect in order to get praise from the head. The protagonist, bypassing all his huge retinue of humble men in costumes, finally approached the 4th older sister. The guy with a wide smile on his face greeted Lady Tan Zhenzhen and introduced himself in front of her like Chu Ming. The girl did not answer, was angry and ran back to the house. And the perplexed Chu Ming asked her, did she really forget him? Han Chuan thought that her sister forgot Chu Mina, got out of the car and began to scream Zhenzhen that they were they. Zhengzhen stood and crooked with anger, not answering anything brother and sister, of course, she remembered them. But she was too embarrassed. Chu Ming was taken aback when he suddenly heard someone else's laughter. An unknown person turned to the students of the 7 Saints sect and said that they were very brave. Several small purple balls flew in our hero. Chu Ming asked who he was, and they answered that it was not necessary to know the dead. The main character gave the order to immediately return to the car. He waved his hand, intending to protect himself from balls with needles. Tan Zhenzhen and her assistant also stared dumbfounded at small balls with needles who were approaching them. Chu Ming warned everyone that it was poisonous smoke and ordered to close the windows in cars while he would understand the outside. A man with a pigtail landed on the ground in front of Chu Min. He told the boy that he had a rather fast reaction. The street was filled with poisonous smoke. An unfamiliar man asked our hero if he was a student of 7 Saints sect. The assistant took Lady Tan Zhenzhen by the hand and asked the mistress to go into the house because there is toxic smoke. The girl was not going to run away anywhere. She smiled and said that it was a trifle. Preparing 3 pink balls, one of these balls Lady Zhenzhen handed her assistant. The girl asked the lady what it was. The assistant was dumbfounded when, after a moment, a small ball turned into a real gas mask. But Chu Ming knew that this poison would not harm the 4th sister, because it specializes in the creation of weapons and artifacts of the MO family. The protagonist concluded that it was this guy in a green suit, that man who pursues the 4th sister. Chu Ming demanded from the stranger to tell who he is and what goal this man pursues. The stranger replied that he was very strict in his words, so until one of them does not pass away, Chu Ming has no right to ask questions. The main character widely spread his legs and arms to the sides, activated his strength and shouted that then he would first beat him. The man with a pigtail grinned and waved his hand, releasing another portion of violet balls towards our hero. The guy in a green suit giggled angrily. He was confident in his abilities and that he would defeat Chu Min. The air around our hero was again spoiled by poisonous smoke. But the guy told the enemy that this smoke was useless. Ming rushed forward and pushed away from the ground, as close as possible to the enemy to attack him from the air. The stranger managed to easily stop the fist of our hero and block the attack, continuing to hold his hand. The magic forces of Min and the enemy collided. The man said that he finally had a worthy enemy when he saw that our hero in the kingdom of the Sea of Qi. The fourth older sister and her subordinate stood and looked at the street filled with smoke, as well as flashes in the sky. The girl was in the gas mask. She tried to follow the progress of the duel, but because of black smoke she could not see anything. The idea came into her head to use another useful gadget, a telescope of true Qi, breaking through obstacles. Looking at the telescope, Zhenjin said that now he sees much better, and the assistant stared dumbfounded at her. The battle between the Min and the stranger continued. The man took to the air to attack the guy again. The main character understood that the enemy is at the level of the Sea of Qi, and not in overcoming heaven, so this is not the pursuer. The man reminded Min that they, people from the Seven Saints sect, love to boast of their righteousness. The stranger asked Mina to let him see this righteousness today and prepared another weapon against the guy. The enemy grabbed one of the guys in black suits by the throat. The young man wide open his mouth because he could not breathe. A man with a pigtail ordered Qi not to move, otherwise he will make a guy's life in his hands worse than death. The guy desperately begged not to lose his life, because he is just a driver. He has children at home who needs to be fed. The main character stopped and fell silent, watching the situation. He thought what to do to save the innocent. The stranger ordered Qi to destroy his improvement right now. Otherwise, the innocent would lose his life because of him. Min, surrounded by poisonous smoke, was still calm and did not move. The guy clenched his fist tightly. Watching this in the telescope, the fourth older sister was interested in what Ming was going to do. In response to the enemy's blackmail, our hero grinned and snapped his tongue. The threat of a stranger was definitely not scared. Ming came into motion, surrounded the body of True Kui, apologized to the villain and said that everything would not be the way he tells. The man with the pigtail did not expect that Ming would not lead to his blackmail and shouted, asking what he was carrying behind the nonsense. The stranger shouted that he would deprive the life of this guy in his hand right now. But at that moment, the girl's leg flew into his face. It turned out to be the sixth older sister, who hit the stranger with such force that the man flew far back and collapsed to the ground. The driver was saved. Nan Lin ordered a frightened guy in a black suit to get up faster and escape from here. The girl told her brother that he could not do anything without her intervention. And fortunately, Ji Han Xuan had masks with him. Ming showed the sixth older sister thumb up and praised her, saying that one of his older sister was worth two. The man who attacked our hero began to swear. He got to his feet after a deafening attack by Nan Lin. The stranger's hands were painted with a violet color, and mysterious characters appeared on them, covering all the skin. The guy with a pigtail said that they finally angered him. He stared in front of him with a crazy expression. Ming asked his sister to be careful, and Nan Lin asked what kind of technique this is a stranger who looks so angry. A moment later, the stranger was already right near Nan Lin. He wanted to attack her with his palm, shouting that he would first deprive her of her life. Nan Lin realized that it was all over, because the enemy's speed was one from which, in the kingdom of the Sea of Qi, she could not evade. Fortunately, the main character managed to protect her. He pushed the villain's palm with his hand and acquired Nan Lin, being near. Ming steadily blocked the enemy's blow. A stranger, twisted in the air, tried to overcome the protagonist. The protagonist began to gradually overcome the strength of the enemy. The stranger's hand was weak with every moment. The man with a pigtail screamed heartily when Chu managed to injure the enemy's hand and knock him down. The sixth older sister blushed greatly with embarrassment. Her voice trembled when Ming asked her whether she was in order. Nan Lin asked her brother to turn his attention to his palm. Now the hand of Mina was the same as that man. The protagonist looked at his hand and said that the enemy's palm force was a curse in himself, and witchcraft passed to him. Meanwhile, the enemy sat on the ground and trembled in pain, continuing to scream. The man could no longer fight. The man's eyes filled tears. He shouted, looking at his hand, which our hero damaged during the last attack. Min approached him and offered a deal. He promised to keep his life to a man if he canceled the curse. The stranger, not going to cooperate, began to scream and call for the help of his older brother, claiming that he could defeat Mina. The protagonist turned a wary look aside and asked if there are still people who are now hiding in the shade. The sixth older sister clenched her fists and was ready to fight. She did not want to allow Qi to suffer again. The fourth older sister continued to watch the battle through the telescope. She asked if there was someone else. Ming went to the defeated enemy and pressed him to the ground with his foot. He screamed, demanding to tell where his accomplices were. A man with a pigtail grinned and replied that Chu, a mind should find them on his own if he has abilities. The enemy published a loud and heart-rending scream when Chu Ming pressed his foot on the man's chest, having pierced him with a cold look. The hero warned the guy what would happen to him if he did not tell about accomplices right away. The stranger, crumbling in pain, began to scream, begging his older brother to go out more and deprive the life of the protagonist. The older brother of the man at that time was hiding behind a tree. He considered his brother an idiot who thinks he was as stupid. He knew that this would violate all his plans if he would come out right now and fight with several shakings from the Seven Saints sect. The man intended to make the first step from his younger brother to make a plan and threw the needle through a tube. This needle fell right into the acupuncture point on the forehead of a man with a pigtail. He opened his eyes wide when it happened. The guy coughed and lowered his head to the ground. The veins on his face and neck swelled, and he was devoid of life by his own older brother. The sixth older sister turned around and noticed where the needle was just throwing from, and immediately screamed. Warning her brother, Nan Lin asked Chu Mina to be careful when the main character at the same moment ran to the place where someone was hiding. After some time, Nan Lin went to his younger brother and asked if he managed to find something. The enemy's elder brother was no longer on the spot. Chu Ming showed his sister a tube from the bamboo that he found. The main character admitted that the villain managed to escape, and they remained only with a simple bamboo tube. Lady Tan ordered his subordinates to immediately fit so that the firefighters did not suspect that there was a fire on their territory. The fourth older sister, Ji Hanxuan, Nan Lin, Miss Lan, and Chu Ming crowded near the stranger who attacked them. Having examined the man, the protagonist decided that the poison in the needle that fell on his forehead was extremely strong. Hanxuan asked who could be a killer who simply sent a master in the kingdom of the Sea of Qi to the next world. The guy looked at his sister when the worried Nan Lin asked his brother if his hand was in order. Looking at his palm, which was painted with magic symbols, Chu Ming said that it does not look very optimistic. Chu Ming turned to the fourth older sister, saying that the situation is urgent, and asked if it was possible to ask her for help. Ji Hanxuan told the fourth sister that they came only to lend the boiler to treat the fifth sister's eyes. The fourth sister has not yet answered anything. The girl was annoyed that her sister and brother were so polite in relation to her. Lady Tan Zhenjun asked the fifth older sister what trouble happened with her eye, which was taken by surprise the girl. The fifth older sister was ready to remove her hair from her face to show Tang Yang Zhenjun, which is not so with her eye. Lan Xinier showed the girl her eyes, which turned into a clot of dark energy, and said that a curse lies on him. Lady Tan Zhenjun became furious. Seeing this picture in front of her, she screamed, asking what bastard did it. Ji Hanxuan and Nan Lin were surprised that their sister was so vulgarly expressed, because her appearance speaks of something else. Lan asked Zhenjun not to worry because that man was already dead when Tan continued to scream furiously, demanding information. Hearing that this attacker was no longer alive, Tan Zhenjun calmed down and replied that then that person was lucky. Chu Ming once again asked to borrow the boiler. The girl sighed and admitted that they needed the things that they needed here. Zhenjun turned around and ordered to prepare a car for them all because she needs to find her father. A guy in a gray suit and sunglasses, which was a subordinate Zhenjun, agreed to do this. After some time, a black car with Chu Min and his sisters already busted along the city. The sixth older sister complimented Lady Tan, saying that she has a very luxurious car. The fair-haired girl replied that there was nothing special in the car. Besides, she belongs to her father, not her. Zhengjun asked the sisters not to be too polite with her father because the old man annoys her and makes her go blinds blindly. Ji Hanxuan and Nan Lin were in a stupor from such a request because it is inappropriate to be disrespectful with the king of the southwest. Chu Min, who continued to examine his damaged hands, said that he knew who put a curse on him. The sixth older sister asked the protagonist who was the person who attacked them today. Having a look at the floor, Chu Ming said that that man was a guy from the Gates of the Sorcerers. The main character looked at the fifth older sister who was sitting nearby, and once again stated that it was their hands. Ji Hanxuan did not know anything about the existence of such a sect, so she asked her brother who the minions of the Gates of the Sorcerers are. Zhenjian did not understand why this sect was following her, because her father never insulted the sect of the Gates of the Sorcerers. The protagonist explained to his sister that the reason for the persecution was that this sect is at war with their sect of seven saints. Chu Min handed the sisters the words of great masters who once told him about traveling around the world. Mentors told the guy that in their youth, when they traveled, they insulted many sects, including the Gates of the Sorcerers. The frightened fifth sister asked Chu Mina if the students of the Gate sect of the sorcerers are enemies of their masters. Chu Min confirmed guesses in the dough and added that this sect is still a fatal enemy of their sects of seven saints. Nan Lin asked what happened between them, that such a long and ardent enmity formed. The main character said that at that time the seven masters traveled around the confused world, alone as heroes and righteous. According to Chu Min, the Great Master was once in the southwest and had a misfortune to collide with the sect of the Gates of the Sorcerers. Their witchcraft was cruel and poisonous, and people in the southwest were in panic. No one dared to resist them. The seventh master, when he witnessed this horror, was forced to put things in order in the southwest first. At that time, the Gates of the Sorcerers were extremely powerful, and it seemed that they were able to shake the whole world. The fourth older sister asked her younger brother whether it turned out that their master was the most and destroyed the sorcerers. The main character admitted to his sister that he did not know this, because there is only one phrase about it in the records. The curious Ji Hanxuan and Nan Lin stared at his younger brother. They were wondering what phrase we were talking about. Chu Ming said that the battle lasted half a day, and all students over 15 years were destroyed. The older sisters looked at Chu Mina with shocked eyes when they heard that the battle lasted half a day, and Lan Chenier struck the guy's words that all the students who had reached the age of 15 were devoid of life. Zhenjin said that it is completely unlikely that a mentor can be so fierce, because she always smiles and behaves like a boar. Raising his index finger up, the protagonist warned the older sisters that now the sect of the Gate of the Sorcerers was eager for revenge. Chu Ming asked Zhenjin to be careful, because now the boozers of the enemy sect are aimed at her. Lady Tan asked her younger brother not to worry about it, because she is protected by at least 3 masters of the Kingdom of the Sea of Qi. The girl was proud of herself, and Ji Hanxuan and Nan Lin were shocked when they recognized this fact from the life of his sister. Personal driver Tan Zhenjin stopped the car and informed the madame that they had arrived at the place. The main character and his 4 older sisters got out of the car. Zhenjin invited the guys to go and find her old man. Nan Lin opened her mouth in surprise when she saw a high-rise building in front of him, which serves as a headquarters of the Tan family. Lady Tan began to welcome everyone, Nan Lin told the 4th sister, quenching her curiosity that there were 60 or more floors in the building. The blonde, with a proud gait, walked along the headquarters. All subordinates bowed in front of her and greeted the eldest lady. Ji Hanxuan asked the 4th older sister if she really was so popular in the company of Tan Group. Zhenjin explained that she is the head of the company, who distributes cookies and tea instead of tasks, so she likes her subordinates. Chu Ming smiled, realizing that the 4th sister was not as cold as Ji says, and most likely Zhenjin simply put a barrier in front of the Hanxuan. The 4th sister announced that they had finally came to her father's office, and now they could relax a bit. Lady Tan Zhenjin opened the door to her father's spacious office, but so far she has not gone inside. Instead, the girl put her hands on her mouth and began to call her old man, urging her father to leave the office. In the office was the senior executive director Liu Zinan. She asked Miss Tang not to talk so loudly here. The woman said that Mr. Tang was still busy and offered the younger sisters and brother of the girl to go to the restroom. The main character and his 4 older sisters sat on sofas. Liu Zinan brought a tray with hot drinks for guests. Chu Ming asked Lady Tan Zhenjin what kind of character her father, the head of the Tang family, is. Taking a cup with a hot drink in his hand, the puzzled Zhenjin asked why her brother suddenly asks this. Chu Ming smiled awkwardly and replied that the better he would know a person, the better he could react when the time comes. The protagonist and 6th older sister rounded his eyes when they heard a man's voice, claiming that he was in fact just a businessman. It turned out that President Tan Group quietly entered the restroom. The man was informally greeted everyone and introduced himself as Tan Xiao. Chu Ming immediately analyzed the man and realized that he had a strong body, and the level of martial arts is not low. Lady Tan Zhenjin accused her father of arrogance because they came to visit him, and Dad forced them to wait. The father asked for forgiveness to the offended daughter and explained that there was an important person here, so he could not come earlier. Nan Lin and Ji Hanxuan were dumbfounded, seeing that the majestic man was a slave to his daughter. Chu Ming turned to Uncle Tana and said that he did not want to spend his time, so he immediately asked to borrow the boiler for the treatment of his sister. Tan Xiao said that the magic boiler is the most valuable treasure of his family, so he cannot lend him so easily. This surprised the protagonist. He said that the magic cauldron is the treasure of the Seven Saints sect, which cannot be transmitted even to relatives. Chu Ming asked the 4th older sister if she forgot the rules of the sect. once she passed the magic boiler to her father. Lady Tan Zhenjin tried to justify herself before his younger brother, saying that this was not so, and Chu Min understood everything misunderstood. Tan Xiao laughed loudly and shouted that this guy is definitely worthy to become the successor of the Seven Saints sect. The man confirmed that the black boiler of the Qi source is a really precious treasure of the sect that cannot be transmitted to others. Smiling slyly, Mr. Tang Xiao hinted that he himself could also be a member of the 7-7 sect. Chu Ming was in shock. He did not understand how this was possible, because he believed that the masters accepted only his sisters in the sect. Tan Xiao asked the baby if he really thinks that the sect is so dilapidated as he watched her all this time. The main character opened his eyes and his mouth wide when he began to guess what Mr. Tan Xiao wanted to tell him about. The man explained that there are only 8 direct students of the sect, but there are much more registered members, and he is one of them. Mr. Tang widely spread his arms to the sides and stated that everyone in his companies enjoy the support of the Seven Saints sect. Shocked older sisters could not believe their ears. They first heard that Tan Xiao is one of them. Chu Ming said that, as far as he knows, the masters have no desires or aspirations, so he doubts that they would help Tan create a company. The main character did not trust the man's words. He stood up, clenching his fist, and demanded explanations from Tan. The man did not agree that the masters have no aspirations and desires. Just their aspirations, according to Xiao, are very far and high. The head of the Tang family explained that the masters support him in order to ensure the stability of martial arts in the southwestern region. According to Xiao, his Tan group absorbed a large number of talents of the region and gave these people jobs, money, and status. The man dared to make a loud statement that he, Tan Xiao, almost united the whole southwest. Zhen Zhen confirmed this, saying that her family made martial arts in the region relatively stable, as the master wanted. The 6th older sister did not agree with this statement. She mentioned the Van family, which they recently destroyed. Chu Min said Nanlian that he assumes that Tan Xiao would send people to eliminate Van, even if they had not intervened. The man laughed and told the guy that he had guessed it correctly, and praised the boy for a brilliant mind. The protagonist said that he believed the truth of Xiao, and asked what they needed to do so that Tan lent them a magic boiler. Tan Xiao asked in return to the boiler to fulfill 3 of his requests, and said that the curse, imposed on the heroes, would not be dangerous in the near future. Chu Ming asked what kind of 3 requests to be fulfilled in order to receive a magic boiler as a reward. Ji Hanshuan and the 6th older sister stared at the head of the Tan family with a degree of no confidence in a man. The first request of Xiao was connected with a person who does not want to move out of the house so that the company could demolish and build a new building. The first condition of Tan Xiao was to force this person to move. The man put a document on the table. Soon, the main character and his 7th older sister went to the Sixian area, where the same old house stood. Chu Min and Ji Henshuan stood in front of the doors. The girl said that this time she would have to talk with the old woman. Holding a big bag on his shoulder, the guy invited his sister to start talking with a resident of the house and find out about everything. Ji asked why her brother called her with him, and Nanlin ordered to stay with the 5th older sister. The guy explained that he simply feels that it was the 7th older sister that would help him deal with this misfortune. The girl coughed, trying to hide the embarrassment. It became flattering that only she could help her brother solve this problem. An elderly, gray-haired woman noticed that behind the front door, there are 2 people who knock and ask if there is someone there. The old woman screamed that she would not open the door, and ordered to leave here. Chu Mina did not surprise, because the head of Tang warned. Ji Hanshuan asked what Chu Ming would do, because the old woman would not open, because she has already been bothered many times. The main character replied that it was easy to solve the problem. He showed his older sister a needle that was going to apply. Chu Min inserted a needle into the door lock to break it and freely penetrate the house of an elderly woman. The 7th older sister asked where the younger brother had skills in the hacking of other people's doors. The hero proudly stated that he was taught by the 4th master, who said that for a brilliant solution to problems, you need to be able to instill chickens. A frightened, trembling old woman came out on the threshold of the house. She asked how the guy got here and what he was going to do. Chu Ming bowed to his grandmother and apologized, admitting that they wanted to persuade her to move from here. Defending an iron spatula, the old woman almost cried and shouted that she would not move, guessing that the guy sent Xiao. At this time, Tang Xiao reassured his angry daughter, saying that he just helps her to check Chu Mina as she wanted. The man was scared and shuddered as Zhen Zhen screamed, demanding that he gave the cauldron to her younger, otherwise she would not talk to him. Tan Xiao, sitting on her knees in front of the precious daughter, tried to convey to her that she should understand the painstaking efforts of the Pope. The man began to talk about the talent of Chu Mina, and the girl asked how our hero was connected with the Tang family. The head of the Tang family rose and said that Chu Min will definitely become a pillar of the sect. And the future of the sect is the future of their family. She said that their family would have to think about another exit if the future of Seven Saints sect is not at the proper level. Zhenzhen replied that her younger brother Chu Mingmin is strong and calm, so he can be considered the best among men. The man replied that these qualities were not enough to become a leader, because he also needs to be righteous and friendly. Lady Tan Zhenzhen calmed down, listening to her father's instructions, and agreed with the words of the man. The main character suggested that the reason why the old woman does not want to move was the land behind her house. Grandmother shouted that no one dares to disturb her husband, who was buried under that earth, and continued to threaten a spatula. Ji Hanxuan, who watched the conversation from the side, realized what was the matter, and she was wondering how her brother would solve the problem. Chu Ming knelt down and opened his bag, asking why there is not even a tombstone on the grave of her deceased old man. Grandmother explained to the guy that she could not write, and the tombstone is very expensive, and she has no money on them. The main character took a large marble plate from the bag and asked the old woman to look at the thing in his hands. An elderly woman looked at this stove with dumbfounded eyes. She was silent for a long time and could not look away. Chu Ming brought with him a large marble tombstone on which there was a photograph of her grandmother's husband and an inscription. The old woman was frightened, asking the guy where they know the name of her husband and where they got this photo. Smiling broadly, Chu Ming said that all this is the merit of his seventh elder sister, who was behind. Earlier, when Chu Ming and Ji left the headquarters of Tan, the guy said that it was not about money when they discussed the request of Xiao. The puzzled seventh older sister asked Chu Mina what he has in mind, talking about the matter from which the Tang's head hurts. Chu Ming said that an elderly woman lives in that house, and there is a grave behind the house in which, presumably, her late husband. The guy looked at his sister and said that he would like to ask her to help him in the investigation of some. Now Chu Ming admitted to the old woman that they found information about her and her husband in registration materials. Chu Ming told my grandmother that if her husband was now alive, he would like for his wife a more stable and happy old age. Wiping away her tears, her grandmother said that everyone accuses her of being earned on her husband's grave, but she does not need so much money. Having bowed before the tombstone, she admitted that she was afraid that old Qin would not find rest even after death. The main character delighted the old woman, saying that he had found an excellent cemetery where she could transfer the grave of her husband. The old woman lowered his sad look and suggested that the place in the cemetery should be very expensive. The young man said that the cemetery belongs to the Tang family, and he agreed that grandfathers were buried there for free. Grandmother shone with happiness. She began to thank the young man, grabbing a china by the hands. The main character went to the essence and asked the elderly woman if she was ready to move from here right now. Now the happy old woman agreed. She answered Chu Min, which of course was now ready to leave her house. 2 days later, the protagonist and Ji Hanxuan brought her grandmother to the cemetery, where her husband's grave stood in a new place. Grandmother put flowers on her husband's new grave, and Chu Ming, with a smile on her face, asked if she was satisfied with this place. An elderly woman, smiling, once again thanked the young man and replied that she was very pleased. Sighing heavily, the woman admitted that she and her husband had no children, and they believed that no one would put a tombstone to them. Grandmother turned to the boy and asked if she could ask Chi Min one question. Sitting on her knees in front of her husband's grave, she asked if Chu Ming could bury her next to her husband when she could not get up once. The main character stroked his grandmother on the back and said that the head of the family of Tang already promised him that he would fulfill this desire for her. The elderly woman, shining with joy, began to say thanks to our hero many times. Han Shuang stood behind and smiled. When they returned, walking around the cemetery, Chu Ming told his sister that this test from Mr. Tan brought him a lot of benefit. The seventh older sister, thinking, admitted to her brother that she thinks that Chu Ming has recently changed a lot. She said that when she first met him, he looked like a wild boy from the mountains, and now he looks softer and calm. Looking at his hand, Chu Ming said that he thinks that the reason for the changes could be that more and more duties falls on his shoulders. Tian Xiao was amazed when Chu Ming returned to his office. The man asked if the guy managed to complete this task in 2 days. The guy confirmed that he had coped with the task so quickly and asked what test he would expect further. The executive director praised Chu Mina, saying that a notification had come from the construction site that the old woman had moved today. Tan Xiao was amazed. He did not understand how Chu Ming coped so quickly, because the man offered his grandmother a lot of money many times. Sky a cigar. Tan Xiao warned our hero that the second test would be much more complicated than the first. The man told about his childhood friend Lao Jin, who is mortally ill, and before his death he wants his son to marry the daughter of Xiao. Tan Xiao was against this wedding. He honestly admitted to the guys that he considers the son of his close friend worthless. The seventh older sister asked the man how worthless this potential groom was. She said that he was almost 30 years old, but he did not even graduate from high school, continues to loom, and plans to sell the house after the death of his father. The sobbing Xiao collapsed to the Chu mine and grabbed his hand, screaming that he could not allow his daughter to marry such a person. The main character became embarrassed because of this behavior of a man. He scratched his head but agreed with Tan Xiao. Soon, the heroes went to the city hospital, where a childhood friend Mr. Tang named Lao Jin was treated. As an assistant, our hero again took the seventh sister with him. The guys went to the door that led to the ward of the man. When Chuming opened the door, he saw his son Lao Jin, who screamed at the old man and demanded to transfer him a little money. The sick man accused his son of that he comes to his hospital only when he needed money from him. The guy was indignant, screaming that dad did not answer his messages and did not pick up the phone, and he would have died of hunger if he had not come. Chuming was angry with the guy. He realized that he would be outraged if the fourth sister would marry such a young man. Lao Jian asked his son to become more serious and finally find a normal job, because he is not 20 years old. When the man began to read notations to his son, the guy got angry and grabbed a large green vase that stood on the nightstand. He got angry and threw the vase on the floor, demanding from his father to close his mouth, because the guy would be in a different position if his dad had achieved such success as Tan Xiao. The young man began to call his father an old fool and threatened that he would not deal with his funeral if Zhenjin would not marry him. The guy once again demanded from his father to transfer 5,000 and threatened to pull his oxygen tube if he did not receive money. Chu Means and the seventh older sister tried to protect the man. An angry guy shouted, demanding not to block his path. Ji Hanxuan was furious. She wanted to teach a lesson to the guy, but Chu Ming asked his sister not to be impulsive. Lao Jin was in despair due to the behavior of his only heir. The man no longer saw the meaning of life. The main character was scared for the man when he saw that the patient's body began to tremble greatly due to nerves. The frightened Chu Ming ran to Lao Jin and asked his uncle to calm down, saying that Tan Xiao sent him to cure him. Lao Jin asked Chu Mina to convey to the old Tan that he no longer wants to be treated, and the villain did not need to give her daughter to marry his son. The protagonist asked Uncle Jin not yet to move and let him see. He took the man's hand to check the pulse. The seventh older sister came closer to the man and asked what exactly Lao Jin was sick. Lao Jin said that he has a liver cancer, which has reached the terminal stage, and cancer cells gave metastases. The main character smiled and told the man that this is good that he had not yet been removed the liver. A smile appeared on the man's face. He said that at least after his death his body would remain intact. Hu Means warned that he intends to introduce the needle and use internal energy to clean the meridians. For a man, this was a surprise. Lao Jin stared at the guy with frightened eyes because he was not treated so yet. Using the energy of qi and needles, the main character asked his uncle to tolerate a little, warning that he would be very painful. Even the bird, which was sitting on a tree nearby, was frightened when she heard Lao's loud cry during the procedure. The nurses of the local hospital raised their membrane. They were scared, not understanding what happened when they heard a scream. One of the frightened employees of the hospital noticed that they were screaming from the ward, behind which Mr. Tan ordered to look at. The doctor began to knock on the door when Ji closed her. He demanded to open her, claiming that something had happened to the patient. Hanxuan, smiling nervously, asked the doctor to show patience and not to break into the ward at a critical moment. Chu Ming told my uncle that he had just stimulated large acupuncture points, and then he will use energy to support and stimulate treatment. Lao Jin courageously suffered pain, clenching his teeth. The man was trembling in pain when several needles were stuck at the right points. Having opened one eye, the man asked Chu Min whether the guy was really sent here, old Xiao. The protagonist showed the man wooden rosary and said that Mr. Tan gave him them, so that Jin understood that his man was in front of him. Lao Jin, looking at the beads, realized that this, of course, was his old friend who wants to save him. The young man, using true qi for treatment, once again asked the man to be more patient during the procedure. Chu Ming folded his hands together, and then bright multicolored sparks fired from his body, and true qi filled the whole room. The next stage of treatment was especially painful. Poor Lao Jin clenched his teeth in pain, trying to endure it. However, the pain was too unbearable. The man lifted his head, and his loud cry came to the whole hospital again. Ji Hanxuan warned his brother that the guard was already running here, who was going to break the door to the ward. The doctors of the hospital demanded that the guards act faster, claiming that the patient in this chamber is very important. The guards agreed to comply with the order of the deputy director of the hospital and began to break the door to the ward. The seventh older sister could not hold the door. Strong men successfully broke her and broke into the room. The doctor with a mustache entered the ward surrounded by two doctors and asked Ji what they were doing here. And the girl asked them to wait. The doctor saw what our hero was doing and realized that this was an acupuncture, a unique method of acupuncture of the whole body. The deputy chief doctor was dumbfounded when he saw such a young man in front of him. The doctors behind said that Chu Ming, a guy pretending to be a doctor of Chinese medicine, a charlatan who is trying to harm the patient. The doctor ordered his subordinates to shut up because he had the opposite opinion. Susing, the hospital employee, asked the young man, suggesting that he was in front of him. The main character turned around, looked at the doctor in surprise, and asked how he knew his name. The doctor was glad to meet Chu Mina. He introduced himself to the guy as an older brother in Sui Minjuya, the head physician of the hospital in Jiangzhou. The seventh older sister did not understand who was talking about, and who is Shu Minjui, the man whom the doctor mentioned. Chu Minez wide open his mouth in surprise and asked the man whether he was true to the elder brother of the chief physician Shu. The doctor explained that Shui mentioned the name of Chu Min at least 3 times under him and praised him as the first person in the new generation of traditional medicine. The hospital's employees asked the doctor to prevent Chu to deceive themselves because they did not believe that Professor Shu himself could be an assistant to this boy. Chu Ming explained that at that time there was a very emergency, and Shu agreed to help, and he was grateful to him for that. The doctor praised the modesty of the guy and said that, according to Shui, this work with Chu Min brought him a lot of benefits. Employees of the hospital, shocked by the boss's statement, looked at each other with rounded eyes. The deputy chief physician saw that each needle was exactly Vonzin in a meridian. But on such a large section, the method of acupuncture of Chu Min was unique. A man with a mustache ordered his subordinates to approach and observe, because you rarely see such practical cases. The guys smiled and agreed to follow the teacher's orders, observing the work of the protagonist. The main character sighed with relief and wiped sweat from his face. He announced that the treatment was coming to an end. Getting the needles from the body of Lao Jin, he heard gratitude from the patient. The man also mentioned the good intentions of the old Tan. When the guy took out all the needles from the patient's body, he got worse. Uncle Jin began to scream and cough, heart-rending. Hospital staff were frightened that the patient's pulmonary infection was deteriorating and gathered to help a man. Chu Ming asked the doctors not to worry and promised that the positive result of his procedure would soon show himself. However, Lao Jin was only worse. The man was lying in bed and continued to cough loudly, not stopping. After that, the man got up and coughed loudly for the last time. A large clot of crimson fluid flew out of his throat to the floor in front of the bed. Uncle Lao Jin has become better. He drew attention to the substance that he was baking and asked what it was. The deputy chief physician ordered his subordinates to send this fluid for analysis rather. Chu Ming explained that these were temporary liver stagnation and promised to come twice before Jin could write out the hospital. The main character leaned over the patient's bed and asked Uncle Jin whether it became easier for him to breathe. The man himself could not understand whether it became easier for him, so he asked Chu Min to wait. He would understand before. Lao Jin was amazed when he realized that he really became much easier to breathe after the procedure. The deputy chief physician asked Chu Min whether the liver cancer really requires only 3 procedures. Chu Min, writing out the recipe, replied that this is not enough, because you need to take more medicines. The guy handed the doctor a prescription, explained how to take medicines and asked the man to pay special attention to this. The man was dumbfounded when he read the recipe written out by Chu with a mind. He saw strong poisons in the list. The students looked at the recipe and also saw that it was strong poisons, and said to Chu Min that he could not play with the patient's life. The main character explained that the disease has reached a critical stage, so only poisons can cope with this ailment. Chu Ming said that he was ready to take on any responsibility if something happens to the patient after taking his medicine. Pupils asked the deputy not to believe this fraudster, even if a respected Professor Shu is behind him. Lao Jin turned to the deputy and asked him to instruct someone to make this medicine for him. He was ready to accept it. The indignant deputy asked the patient whether he really believes Chu Min, who prescribed him a strong poison. Smiling, Lao Jin replied that he believes old Tana. Memories of old friendship with him surfaced in his head. The doctor was in shock when he suggested that Mr. Tang himself invited Chu Mina to heal Uncle Jin. The dumbfounded hospital staff looked at each other when they heard that the head of the Tang family himself invited our hero. Lao Jin confirmed that his close friend Tan Xiao sent Chu Mina to the hospital, which immediately changed the opinion of the doctors. The deputy ordered the subordinate to immediately go and prepare the medicine according to the prescription, holding all the instructions of the Qin in his head. After some time, the doctors brought a large bowl with black hot liquid to the Lao Jin chamber. The worried doctor asked the patient if he was going to drink this medicine because it smelled unbearable. But the man was not afraid of an unpleasant aroma. He asked the doctor to give him a bowl because he trusted his friend. The deputy warned that the devices would show the state of Lao's health, and they would rinse the stomach if it worsens. The man picked up a bowl with a hot decoction and boldly drank a gulp, created from potent poisons. A hospital employee rounded his eyes in surprise when he saw that a man really drinks this drink. The deputy gave the order to the subordinates to be prepared and carefully monitor the health indicators of Lao Jin. Later, the subordinate reported to him that there were no anomalies in the indicators. But the deputy did not believe that everything would be fine. To make sure that everything is fine, the man ordered the employee to immediately take samples for tests. After some time, the hospital employee returned and told the teacher that the results of laboratory research were ready. Having studied the results of the tests, the deputy said that cancer cells are reduced, and the medicine was effective. A man with a mustache was amazed. He admitted that this guy is really a genius in the field of traditional medicine. 3 days later, actions unfolded on the city. The son of Lao Jin was walking surrounded by two friends. The guy complained about his dad, who never gave him money. He intended to pick up his bank card and turn off the oxygen tube. The young man said that today he wants to have fun and spend good time with his brothers. The son of Lao Jin stopped when an unfamiliar passerby unexpectedly crashed into him. A hand was bandaged on the guy. The guy was angry with the patient, screaming that he would destroy the man if he would infect him with something, and ordered him to see where he was going. The patient of the hospital with a tied hand began to apologize to the ferocious guy, claiming that he did not want this. But the guy shouted that the apology was not enough and waved his hand, wanting to teach a lesson that he would remember for a long time. When Uncle Jin's son was already ready to hit a defenseless man in the face, someone screamed to stop. The young man lowered his hand and turned his head back to see who had just ordered him to stop. It turned out that it was Lao Jin. An angry father shouted at the bastard, asking what he was doing. The guy let go of the patient and went to his dad, with a grin on his face, asking the old man if he went out for a walk. A guy's friend told him in his ear that his father looks good, and it does not seem at all that a man was mortally ill. Lao Jin's son laughed, waved his hand and asked his friend not to worry, claiming that this was just the last glimpse of before his death. The guy asked the old man why would he not give his bank card his son right now, since he had a little time left. The man gave a slap in the face to the only heir and shouted that he walked away because he would not give him a dime. The son asked his father how he dared to hit him, and stated that he did not even lose his impudence before his death. Lao Jin shouted to his son that this was all the fault of his father, that he had indulged all this time and loved the boy excessively after his mother's early death. The words of the man greatly angered the young man. He clenched his fists and tried to hit his father directly in the face. The guy's friends stood aside and shouted, cheering up a comrade. They were delighted that he could hit his own father, going to hit dad with a knee. His son shouted that now he would show him what splendor was. But to Chu Ming came up. The main character defended Uncle Jin. He did not let his son hit his father, attacking the negligent guy with his foot on the body. The cry of the young man rang out throughout the street. The guy panicked, experiencing severe pain in his leg after the blow of Chu Min. The son of Lao Jin collapsed to the ground and trembled with pain and horror. He looked at his leg with dumbfounded eyes. The main character asked Uncle Jin if he wants to help the man teach the lesson to his heir. Lao Jin coughed, covering his eyes, and refused to help the Ari's education of his negligent child. The man said that he was discharged from the hospital today, and he was glad, and he would no longer contact this damned creature. The guy shouted at the old man, trying to stop him, and claimed that only he, as the only heir, could bury him after his death. Uncle Jin replied that he would not have to bury him because he would not die soon, but his son may not count on his money. The man left, and the guy angrily shouted into him, accusing him of bullying the only biological son. A bitter smile appeared on Lao Jin's face when the guy reminded him that he was his only son. In the head of the men, memories of the past surfaced when he was sitting in the hospital near his wife and holding a little son in his arms. Lao Jin remembered happy moments from the past, when his whole family was together and the child was completely baby. Leaving, Lao Jin put his hand in his pockets and finally told the guy that his son was dead for him. After discharge from the hospital, Lao Jin drank tea with his old friend. Tan Xiao asked him if he was really in order. The man put a cup with a hot drink on the table before telling an old friend about his well-being. He showed Xiao's phone with his analyses, saying that even the vice president said that this was a medical miracle. The head of the Tan family was dumbfounded when he saw the tests. They were all normally after only a few days of treatment. Lao Jin showed his hand to our hero and said that all this thanks to the invited Xiao miracle Dako Min. Chu Min became embarrassed. He advised Uncle Jin to relax more and restore strength. Beware of emotional upheavals. The man looked at the savior with a smile and promised to listen to the advice of the doctor. Xiao thought it was really unbelievable that this young man managed to comprehend the essence of the divine art of healing. Tan Xiao, smiling, wanted to discuss with his old friend the marriage of his daughter and son Lao. Since the man is already all right, Lao Jin told a friend that he had not been in herself before, and now he does not understand how such a girl could marry a damned creature from his family. The obsessed with his daughter Tan Xiao was happy. He grabbed his friend's hand and said that now he was much calmer in his soul. Ji Hanshuan realized that Tan Xiao was simply worried that his daughter could marry his friend's son, so he gave them this task. The protagonist asked Mr. Tan if they can now proceed to discuss the next task. Tan Xiao told the guy that the third task was even more complicated, and he could explain the details a little later. Chumin was a little scared when he heard that the third request was even more complicated. He was wondering how difficult the task was. Zhengjin burst into the office. She asked the old man why he called her here, because she already had a lot of things in the afternoon. The girl asked Uncle Jin why he was here, and if a man should not lie in the hospital now. With a joyful smile on his face, Uncle Jin explained to the girl that he could sit here thanks to Dr. Chu Min. The fourth older sister suggested that Chu Ming cured Uncle Jin's disease, and he confirmed that he did it. She praised her younger brother, admitting that she was about to contact the master to receive assistance. Tan Xiao caused a bewilderment of his daughter when he invited the girl to take a chin with her, since she has some things. The head of the Tang family suggested Ji Hanshuan to stay here and relax if she wants him. The seventh older sister guessed that the man intends to separate the girl from his younger brother so that she would no longer accompany him. Zhengjin said she was going to meet a friend, so Chu Min does not have to accompany her. Tan Xiao insisted that Chu Ming go with her daughter because the girl is from the Tang family and she needs to be safe. The girl told her father that his words made sense and asked the protagonist if he wanted to go to the meeting with her. The main character made a gesture with his hands and said that his duty is to defend his sister, agreeing to accompany her today. The head of the Tan family promised Qi to tell him the essence of the third task when the guys return after the meeting. Chumin understood that the Tang family had enough guards in the family. He was interested in what a plan of Xiao was, since he insisted so that the guy went with Zhengjin. Tan Xiao secretly wanted his daughter Zhengjin to take the opportunity, because Chu Mina had a unique talent. The fourth older sister and Chu Ming left the headquarters of the Tang family. On the street, the girl was immediately met by her friend. It was a young guy in a black suit and tie. He smiled broadly and waved his hand to his girlfriend, standing by the car. Zhengjin told Chu Min that this is Fei Yu, the youngest manager of the company and her most promising star. The top manager Tan Group approached Chu Min and introduced himself to him, asking the stranger in response who he was. The main character held out his hand to the guy to shake her as a sign of acquaintance, and introduced himself as the younger brother of Miss Tan Chu Ming. Fei Yu noticeably tensed. He looked at Chu Mina with his eyes full of distrust, because he did not know that she had a younger brother. Miss Tang Zhengjin asked the children to stop formalities and said that she did not want to be late for the event. The company's top manager opened the door for the girl and kindly asked her to sit in the front seat, because she often rinses her. The protagonist, about to sit back, suggested that Fei Yu planted Zhengjin next to him so that she would not sit with Chu Min. When the three were already in the car, a cunning smile shone on the face of Chu Mina. It seems he began to understand what was the matter. Watching the behavior and reaction of Fei Yu, Chu Ming concluded that this guy was secretly in love with his fourth sister. On one of the high-rise houses of the city, a large poster hung, on which a girl with a microphone in her hands was depicted. Zhengjin looked at the poster with enthusiasm and said that they were obliged not to miss the fan meeting Zhang Chuchu before the performance. Chu Ming smiled, asking if Zhengjin really could chase the stars with her status. Fei Yu stood up for his lover, asking who said that people like Miss Tan cannot be fans. The main character looked angrily at the guy, realizing that this young man wants to put him in an awkward position in front of his sister. But then Chu Ming smiled again, because the behavior of Fei Yu can, on the contrary, reduce his authority in Zheng Zhen's eyes. Chu Ming was right. Zheng Zhen got angry and asked the guy why he was talking so with her younger brother. Hinging, the company top manager tried to justify himself to his lover, which did not mean this. The girl turned away and warned that Fei Yu would not allow her to accompany her if this is repeated. The young man began to tearfully apologize to the girl, promising that this would not happen again. The main character smiled and was very pleased with himself, because once again he was right. Many people have already gathered in front of a big stage. Guys and girls stood near their places, waiting for the event. Fei Yu said he would find good places for them, but this did not impress Miss Tan Zhenjin. The guy ran forward to find good places. In the end, he turned around, smiled, and asked the girl to wait for him. The manager tried to squeeze forward, and Chu Ming asked the fourth older sister whether Fei Yu was interesting to her. The fourth older sister crossed her arms over her chest, looked at her brother in surprise, and asked how he guessed it. Chu Ming replied that he was not a fool, although he had no experience in a relationship, and Fei Yu's concern can hardly be a pretense. Lady Tan Zhenjin sighed heavily and admitted her brother that, unfortunately, she is now in great confusion. The main character asked the elder sister why and advised to try if it is true love. The girl admitted that she was not sure whether Fei Yu came due to the fact that she was a member of the Tang family or because he was interested in as a person. Zhenjin said that it is difficult for a person in a position like her even to enjoy even simple freedom. At this time, from the balcony in the hall behind the fourth older sister of our hero, someone watched. The man stared at the girl. It was a girl dressed in a blue long suit, making sure that Zheng Zhen was in the hall. She decided to return to the boss. The young girl dutifully looked down in front of her master and said that the daughter of the Tang family appeared at the event. A woman with a crazy expression on her face asked the student whether her faithful dog's family was accompanied by her faithful dog family. The student said that there were only two. One of them, the girl knew, and said that it was Fei Yu, and the second called just a young man. A woman who was distraught with thirst for revenge said that Tan Xiao has oppressed her for many years, and today he would answer for everything. Fei Yu finally found good places. He turned around and, smiling, asked Zhen Zhen to approach him. Tan Zhenjin asked the young man why he found only two places, because there are three of them. The guy scratched his head and, smiling, apologized to his younger brother Chu Min, saying that he would have to sit in another place. The guy shuddered in surprise when some woman offered Fei Yu to buy her place next to 5,000. He laughed awkwardly. Fei Yu tried to refuse the offer, saying that he could not pay money for a place. The woman made a discount and put Fei Yu in an awkward position, saying that he had just bought these two places for 10,000 from a young couple. The words of the woman enchanted the young man. He stood up and asked her whether she specially puts him in an awkward position. Fei Yu's behavior caused Lady Tan Zhenjin and her younger brother. The guys watched and giggled aside. Fei Yu in the end still had to buy a place for Chu Min. He was annoyed, considering our hero an annoying light bulb. Chu Min said that Mr. Fei was really interesting, because not as arrogant as other important people whom he knows. Yu said that he was from an ordinary family and achieved everything himself, but thanked Mr. Tan for his studies. Tan Zhenjin jumped up when other delighted fans screamed when she saw Zhang Chuchu in the hall. The girl in a short blue dress, accompanied by the guards, went to the stage. The fans shouted, welcoming the idol. The charming performer smiled sweetly for her fans and waved her hand, making fans happy. Zhengzhen could not sit still and shouted the name of the idol. And Chu Min concluded that this Fei really treats the girl seriously. But one of those present in the hall came to the event not with good intentions. He held a crossbow in his hands. Fei Yu was shocked when he saw the arrow of the crossbow flies rapidly, aiming directly on his lover. The young man managed to protect his beloved. The guy closed the girl with his back, and the back hit him. The girl who fired from the crossbow was furious on a bastard who managed to quickly cover Lady Tan with her back. People began to panic and scatter in different directions, and Chu Ming pushed from the ground to catch an attacker. The girl settled on the run. She noticed that our hero appeared on the balcony, who was not going to let her go so easily. Zhen Zhen was near the wounded guy. She stated that she intended to stop bleeding, and Fei clenched his teeth in pain. The guy grins in pain when Lady Tan Zhenjin removed the edge of the arrow to continue to stop the blood. She apologized to Fei, saying that she could only make a weapon, but does not have talented medical skills. The girl had to be distracted when an unfamiliar woman in a purple coat approached her and named the name of the fourth sister. Miss Tan Zhenjin put her hand on the waist and demanded to explain who this woman is and how she knew her name. The woman said that she was the one that the Tang family destroyed 5 years ago. In her palms, there was a radiant purple sphere of energy. The crazy woman who was eager for revenge stated that she was the head of the Inga sect. She released 2 magic scolopenders from the palm of his hand. The frightened fourth older sister admitted that she had never heard of a sect with that name. The woman screamed that in this case she would make the girl remember the horrors of her sect Ing. Zhengjun rose and snorted indignantly, asking if the woman thinks that the fourth sister was easy prey. The girl decided to deliver a preventive blow and threw 2 small balls of fire towards the woman. Already in the air, these tiny magic balls turned into rotating discs with sharp blades. The fourth sister said that this technique she calls the flowering of a pear in heavy rain. A tornado of magical energy was formed in the hall. But the woman was not afraid. She said that it was just a small trick and released her magic insects so that they would devour Zhengjun. Miss Tan Zhenjin started when she saw a powerful stream of evil magical energy in front of him. Her task was to save the wounded guy, so she helped Fei Yu stand up, asking where this lady got so many insects. Fixing Fei Yu from the audience, the girl decided to retreat and wait for her bodyguards, after which they would be safe. Fei Yu said that he was afraid nothing would come of them, because they left with the guards not to follow them. Shocked, Tan Zhenjin asked the guy who gave such an unprecedented order. The guy was very ashamed to admit, but he honestly answered the girl that it was he who gave such an order to the guards. Zhengjun was furious. She grabbed the guy by the guy's tie, and he justified himself that he simply did not want to be worried. The angry Lady Tan shouted that now they would definitely be killed, and began to drag the guy behind him, holding him by the tie. And he apologized loudly. Chu-Chu was delighted, seeing the legendary master of martial arts in front of him. And the frightened guards asked the mistress to leave here rather. The singer's bodyguards tried to convey to her that it was very dangerous here. But the girl remained on the stage, watching everything. But the habit of being curious overwhelmed her. Chu-Chu said that there was nothing to worry about, because the purpose of the attack is not her. Tan Zhenjin snapped in his tongue and released Fei Yu when she saw that they were surrounded and there was nowhere to run. The distraught leader of the Ingus sect, holding a magical sphere in his hand, told the guys that they had nowhere else to escape. The singer was dumbfounded by Yu-Chu. She screamed that the guys on whom the woman attacked were surrounded. I was worried. The guards asked Chu-Chu whether they called the police, and they replied that they were afraid that law enforcement agencies would not have time to come on time. Madame Chu-Chu rushed forward, claiming that it was her fans, so she must find a way to protect them. The leader of the sectus of Inga was ready to attack. She smiled madly and stated that this time no one could save them. A woman in a violet fur coat, wanting to take revenge on the Tan family, wished Zhengjun to death, and her lover, Lady Tan and Fei Yu, remained to stand and watch the stream of dark energy was approaching. But suddenly, there was a scream. The fourth older sister started when she heard the voice of a girl who came to save them from an evil old woman. It was a scam. She dared to go out and demand from the leader of the sect Inga to stop offending her fans. Zhengjun could not believe her eyes. She thought she was sleeping when she saw that her idol was protecting her. The woman did not understand where this idiot came from, and gave an order to her insects first eat a scarecrow for warming up. The performer panicked when they were about to attack. She screamed to the guards to help her. The bodyguards did not want to do this. They said that the money that the girl pays them does not cost their lives. Chu-Chu shouted that the guards were very angry, but was now ready to protect herself from a furious old woman on her own. Magic insects were already centimeters from Chu-Chu's body. Zhengjun screamed to the idol to be careful. The girl covered her mouth with her hand from fright, when, after a moment, a stranger collapsed right in front of her legs. It was a student of the leader of the sect. The girl fell to the floor after our hero dealt with the girl. The old woman in a purple fur coat was in shock when she saw what had happened to her faithful student. She screamed. Soon, Chu-Ming landed. The first thing the guy asked if the woman wanted to play the distraction of the tiger from the mountain. The guy pierced the woman with a look full of cold anger, and said that, unfortunately, the tiger returned. The fourth older sister was delighted when she saw that her younger brother returned to save them. The performer who stood nearby was delighted with a beautiful young man who was still a master of martial arts. The leader of the sect Inga spread her arms to the sides and shouted that a stupid woman spent her time in vain, and Tan should lose her life first. Fei Yu was again ready to bravely defend his beloved as he could. He closed her with his back and spread his arms to the sides. The main character ordered the woman to stop. He threw forward his hand and directed the stream of true qi against the sectarian. The woman was unpleasantly surprised when she saw that a powerful stream of energy was struggling against her magical animals, the leader of the sect. Inga strained and became quiet. She asked our hero what he had just used for the trick. Intending to attack the woman, Chu Ming said that anyone who touches his older sister will lose his life. The head of the Inga sect rose into the air when her body enveloped the blue light, the flow of energy that the guy directed into her. The main character continued to keep his palms in front of him, remotely controlling his energy and position of the woman's body. A grimace of horror arose on a woman's face in a purple fur coat. She screamed heartily when she was attacked. A moment later, when Chu Ming released her, the woman crashed to the floor. Her body was enveloped in thick smoke. Fei Yu winked and smiled at Chu Min, and Lady Tan praised his younger brother, saying that he was really worthy to be him. Suddenly, the top manager Tan group became very bad. The guy began to cough, and all the body trembled and twitched. Zhenfan was frightened for her lover, and Fei Yu with every moment became only worse. Chu Min's approached to check the guy's pulse. He concluded that the released arrow from the crossbow was poisonous. Miss Tan told her younger brother that Fei Yu saved her. He closed the girl with his back the day before, so he suffered. The main character asked the fourth older sister to put a wounded guy on the ground, and he would immediately cure him. The fourth older sister carefully laid the poisoned Fei Yu to the ground. She asked Chu Mina to help the guy. Chu Minds remained calm. He raised up 2 fingers, which were shrouded in healing energy of true qi. The guy directed these 2 fingers to the chest, stating that it was urgent to release poisoned blood. The singer Chu Chu watched what Chu Ming was doing. She asked the guy, did he really know how to treat people? The main character coldly answered the girl that he was trying to save the young man and ordered him not to distract him at that moment. Chu Chu was confused because they talked to her for the first time. Usually all the guys are gentle and kind to her, but not to Chu Ming. The guard ran to the singer and advised her to leave here rather, because the martial artists are unpredictable. The worried bodyguard told the girl that they could not explain to the companies if they suddenly do not return. But Chu Chu did not go to leave. She demanded from Chu Min to name his name because it is a person who saved her life. The protagonist decided to tell the obsessive girl in a lie and introduced himself to her like Long Aotian. The fourth older sister was shocked that her younger brother was so brazenly lied to her beloved performer. The girl thanked Long Aotian and promised in the future to invite the guy to the concert if she had such an opportunity. Lady Tan Zhenfan was amazed that the girl really believed that her younger brother had such a strange name. The singer finally left the stage, and the fourth sister asked Chu Mina, "What is the condition of a poisoned guy?" The protagonist sighed, wiped sweat from his face, and said that Fei Yu from the poison was cleansed with the help of true qi, and now he is safe. Chu Ming said that the guy should soon come to his senses because he was training with the head of the Tang family. The fourth older sister asked her brother what Fei Yu, if he was a little over 30 years old, could now have a level of power. The main character told the girl that Fei Yu is now at the level of the Kingdom of the Sea of Qi, the same as Chu Ming. Miss Tan Zhenfen was amazed to hear that the young man had such an incredible force. The guy came to his senses, smiled, and told the amazed lover that her younger brother was even stronger. Fei Yu said that Chu Minds a little more than 20, and he is already at the same level of the Kingdom of the Sea of Qi as the guy. The young man sat down and admitted that he had previously underestimated Chu Mina, and then he again introduced himself as Fei Yu, responsible for the northern regions in the Tang family. The protagonist, smiling, also decided to again introduce himself to the guy and said that his name is Chu Min from the Seven Saints sect. Zhenjin suggested not to waste time on formalities because you need to return and inform about the whole father. When the fourth older sister, Fei Yu, and Chu Ming were already in the car, the girl decided to ask about the Ingus sect. Fei Yu said that, as far as he knows, this sect uses insects for poisoning, and all her members of a woman. Lady Tan became interested in why only women are members of this mysterious evil sect. The guy said that sect techniques are suitable only for women with an element of yin. All of them are implanted in a parasite for control, so that they serve a sect. According to Fei, Xiao could not endure the existence of such evil customs. So 5 years ago, he sent people to exterminate the sect. Zhenjin said that it is not surprising that the guy knows so much about the sect when Yu said that he also participated in battle. Fei Yu turned around, looked at the Qin with a friendly smile on his face, and said that this time he survived thanks to him. The main character answered the guy that it was easy. Chu Ming was in anticipation to get a third task from Tang. Chu Mina was worried about witchcraft. which infected more than half of his fingers, and he did not have much time left. Soon, the black car parked at the mansion where Zhenjin lived. The girl got out of the car, followed by Chu Ming. Miss Tang asked Fei Yu whether he would cope with the trip and offered to organize that the guy would be taken home. The guy asked the girl not to worry, promising that tomorrow he would be awake and filled with forces. Turning away, the young man grimaced in pain. He only pretended to be a lover that he felt good. While Fei sobbed in the car in pain, Miss Tan invited her brother to go home because her old man was waiting for them for a joint dinner. Fei Yu smiled and rejoiced inside himself because today, his relationship with Miss Tan made a big jump forward. When Chu Ming and his fourth older sister went home, a red car suddenly drove up to the black car. The guy was wary when he saw that a woman dressed in a traditional red dress was sitting in this car. The young man intently saw the woman who was driving a car. She was familiar to him. Fei Yu was worried. He recognized the head of the Heihuan sect in this woman. He was wondering why she arrived at the Tan house. He knew that the martial arts of the sect are strange, and the head of the Tang family never interacted with them. That is why the guy decided to follow the car. He felt that something was definitely wrong here. After some time, the leader of the Heihuan sect, a woman named Zhang Sisin, was already sitting in an armchair and smiling coquettishly. On the contrary, the owner of the Tan house was sitting. The man said Miss Zhang that this time he had to personally ask her for help. The woman put a small bottle in front of him on the table, saying that this is an elixir that acts on all for 4 hours. The man reached out with his hand to take from the table a small white vase filled with an electrician prepared for him. Tan Xiao took the bottle in his hands and carefully examined it. He asked the woman if this medicine causes side effects. The woman reassured the man, promising that in addition to weakness for several days, no symptoms would bother him. Fei Yu secretly watched the meeting of Xiao and Miss Zhang. He did not understand why the strong and young man to use such a medicine. The head of the Tang family said that now he is obliged to help his daughter choose a good husband, having got this electrician. Hearing the words of Mr. Tan, the young man was in shock that Xiao was going to use this on Zhenjin. Fei Yu was so frightened for his lover that he lost caution and accidentally hit the floor with a boot. The head of the Tang family heard an extraneous rustle and screamed when he saw that someone was standing outside the window. Miss Zhang remained to sit in a chair, drinking tea, and the man broke off and ran to the window to see. Outside the window, the head of the house, Tang, saw Fei Yu. The man asked his subordinate what he was doing here. The guy asked the man whether he was going to use the elixirs of the sect to reduce Zhenjin and Chu Mina. The man strictly answered the subordinate that this matter does not concern him, and he was going to settle everything himself. Fei Yu was furious at the boss, he screamed, asking if he was interested in the opinion of his daughter in this regard. The man replied that this was his daughter, so he was obliged to find for Zhenjin the best life partner. The angry guy realized that Zhengjin in the game of Mr. Tan was becoming a bargaining coin for manipulations. Miss Zhang suggested that this guy who began to be indignant like Mr. Tan's daughter. Mr. Tang admitted that Fei is not bad, but he still needs to work on the guy's character. He is not calm enough. The woman once again asked the man whether he was really going to give her only daughter Qi Min. Xiu stared at the woman in surprise when Miss Zhang said that there would be no way back when the medicine would work. Miss Zhang was surprised at the man's reaction. She asked why he then asked her to bring this elixir here. Angry, Xiao grabbed a woman and shouted that he needed this electrician exclusively to check the Qi Min. Soon the time of dinner came. Xiao asked our hero there are more dishes that were carefully prepared by order of Tan. Chu Ming enjoyed food and praised her taste, and the perplexed Zhenjin asked why they did not invite the younger sisters. The man wiped his lips with a napkin and replied that he has an important thing that he wants to talk about with Chu Min. Chu Ming looked at Xiao in a surprised look when Tan said that the third task was that the guy should spend with Zhenjin all night in one room. The main character could not believe that the task would be so easy. He asked the man if this is the only condition. The fourth older sister was outraged. She stated that she was finding this task very strange. The man said that as soon as Chu Ming fulfills his last request, Xiao would also fulfill the request of the guy. Chu Ming said that he was not uneasy because the task is too simple, and asked if there are still conditions. Tan Xiao smiled and said that there were no other conditions, and tomorrow he will personally give the guy a magic boiler. The main character was ready to complete the task. After dinner, Chu Ming entered the spacious room with Zhenjin. The fourth older sister asked Chu Mina how they are going to sleep, because there is only one bed in this room. Chu Ming flopped on a small sofa and said that he would sleep here, allowed Miss Tan to pick up his bed. The worried Zhenjin sat down on the bed and asked if Chu Ming was thinking that enemies would attack them tonight. The protagonist asked the fourth older sister why she was oppressed by this strange foreboding. The girl said that she did not see other reasons for him in the same room. And Chu Min has excellent skills in battle and medicine, so she is safe with him. The main character rose. The reasoning of his sister seemed logical to him, and he suggested that it could be so. At this time, Mr. Tan and Miss Jiang stood outside. They needed what was happening in that room. The man was very glad that even such a genius as Chu Min could not find an electrician provided to him by Miss Jiang. The woman giggled, answering that before she activates her skill, the medicine is just a powder. She held out her hands and put her fingers, gradually releasing her energy and activating a special skill. Miss Jiang said that after activation, her elixir will gain the most powerful properties in the world, and energy began to penetrate the room. Xiao asked her to follow Chu Min, and if he touches the girl, they will attack the guy together. The woman with a grin looked at the partner and noted that Mr. Tang was trying hard for this matter. The fourth older sister began to feel uncomfortable. She fanned herself with her hand, admitting that she was hot. The main character was also worried. He noted that this is not ordinary heat, but the one that warms up blood and circles his head. Chuman was scared for the fourth older sister when she began to behave unnaturally due to the heat. The guy quickly realized that they were both abnormally reacting and stated that they had symptoms of poisoning. The main character felt his pulse. He realized that he was precisely poisoned because the heartbeat was confused and sharp. The fourth older sister was getting worse. She staggered from side to side and kept saying that she wanted to hug Chu Mina. Chu Ming knew that the sister had a low level of martial arts, and it was urgent to do something because the poison in her body spreads much faster. Xiao ordered Miss Jiang to follow Chu Min carefully. He was in anticipation to burst and grab the guy. The main character asked his sister to wake up rather, claiming that she was poisoned when the girl, having fainted, fell into his arms. Chu Minds panicked. He understood that something needed to be undertaken so that all this would not lead to trouble. The owner of the house, watching what was happening in the room, was very angry, but tried to inspire himself that he was not angry. The main character grabbed the fourth older sister by the shoulders and asked for forgiveness before the girl. He promised now to come up with a way to help her, but for now, Chu Minds wrapped his sister in a blanket so that she would not move. Chu Minds panicked. Because of sudden movements, he felt worse. He realized that this accelerated the spread of poison in the body. He decided to first get the poison and then help his sister, so he began to meditate, controlling the true key. The main character breathed a sigh of relief when he easily managed to remove toxins from the body through energy control. He got up from the couch and promised Zhenjin to help her when he realized that this was a simple poison. The head of the Tang family asked Miss Jiang if she was sure that she had brought him the most powerful electrician, and the woman assured him. Miss Jiang was in a stupor when Tan Xiao asked a logical question why then Chu Min got rid of poison in a second. A delighted smile appeared on the face of Xiao. He realized that the ability of Chu Mina is much more powerful than he could imagine. It's time to clean his sister from poison. Before that, the main character asked the girl to tolerate a little. Chu Min began to apply spot strokes with a finger at the right points, using true ki in order to derive the poison. The procedure caused nausea in the girl when the poison began to leave the body. She screamed that she wanted to puke. The main character was scared for the older sister, but managed to substitute a bucket so that the girl could empty the stomach not on the floor. A moment later, Zhenjin came to her senses. She wiped her mouth with a napkin and asked Chu Mina what had happened to her. The young man explained to the fourth older sister, giving her a box of napkins, that they were poisoned by some special poison. Miss Tan Zhenjin stared at his younger brother with shocked eyes when she heard about poisoning with poison. The girl turned around with a blanket and was horrified. Chu Ming confirmed her guesses, which poison was slipped to him. Our hero rounded his eyes when Miss Tan hid under the blanket and began to scream, claiming that everything was gone and she was disgraced. Chu Ming tried to calm his older sister, saying that he had taken control in time, and nothing happened. The man, watching everything outside, came to the conclusion that the guys solved the problem and now they can leave. Tan Xiao once again asked the woman if she really gave him the most powerful medicine, and Zhang swore in this. The main character, holding a glass with a hot drink in his hand, wondered where the poison came from if he eats only in the house of Tan. Going to take a sip of tea, Chu Min was rounded his eyes when he realized who was behind this poisoning and what really happened. Zhengjin asked if Chu Ming thinks that this poison was thrown by the enemy who was going to attack them later. The main character reassured his sister, saying that what happened was organized by the head of the Tan family tonight. The fourth older sister did not understand how it was possible that her beloved father dared to poison her daughter and Chumina. Chuming suggested that her father had been outside all this time and eavesdropped, given how he was pampering his daughter. The puzzled fourth sister did not understand why her father needed to do this with them. It was obvious to the hero that this was a test for him, a test of determination of a guy, behind which Xiao most likely watched. Miss Tan Zhenjin was angry at her dad. She threatened her fist, saying that she needed to teach him well tomorrow. The girl yawned and wished her brother good night. Chuming did the same in response, and the guys went to bed. The next day, the angry daughter was pulling the negligent father behind her cheeks. The man shouted, begging the girl to be more tender. She screamed at the old man who dared to deceive her. And Chu Mines and three sisters sat on the sofa, watching family showdowns. Ji Hanchuan was not in the know of yesterday's events. She asked her younger brother why Zhen was so angry. Nanlin also found the behavior of the girl strange, and Miss Lan guessed that Chu Ming was aware of what had happened. Chu Ming reminded Xiao that 3 tasks have already been completed and asked if he could now get the promised boiler. Having stopped dealing with his daughter, the man coughed and answered the main character that, of course, he will now receive him. The owner of the house, Tang, went to the rack, where this precious object was stored, and reached out with his hand to get it. A fair-haired man activated the button in the closet, which turned into a sliding door leading to the secret room. Before the guys appeared, the same boiler that Xiao called the most precious treasure handed over to him the 7 saints. The guys came closer. They noticed what a majestic aura has this greatest treasure of the sect. The man solemnly announced that now Chu Ming, having passed all the trials, could use this thing at his discretion. Shu Mini said many thanks to Mr. Tan and said that after using the boiler, he would return it to the original owner. She said that this boiler of the tripod is well suited for collecting lunar energy and is more effective in the full moon and new moon. The protagonist proposed to spend the next 3 days on preparing the ingredients until the full moon came. Mr. Tan asked his daughter to accompany the younger ones and buy all the medicinal materials and choose the best. The fourth older sister gladly agreed to help the younger brother and sisters buy the best ingredients. Miss Tang waved her hand and ordered her to follow her. The happy Chuo minced his sister, holding a large golden boiler in his hands. Xiu noticed that his daughter was very happy. It seemed to him that the girl really liked to spend time with the younger ones. The assistant came up to the man and stated that the events had occurred, which the master should definitely find out about. The woman said that with the help of Chu Min, they were able to find clues about the persecution of Zhen earlier.